Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. You always knew you and Izuku were a strange pair to say the least. You were childhood friends since you were 6 and still just friends even after presenting as an Omega and Alpha, respectively. Despite always being around each other, talking and fanboying over the latest comics and heroes, and even with your other classmates teasing you about always smelling like him no matter how many times you tell them that he wasn't, in fact, scenting you on purpose, you weren't mates. Although, you wish you were, but alas, you fell into a rare relationship of an unmated pair that was just friends. Until he seemed to change in the winter of your first year. There was another attack within the city, complete chaos of screaming civilians and scattered classmates fighting their own battles. You had found him then, drawn right to his scent when you saw something that chilled you right to the core. Izuku face down, his body broken and bruised by the cracked black asphalt underneath him as the villain came seconds away from running him through with his polearm. Don't touch him. You couldn't think other than to protect him when you teleported in and tackled the villain's arm, knocking the weapon out the way at the very last second. Name. You can't take him alone. Don't worry. I'll protect you, you just get away, and I'll come find you. You promised as if he could move other than to struggle on his hands and knees to stop you before you teleported the villain and yourself further down the street. First teleporting repeatedly until you crushed him into the nearest building wall, then into the air to drop him into the ground as you struggle for immense midair. Stay out the way, puppy mill. The villain used his polearm to stop his fall and kicked you away into the debris of a falling antique shop and straight through the collapsing wooden wall. You screamed with the impact, your head slamming hard against a barely standing support beam, sliding onto your knees with hazy vision and a throbbing pain in the back of your head along with the slick feeling of BLD traveling down the back of your neck. You heard your name being called as you stumble up onto your feet, the villain still barely in your view, his attention focused back on the direction of his original target. Izuku, you groaned and clumsily forced your way back through the hole you had made upon impact only to see that Deku was already back on his feet, green hair blowing with the surge of power traveling up his arms and legs. That's one scary look, kid, the villain mocked, ignorant of what's to come. What? Did I hurt your little mate? Not my fault you can't protect your Omega, runt. It was only several minutes later before the villain was being loaded into the back of a police car, and your head was being wrapped by the paramedics as you were sprayed to the emergency room along with any other of the injured. Ever since then, Izuku has been acting weird towards you. It started when he visited you the next morning in the hospital. He stood outside your door for a good 5 minutes, as if you couldn't smell his scent wafting through the slits in the frame. You weren't aware that he was contemplating about what happened, overthinking really about that moment and what you actually meant to him. He always saw you as a close friend since you were kids and he didn't really have many. You were someone much more confident, stronger, and faster than he was since you were kids. You weren't an Omega, and you didn't quite act like an Alpha was expected to either, not that he was one to talk. You were always just name, always touting the fact that you were going to open up the way and be the first Omega hero to make it to the top 10, and you lived up to that statement so well that he always failed to connect the dots to the fact that you were an Omega until he saw that you could actually get hurt. He was actually coming to apologize for letting it happen, even brought you the latest hero comic you've been wanting, but when he reached the door it was like being hit with a ton of bricks. Bricks that stunned him with the smell of grass and morning rain. He knows it's you, you're the only one with that scent, but he can't turn the door, his hand only shakes around the handle while the pit in his stomach turns. The door doesn't open with his strength but yours as you stand in front of him with wide, blinking eyes, and he holds in the needful groan deep in his chest. You hadn't changed in the course of a few hours. The only difference being that you were in a hospital gown rather than your street clothes, but now everything he's been oblivious to about you seems more prominent, the feminine curves of your body, the way you always cutely tilt your head when you're confused, and the shimmer of your irises as you look up at him. Then, it finally dawns on him just how small you really are. Well, are you going to come in? You smile and motion him to come inside, and he tries to draw his attention away from the subtle swishing of your hips as you walk back to the bed by asking, "Are you sure you should be standing?" "It's fine, besides you should honestly be in here, Morty," you say and turn back to face him. Your face burns as you turn right into his chest, his body almost on top of yours as he leans over you. "Midoriya, what are you doing?" The boy jumps back when he realizes just how closely he had followed you, and you slowly slide back into bed while keeping your eyes trained on him as he blushes darkly. "Oh, I brought you something," he says and holds out the comic to you, and your face brightens when you see it. "What? I didn't know this volume was out already." You exclaim and reach to grab it, your hand lightly brushing his in the process, making him jerk away from you slightly, but in your excitement, you don't notice him rubbing the spot you touched. You also don't notice the lingering glances and stiff, controlled breathing he maintains as he keeps you company for the next hour, patiently waiting between your periods of dozing off and staying awake until you finally apologize and tell him you're too tired to keep talking. "Thanks for visiting me, Izuku-kun," you say with a light yawn and lean your head back against the bed. "I'll see you tomorrow then, Name-chan." You nod happily as he stands to his feet, his green eyes falling on you one last time before he leaves. You grab your pillow and bring it to your face to sniff lightly, and you furrow your eyebrows when you confirm that he'd scented it at some point, without you even asking. This was only the first of these occurrences, the next ones continuing as you joined your class back in school for the second semester, and eventually, the strange behavior led to the point where you had to talk to someone about it. "Mina, I need to talk." "Ah." Pinky nearly screams at the top of her lungs and drops her room decor onto the floor before turning to see that it was only you teleporting in again. "Hey, Name-chan." Her friendly grin falls when she notices your sunken features and slouching shoulders. "What's the matter, sweetie?" You sigh and sit down on the bed, gently smoothing out the comforter next to you. "Well, it's just that," you begin with a deep sigh. "Izuku's been acting weird around me, and I can't figure out why." "What?" Mina gasps in disbelief and immediately falls down next to you and comfortingly places an arm around your shoulder. "I didn't think that'd be possible. What's going on?" "Well, ever since I got out of the hospital he's been acting really weird, like he's been hovering around me and giving me things, and when I try to talk to him, he acts jumpy, like more than normal Midoriya jumpy, or he'll find a way into the conversation when I talk to anyone else." And by anyone else, who are we talking about exactly? "Well, I don't know if it matters, but mainly Todoroki, Shuji, Momo, even Bakugo for good measure, and Izuku practically never challenges Bakugo for no reason. He was always so afraid of him a while back, too." And you pause when you see the fully snickering grin on her face, and you're completely baffled as to what is so funny. "What?" "He's trying to court you," she answers excitedly and giddily pats your back. You scoff and shake your head, having barked up that tree for nearly 5 years now. "No way, Mina. Think about it. What do all 4 of them have in common?" "I'll give you a hint, they're alphas," she explains enthusiastically, "he's marking his territory, aka because he wants you." "Why you really think that?" you question, your body tingling with the excitement of Izuku actually liking you, and your face break out into a huge, dorky smile. "You think he wants to? Like really, finally wants to?" "Only one way to find out. Go. Break him down," Mina says and pushes your shoulder to coax you off the bed. "I'm on it." You fist pump with a new confidence except. "Wait. How do I do that exactly?" "You know," she hums, waving her hand in circles to collect her thoughts, "act all needy, go cling to him, make it loud and clear that you want him to knock the hell out of you." Okay, you nod and listen to everything she has to say on the matter of how to get an alpha's attention. After your little talk, you teleported away to search for your alpha in the making. You finally managed to find him in his room. Normally you'd knock, but now you wanted to surprise him. Mina told you to be subtle, but that's not really your strong suit. You don't give him time to catch your scent as you tackle him and wrap your arms tightly around him and squeeze. "Izuku! There you are, I've been looking for you." You hum and smile at him. You can feel his chest rising exponentially faster under your own, and the beating of his heart plays in your ear, and now you're positive that Mina must have been right when he hugs you back. That's fine, name, but it couldn't wait, he huskily drawls, and the low timbres makes you shiver. Well, no, really, you sweetly reply, and there's a repressed growl coming from him as he digs his nails into your hips. But I really wanted to see my alpha, you longingly whisper and slide your smooth hand along his inner thigh, making him tense and grab you harder. Name, he mumbles back, and there's a light craving there that has you rubbing your thighs together with a knowing anticipation of something you've wanted since you presented. You take the biggest plunge and bury your head against his chest and slide your cheek against him, rubbing your scent into his clothes before cutely looking back up at him as you let out a needy, feminine mewl. Izuku, I need you, and your heart jumps to your throat when he wraps his arms tightly around your waist and leans all his weight on you to flip you back against the bed. Name, he growls out against your ear and rocks against you, bucking his hips between yours to supply a appealing friction to your groin. You're going to make me crazy. Izuku, you gasp as his tongue drags along the crook of your neck, straight over your scent gland, as his hands grip tighter at your hips. You weren't expecting to gain such a strong response, always you had done similar things to him without the same result. Now, he's grinding against you, deeply inhaling your rainwater musk as he runs his hand through your hair. Why you smell so good, he praises as his teeth graze over the sensitive area of your bonding spot. Alpha, you lightly and tilt your head to give him better access, displaying clearly what you've wanted him to do for a while now. I want you to mark me. It's a bold invitation for Midoriya to kiss you passionately and run his fingertips up your sides before possessively squeezing at your BRST to draw out a soft purr. He likes your cheek and trail wet kisses along your jaw. You're curious to the change of pent-up want that has him bucking into you, his thick PP straining against his breathes as he rolls the throbbing length of strong, pulsing alpha PP along your secretary. You rock your hips back to gain more sweet friction and slide your fingers through thick green hair and wrap your legs around his waist. Midoriya nips at your ear and holds you possessively close in a way that you always hoped he would. That an alpha should an omega. When they take them as theirs, making the quickly accumulating slick soak through your panties. I can smell you, Name-chan. He groans against your neck as he deftly works down your buttons and places deeper, hungrier kisses over the top of your BRSS before roughly biting down and decorating you with hickeys. You smell so good, he mumbles, pressing his face against your chest to further inhale your scent as he slides his arms around you to undo your brother. I'll make you mine, and I promise I'll protect you right next time, Name. I'll keep you safe, he pledges now that he has a quirk to do just that. Alpha, I've always felt safe with you. Midoriya squeezes you tighter, stopping his actions to grip your hips and snatch them up against his lap, stroking you with his fully irked PP. Name, I can't wait, he rasps and leaves you dizzy from the grinds and rocks into you. Please, I want your knot, you plea and clumsily undo his zipper before sliding your hand between the slip to desperately fondle and rub him. Midoriya pushes off you just enough to start peeling away the rest of your clothes, trying to go slow, but his shaking hands and occasionally tugging displays his impatience to lock with you before he rips his own shirt over his head and move down his breathes before quickly mounting back on top of you before guiding you to sink down on his engorged PP, hissing as you stretch around him and engulf him in your dripping center. You draw out his name, as you watch yourself finally become one with your alpha before glossy, clouded green eyes meet yours again. He leans in to kiss you once, twice before nipping and biting your neck with each slow pump he begins to take into you. His toes push off from the mattress as he moves you further up against the sheets, your head lightly tapping against the wooden headboards as he increased speed. Izuku, you gasp and move back against him, your hips arch to meet every strong snap of his hips, to have more of his PP stretching and filling your CNT to the brim as your juices coat and leak down to his rapidly expanding knot. Omega, he gasps and quickly grabs your legs and hoists them around his shoulders for deeper access, and you cry out as he slams deep into you, his knot colliding fully with your opening, wetly and loudly smacking against you and echoing the sound of skin on skin throughout the room as Izuku muffled his MMMS into the crook of your neck. Being inside you, your tight body wrapping around him, has him using his full strength to continuously and sloppily buck, and you gasp as he leaves scratches along your hips, holding you so he can have his complete way with you, hard, fast, and desperately corny. You can't catch your breath as you fight to keep down your high-pitched mewling, but it's becoming easily drawn out by the creaking of the mattress and rocking of the bed frame that he ruts into you with increasing vigor. It's then that he snaps his hips into you one last time, pushing your knees all the way back to your head as he forcefully buries his knot inside you and locks you together, officially sealing the deal when he sinks his teeth into the fragile skin of your neck and breaks through to mark you with a red bruise. You scream out and squeeze his shoulders, nails digging into him, as the tingles of pleasure and pain flow through you like electricity and has you convulsing and spasming with the continuous flow of cum filling you. You're both breathing hard as Izuku keeps lightly kissing your neck and abusing your new bond mark with nips and likes while his swell stays plugged inside you as you bask in the high of being newly bonded, adrenaline still running through you and making you happily cuddle Midoriya back. I want to mark you, too, you mumble and press your mouth against his naked chest and gently nibble down. I want everyone to know we're official now. Izuku smiles softly before tilting his head to let you give him a matching scar. The train comes to a complete standstill in front of you before the glass double doors slide open with a rush of cold air. Following the crowd, you quietly make your way on board, find a spot in the back of the train, and wait for the train to slowly come to a start. You let your eyes wander over the crowd of people. A woman with too hard of a stare and a fighter's attitude, a nice boy you recognize wearing the male counterpart of your school uniform, and too many people crowded together. Then, you spot him. The scars are what brought your attention to him at first, then it is his blue eyes still pretty despite the lack of interest or spark in them. His laid-back, oblivious demeanor and barely put-together wardrobe gives you the impression that he wouldn't make the effort to throw you off. Deciding on your target, you stealthily make your way towards him despite the almost immovable tightness of the crowd until you're right on top of him, back to his chest and innocently minding your own business as the train continues on to its destination. 1 second passes without him acknowledging you, then another. You wait for a few more before deciding that it's either now or never as you press against him. The first thing you notice is his incredible warmth against your backside and the unmistakable smell of smoke and sandalwood. It starts simple as you subtly sway your hips and rhythmically grind against his PP with the rocking of the train. Immediately, he tenses but makes no effort to stop your invasive stroking as you thought. You bring your hand to his thigh and start in short strokes to massage the firm, smooth muscle under his breed's leg. You quickly realize he's a lot stronger than his lanky frame suggests, and you're reaching higher until you lead your palm in between his legs and roughly squeeze. There is a light gasp behind you that even you can barely hear from the breath he held in. It is husky and deep, with the smoothness of silk. As you slide his hardening bulge, your hand easily sliding along his PP, you decide that you want to make this one come in his breathes after some shaking and pleading first, of course. Tilting back your head, you throw him a mischievous smirk until the sight makes your stomach knot and your teasing smirk drops. Smoldering blue eyes leering at you along with a smug sideways grin has your RLL dropping as you realize he's actually into it. Your eyes meet, and his tongue slides over his top lip expectantly, and there's a new intimidation replacing what you thought was lazy indifference. Bitterly, you decide this guy is above your pay grade. Thwarted, you pull your hand away from him and attempt to distance yourself in order to find a less enthusiastic partner to tease into SBMSN. Before you can settle on an escape route, a rough hand clasps around your wrist. Did anyone tell you to stop? You freeze for a moment, anxiously biting down on your bottom lip as your brain tries to process what's going on now that you've finally made the mistake of choosing someone who wasn't going to be utterly embarrassed and needlessly sputtering from your actions. You growl and JRK away from him. Let go. What's the rush, baby girl? He chuckles lowly and drags your hand back over his clothed Erkton. We were just having fun. Your heart drops to your stomach as he squeezes his palm over yours, and you fall to your back up to scream, but his hand clasps over your mouth and the other slides around your stomach and draws you back to him. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Bite me, comes your muffled threat from behind scarred fingers. Darby hums at your defiance, the amusement making you growl from deep in your throat before you slam down your heel on his foot and earn a pained grunt. Immediately, he retaliates and lights an almost searing heat against your skin, following along the trail his fingertips leave as he glides them underneath your shirt and along your bare stomach. It would be a shame to have to burn that pretty face of yours. You wouldn't want to look like me, would you? Your lips draw into a hard scowl as you frustratedly squint your eyes at the shoes of the people in front of you as you recall the burns going down his neck when you first spotted him in the train. Is that a yes? Reluctantly, you nod your head. Good girl. The hand over your mouth finally falls and finds its place on your chest and roughly gropes and fondles while the one on your stomach slides under your skirt and thoroughly strokes you through your panties. You squirm as he strokes his digits between your lips, zoning in on your CLT to massage the sensitive bundle of nerves. The buttons on your shirt are next to go as he undoes them one by one, exposing the swells of your breasts for his hand to greedily paw and manhandle over your favorite colored brother. You wince and swallow the light whimpers that threaten to spill out as he pushes aside your panties and slowly goes back to torturing your CLT with rough, calloused fingers grinding and pinching. Biting down on your lip, you fight the need to arch into his hand, and your power is noticeably draining in the situation, and you only reminded of that when he playfully blows into your ear and makes you shiver all the way down to your curling toes. 𝐷𝐸, you were supposed to be in charge. It's not supposed to go this way, you scold yourself. 𝐷𝐸. Perverted but, you hiss between choking down your pitiful MMMS as overly heated fingers roam between your damp flesh, the heat clearly letting you feel every spot he touched, lingering even as he goes to repeat the process over another piece of unexplored skin before sinking into you just as he pinches and rolls your NPL, and finally he manages to earn a soft MMM from you. Well, that just makes two of us, doesn't it? He tauntingly mocks you, his breath tickling your neck as his tongue slinks out against the shell of your ear before he nibbles it, relishing in the way you tilt from him with a little whimper. Not so loud now, you don't want that cute voice of yours to get us caught, sweetheart. He warns, but his actions tell you that's exactly his goal as he begins to scissor and move his fingers in and out your slick CNT. The wetness rolling down his fingers only spurs him to move harder and knuckles deep while his thumb continue to circle and add pressure on your CLT. Too late, Darby teases, and you see exactly what he means when you catch the gaze of one or two passengers who finally noticed, looking on in a mix of horror and disbelief. He cups your cheek and forces you to meet again with shimmering blue glazed over with a new goal. Let's give them a good finish then, shall we? He tells you and forces his lips against yours in a rushed kiss. You purse your lips tight and try to pull your head away from the rough feel of scarred skin prickling and dragging over your soft lips while cold metal occasionally brushes against your cheeks and causing the humiliated heat located there to feel even stronger while he continuously works your core, his fingers curling inside you and gliding against your slick walls. You let the frustrated tears run down your face as your head tilts back against his chest, and you arch and buck into his open palm. Stop it, you groan and try to shake your head away from him, but he's persistent in keeping you in place. You keep your mouth pursed and the growl he lets out against your slowly bruising lips is your only warning before you can feel more heat burning against your skin, making you cry softly for his tongue to move in your mouth and lustfully dominate yours, and you pitifully into his mouth as he adds a third finger, and your body begins to clench and spasm around them in the telling sign that you were about to come from this butt. In front of everyone, you just had to hang on if these fing ducks weren't going to help. Not yet, he darkly purrs, and you cry out and thrash in his hold when something stiff and throbbing slides between your legs and easily strokes between your dripping CNT. His PP easily gliding between your parted lips and dragging against your CLT as he moves heavily between your thighs. You can feel the pit in your stomach quickly building to a head as his pulsing flesh massages against yours and glistens in more of your RLL before you can feel his tip finally prodding against your opening, and it finally dawns on you just how large he is when he pressed the head inside of you. Please, don't, you whimper and shove your arm against his chest to push him away. I can't take it. Fing tease, you should have thought of that before choosing the wrong guy to mess with, he growls and slams fully into you. Your mouth shakily drops open in a silent cry as he immediately starts to move into you, rough and fast, leaving you desperately stretching and leaking down his pistoning PP. He wastes no time pumping deeply into your tight PP, his tips smashing against your innermost wall as you breathe and grit your teeth in pain and sick pleasure as you finally cave into the satisfying fullness he forces upon you. You finally come undone with him when he moves deep inside you one last time, holding you there as he explodes inside of you and fills you with his cum. Darby releases you as you orgasm with a barely restrained cry, but it's still enough to earn the attention of the nearby passengers as you clumsily fall forward against the back of the person in front of you. They jump forward, and you fall on your knees. The shameful feeling, a mix of both your cum rolling down your thighs and your shirt still half unbuttoned. You grip the hem of your skirt to focus on anything but the trembling of your body and the sensation of his seed inside you as your orgasm slowly dies down along with the speed of the train as it comes to a stop at the next station. Thanks for the entertainment, sweetheart. Let's do it again sometime, he monotonously remarks, casually sweeping his hand through your hair as he pushes past the crowd of people staring at the two of you. You curse lowly to yourself as you tilt your head down to hide your hiccuping and rubbing tears from the people around you. You never knew a taste of your own medicine would be this thing bitter. Just hurry up already, dear minute. Can't you just be patient? I'm trying to make sure you're prepped or it'll hurt, what? Your explanation does nothing to stop the heated gaze thrown from below you by your blonde classmate as you gently prod and slide to relax him for what's to come next. Next meaning the toy securely fastened around your waist finally breaking through the first of many barriers for the two of you. Literally and figuratively. The situation started off with something innocent enough, if that's the term to use for whenever you and Bakugo would spar together. Somehow what started off as a mature and actually skillful fight always devolved to the two of you wrestling on the ground like a bunch of schoolboys having a fight behind the gym. It came down to Bakugo pinning you down in a chokehold to make you concede while you refused, even when your breathing started to become ragged and your heavy breathing and thrashing caused your binder to strain against your chest, the slight discomfort forcing you to reluctantly relax underneath him. Why can't I win? You rasped out angrily and glared at the crimson eyes staring from above you. Rematch. I want to go again. No, Katsuki disagreed and moved off from you. Come back when you're actually any good, pretty boy. You gritted your teeth and spatted at him angrily for ignoring your request. Screw you, JRK. I'd like to see you try, he replied, and you were the type of guy that refused to let such a challenge go unanswered. And that's sort of how a simple fight between the two you escalated to you pinning him down in the middle of the night to his own bed with your hips hugged by a RBB strap-on and one of his ankles thrown over your shoulder as you press your chest up against the muscular back of his thigh. Bakugo leers at you with a haze of flustered anger and unsatisfied arlo. You talk big, but you're actually pretty needy once your clothes come off, you carkily comment as you coax and gently stretch him with two lube-covered fingers. The whimpers and soft groans flooding from his mouth along with the light blush adorning his contorted face makes this moment even better when you cherish the fact that only you have gotten to see him this way. Shut the hell up, Katsuki gripes and tugs harder at your hair, making you softly gasp in pain, but it's actually anxiousness to get this over with that has him gripping at you despite his outward hostility and impatience. If you're uncomfortable, just say and I'll stop, you attempt to calmly reassure him as you pry his hand away. I'm not uncomfortable, idiot. You're just taking forever, or were you just spouting bullshit again? He growls and mmmms at the same time as you slide both fingers deeper, and honestly it sounds a bit like a crying animal and almost has you dying of laughter, but you hold it in to help his nervousness before he changes his mind completely. Fine, you finally decide to let the frustrated boy have his way. It'll just make this more fun anyway. Excited, you like your lips and guide the DLD inside of him. You hold your breath as he tenses and his heel digs into your back as he grunts. There's a certain surge of power shooting through you as he weakly mmmms once you sheath all the way in. Carefully, you pull all the way out and repeat the motions again. This time you bury deep as possible, finding satisfaction when your thighs hit the yielding flesh of his butt. Are you okay, Katsuki? Giving up yet? You smirk as he roughly bites down on his bottom lip while his cheeks flush darker. Is this all you got, BSTD? You JRK your hips harder, clumsily rocking into him as you become familiar with the melds of your bodies against one another. Your heart races with every other weak, swallowed down mmm that bleeds out from his lips, telling you that you were even closer to winning this battle with each fluid slide and buck of your hips. God. Bakugo hisses and tilts his head back against the pillows once you grasp his hips and increase your pace. He wasn't expecting it to actually feel so good once he'd grown accustomed to it. Keeping his voice down quickly grew harder as you hit back against him. Your elated face twisting in pure satisfaction at his unraveling form sing. him off more than the fact that he was actually enjoying being pinned down by you. What was that? You proudly coo as your strap-on disappear into him once again. Feeling good yet? This is nothing, he tells, but the look his face gives the opposite meaning. All your staring making him lift his arm to hide behind the back of his palm. You can feel that you're so close to seeing him crack, just a little more is all you needed. Taking the chance, you stop holding onto his hip and move your hand between his legs to wrap around his leaking PP. Finally, a reaches your ears, fully, loudly and drawn out as you pull out and snap your hips into his roughly and force him to suddenly stretch around the toy. You shitty wimp. Rolling your eyes, you ignore his insult, thoroughly basking in your well-earned victory as he heavily wheezes and quivers underneath you. His eyes shut tight and blonde hair buried further back into the white of his pillowcase as he fails to hold back his sputtering voice. The sweat drips down his face as his teeth sinks into his bottom lip, the overproduction making his bangs cling against his forehead as his crimson eyes and dark lashes flutter halfway open. Turn over, you gasp and pull away, breathing a little yourself from doing most of the work, but it's worth it to watch him unfurl in the most needfully of ways. When he opens his mouth in what you guess is most likely refusal, you grow impatient yourself. Just do it, you growl and roughly force him over before grasping the back of his head and shoving his face into the mattress. Before he has the chance to retaliate, you move back into him, and the position offer a new wave of broken groans as you firmly fist handfuls of blonde hair. His head twists to the side, his mouth gaped open with shallow, fast breathes that leaves you fully smiling and your own wetness growing as you fully come to like this side of Bakugo, especially when he finally curses and huskily out when you buck into him one more rough time, and his cum paints the sheets white. Exhausted, you release and let him collapse on the bed, your nice side even letting him have a few seconds to calm down before gloating over him. Told you I could make a mess of you. You smugly smirk and collapse down next to him. Don't think this means anything. You still can't touch me in a real fight. He barks and shuffles to put a little distance to you, but you refuse to have it as you turn to face him. But you can't let me have anything. You could at least cuddle. You pout and roll your eyes in annoyance, but the fact doesn't wipe away the contentment you feel when he snatches you against his chest. You hum as you finish up folding the last of the bath towels, completing your list of chores you had set for yourself. You would need to set the table for dinner seeing that Tomura should be coming back home soon. You had been dating for a bit over a year now. It was shaky at first to say the least, and you didn't really know why you stuck it out even after learning about his profession, but you're glad you did. It wasn't the most consistent relationship when it came to going out to dates or even seeing each other, but when he was around, he always cuddled up to you at night and occasionally brought you gifts that he just so happened to not want anymore. You didn't tell him he forgot to remove the price tag sometimes. You muse to yourself over the sweet gestures when the door finally opens. Welcome back, Tomura-kun. Your greeting goes unacknowledged besides for the brief glimmering of scarlet-red staring daggers into you before he turns away with a scowl. You frown and drop the towel you were folding to follow him into the kitchen where he drank the last of the soda before chucking it away to the side. You sigh and drop down to pick up the plastic 2-liter bottle and bop him on the head with it to gain his attention, his irritated attention. Hey, what's up with you? I'm not in the mood, he lowly grumbles, and you tilt your head to get a good look at his face. There's shallow cuts that you don't remember now covering it along with stains of orange dirt and extremely thin splatters of BLD that you're hoping isn't his own. You look awful. Thanks for the update, Eagle Eye. He sarcastically responds and scratches fitfully at his neck, stopping only when you make him pull away rather than slap him silly for that reply. You knew going into this relationship with him that it wouldn't be easy, but you've dealt with worse to let that much chase you away from him when he's obviously upset and roughed up. Come on, you attempt to reason with him when affection fails. Let's at least get you cleaned up. You sit him down at the table for him to relax while you go run a hot bubble bath. You smile sweetly as you pour the soap under the running water and watch the white suds begin to form and fondly muse over a grown man still enjoying bubble baths. You decide to light a candy-scented candle in the meantime as well to add to the nice smells before going to fetch your sulking lover and bring him to the bathroom. Reluctantly, he follows and does actually peel off his clothes before sinking into the hot water with a half-hearted sigh. A bit optimistic, you go to throw a few of the towels back in the dryer so they'll be hot when he gets out. Then, you go to stir dinner for tonight and set the table. When you return with clean and warm towels and a change of clothes for him, your smile immediately falls when you see that he's made absolutely no effort to wash himself. The soap is still dry and placed on the stand and his bath rag untouched. Rather, he simply has sunk chin deep in the water and simply watches as you move around the bathroom. Giving it one more shot, you slide out of your clothes and slip your foot into the warm water in front of him. Scoot over, would wire you playfully tease and nudge him with your foot, making him sink further into the water to hide his blush before you finally force your way into his space. You move to clean up his scars, but you're cut short when he pushes your hand away. I don't need you to bathe me, name. I'm not a DMN child, he gripes but doesn't stop you when you shift, the water sloshing as you squeeze behind him. I know you aren't, 𝐿𝐼𝐴. I'm just trying to make sure your wounds get washed. I'm not going to be the one to clean you up if they get infected like last time. So, just let me, okay. You scold him, rub the soapy rag to his face and wipe away the first layer of dirt, but you couldn't manage to wipe away that irritated downturn of his lips. Is that better? You hopefully question and delicately begin to run your fingers through his hair. You disappointedly sigh from the lack of response, but he's at least finally letting you touch him as you lather and coat his body in soap, scrubbing away dirt before rinsing it away and wiping it off in small, soothing circles. You only pause when you feel a light rumble when you slide your hands along his neck. 𝐿𝐼𝐴. It does feel better, he finally admits after a few more moments of head massages, but that's the only thing you need to enthusiastically continue your massage as you pour some shampoo into his hair and clean the messy azure waves. You hum softly in his ear, and finally he sighs and leans his head back against your chest for comfort, eyes falling half closed like he was being lulled into sleep by the steady beating in your chest, and he vents away. Those DMN heroes got in the way again, he explains and fidgets as his hand snaps out of the water to release his pent-up aggression the best way he knows how, but you place your dripping hand beside his face for him to clutch onto instead. I spent weeks waiting for the perfect opportunity, and it's all for nothing because a couple of aggravating brats who can't stay out the way. It's okay, 𝐿𝐼𝐴. All you have to do is brush yourself off and try again. You calmly reassure him and move your attention to washing his neck and shoulders. There'll be other chances. Better chances, I bet. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 sighs, red eyes opening up to softly gaze at you before angrily averting to the tile wall. It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for those idiots I have to work with. Those insufferable imbeciles are zero help. Why is it so difficult to find someone who can listen to directions? Well, there is always 𝐒𝐻𝐽, right? And I might not be able to fight, but you'll always have me to listen or pick up whatever you may need, too. 𝐿𝐼𝐴 pauses, thinking for a moment before he relaxes with the circling of your palms along his shoulders. I guess that's true. You only guess. If you keep saying things like that, you're going to hurt my feelings. You playfully pout, intertwining your fingers with his to try to calm him down completely. Tenderly, you slide his fingers, reminding him that you were here for him, permanently this way, and you press soft lips to the wet crook of his neck, lovingly covering the old marks and breaks in his skin with fresh kisses as you inhale the sweet scent you had rubbed into him. You know what I meant, he sputters and clutches you back tighter, returning your affection with his own anxious, shaky touch. I didn't mean to be. He scowls, pale cheeks reddening slightly. I get it, 𝐿𝐼𝐴, you accept his apology, I love you, too. You watch curiously as he shifts off from you, turning over to face you before shocking you with a needy surprise kiss. You meet his lips back eagerly as his tongue flicks against your bottom lip. 𝐿𝐼𝐴-kun, you daintily as you swirl your tongue with his in a deep kiss. The water splashes with the movement of his hand down the side of your arm, as he makes sure to slide all his fingers over your form. Always carefully he braces against you, as if he's still worried you'd crumble underneath his touch until you reassure him it's okay, and that it's you he's with now, not the league or anyone else. You bite down on his bottom lip, cupping his round cheeks to pull him flush against you. I want to make you come, he explains quietly but firmly as he strokes between your legs, zoning in on the quickest way he knows how to make you feel good the same way you do for him. You follow his lead and drag your hand along his length. He's become skillful at touching you, enjoying the way he can completely slide and squeeze your entire being, what destroys, making you quiver and as he possessively paws your silky skin and slip his fingers into you. You blissfully as you slide down on the single digit, his PP twitching to life in your pumping hand in response, and you twist and glide your palm faster around his hot, firm member, only slowing down to enjoy the way it lightly throbs and JRKS in your hand. Does this feel good? It's hard to tell sometimes since his are always so light and difficult to catch between the soft breathes coming from your lips as he curls and slides a second finger knuckle deep into you and the dripping of the faucet into the unsettled water. Though, each rare deep sound is enough to get you going when you hear them. Just don't stop, he answers and emits a low, gruff groan from the back of his throat, and the 𝐂𝐸 sound goes straight down to your core as he teases your insides with languid, leisurely strokes and curls before sliding both fingers out and repeatedly delving different ones in and out of you until you're mewling in tempo with the rhythmic movement of his hand. Tamura, you enthusiastically mewl, as your pleasure spurs you to grope and tug harder. You grind your hand against his slit before carefully dragging your nails along his veins, causing him to buck against you. Your entire body slips against the tub, pushing further up as he begins to pump into your slippery, water-wrinkled fingers. Your broken come out faster as he moves to rub and slide your CLT and your heart beats faster as he meets your lips again, the chapped skin prickling against yours, the rough feeling always reminding you of him and the way his red eyes focus into yours as you both come closer to helping each other reach the tipping point. You are the first to go, holding onto his slender frame with your free hand as the first waves of pleasure sweeps through. You. Tamura swallows down the sweet sound, savoring it all for himself as you whimper his name, cling to his body, and give yourself over to him whole. Your hand still readily yet clumsily strokes over him until his joining you in your high. Slowly, Tamura cups your face with both hands, focusing your half-lidded gaze onto him. He studies your slightly flushed features and runs his fingers over the smooth warmth of your cheeks and traces the curve of your lips before deciding he wants to kiss you again and again. You sink deeper into the quickly cooling lukewarm water, basking in the glow of him kissing you for a little while longer until you both decide that it's too uncomfortable to stay in the water, and you get out. You throw the towel over his head, and he grumpily pulls it from his face while you wrap your own around your dripping body as he dries himself off. You giggle as he shakes the towel over his head, but it only serves to make his hair puff out in random spikes and fall in clumps as you throw your clothes back on. Are you ready for dinner? What is it? I was in the mood for curry, you answer. If you could have predicted the foul mood he was in when he returned home, you would have made ramen to cheer him up instead. I know it's not your favorite, but I made it extra mild this time, but I guess you could order something if you don't. It smells good, he cuts you off softly, and you sweetly smile at him and brush away a lock of damp blue hair. His lips part in a more relaxed sigh as his cheeks dust over pink from your touch. Let's hurry and get dressed, you suggest with a stuck smirk and peck his cheek before whispering, the quicker we eat, the quicker we can continue this upstairs. I can't stand the way that trash looks at you, Katsuki harshly mutters under his breath while aggressively pushing his lunch around his plate. It doesn't take much for you to know who your brother is talking about as you follow his line of intimidating sight. Katsuki's former childhood friend is the one in his sights today, the very same green-haired boy you know to have a crush on you. It is no secret. Absent-mindedly, he will watch and stare at you at any given moment, and other days, he's continuously complimenting you with a stammer on your techniques or something you just so happen to wear while his ears flare red. It's the same as when you were kids, an innocent crush, nothing to get bent out of shape about. Let him stare if he wants, he hasn't done anything. You dismiss Katsuki's concerns about something that's nothing more than an innocent crush. Plus, you might have thought it was kind of cute. Not that you'd tell him that. I know he wants to, Katsuki says and angrily rips his bread as he continues to glare daggers into the boy. You roll your eyes at his behavior, the immoral jealousy coming through even more today, and you scowl. It was getting tiresome and quickly. There is only so much anger Katsuki can show before he crosses the line of overprotective brother to envious lover in the eyes of others. I'm going back to class. Do what you want, he replies bitterly, and you know that means that he isn't going to tag along with you. You lift your tray and throw it away before heading back to the classroom. Just as you turn the corner to go along the hall to class, someone calls for you. You're not surprised to see that it's Midoriya. "Hey, Bean Sprout, what's up?" "No, nothing," he immediately stammers, and your lips curl in an amused grin. "You called me for nothing," you say to irk the same nervous response of shaking that your brother receives from Midoriya, albeit for different reasons. The boy dryly laughs as he strokes the back of his head and teeters from side to side. "I was wondering, actually." He shyly begins, unwittingly testing your patience as he takes forever to find the words to say. "Come on, spit it out already," you demand more harshly than you meant to, making him jump back and stutter out his question in one quick breath that barely leaves you enough time to comprehend what he says. "I wanted to know if you'd go on a date with me." "A date?" you softly question, trying to think of any proper reason to reject. The obvious reason is that Katsuki would go ballistic if he found out. You sigh as you think back on him, on the irrational need you have around him. It is a longing that you need to have someone else scratch besides your brother, and it's not even a split second later that you shock your own self by monotonously answering, "Okay." "Oh, I see. That's okay then," he sighs in predetermined defeat. "Midoriya," you interrupt, "I said okay." "What? Ah, really?" You stare off into space, your brows furrowing at your willingness to go out with a boy you know for a fact you only see as a friend, but still you nod and repeat, "Yeah." As Midoriya excitedly goes over the details, you notice too late that Katsuki is standing down the hall from the two of you. Out of all the DMN people, you're going on a date with him. Why the hell would you say yes? You watch from your bed, grasping in irritation at your sheets as your red eyes flick back and forth to follow along with your brother's pacing. It is getting late, and is going to make you late for your date. I didn't know what else to say at the time. If I told him I was seeing someone, he would have wanted to know who. You should have told him to F off. No explanation needed. Well, it wasn't only that, you finally admit after a near hour of this drilling. Katsuki stops his frantic pacing and stares down at you, his eyes twitching as a slow, devastating realization comes to him. "Don't tell me you actually like that loser." "Well, no, not romantically, but I might if I give him a chance," you answer, trying to convince yourself more than Katsuki as the words emotionlessly leaves your mouth. "Stop lying to yourself," he spats and squares up in front of you. "Are you just sessed at me or something? Just say so." "It's not about you, Katsuki. I just want to try to be normal for once, go out with someone in public, kiss someone without feeling like some afterward," you harshly reply back and glance at him with angrily narrowed eyes. "You and me, it's not," but you lose your voice at the flash of hurt and betrayal that crosses his face. You immediately regret your words as you fight the need to backtrack and have him hugged against you. You're too distracted by your worried thoughts to notice Katsuki still talking to you. "Hey, name. Look at me," he requests with less bark than before, in a way he only saves for you, but if you look at his face and the gentle expression that goes along with that attitude you'd fall back into it. "I can't." Why the he? You know why, you yell under your breath to keep the discussion from bleeding through the walls. "Because I'll kiss you if I do. In fact, most days I can't stop thinking about it, and it's driving me crazy." Sadly, you don't have to think about it as now he's kissing you, pliable lips closing around yours. You hate it, but you easily relax and kiss him back just as passionately every time those familiar calloused hands make contact with your skin, and from your neck down catches on fire as heat builds from within with each clashing of teeth and bruising bite from him. There's no one else who could ever kiss you with such ferocity that has you umming and pulling him back onto the bed with a curse. Katsuki," you whisper and pull your hands back through identical shades of blonde hair, pushing him further down your body and where you want him to be. He gets the idea, always able to know exactly how you want and need him the same way you know for him given how many times the two of you succumb to the temptation of one another. He kisses you above your clothes and bunches the fabric in his large hands to brush his lips over your bare stomach and down to the hem of your skirt. His hands slide over the top of your thighs as he sloppily trails kisses along your stomach. Katsuki massages your inner thighs, circling and roughly pressing his thumbs down into your flesh to pinch your creamy skin. Slowly, he edges closer to your panties before shimmying them down your legs, and you kick the useless garment off your ankles. 𝐾𝐬𝐿 settles in between your thighs and wraps them around his head, taking complete accomplishment in how they would rub and squeeze around him with each slick movement of his tongue between your lips. It takes seconds for the two of you to build up. He starts with long likes and gentle sking before delving into full-on teasing. Short, quick flicks of his tongue become a constant, and he's soon rubbing the tip along your CLT. The entire alphabet being written on you with his slick muscle as he circles and swirls his tongue before pressing it down flat. Each second that passes has your toes curling just a little harder and you 𝐒𝐴𝐺 a bit louder. You're not sure just how much a bit is until 𝐾𝐬𝐿 finally cuts back on your pleasure with a growl. "Calm down, you're too loud," he curses. He wants to bring you to completion. He wants to have you curling and clinging to him with an expression only he has the chance to see. He wants you to scream his name, but just not here. Never here. Never at home. Just never anywhere. He can't have that luxury with you, but he'll make you come. 𝐾𝐬𝐿 always wants that much. He just needed you to be quiet until then. "I can't help it," you hoarsely whisper and tilt your head back. Your legs tighten around him, and your back arches to press against his face. "It feels so good, 𝐾𝐬𝐿." "Then, cover that mouth of yours," he commands, and you press your palm over your mouth. Immediately, 𝐾𝐬𝐿 sets back to work, aggressively suckling and slurping around your CLT while his fingers begin to pump into you. Gently, he scrapes his teeth on your bundle of nerves before covering it again in his hot, drooling mouth. You heave and throw your head back against the pillow as you come to the edge of a long-desired orgasm by his doing. Going to, you whine loudly with your build-up. 𝐾𝐬𝐿 keeps a painfully firm grasp on your hips to stop you from squirming away. Your orgasm peaks before being fully interrupted by the door to your room slamming open with quirk-strength force. Nickname Chan. "Are you okay?" Your face burns so hot and your building satisfaction disappears so fast that one might think you've imploded into yourself. The look 𝐾𝐬𝐿 briefly shares with you masks your shock, anger, and frustration as he lashes out at your interrupter. "You BSD, what do you think you're doing?" 𝐾𝐬𝐿 growls and pushes roughly away from you with shameful embarrassment. Midoriya frantically tries to piece together his reason for barging in, simply thinking you were in trouble, but Midoriya EXE has not only stopped working, it's completely nowhere to be found at this point. I was. Name, why your sister. Date, he babbles in a language that you're not entirely sure exists. "I heard screaming, with your sister. I know who 𝐿𝐿 is, okay. Thanks for establishing that." 𝐾𝐬𝐿 hisses and slides down from the bed with intent to kill as sparks begin to fly from his fingertips. "And if you think of running your DMN mouth to anyone, Deku, I'll kill you right here," he threatens the shaking green bean. You smack your hand to your face due to the fact your brother was going to wake the entire DMN floor if he keeps yelling. Then, you'll really be in trouble. "Stop it, Katsune," you calmly request, although at this point you kind of want to slaughter the broccoli-headed boy for not being able to pick up on hints. Walking up calmly until you're beside your brother, you sling your arm over 𝐾𝐬𝐿's shoulder and innocently blink at Midoriya. "Midoriya wouldn't tell on us. He isn't like that. Are you, Izuku-kun?" You gently ask and reach out to slide some of the shorter boy's surprisingly soft hair from his face. "Well, he stammers. Taking the first step in trying to save your buttes, you push away from 𝐾𝐬𝐿 to wrap your arms around Deku's shoulders instead. You fight to ignore the incredibly sharp grinding of 𝐾𝐬𝐿's clenched teeth as he silently fumes at the two of you. He's just going to PSS himself off later for damaging them. You think, and refocus on Midoriya. "Please, it can be our little secret together," you promise him. Your attempt to persuade him being boosted with something you know he's been desperately craving for a while now as you slide your hand with his and rest it against your hip. You help him along and demonstrate how he should touch you by smoothly sliding his hand towards the back of your butt. You repeat the basic moves of stroking your butt and the back of your thigh until he starts massaging and squeezing at your rear on his own. "See, it feels good, right?" you seductively purr. Timidly, he nods and adds his other hand to fondle both cheeks. Smiling, you squish your BRSTS to his muscular chest and gently press your lips to his with a low, drawn-out mm. Midoriya's shy touches did feel surprisingly good. You think your heart may have even fluttered a bit. The hell, name, you hold back your tongue, not answering. Your brother would understand in a few minutes. You cup Izuku's cheeks and kiss him harder. When his tongue nervously glances over your lips for permission to tongue kiss you, you find yourself blushing a little. You allow him in trance to innocently massage and swirl his tongue with yours. You know he's feeling good when he completely forget where he is, closes his eyes, and the first slide of his growing erection pokes your thigh. Izuku. You jump away with surprised shock and lightly flushed cheeks as he stutters out an apology. You tilt your head back, giving a slight smirk to your brother before daintily saying to him, "Katsuki, I think Izuku-kun should join us," but his jealous scowl and flared nostrils says no even as his words agree. What? With the both of you, Izuku quickly falls back into his anxious fear, and you're afraid you'll lose him, so you move to seal the deal quickly. Well, Katsuki is my twin. You try to convince Midoriya while gently leading him back to the bed. You sit him down and hover above him and run your hand under his shirt. Think of him like me, too. You sit in his lap, and Midoriya meekly whimpers at the increase in temperature as you lightly rock against him. Right, Kakin? This is all your DMN fault, Katsuki lowly grumbles, and you give him a deathly shut-up glare before returning your attention back to the boy under you. You smile brightly and slowly litter his neck with kisses. His pee-pee twitches and grows harder from the small, feather-like kisses, and his want is already painfully loud and clear. It's pretty flattering that it takes only that much to get him hot and bothered for you, and honestly, he's the perfect confidence boost. You travel down his body, leaving wet kisses in your wake. Sliding on your knees and between his legs, you pull him out through his zipper. Slowly, you lick your lips and smirk at the completely flustered face and worried expression. No, nicknameshin, you don't have to, I never, he groans as you teasingly flick your tongue over his tip. His face is a cherry red to match your eyes as you press plump lips to his tip. You're really excited, Izuku. You tease and blow him a little kiss before dipping your head down his in one go. The flow of pre-cum into your mouth is almost immediate as you hum and around the hyperventilating teen. You bob your head slowly, pushing him all the way back in your slick throat. The gruff groan as he throws his hands in your hair and overzealously holds you there tells you that maybe it is too much to try to deep-throat him for his first time. Scaling back, you settle to simply torture his tip with small, short likes, holding his bucking hips into place to stop him from shoving his pee-pee back down your throat. You pause to look at the silently fuming Katsuki with a mischievous grin. If he was angry before, he is going to rail you through by the end of this. Sking a little more, you finally release Midoriya with a lewd pop and pout at Katsuki. Aren't you going to help me out here, Nishin? The blonde scowls as he looks to Deku, his mouth parted and crying out broken mmms while you SCK halfway on his member and slide the rest in tandem with your mouth. The idea has already sunk into Katsuki's mind as a necessary evil, but it didn't mean he had to be happy about it one bit. Thing nerd, this is the only time this'll happen, so you better enjoy it. Katsuki threatens and slams Deku's head to his to force a rough, domineering kiss onto him before he has the chance to even yelp in pain. You pull your mouth from Deku, wiping your sticky, saliva-coated lips with your hand. Joining back on the bed, you slide your hand over Bakugo's shoulder and layer kisses along the back of his neck. You continue to slide and palm Midoriya with your free hand until all the boy's needy sounds are pouring into Katsuki's mouth. You bite your bottom lip, groaning as you start to get into it. Izuku-kun, you sing and separate the two so you could move to sit between him and Katsuki. Will you help me undress? If it's possible, he turns even redder and his eyes are the size of saucers as he gulps. Are you sure? Please, you request again. Sensing his apprehension, Katsuki impatiently speaks up, just do it. And you have to hold back a giggle as Midoriya frantically agrees and nervously strips you as Katsuki supervises. Sheesh. As soon as you're naked, Midoriya pauses, taking you all in. Katsuki, however, can't keep his hands off you. Katsuki pulls you into his lap and wraps his arms around you. You share a sloppy kiss with him, roughly going back to sking on his tongue as he massages your breastis. Your eyes flutter as he shoves you on your back. His mouth covers your NPL, and Katsuki harshly bites and pull it between his teeth, making you whimper. He roughly grinds against you. The combination of his 𝐻𝐿 pressured against you and the rough fabric of blue jeans dragging against your nerves keep you ground in discomfort and pleasure, both of which make you feel dizzy as you grind back against him. Katsuki, you happily mule and slide your hand between the two of you to grope the bulge in his breathes. He inhales sharply, and you smirk and slip your hand in his breathes to slowly and teasingly slide single fingers along his and lightly tap his slit. Name, don't play with me. He growls and bucks harder against your hand, and you're distracted until you hear a soft You look next to you, Midoriya's gaze fixed on both of you and his hand tightly fs around his PP. His fing into it, you inwardly spaz and press your fingers to his leg, making him jump and inadvertently squeeze harder. You chuckle as copious amounts of pre-cum oozes over his fingers. The male is way too worked up. Enjoying the show, Midoriya, you ask as Katsuki moves to attack your neck and marks you down with hickeys. Keeping your eyes on Midoriya, you part your bruised lips, dramatically throw back your head. The action makes him groan, and he keeps his eyes fixed on every little movement of Katsuki's hands roaming over your skin before Bakugo lifts to rid himself of his clothing. You take the opportunity to escape from under Katsuki as he pulls off his shirt and undoes his breathes. Casually, you grab Midoriya's hand and replace it with your own softer one. You're so hard. Did you like watching Katsu and I play with me? Midoriya blushes and averts his gaze, but you pat his cheek to make him refocus on you. He admits softly, yeah, I liked it. Good. You smile and snatch at his breathes. I want these off, Midoriya, you explain and deftly pull off his slacks and finally expose all of him. He's a bit longer with a slight curve but not quite as thick or neatly trimmed as your brother. Probably because he doesn't have, hey, Aizu-chan, this is your first time, right? Midoriya sighs and runs his hand back through his hair before answering quietly, I never had sex before. You hum thoughtfully and decide to top him for this time. You could at least make it feel good for him. You glance at Katsuki then him and make your final decision. I'll take care of you first then. And up you go to straddle his lap and slide his standing PP against your wet PP. Slowly, you slide against him, letting him get used to the feel of your slick CNT. When his whimpers become more controlled, you decide to sink down on him. Name, Midoriya gasps, you're so warm, he mutters and grasps at your rocking hips. You press your palms on his chest and bite your lip to stop yourself from riding him into the sunset as you bounce on his PP, bucking hard to hit as deep as possible as you try to match up with his moves to hit your sweet spot. When you find it, you mule and close your eyes. Katsuki doesn't share the same sentiment of care and decides to take what he can and what he wants. You open your eyes to see Katsuki gripping Midoriya's head and forcing it down on his PP. The green-haired boy seems resistant at first, but when you move down particularly hard, he gives in, umming and slurping around Katsuki in earnest. You actually have a good use for your mouth. Katsuki groans as he moves into Midoriya's mouth, and Midoriya GGS around him, choking him down deeper. The husky sounds you manage to produce become muffled, but you don't mind as you watch Midoriya's cute, pudgy face trying to swallow down Katsuki's thick PP as your brother shoves his head directly against his PP. You're quickly working to your own release as your walls flutter around him, and his PP drips with your juices each time you pull off him and slam your hips back down. You're almost there until your body grows untimely hot, and you pause when you realize it's not from friction, but from the heat that suddenly spreads inside you like wildfire. You still slowly rock against him despite your orgasm being delayed a second time, and Midoriya tears up as he fights between trying to cry out and not choking around Katsuki, who is too into it to notice or perhaps doesn't particularly care when he's feeling good. Oi, Katsuki, you tell him and lean over to slap his arm so he'll look at you. Pull out. Quirking an eyebrow, Katsuki stares at you before relenting at the sight of your pouty face and stops for you. Sorry, Name-chan. Midoriya gasps for air, saliva draining down the corners of his mouth as he thickly swallows and regains himself. It's all right, you reassure him. It happens. You're just really pretty, he tries to explain, and you smile weakly and slide your hair behind your ear. Thanks. Katsuki notices your distress and Midoriya's awkward silence. What the hell is going on? Katsuki asks as you slow to a stop and meet his gaze. He came, You explain bluntly and with a slight frown. Really? Katsuki asks incredulously, you didn't, did you? He questions you, and you shake your head. You but. What the hell was that? Katsuki demands to know, and you ruffle your hand through spiky blonde hair to calm him down. It's fine, Katsuki. You didn't last that long the first time either, remember? You comment and giggle at the blush it earns. You give Midoriya a sheepish grin before leaning over him. Softly, you press a kiss to his lips to let him know it's fine. Shut up, idiot. I was already worked up when you walked in, Katsuki reminds you, this BSE is just trash. Chuckling, you slide off Midoriya and snuggle against Katsuki. You litter his neck with affectionate kisses. He's such an overprotective worrywart about you that you can't help it. This is definitely the part about his attitude you can't get enough of. He's so cute though, Katsuki. Can you really stay mad at him? You tease. The face he gives you says, hell, yes I can. But you sweetly coo instead, come on, look at that face. Don't you just want to F him? Katsuki pauses and scans both you and Midoriya, smugly grinning and a flustered mess covering his own face, respectively. Confused, he blinks before narrowing his eyes at you when he catches on to what you're trying to accomplish. You just want to watch, don't you? You grin. Is that really such a crime? You quickly kiss his lips. Do it for your cute little sister, please. Fine, you're such a spoiled brat, he gripes. It's your fault for spoiling me. You shoot back and lift off Midoriya to slowly begin stroking the tight crease between his cheeks. You stick out your hand for Katsuki to hand you the lube you keep under your bed. Don't I get a choice in this? He questions nervously, knowing full well what'd happen if you let Bakugo on top of him. Sure, you answer as you apply the lube to him and gently insert your first finger before adding another to scissor and stretch him out a bit. Let me tell you one thing though. It always hurts at first, but I promise it'll feel good if you let him. Trust me, you'll like it. Okay, I'll trust you, Midoriya answers unsurely due to your sweet smile bringing him around. However, it turns to apprehension when soft red eyes switch to more slanted ones of the same color. Go easy on the boy. That just depends on him, doesn't it? Katsuki answers before pressing his PP at Midoriya's entrance and pushing in surprisingly slow. You kiss him deeply, gently rubbing his shoulders as he roughly grabs onto Midoriya's thighs. Midoriya grits his teeth as Katsuki begins to pump into him faster. He at least went in slow with the first one, but impatience and his dislike for Midoriya always get the better of him. Then, you're tight. Katsuki curses and bucks harder, making Midoriya wince and whine as he stretches around Katsuki's girth. You lean down to kiss Midoriya and massage his PP and ball to distract him until the pleasure starts to kick in, and he voluntarily wraps his leg around Katsuki's endlessly moving hips. Keikaken. Midoriya whimpers and digs one set of fingers into the sheets as his other hand goes to cover his mouth against the back of his palm. You sit back, intently listening to the husky gasps and deep grunts mixing in from the two guys. Flushing, you slide your hand between your legs and slide heavily. It's a new way to see your brother dominating your friend, and it's still just as hot as ever to watch Midoriya pinned, sweaty, and red as Katsuki intensely drives into him. Feeling left out, you quickly wipe the cum from in between your legs onto your sheets before crawling up to Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya, you whisper and carefully sit one leg over either side of his face. Getting the idea, he quickly grabs your hips and pulls down onto his face and slides his tongue along you with a bit more confidence in what he's doing. You look to Katsuki, getting a clear idea of what your face must look like right now. Hot and bothered, with white teeth sinking into your bottom lip to hold in your voice as Midoriya's tongue laps between your wet folds without hesitation for his taste still remaining there. You lean over to press your lips to your brother's, and he kisses you back aggressively as a mix of all muffled voices echoes in the room. When Midoriya's tongue enters you, circling and jutting in and out of you, drinking down your juices like a man possessed, you can finally come to a blissful end. Katsuki grunts and hungrily watches your twitching and tensing body as you cry out, and he pistons twice as hard, pulling all the way out and slamming back into Midoriya. You groan as Midoriya accidentally bites down on your engorged CLT. Midoriya, you gasp and rock against his mouth desperately as that cord in your snaps, and you come on his face. He doesn't stop liking and slurping up your juices in the meantime, only stopping to cry and whimper as Katsuki's sloppily fs him, losing any sort of rhythm or gentleness he had left before spilling himself into the smaller teen with a growl. Breathing, you lift off Izuku. Your cum still coats his face as he slowly likes your taste from your lips. Katsuki still holds on to him, stilling as he calms down before quickly pulling out and making Midoriya huff. You cuddle up to Katsuki, press your head to his shoulder, and fondly inhale his familiar scent. He breathes and pushes back down onto the bed and traps you between himself and Midoriya, and you all remain in a peaceful silence for the moment. Remembering why this started in the first place, you tilt your head to look at a worn-out OFA user. Izuku, you whisper, this is our secret, okay? Why, I won't tell, he answers without any hesitation, making you laugh. His happily satisfied brain makes him easily agree. You better not. Slip up and you're dead. Katsuki tags on, training a glare at him, and Midoriya tenses. I won't, Kakin. You squirm against the scarves wrapped around your ankles. You thought no one would figure out about your little ruse until much later. The hero in question who caught you was none other than Eraserhead, undoubtedly brought in because none of the other heroes could quite figure out your quirk. Funny thing about that was you didn't have any skills other than good old human ingenuity and intellect. Mechanical wings and a grappling hook gave the illusion of flight when you would choose to escape along with various smoke bombs, small explosives, and a few martial arts basics, and well, you did pretty well for yourself. At least until the Erasure hero caught you on your latest descent off the roof of the building and hoisted you back up. So, you're the criminal that's been causing all the trouble, he thinks out loud as he tugs the fake wings off your back, part of your costume coming off with them and exposing your skin to the cold air, and involuntarily you shudder. It was a smart idea to cover your tracks with a false quirk. You wouldn't believe how long it took to uncover your MO. Thanks for the compliment. You scoff and roll your eyes, glaring at him as he strips you of your tool belt, your means of escape finally destroyed. He kneels over your body and peels away the mask that shields your identity. I'm assuming you don't have one after all, Aizawa correctly deduces and tosses your mask to the side, the little circle of plastic clinking against the concrete roof. Can you really blame a girl for trying? Us quirkless have to get ahead somehow in this world. You spat bitterly, and Aizawa grimaces, ignoring your monologuing as he grips you and forces you to your feet. Why don't you take responsibilities for your own actions instead of blaming others? Aizawa drones out and the scarves leave your legs to wrap your arms tight to your torso as he drags you along like a dog on a leash. How about you go F yourself? You harshly bark out and growl as you struggle against your restraints with each step down the building stairs. Each flight becomes increasingly more tedious from the running of your mouth about how the world used to be filled with normal people, about how prejudiced and demeaning people were to the quirkless, and basically grating on his nerves that you wouldn't shut the hell up with your basket case ideologies that held just enough sprinkle of truth to make an actual argument. I don't expect someone like you to get it. Must be nice being able to erase pretty much any quirk you want. Bet you feel like a total badass. You keep going until he finally snaps and moves you up against the wall, your feet dangling just above the step under you, and you hiss at him. What's your problem? Honestly, you were only wanted for petty crimes, larceny, breaking and entering, avoiding arrest, and some vandalism, but the amount of jail time for that wasn't going to be enough with all the things you spouted. That was the making of someone dangerous. Listen, I went easy on you because of my suspicions about your quirk, but other heroes won't grant you that luxury. You groan as the bindings around you get tighter, compressing your waist inward like a girdle, and you bare your teeth at him. He drops you, tugs on the leash and jerks your body to the steps. You land on your knee and foot in a kneeling position and glance back up into dark eyes scrutinizing you. See my point? You mean the one that proves my point? You're still looking down on me. You spit up at him, missing by only a narrow degree, and he's finally had enough as he snatches fistfuls of hair and aggressively throws you down on the floor. You squeak as the edge of the steps hit the mark where he had ripped your costume, scraping readily against your back and leaving it raw. Fine, if you want to use your mouth for filth then so be it. Aizawa relieves the debate and falls on top of you. I don't have to use my quirk on your either way since you don't have one, so it's a fair fight. What are you talking? You choke as your throat is closed off by his scarves. You tug your arms against the bindings around your torso for the desperate need to grasp and relieve the ones from your neck. Your eyes widen when you see his hands fall between his legs and the zipper pulls down, making you frantically pull at the restraints, more even gaining a little breathing room to shimmy your arms up a little. You grit your teeth and stretch your neck back when he traces the tip of his PP along your lips, all the bark, and replies you have running through your mind being saved to keep his PP from pumping into your mouth. Noticing your defiance, he tugs on your collar tighter, your skin is burned and reddened from the friction as you painfully gasp for air, and your mouth is quickly filled by the searing warmth of his PP relentlessly moving down as you GG and choke around it. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 grips your head, forcing it to tilt up so he can piston into your mouth more fully, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 grunts as his head bruises the back of your throat and your teeth scrape over his flesh. You cough when salty precum begins to coat and leak down your throat, straight down your windpipe due to your pathetic gasps, and breathes for air. You sputter against his PP, saliva dripping from the corner of your lips as you find swallowing impossible. He removes his proudly standing PP, pulling away from your mouth with a groan, leaving a thin strand of precum dripping from your lips as he moves to tie off one of your legs to the handrail before forcing the other one open. The last of the bindings wrap above your chest and around your ribcage, leaving only your melon squeezed between the two areas. This is the type of punishment you'll get when we meet if you keep acting out in this way, he boasts and slides his hand underneath you to squeeze and paw your butt, smoothly stroking along the firm curve and grpng ample fat and muscle. You push against him, trying to buck him off as your feet slip and repeatedly fall and push up from the step under you. The grip around your throat made it hard to speak other than through hoarse gasps as he pries your leg to the side and ruts against you. You're much more well-behaved with that mouth of yours shut, he says, and your voice becomes muffled further by cloth sealing your mouth closed, the binds around your neck loosen and breathing becomes more bearable, but it's only so he can hear you scream as he rips through the LTX of your costume. Now, pay close attention. Then, he pushes his PP in between your folds, foregoing any type of FRY to punish you with the first rough, unprepared seconds of dry sec burning through your walls. You cry out from behind your muzzle, thrashing and squirming, your chest pushing up against him before you futilely fall back against the concrete steps. Your suit tears and snags with each upward move, your body sweating with the humidity and stuffy air of the stairwell as your restrained screams of panic echoes out to no one, but the hero sloppily rutting and grinding into you. The way his ball press and slap against you making you sick even more so than the focused stare he has on your face, deep, dark and unreadable as if he really meant this by principle than pleasure. Although, there are moments he faintly MMMS and sharply JRKS deeper into your tightening CNT. When his hand joins to slide and tease your CLT, edging you close enough for you to tilt your head and squeeze your eyes to fight back the you want to make as his thick member stretches and comfortingly pulse in pleasure. Each move sends you further up, creating rips and tears into the back of uniform along with decorating your back with bloody, dirt lace scratches. Your ankle pulls at the railings, twisting further and making the scarf hold tighter while the BLD flow to your bottom half feels cut off, leaving you numb and tingly, and it's hard to feel any pleasure from the odd sensation. You can tell his inside you, dragging and throbbing, but the lack of numbness of your muscles leaves you empty, extremely uncomfortable, and feeling more like a punching bag than anything. Before you can come close to coming, it comes to a sudden stop as he pulls out and white splatters on the black of your uniform. Cautiously, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 loosens the bindings and the feeling begins to return to you. You glance down at your body, distinctively covered in pressure lines from where each scarf held you down as your mind slowly tries to piece together what exactly happened along with when exactly you had started crying. Your ankle falls free as he unties you before moving to readjust himself. Finally, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 pulls at the leash he held you in before and drags you down the steps as you quickly strain to hold your head up to protect it from bumping down with each step. What the hell is that supposed to teach me? That you're nothing but a RPST. Your thing disgusting. I was hoping it'd at least teach you how to keep your DMN mouth shut. We all make mistakes, I guess, but you'll get to think about yours in jail. Thinking about you. Seeing the text you sent, along with the picture of you wearing that cute pink baby doll lingerie full of flowing see-through lace and ribbons, has 𝐿𝐿 already pressing on your contact. He waits for the moment the call finally connects, and your needy 𝐼𝐼𝐼 is all he hears. Smiling gently, he shakes his head, always so impatient. Name, you know you aren't supposed to start without me. Another small MMM reaches him, followed by a soft whimper that has him walking a lot just a bit faster to your apartment. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop thinking about your PP inside me. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 chuckles, holding the phone between his shoulder and ear and fumbling for his keys as he marches up the steps towards your door. Is that so? I need you, Daddy. And he walks in and slowly closes the door as to not make a sound. He kicks off his shoes at the door and quietly steps to your shared room. I'm so wet, you continue, not noticing the door to the room cracking open and grey-blue eyes watching you languidly slide between your legs. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 smirks as your head tilts back with the downward move of your hand and your back arches and hips rise slightly. I'm almost home. Can you wait just a few more minutes for me, princess? Hurry, you exhale softly, the sound greeting him twice from the phone and in front of him as he slips into the dimly lit room, and your eyes closed with the thought of riding his mast, having it drive into you, roar and douse and overflow your WMB with his potent cum. 𝐤𝐻. You scream as your hand is pulled away from your panties and the weight of another person joins you on the bed. Your eyes snap open to see your lover, and the fear that shot up through you seconds ago dies as his soft gaze peers over you. 𝐤𝐻, you whine and pout, don't scare me like that. I couldn't help it, he smiles apologetically. You were just so into it. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 presses your hand to his lips, the tip of his tongue glancing over your slick fingers, fondly taking in your sweet taste. What am I going to do with you, he questions, leering over your body so cutely wrapped in lace and ribbons, like his very own present, and he handles you as such, gently rubbing your curves and massaging the smooth material against your ticklish sides as he pins you back against the mattress and straddles your hips. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, you whisper, holding in your breath as you slide your hand over broad shoulders and up to his thick neck to slowly unclasp the collar of his hero costume. He pulls your hand away and catches both your wrist in large hands, easily wrapping his fist around them as he drags them above your head, leaving one muscular arm boxing you in from each side. You're so strong, you admire, contrasting thick arms and wide torso from your own, looking so small and delicate in comparison to him. Tell me what you want, and even his words come across deep and demanding, and you never felt more feminine than in these moments with him mounting you, everything primal in your mind wanting his PP forcefully moving inside you with every intention to mate and breed you. Flushing, you tilt your head to affectionately like his lips and whisper against them, make me yours, make me your little breeder. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 huskily drawls your name and kisses you passionately, immediately sliding his tongue into your eagerly waiting mouth. You bite an SEK on his tongue greedily, swallowing down his saliva as he slowly starts to grind into you until you're mewling into the kiss within seconds as he lifts from you and his hands cup and massages your melons. You JRK your hips and buck up to meet him, and you wrap a single leg around his waist to grind and enthusiastically slide your PP against his hardened PP, desperate and wanting. Your eager attitude has him smiling as he parts for air and memorizes your preciously hot and bothered expression as you hug his hips between your creamy thighs and keep his 𝐒𝐻𝐽 cozily snug against you. Do you really want me to make you a mom that bad? To make you swollen with my child? Would you like that, princess? He teases and rolls his stiff PP against you again. 𝐤𝐻𝐽, please let me carry your baby, I promise I'll do good. You plead and draw your arms around his neck and sloppily dig your fingers through his fluffy hair to mix the different colored strands between your slender digits as you shove his head against your neck. 𝐤𝐻𝐽 growls against your skin and readily kisses and marks the crook of your neck with dark blemishes as he drags down the sleeves of your lingerie and pushes down the cushy cups from your BRSS before FNDLNG and squeezing them. Shivers shoot down your spine as he begins to teasingly strokes one side with chilling cold and the other with pleasant warmth. I can't wait until you make milk. I'm going to be the first and only man to have a taste, he boasts and hungrily slides his tongue over your sensitive NPL. You whine when he blows on it and a thin layer of ice forms before he covers and suckles the entire stiff bud in his mouth and let the warmth of his tongue melt the ice into water. He slurps the water and smothers himself between your plush, sensitive skin, suching between them to cover you in fluttering kisses of hot and cold. I'll make as much as you want, just for you, You whimper, your panties thoroughly soaked as he begins to unzip his uniform and pull it off, followed by your own clothes. He slides his hand down your side, gently squeezing the side of your BRST. Slowly trailing down your curves, taking you in from head to toe, from the swells of your BRST to the dip of your waist and curve of your inviting hips and butt, to map the pure shape of FILTY. One that is going to change into full jiggly melons full of milk and a stretched round stomach for you to waddle around with, and to make you sweetly rely on him and need his protection to take care of you in your cute, vulnerable state. Name, I'm going to fill you up, over and over, until I'm sure you're P&D, he bluntly explains and pets your head before prying your legs from around him. He squeezes your hips and rolls you onto your side and lays behind you. I want you inside me, you purr, and he tugs your butt back against his lap. Your leg on the bed stays there while he hooks his arm around the other and pulls it back against the side of his own leg, patting your thigh to tell you to hold it there for him, before fully moving into your aching PP. Show, you fitfully cry out as he steadily move. Name, he straight into your ear. The rare sound causes you to quiver more when it's your body that's making him hot as your smooth back press against his muscular chest and his hips JRK against your butt with each aggressive move into your spasming CNT. You were already on edge from earlier, and knowing he'd be bursting inside you any second had your stomach in knots. He grips your chin and forces your head to the side to meet him in a passionate kiss before sliding the same hand between your legs to circle your CLT with cold as you felt nothing but the hot throbbing of his PP delving deeper inside you, making your head spin from the contrast. Naya, it's so warm, it feels so good, you whine, your eyes beginning to water slightly from the intense build-up of pleasure. You needed to have another part of him too before you finished. You didn't want this stop until your thighs were sticky and white with his excess seed flowing from you. You needed him to pump and use you to the brim until you couldn't take more. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, mate me, fill me with your cum, I want everyone to know we had sex and you liked it. Don't worry. By time we're done, you'll be knocked up with twins, he promises, liking the shell of your ear. His PP twitches and stiffens with each dirty word out your mouth, your desperate want for him wanting him to do just that and explode deep inside you. The thought almost enough to make him come inside you right there, and he pounds your flesh harder, and you can't care that tomorrow morning you'll be weak and sore. He strokes your CLT harder, swiping 2 fingers and spreading your wetness around it as he nibbles and covers your neck in hickeys. You'll already be P&T by this time tomorrow, he chuckles into your ear, and you squeeze your eyes shut, your entire being tensing in his hold as you clench tighter around his PP. 𝐒𝐿. I'll keep filling you with cum even then to make sure you're always in prime condition because I'll keep breeding you after that. Show, please, you whimper and bunch the sheets in your fist as he hits that perfect spot inside you that makes your heart jump and your vision cloud with white. You're going to have all my children, name, and you'll stay having them until I'm sati, if you sharply gasp and hiccup as you come hard around him. He grunts as your PP squeezes his PP, making it twice as difficult for him to keep his composure as you hug him there for dear life. Claim me as yours, mark my WMB with your seed, you beg, eyes rolled back and drool coming from your lips. Name, 𝐒𝐿 hisses and flips over on top of you, moving harder into your still quivering body, and you harshly breathe against the sheets as you bury your loud whines into them before you disturb your neighbors. 𝐒𝐿's crushing you against the mattress, his forehead digging against the back of your spine as he pushes his full weight onto you. Then, he moves into you once more and again, each one making you squeak more as it slides along your still sensitive nerves, hitting hard and sloppily until he fully sheathes inside you, releasing his entire load deep inside, and he slowly rides out the last of it, working his cum through you before stilling inside and keeping as much from leaking out as possible. Breathing heavily, 𝐒𝐿 takes the burden of his body off of you just enough for you to feel comfortable without removing himself from your warmth. He affectionately rubs the back of your head as you catch your breath and swallow down your saliva. Are you okay, name? You lightly nod your head and smile weakly. Better than okay. 𝐒𝐿 smiles and slowly pulls out of you, patting your head comfortingly when you whine from the emptiness. He snuggles against your back, spooning you before he wraps his arms around your waist and rests a hand on your stomach. Mumbling tiredly, you place your hand over his and squeeze. I love you. I love you, too. When you first shoot out your vines, you aren't expecting a dead-on hit to land on Todoroki, especially when he is gliding along his ice, but that's what happens. You cover your mouth in horror as he lurches forward full speed and hits the orange dirt of the training grounds with a thud before ungracefully rolling to a stop. Todoroki-kun, you scream and quickly close the distance between him and you, sliding down onto the ground next to him to help him into a sitting position so you can frantically dust him off. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hit you so hard. You're not hurt, are you? It's okay, name. It was a good attack, he compliments, letting the pain be a reminder not to go easy on you next time just because you're so preciously adorable and sweet. There's a reason you're in the hero course, after all. 𝐤𝐽 lifts his head to look at you, any thoughts in his mind dying and his eyes widening slightly from catching your soft crimson gaze studying him, your pink lips parted slightly in a concerned pout. Then, he realizes that your hand is still on his shoulder, and he flushes a light shade of pink as his entire body warms, his left side more than his right as you slowly bat dark lashes at him, and his thermal regulation becomes irregular. Oh no, your angelic voice draws him out of his trance, and his heart painfully throbs against his chest at your distress. You're bleeding. Oh! 𝐤𝐽 says and draws his hand to his cheek to touch the leaking red fluid that drains from the deep gash there. I can fix it for you, you offer, and he swears he's going to have a heart attack before you can even start healing him as you lean closer, your chest pressing lightly against his arm as you cup his cheeks with a motherly touch. It's the same as when I accelerate the growth of my plants, you explain as your quirk pleasantly tingles against his skin before the pain of his rapidly dividing cells begin to seal the cut back closed. See, it's all better now, you sweetly smile, letting your touch linger still, your fingertips softly stroking the edge of his scar as you hold his gaze. Todoroki nods and thickly swallows. His arm shakes lightly and his stomach constricts with quickly building anxiety at being taken care of by such an angel. Your face so close, forehead almost touching his while still lovingly brushing the broken red tissue under his left eye. Slowly, he relaxes and mirrors your actions by caressing your cheek in return. You airily sigh and lean into his touch before he decides to bite the bullet and come forward. He's so close that he could just, oi, name. Minute. Todoroki thinks to himself as you immediately distance yourself from him at the sound of your brother calling your name. You were always such a sweetheart, an innocent ball of sunshine that it's easy to forget that you're somehow related to the most foul-mouthed, hot-headed person that's ever had the luxury of being in the hero course. According to your words, you took more after Dad while he had more of your mom's personality. Either way, he was marching past the chain-link fence and to the two of you. Katsuki, you happily jump to your feet and wrap your arms around your brother in a familial hug. Are you done studying? Yeah, he answers bluntly before turning his attention to the issue that had him rushing over in the first place. What are you doing with 𝐼𝐶? You glance at the blank face of the youngest Todoroki before addressing Katsuki with a giggle. We were just training together. 𝐤𝐽 said he could show me some really cool moves. That answer is one of the last he wants to hear, but Katsuki manages to maintain a calm voice with you as he skeptically confirms your words. He did, hair. You tilt your head, the reason for the slightly agitated tone going lost on you since you easily thought of 𝐤𝐽 as a trusted friend while Katsuki not so much. What's wrong? Nothing, he tells you and drops his hand on top of your head to roughly ruffle your hair. Come on, it's time to go home. All right. Just let me grab my stuff. You say and run towards the side of the gate where you had left your backpack while Katsuki watches to make sure you're a good distance away before intensely focusing a glare and deep scowl towards Todoroki, who still sat cross-legged on the ground, blinking back at him in return. Listen, lidocaine patch. If I ever catch you up to something like that again, hell if you even think about touching her again, I'll castrate you myself, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 conniving bstd. Usually Bakugo and his intimidation tactics doesn't bother Todoroki, and Todoroki can easily ignore the temperamental boy seeing as their strength is more evenly matched than Katsuki and the rest of the class, but the threat rolling off his tongue, his words like sharp knives when it comes to you is enough to unnerve Todoroki if only for a moment, and he's unable to think of a reasonable response other than to narrow his eyes back before you return with your pack in hand. Okay, I'm ready, you announce, and Katsuki drops his sneer and lazily slings an arm around your neck to pull you along, but you manage a darling wave anyway. See you tomorrow, Todo. Todoroki sighs and takes a few moments to collect himself before deciding to head home as well, with you completely on his mind the entire way. He almost kissed you, and he's sure you were leaning to meet him, too. He distinctively remembers your eyes fluttering close and the sweet peppermint smell of your breath fanning across his face. It has him distracted even as the next day where he could see your heavenly features comes along. His mind is racing so fast as he closes in on the classroom, his thoughts completely consuming him, that he doesn't hear you coming up from behind him. Good morning, Todoroki. How are you? You cheerfully coo and rush head first to wrap your arms around his waist, chatting away carefree as you embrace him, your body soft and inviting, just like your personality, while the suddenness of your hug leaves him no time to prepare his mind and body, and immediately his temperature flares up and flames burst from his left side, briefly flashing blue before settling in a brilliant array of red and orange, and you jump away just in time to not get burned, although the same could not be said for the top half of his school uniform. Whoa! That was a close one. You laugh it off and heavily blow on your left hand to relieve the heat, but it was too close a call for him to let it go. Quickly, he extinguishes his left side, ice rolling off his breath from the desperate rush to cool down. I'm sorry, name. He bows his head slightly to apologize and also hide the embarrassed blush on his cheeks from losing control like that. I didn't mean to do that. Why, you just surprised me, and I just like you too much, is the honest answer that he needs to say, but he just can't manage it between needlessly stammering and fidgeting. Lifting his head, you gently press your lips to his to make him quit his babbling, and you giggle against his still overly warm lips, hesitantly kissing you back before you pull away. Todoroki-kun, you worry too much, besides I like you, too. You do, and you nod to reaffirm your confession. You don't think you've ever seen him so quiet as he clenches and unclenches his fists at his side. Ah, Todoroki. Xiaoto blinks a few times before staring at you. So, it would be all right to kiss you again. And you answer by sealing the distance again in another kiss, this time deeper and more confidently as he rests his hands on your hips and lightly likes and nips at your bottom lip. You might have let it continue longer if it wasn't for the scraping of metal legs against the floor as Bakugo wastes no time stampeding towards you too, not bothering to go around the desks but rather pushing them and the people in them to the side and out of the way while ignoring every complaint thrown his way. You son of a, oh no, you whisper, completely forgetting that you were standing in front of the classroom doors. You may not have been able to catch all your brother's angry mannerism, but that white-eyed, sharp glare meant death was imminent for anyone who made the mistake of getting in the way, and Todoroki easily picks up on it as well as he tries to defuse the situation by telling Bakugo to wait and calm down before this escalates, but it already was escalated as soon as Todoroki kissed you. You shitty half and half BSTRD. What did I tell you? Katsuki screeches as he fires down the war path, his palm popping with the preliminary sparks of an oncoming explosion. I told you to keep your grubby paws off of her. Katsuki, don't, you beg and tackle into his stomach to try to hold him back, though it only slows him down as your flats slide against the hall floor. You are driven back as Katsuki reaches out above you to attempt to grasp at a partially exposed Todoroki. It's not his fault, I kissed him first, but your explanation only makes it worse as his eyes widen at you, and he comes at Todoroki with a new determination for seducing his little sister. Katsuki fires off a warning shot, and Todoroki skillfully manages to fall back away from the desperate explosion thrown at him. Bakugo, stop, you're behaving like a child, Todoroki argues, and you only plea for him to not provoke your brother any further by trying to argue with him while he's like this. Don't preach to me, pervert. As soon as I get a hold of you, you're fing dead. You hear me, icy hot. Dead. Katsuki yells, and the continued threats and curses echo throughout the school for all to hear. The storm drains below while the winter wind scatters some of the droplets towards the booth, invading the safe zone Tomura has created. Tomura has to shiver to fight off the chill. It's futile when he's forced to stay under his black sweater, thick and heavy from being soaked by the rain before he found this small sanctuary. The night drags late. Many people come and go without sparing a word as their buses pull through, and is eventually left alone under the single sputtering lamppost. That is until frantic steps rush to his direction, and a young woman slides onto the bench next to him. Finally safe from the downpour, she retracts her umbrella and isn't hesitant to spark up a conversation with him. "Some weather we're having, here." You start with a smile and wrap your scarf a little tighter around your neck. "The forecast said it was only supposed to rain a little, lying jazz." You laugh, and puffs of white air follow your sing-song voice. "Figures. I guess," he answers, quick and to the point to end the conversation. Tomura shifts his hood further down to hide his face, but it has the opposite effect, and you persist. He isn't sure if he'll have to take you out just yet. If you recognize him, then yes. If not, then no. Soon, you lean back against the bench with a strained laugh. "I hope this isn't too weird, but I like your hair. The color is really pretty." Your compliment earns a quick glance over. The friendly demeanor and charming smile fuel the blood pumping to his face, and his cheeks tinged pink. "Thanks. I like your keychain," he says, picking out the only recognizable thing on your body. The keychain is highlighted by small miniature game and comic characters hanging from the anime lanyard. He remembers months ago cursing at his computer screen when they sold out of that particular one before he could buy it for himself. Limited edition. "Oh, these guys," you chirp and hold up the accessory to show it off. "I'm kind of a bit of a game nerd." "I like them, too," he explains, "particularly action and strategy." "That's cool." You chuckle and shyly rub the back of your head. "I'm more of a fan of RPGs. I don't have any power or anything, so I kind of like being the one in my games from time to time." "You're quirkless?" Tomura asks, now officially interested in the conversation. "Someone has to hit that 2/10 chance," you reply with a shrug. "That's too bad." Tomura responds with the obvious answer that someone would want to hear. Though, he can admit to the hint of jealousy that you get to live without one like his or worrying about one altogether. "It's okay, I'm used to it now," you respond cheerfully. "What about you? Any fancy powers?" Tomura scoffs, burying away his negative thoughts, but still, he answers bitterly, "Nothing worth a discussion." "Oh, you didn't win the genetic lottery either." "Well, that's fine." Having the wrong idea about his quirk, you offer an empathetic smile. "I know a lot of people obsess over that stuff, but you'll come to find out the real world doesn't revolve around quirks anyway. Besides, I think it's more important to look at a person rather than their quirk at the end of the day. Don't you?" You question sincerely, and his heart skips a beat. Scoffing, he turns away to hide his embarrassment. "You're kind of an odd person." You think, you ask a little dejectedly. You were only really trying to make him feel better about his quirk. It wasn't your business, but you had felt a little sense of camaraderie. "I meant it as a compliment," Tomura elaborates with a sigh and scratches at his neck. "Oh, thanks. I'm 𝐿. Name by the way," you introduce yourself. "What's your name?" "Shigaraki." Shigaraki hesitantly replies, and you compliment him on the nice name, and for the next few minutes, you spend the time talking to him with incredible interest on his likes and dislikes. Shigaraki comes to learn that you go to college and are working towards a degree in the field of your dreams. In the meantime, you work part-time at a chain restaurant nearby. You even offer him a discount if he ever wants to try it. He also finds that like everyone else you did like heroes, but you thought the dog and pony show for them was too ridiculous. Sure, people should admire heroes and be thankful, but you thought they should have been held to standards as imperfect humans like everyone else, not this godhood of perfection that people seem to think they were. Politics aside, you appear to think he is funny, laughing at simple things he said, even the one or two overly dark jokes he thought you'd distance from the conversation for. You even throw one or two back yourself just as your bus pauses at the stop. Waiting for the others to get off, you stand to the side and begin to board once it's clear. You pause when you notice him not moving. "Not coming, Shigaraki-san, this is the last bus for the night." He shakes his head and stuffs his hands in his pockets before shivering more. You frown a bit, glancing back at the umbrella in your hand. "Here, you can keep it," you tell him as you offer it up to him. For a second, he doesn't respond, stuck more in the awe of the moment of meeting someone that sweet. No ulterior motive, no strange leer at him, no trying to avoid looking at him, just nice. Nodding, he accepts your offer, not wanting to stay stuck here until the rain stops. "Have a good evening, Shigaraki-san." Tomura watches as the bus pulls away before opening the umbrella and heading back to the hideout. The first thing he does when he gets home is peel out of his soaked clothes and showers. He realizes just now that he's exhausted from a long day and is happy that he didn't have to stay out any longer. Then, his mind wanders back to the nice woman that kept him company. You were so sweet and surprisingly cute when he stops to think about how comfortable you looked in layers of fluffy jackets. Not to mention your pretty smile. Despite how naive you were, he actually liked your over-friendly nature. It was refreshing for once, especially from that calming tone of yours. Tomura couldn't stop thinking about how sweet you'd be underneath it all. A pretty girl who likes what he likes, and doesn't give two shts about quirks, he could sign up for that. Or, you might have been interested in him. What if he missed that? The young man even takes the time to look up how to tell if a woman likes you on the internet. Laughing at what he says even if he hadn't meant to be funny, smiling at him, sad when you thought he insulted you, offering him gifts, and all the evidence points to an answer that makes him yearn to be near you as well. That seems like the most logical explanation, and it's one he wants to delve into at all costs. The next day, Tomura looks up a little information about the bus route and residential areas it passes through after your stop. There's only one place that you're likely to get off on near some cheap housing complexes. When you step off the bus, you are oblivious to anyone following you, nor are you too concerned with the idea since you take this route home every day without incident despite the late night. You walk the pathway to your house and fumble around for your house key. Successfully finding it, you unlock your door. Suddenly, your body feels weightless as you're drawn back with a hand over your mouth and an arm around your waist. Let go. Let go of me. You scream and squirm as you're pulled inside the house and the door closes. Stop moving unless you want to die, the man warns you when you started to claw at the arm around your waist. As if to prove his point, he grabs your scarf and the thing crumbles to dust before your very eyes, and you still. Your heart pounds incessantly, and you drop your hands away from him. Please, don't hurt me, you whimper, and your chest feels like it's going to seize, like you're going to have a heart attack right in his arms. A minute, I'm not. The man curses behind you, drops his hand and wraps both arms around your waist more affectionately. I'm not going to hurt you. Breathing quickly becomes painful as you try to say anything and everything to get him to go away. Take whatever you want. I have money. Jewelry. Laptop. You can have it. That's not. Tomura scowls and fights the need to anxiously scratch before he decides to walk you forward to the couch. You squeak as he shoves you onto it face first and his weight crushes down on top of you. Name, look at me. Nervously, you creak your head to the side and look at him from the corner of your eye, and your entire body freezes at the sight of powdery blue hair and red eyes. What was his name again? You desperately think as you rattle your brain for the answer. Shigaraki-san. Ah, so you do remember, he notes, and the fear-inducing smile on his face grows as he lays on top of you and begins to run his fingers through your hair. Good, because you'll be saying it often. Wait, you yelp as he grabs your arm and ungracefully flips you over. He pins your wrists back with pinkies out, and you can glance at your terrified expression in his vermilion irises, and he pps his head at you. Why? What did I ever do to you? Nothing at all, he answers calmly and likes his lips, and it's that explanation that scares you the most. He's just crazy. A psychopath. Now, I'm only going to explain this once. My quirk lets me turn to dust anything I touch with all my fingers, including people. It doesn't matter what I want, it's out of my control, and when it starts, I can't stop it without cutting off a limb or two. Oh God, you mumble to yourself, eyes rolling. Back in mid-faint as you pray for anyone to come save you. A drunk frat neighbor, a roaming midnight salesman, the forever late but UPS driver, anyone. I don't want to break my princess now that I've found her, he continues and cups your cheek to gently slide across the cold bitten skin. If you do all I say, we won't have to worry about that, though, agreed. Wise, you lightly answer, your brain spinning from the suddenness of the situation. Is this how it feels to be truly helpless? Satisfied with your answer, Shigaraki loosens up his remaining grip and brings both hands to your cheek. You flinch, only stopping when you remember that you can't let him touch you with that lethal quirk of his. You know that doesn't mean he can't hurt you other ways, though, and you whimper and shake as he touches you. A pathetic whine leaves your lips at first contact, but your body shakes a little less when you realize the gentleness he caresses you with. You dare to look at him and the pure focus he has on you. There's a hint of awe there, need, and admiration as his fingertips ghost over your skin. The barely there swirls of his tips almost tickle, and Shigaraki mumbles under his breath. The only thing you can catch from him is the word pretty, and you can only conclude that he means you. Adrenaline surges through you again when he falls on top of you, his body directly in contact with you and his legs in a tangled mess with yours. If he stops, he would honestly be able to hear your heart beating in the silence of the room. Then, he kisses you on the lips, rough, sloppily, and desperate to feel all your plush tissue at once. After a few moments, he pulls away, his eyes scanning you as if he was thinking, and you hope he hasn't changed his mind about hurting you. You do taste sweet, after all, he mutters to himself, and a slight blush crosses the bridge of his nose, and now you realize what's happened. This man must have a crush on you. However misguided it may be, but if it keeps him from hurting you, you'd go along with it. Why? You stammer and try to put on a brave smile, but he remains silent and scratches briefly at the broken skin around his neck. I want to taste you again, he finally states, and this time his tongue slides along your neck. You snivel as rough skin brushes over your neck, making you involuntarily shudder and squeeze his shoulders. Shigaraki takes it as an invitation to bruise the spot he had been torturing that moment, and you him as he presses another possessive kiss to your skin. That sound, you're really too cute, name. Thank you, Shigaraki-kun, you reply, and the pure elation on his face makes you calm down, and for a second you smile back gently before reeling it back with a mental slap to yourself. Scolding yourself, you remind yourself that you don't care what he did from here out, you just didn't want to end up a pile on the floor like your scarf. Shigaraki kisses you again, more passionately now that he believes he has you on his side. When his tongue slides in your mouth, you massage in tandem with his. Your cheeks warm from the eerily NTMT feel as he begins to slide your BRSTS from above your coat. He starts the same way as before, delicate and shakily careful, like he really thought you were this precious thing not to hurt. Then, he becomes braver with the pleased sounds that bleed from your mouth and fully gropes and massages you. You're so soft, he adds to the list of compliments about you and unbuttons your jacket. The next thing to go is your shirt and BR underneath. Rather than remove them, he slides his fingers over the straps of both, and you watch in horror as the fabric begins to crumble away from the origin of his touch and outward like the ripples in a lake. Why you really like me, Shigaraki-san, you question, trying to find something else to focus on. He glances at you with slightly narrowed eyes, as if he was offended that you'd ask such a thing. He ignores your question and moves to brush his lips against your stomach while his fingers dig into your hips. The dry, broken skin does work to tickle and tease, and he laps his tongue over your belly button, the warm, slick saliva making heat jolt down between your legs. That time, it felt good. The same with the delicate way he strokes and draws small circles into your skin. Shigaraki-kun, you stammer, unsure why you're even trying to talk to him now. You shake when red eyes gaze back at you, his tongue still lapping at your ribcage as he works his way back to your chest. What? He hisses in aggravation. You don't like it. No, it feels good, you frantically tell him, although it isn't completely a lie. Don't interrupt then, he growls, and an endless string of apologies come from you until he calms enough to return to tasting your body. Shigaraki slides 3 fingers along the side of your BRSTS and lightly circles his thumbs on each NPL, teasingly rolling and pressing them until they stiffen from his attention. He likes his lips, then covers one in his mouth. Tomura groans as he kisses hungrily on it. You shakily exhale, hold onto his shoulder, and squirm underneath him, accidentally letting your leg brush between his thighs and smoothly tease his erecton. There's a pause between the two of you, and you shrink away when he scowls. If you were feeling impatient, just say so, he tells you, quite opposite from when he said not interrupt. Now, he wants input. For a brief moment, he leaves you to pull off his hood, leaving you to shiver with the chill in the house. You didn't realize how cold you actually were until his heat left, and you were reminded that you never got the chance to turn on your heater. You're cold, he notes, and you silently nod and observe his next moves. You notice a lot of things in the small amount of skin he shows. Bullet wounds, 1, 2, maybe 3 of them on his upper body alone, scars that seem somewhat recent covering his abdomen, and improperly healed wounds. This man properly hasn't seen a good day in his life, but that body still takes the cold away when he kisses you again, when his hands massage you carefully, and when he grinds his groin into you, and a small part of you starts to welcome it as you arch against him. Name, he chokes down his mm, and he squeezes your biases harder and glides his pink tongue between the round swells. You flush, pulling between your legs, and when he likes and circles your taut nipples and scratches them with rough lips, you affectionately slide his head and pull thick blue hair, surprising even yourself when you realize you're unintentionally encouraging him. Maybe you are impatient for this to end, for whatever happens next, just for something in all this. Tomura answers that need by destroying your breathes, and you nervously shake the remains off of you as he moves to do the same to your panties. Wait, don't destroy them, you plead with him, and he stops to ask why, which is that you're irrationally paranoid that he'll touch through the thinnest part of your undies, but you're not sure if that'll make him angry or not. I don't want any dust to accidentally get there. You explain. You realize that your squeamishness is worse when he hooks a single finger in both sides of your waistband, and the others curl into a fist as he begins to slowly tug your panties down your legs. To him, there is an added level of intimacy and enjoyment from stripping them down the curve of your thighs and the muscle of your calves before tugging them from your ankles while you question the way the man you recently met drinks in your naked body, like you honestly were the most important thing in the world at this moment, and your body strangely yet pleasantly tingles at the fact. Next, he takes his own dark sweats and boxers off together in one swift, impatient motion, and your eyes fall down to the hung meat between his legs with the knowledge he's going to probably be inside you soon. Tomura, however, pushes your head back again. Stop staring, he commands, and you can pick out fluster from anywhere. It's unfair if he could do so much to you, without letting you make him feel the same embarrassment. You wince when he finally decides to take this to the final level and guide his member into you. Halfway in, he gasps and immediately moves into you like a corny schoolboy. Red eyes connect and stay looking into yours. You can't look away from them, rather the emotions hidden there. Shigaraki was honestly viewing you as some sort of princess, and your face warms, your heart flutters, and you buck back into him, pushing him deeper inside of you. Thus, you increase his fondness of you and falsely confirm the idea that you might be in love with him despite the continued shaking and quivering of your legs whenever he grasps them to move into you harder. Shigaraki, you hoarsely call out louder with the timing of his move into you while he tries to hold back the continuous pleased grunts and deep growls, but every so often your name breaks through his defenses as the two of you come closer to your limits. It's his spunk spurting inside you that does you in the end, and you're the one to kiss him this time to bury down both your overly excited MMMs as he rides out his orgasm with your own, moving and working his cum deeper inside before shakily coming to a stop. You hope this is enough to finally make him leave you in your aftermath, but you jump when his weight comes on top of you, and he stays comfortably sheathed inside you as he lays his head on your shoulder. Though, he doesn't fall asleep but rather lays there, gently breathing. You no longer fear getting hurt, but you are afraid that he may never leave. You carefully wrap your arms around him as well and stay resting for a near half hour before you start to feel cozily warm and sleepy under his body. As the night drags on, he falls asleep on top of you, and he looks so soft and young, and just innocent that way. It's such a waste, because you think you would have actually liked him if it wasn't for all this. Mentally and physically exhausted, you can't find the energy to fight off sleep or him, and eventually, you close your eyes, too. Katsuki Bakugo expected to be assigned to real tasks at his actual agency once he signed on. The sad truth was that newer heroes were little more than sidekicks for a year or two even after graduation. The bias over heroes showed in the way they treated him. Paperwork, errand runs, and meetings were supposed to be for intern grunts, not graduate heroes. Katsuki had accumulated a total of about 15 completed missions, about 7 of which revolved around a tiny little runt of a prankster with a silly habit of graffitiing places she hit, but that was more than 2 years ago. This time though, he got a mission for real, and it was about DMN time. It was supposed to be larceny at a bank, and simple it may be, it was better than tracking down a little street punk. When he arrives on the scene, there is nothing left askew and no hint of anyone breaking an entry. Katsuki fumes. If those idiots thought it was funny to send him on fake runs now, they had another thing coming. Then, he hears a shift in the building and the flickering of an office light in the corner catches his eye. He walks cautiously towards the disturbance and enters the office space to hear music twinkling. A little music box playing on the desk, with a ballerina turning in the middle is enough to distract him. Scowling, he slams the little toy closed and on the top of it a note. He picks it up and quickly scans it over. "Turn around," it says, and he immediately looks behind him in time to see the door slam and a black shadow run away from the other side. "Hey," he yells and pulls at the locked door. It jerks at his strength but still doesn't budge until he finally gets angry enough to blow it off the frame. By then, the criminal is long gone, and is left frustrated and with a mission failed. After that, any chance he got to take on any mission where the criminal remotely fitted the same childish he would take it or tag along with whoever's mission it was without permission. Bakugo had heard stories from the other people in the agency who went after recent larceny cases and how the criminal always had some random or odd trick to get away from false doors to trick mirrors and to wooden doll decoys that could pass for human. One hero was even thrown down a slip and slide that was planted at the villain's escape route. The only explanation was that the criminal had some type of creation-based quirk and a penchant for creating childish staples. Either way, if he was the one to catch them, that would boost him up to official hero status. It took 5 more missions to catch up to them inside a money printing facility and to learn most of their tricks: Lego blocks on the floor, falling basketballs from the roof, hair triggers that played trombone monkeys, and he managed to dodge it all. He knew he was getting close when the games and tricks took a more serious tone to turn into randomly activating conveyor belts and bear traps. Then, it is the sound of popping in the maintenance hall that reaches his ears. Katsuki ignores it, because he knows that it'll only be fireworks going off to distract him from where the criminal really is. Katsuki closes his eyes and listens out carefully. The sound of metal clinging on the floor on the opposite side of the room alerts him. Katsuki takes off to where the noise came from and finally he can see the criminal midway in attempts of squeezing through a tiny vent. Trying to run. Not a chance. He hollers and grabs onto their foot and yanks them back out of the vent roughly. Immediately, his blood boils as your soft coughing reaches his ears. It may have been a few years since he has last seen you, but he could still recognize you after the many times he's studied your missing child report and brought you home. You've gotten taller since then but still shorter than him for now, and you had lost a little of the baby fat and subtly curved out to a more feminine figure, but you still had that same twerp face and annoying voice. "Are you things serious?" he deadpans, and you turn to give him a sheepish smile. "Hello, Bakugo-san," you pipe up casually, "long time, no see." "Name?" He scowls, remembering last time how he caught you that you got away with nothing other than a few community service hours for being a kid, and obviously that got him nowhere in his hero ranking for catching a brat, especially since your parents would just buy your way out of it again with their hush money. He could have spent this time on real cases if it was just you the entire time. "What are you doing here?" "I thought I made it clear to stay your dumbass home last time," he says, although he's sure it's another runaway attempt on your part to get into some mess for attention. Your parents seemed like spazzes in that regard, but you looked fed, cleaned, and were free of bruises or scars whenever he caught you. Your house was practically a mansion as well, so he didn't really care about it more than that. "I'm taking you home," he says, grabs your arm roughly and pushes you forward. "I don't want to go home," you kick in his arms as he drags you back through the conveyor room. "I hate it there." "Shut the hell up, you spoiled brat, kids belong with their parents. Now, stop wasting my time and move it." I'm an adult," you scream and thrash about your supposed maturity, but the preppy high school uniform you wear says differently. "And don't you have real villains to stop?" "No, you come to bother me." You childishly whine into his ear, proving his point while also reminding him of why he was frustrated on this goose chase, to begin with. "Thing brat," Katsuki scoffs. Having enough, he pushes you onto your stomach over a paused conveyor belt. "Your parents should have done this a long time ago." Confused, you growl out a harsh, "What?" but he reels his hand back, and it comes down hard against your butt, making you yelp. "Do you realize every time I come get you, I could have been on an actual mission?" He growls and spanks your butt again, and you lurch forward, stopping as the front of your legs press to cold metal of the belt. Your heart jumps with the rough pressure of his palm slapping your cheek, the sweat accumulated on the thick skin on his hand making a loud smack. You grip the side of the conveyor and tears collect at the corner of your eyes as the spreading sting of another spanking makes you squeal. Your butt already feels sore, and you're sure it's red while Bakugo can see clearly that it's dark with his punishment, but he doesn't stop. You flush with embarrassment, but something about it makes you warm in an entirely different way. You were never punished or spanked even as a kid, and now you only felt good being bent over and disciplined. Trembling, you release a soft mmm when the next one connects, making your rear jiggle a little and your PP throb. Bakugo pauses, and he doesn't know it but the growl he produces only makes you squeeze your thighs together in anticipation. You just keep coming with surprises to aggravate him. You're not supposed to like it, dumbass, he barks at you, but the dominating attitude just turns you on. I can't help it if it feels good, you complain with a longing whimper. You really did want him to spank you again. Please, de-espen me again, Bakugo. You shiver as he lifts your skirt higher and hits you again. You cry out louder and clench, making the next hurt even more, when his large palm strikes and fully gropes your cheek. Both hands cup and massage your firm butt and playfully push them apart. Katsuki likes his lips hungrily. He hadn't noticed until your aroused Ming swayed his brain over to see you as a partner that your shape was filling out nicely. He slides his hands along your thighs, enjoying the width of your hips making him spread his hands further apart and eventually they come back closer together at your waist. Katsuki smirks and slides his hand lower to teasingly slide through your panties. You seemed so small and tight as he gently teased his finger along your line and a wet spot began to form under where he stroked. Katsuki pushed aside your panties and slowly slid his finger into your tight CNT, and he seeks in a deep breath when you immediately wrap around his digit. The thought of being inside your incredibly snug walls made him groan, and he began to finger and prod your dampening folds until a second finger easily slipped into you. Bakugo-san, you whimper, and the usual annoying honorific you attached to his name that annoyed him by making him seem old, now was giving him a sense of pride for having such a cute, young girl mewling for him. Deciding to complete your punishment, he slides your panties aside and replaces his fingers with his PP. Katsuki strokes a few times to collect a little of your wetness before sinking into you with one sharp move, and you scream. Just as he thought, you hugged him so snugly, like a vice. Grunting, he had to fight to pull out of you before thumping all the way back in with a hiss. You're tight. He comments and grips your hips and jars you back against him. Katsuki bucks into you without thought, leaving you hazy with each drag against your sensitive insides as his overwhelming hotness completely stuffs you. You groan and cry as his hips smack against your tender but just as hard as his hands once did, and his veined, raw PP berries ball deep into you. Bakugo-san, you feel good. You gasp and swallow back the saliva that tries to drool from your lips. You're such a corny slot, he growls, moving into you more desperately and inadvertently bringing you closer with each sporadic move and slide burning inside you. You take my PP well for such a little runt, he mocks, and you squeeze your eyes closed as your CNT begins to clench even tighter around him. I bet you take a lot of grown men's PPS. Attention where's like you always fall into that type of SHC. No, I have, You quiver as he smacks your butt again. Don't back talk. He scolds, relishing in the way you squeeze around him a bit tighter with each spanking. You whine and shake your head. Bakugo-san, please, you murmur. Slap. I'm going to, you hiss and bury your head against your arms, your eyes stinging with tears when he starts spanking you again and again with each full move. Your vision starts to go fuzzy when he keeps hitting that same spot, all the way inside, non-stop. You come around him with shaking legs, and he groans and pulls out of you to finish in his hand while you wipe your sweat on your forearm. Katsuki breathes, breathing in heavily as he wipes his cum off on the side of his uniform before glancing at you. You okay, rich girl? No, my legs are numb, you dryly explain as said limbs wobble and buckle under you. Agitated, Katsuki scoffs and lifts you over his shoulder with your chest to his back and his arms secured around the back of your knees. Come on, I'm taking you home. To your house, you ask hopefully, and he grunts in disapproval. No, idiot, he tells you, and you grimace in defeat before pushing yourself up to hold onto his shoulder, so all the BLD would stop rushing to your head. Please. He scowls. What part about no don't you understand? The no part. You giggle, rub his shoulder, and begin to ramble in his ear. I don't think I'm rehabilitated yet, Bakugo-san. I'm still an impressionable young girl, and you know they say prison is a revolving door. Minute, I'll think about it. Just shut up already. Todoroki had gotten to know you through the support program at the end of his second year at UA. The two of you were randomly assigned to be partners for a co-department assignment. In this project, it was your job to make an item for your client, meaning him. After you learned all about his quirk, the upsides and downsides, and what he wanted to work on personally, you came up with the idea to create a new hero suit for him. This new suit, along with being fire-resistant like his current one, would adjust to fluctuations in his body temperature and help regulate him so he would have to expend less power doing it manually. He worked together with you for weeks on that suit. You had to look up information on thermal regulation, record the energy output of his flames, design a device that could read and withstand the heat and cold of his quirk, the whole 9 yards. In all that time, he developed a bit of a crush on the silly, excitable person you were. Although, he kept it to himself. You were a beta. It was easy to tell from your mild, calming scent of lavender. It took a lot for him to smell it. You had to be extremely close, but it always sent shivers down his spine. He was unsure how you felt about him being an alpha. He knew you wouldn't be able to smell him that well, but you might have accidentally gotten a big hint when measuring his inseam. A relationship more than friendship would never work anyway. Many betas refuse to cross the lines into alpha and omega territories out of fear of harassment, since those relationships were looked down upon in general by all three groups for a variety of reasons. The basic consensus being that alpha and beta biology and psychology didn't line up. Despite his mother telling him to be with anyone who loved and cared about him, it was that negative idea his father raised him with, and even now, it still hung in the back of his mind. Though that didn't stop him from hanging out with you outside of the project as friends, and that's all he thought he wanted. But when you stayed up watching movies late one night and fell asleep on his shoulder, that's when he knew that he loved you. Eventually, it came time for you to be graded on your finished product. You made a B- since the dumb device worked fine when it came to heating him up from cold, but decided to malfunction once his fireside flared up. You promised to fix it for him, and as you checked the temperature gauges around the various parts of his body and around his neck, Shadow got a clear whiff of your scent then. Instinctively, he rubbed his chin over your head. You pushed away from him with a strange look, and he clammed up as he tried to make up an excuse for what he did. You may not have been able to smell others so well, but you were good at knowing when people were scenting others to avoid accidentally getting too close to someone's mate. Todoroki-kun, did you just scent me? Todoroki clears his throat. Possibly, he quietly admits and turns away. It's okay, you giggle and teasingly reply, I don't mind being your human. At that moment, you kissed him, and he didn't care anymore about your titles. Though, he made sure to give you a thorough scenting directly after. You may have been a beta, but you were still his beta. Even if you couldn't smell it, he'd make sure other people could. The following weeks, you had gotten some concerned comments about your relationship here and there, including that alphas were too aggressive, and he would hurt you eventually. It's just the way alphas were, and betas, who were less likely to roll over than omegas, didn't cope well. You could brush it off, but Todoroki not so much, since he didn't want anything to do with being seen as a stereotypical alpha, especially with his childhood. You told him to ignore it at the time and convinced him that you knew he wouldn't hurt you. When your third year began, everything seemed perfect. There was no issue with the two of you being together, or no one said anything about it openly anymore, but once your third-year sports festival concluded, he was officially considered part of the Big Three to watch. That's when things had gotten pretty difficult. Particularly for you. The concerned comments soon turned nasty, and you had to cut out some friends. You never realized just how much prejudice was still left for your type of relationship until it came at you. Xiaotou was wanted, his dream of being #1 hero was a possibility, and you were in the way of that, since social popularity was just as important as heroic deeds. Omegas made sure you knew you weren't made to handle him. You couldn't satisfy him through his ruts as an omega could. Betas were more concerned with the idea that alphas already got everything, and that shouldn't include betas. Along with the fact that betas shouldn't have to roll over to deal with alpha partners, kind of made you a traitor. Alphas were actually the most tolerant since the shared possessive nature made it easy for them to relate about how easily caught up one can get about a mate. The ones who weren't fine with it made clear that you were only practice, a placeholder until he got a real mate, a sentiment shared by all three groups. Though it hurt, you kept it to yourself to not worry him through his last year. Though, there was doubt, some sensitivity on your part. You wanted to take your relationship to the next level, and as much as you hated to admit it, you weren't physically built to easily handle him. Ruts and heats were an important aspect, and if you could take his knot, then screw those who said anything about you not being able to satisfy your mate. Lucky for you, Todoroki did want to take things further and make you his permanent mate. The night of your 6th-month anniversary seemed like the perfect time, and you nodded your head in agreement at the suggestion. That night he took you out on a late-night date to the movies and dinner and used Daddy's money to get the two of you a nice hotel room. The kisses shared between the two of you started off the same as always, delicate and NTMT. Laying on top of you, 𝐤𝐻𝐿 massaged your shoulders and lightly liked your lips to take things slow for both your comfort. The awkwardness didn't affect you until the nervous stripping of clothes that left you both awkwardly staring at each other naked. "This is weird," is your first comment as you shifted to cover yourself with your arms, and Todoroki frowned. "Should we stop?" You shook your head. I don't want to stop," you nervously answered. 𝐤𝐻𝐿 crawled to you, and he cradled you in his arms before affectionately liking your scent gland over and over before inhaling. The subtle smell was more than enough to make the 𝐼𝐿 pull in his groin. "Name," he whispered and experimentally rocked his hips against you, and you dug your nails into his shoulder from the jolt of fear that went through you. He hissed and pulled away with a scowl. "We don't. No, I'm okay, really. I'm just a bit nervous." You laughed in the same fake manner you always do when you're scared, and he couldn't blame you for being intimidated with his size. His secondary gender left him easily bigger than an average beta male his age, and you just weren't really equipped to take an alpha's fully engorged PP, and both you knew that. "Just not so hard, okay?" Todoroki smiled gently and kissed your forehead. "If it hurts too much, I'll stop," he promised and comfortingly held your hand. 𝐤𝐻𝐿 tried to be gentle as he guided his PP into you, he really did. It's only a small comfort to him taking your innocence as he stretched you beyond your limits. The pleasure was already overpowering to feel your version CNT squeeze impossibly tight around him. Todoroki sighed blissfully. You were so wet and warm and just perfect around him. Your hand clutched his tighter as you choked down the pain, and his heart ached at the sight of your watery eyes and whimpers of discomfort. Todoroki brushed his thumbs under your eyes and gently wiped away your tears. "It's all right, Name. You're taking it well." You weakly smiled. He said you were doing good. It was going to be okay. You could do this. "I love you, 𝐤𝐻𝐿." "I love you, too, Name," he calmly replied, though inside his melting into a puddle of pure happiness. He caressed your cheek, and you sighed and leaned into his extra warm touch. "I'm going to move." You bit your bottom lip, fighting off the pain. As he slowly started to pump into you and repeatedly stretched you around his width, you had to repeat to yourself it would feel better soon. After he picked up a steady rhythm and his PP slickened with your cum, it wasn't so bad. Besides, 𝐤𝐻𝐿 was softly umming, and you didn't want to stop when he was enjoying it. It still hurt a little, but there was a clear layer of pleasure numbing it out until his knot swelled and pressed into you a little more with each move. Todoroki, however, fell into the feel of you. He settled his head against your shoulder, your smell hitting him like a drag he couldn't get enough of. Once you held onto him and suffocated him against your frame, he began to pick up the speed. 𝐤𝐻𝐿's teeth scraped over your scent gland, and you whimpered against him. "Can I?" he huskily whispered into your flesh, and you brokenly gasped yes, equally wanting to be bonded. Happily, he bit down into the crook of your neck, and you cried out his name as he latched on and broke the skin. He was lost in the rush of mating you. He felt like he had accomplished some long-programmed goal set in him, and your pained gasp and the desperate push to move his weight off went lost on him as he growled and strongly bucked into you. "And did it hurt?" It was like someone was trying to punch their fist into you. Did omegas actually like this? You gritted your teeth, trying to hold on until it was over, but you couldn't. 𝐤𝐽 didn't stop jerking against you until an ear-splitting scream nearly burst his eardrums and it felt like you were trying to rip his pee-pee off. Stopping, 𝐤𝐽 finally realized why you were panicking. He had buried himself completely inside you, his knot plugged inside. It hurts, you cried and pushed him away. Your thrashing was only making it worse as he fought to keep you in place. Your squirming made you squeeze and slick around his sensitive area even more, and he, with a grunt, involuntarily rutted against you from the feel, making you more hysterical. Take it out. Name, he hissed, trying to calm you down, but when you twisted away, and he had to quickly fall with you to avoid hurting both of you. He growled harshly. Stop moving, he demanded angrily, and your eyes widened with glossy tears. Softening up, he lowered his head in shame, but it was necessary to make you stop. It's just going to make it worse. Take it out, you sniffled, please. I can't, pulling is more painful, he explained, but it isn't much comfort when you're hurting, and his knot. He only had to fight the need to rock and work his knot more deeply inside you. I can't, you brokenly whispered between your hiccups as more tears fell down your face from the sensation of his warmth coating your sore and damaged insides, and your failure. I'm sorry, Name, he apologized, the guilt making him sick. He hadn't meant to be aggressive with you. He knew that you wouldn't be able to handle it, but in the moment, he shakily inhaled and placed his forehead against yours. Other than scenting and stroking your arms, he wasn't sure how to comfort you in this situation. I'm sorry, he said continuously the entire time he was locked with you, in the entire time you cried, in his dream turned nightmare for you as the smell of BLD finally broke through. After that, he wasn't sure how to face you. He had done research plenty of times when the idea first dawned on him that he wanted to be with you on how not to treat a beta. Now, he had to figure out what to do when, well, he hurt his mate. The first sight was all about relationships in general and how it was his fault for being too aggressive. He didn't want to be like that, like the stereotype, but he couldn't stop himself and he wasn't aware of what you were feeling. Sifting through all the forums and polls that told and tried to convince alphas not to be with one in the first place, he tried to find something helpful. Until one of the specific reason made him stop. That being betas were not meant to be able to handle knots and therefore ruts. 𝐤𝐽 hadn't even considered what would happen if he went into a rut with you as his partner. He'd probably hurt you, and the thought honestly terrified him that he couldn't fight against his nature. Each time he saw you reminded him of that, and he hated to say he went to avoiding you to blunt out that feeling of guilt and self-doubt as he threw himself into studying for his midterm every day after class while you just focused on the idea that everyone was right. It had you upset most days, and you cried more often than not. Usually, you could ignore it, but lately, you've just been feeling so emotional as the weeks dragged on. Then, your downtime always led you to worse thoughts, such as why keep you around if you weren't any use or had anything to offer in his life except another obstacle. Your more rational mind told you that he cared about you and there was more to a relationship than sex, like just simply enjoying each other. Already, you had a date you wanted to go on with him. You planned to ask him as soon as class was over, and when the bell rang, you made your way to the hero course. 𝐤𝐽, you smiled and met him outside of his classroom. Do you want to go out? There's this new place in the mall that's open that I want to check out and, I'm sorry. I can't. Your eyes widened a bit with disappointment, but you persisted. You just wanted to spend time with him since it had been nearly 5 weeks since the two of you went out together on an official date. It doesn't have to be the mall. Name, I'm sorry, but I'm busy, he explained, shutting down any further request. I'll see you later. Oh, okay, you sadly answered with your hand still midway in a wave as you disappointedly watched him walk away from you. That was just painful to watch. Your head snapped into the direction of the other side of the hall, where Class 3B stood, and also its resident smartmouth. What do you want, tuxedo mask? I don't know why you keep prostrating yourself like that. It's obvious he isn't interested in you. Monoma shook his head with a disapproving look and shrugged. You need your eyes checked, you scoffed and prepared to ignore him until he continued. At least I'm not delusional enough to think that an alpha would go for a beta, especially when there's a pretty omega up his alley. What are you talking about, you hissed. 𝐿𝐼 wasn't like that, at least you're sure he isn't. You don't know. That's sadder than I thought. Fine, don't tell me, you barked back, angrily grabbing your book bag strap harder. He was probably one of those people who didn't like non-beta-beta relationships. You knew he was one too via his own confession about not being tied down by petty hormonal needs, such as ruts and heats. It's the black-haired girl, obviously. You could at least learn their names. Besides, I already know about her, and she wouldn't do that. They were just friends and study partners. Besides, Momo was one of the few Omegas nice to you about the entire ordeal. They've always been close friends, you know. Monoma laughed haughtily. I'm just saying. Call it beta camaraderie, but I'd hate to watch you be taken advantage of. Ooh, you're such a hateful prick, you grumbled and stomped off down the hall. You went to go find your boyfriend. The entire time, you rubbed the mark he made on your neck, thinking that Monoma was just a phobic idiot. Probably just some jealous person who thought alphas already got everything and should stay away from betas. 𝐿𝐼 wasn't like that though. Even when your friends warned you how temperamental alphas could be, he was always sweet. You found him standing alone in an abandoned classroom. You thought he was supposed to be studying with Momo, but in this case, he seemed to be in a rush to leave. You stopped as soon as you stepped into the room. The entire thing was overpowered with the hint of honeysuckle so much that it made you physically ill. Her scent never bothered you before, but now all the smell did was make you nauseous. You furrowed your brows and paused him at the door. 𝐿𝐼, can we talk? Name, I can't talk right now, he replied and frantically tried to move you aside without shoving you, but you wouldn't budge. He really needed to get out of the room and take a shower to wipe this smell from him. It wasn't like you'd be able to tell easily the smell of heat. The smell Momo accidentally caused when she had hers early during the study session, and quickly dismissed herself to go to Recovery Girl. Name, move, he requested, but you shook your head. I need to talk to you, though. Just a few minutes, it's serious. Name, do you still love me? You interrupted suddenly. Todoroki paused and focused his breathing to try to maintain his calm. He didn't understand. Of course, he loved you. Why would you ask that? I just feel like you've been avoiding me, and I know that it's hard for you to be affectionate and you said you don't like the attention, but you seem even less inclined to be around me. You haven't scented me in so long that I can't smell it anymore. I don't know. I guess lately I just feel like that we're not together, you carefully explained. 𝐿𝐼 swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing in the process. Slowly, he started to panic. From you, your words, the smell of heat mixed with your own scent coming to his heightened senses making him twitch. Sorry, I said it was serious, but it's silly, right? You added, hoping he'd agree and tell you that he did love you back and was just stressed or something. Inside his boiling and fighting not to bend you over the desk. The memories of your tears and blood-stained sheets as he tried to help clean you afterward, keeping him from throwing you down right there completely. If he stayed any longer, he was sure it would trigger a rut, and he'd end up hurting you all over again because he couldn't control it. 𝐿𝐼, and even if he could control it, what about next time? Say something. It's true. I don't want to be with you anymore. He had to break his own heart to even say that much, and he couldn't even look you in the eye to say it. Really? But, you. Is it because the hotel? You frown and slid your fingers over the crook of your neck, and 𝐿𝐼 looked out the window to not be forced to meet your gaze. It was, wasn't it? You finally realized that all it took for him to give you up was that. You had thought it wasn't that shallow of a relationship. I really was just a pastime to you. Shocked and confused, 𝐿𝐼 furrowed his brows and finally looked at you with pure dread. No, you were never, but the slap that resounded throughout the classroom stopped anything he had to say. You hiccuped and dropped your face into your hands. You had me so fooled. I actually thought you were different. Name, I didn't, he said, immediately regretting his choice of action upon seeing you cry. Everything in 𝐿𝐼's right mind called for him to touch you and protect you, and to let you know that you were with him. You jumped when you felt his hand contacted the top of your head, and you grew angrier. Get off. Get off me. Don't you dare scent me. I'm not a thing Omega, that does SHT for me. You lashed out and pushed him away from you, continuously knocking him back further and further into the room as you went off. I never cared for you scenting me or my things. And that incessant hovering and jealousy is aggravating as hell, like I couldn't even breathe when you were around, but I guess you have to make sure no one touched what you own, right? That's how you all are, territorial. You cursed, and he's too stunned to make you stop as he stumbled into a desk and fell into the seat. Thing alphas, you're all the same, you are incapable of caring about anyone or anything but what you want, you whined and rubbed your tears away before storming out the room with one last insult thrown at him. And your knot is too weak for an omega. They'd things slip right off. You went home angry, hurt, and confused that night. Everyone had been so right all along. Each time you saw him again, it had only stirred up anger and embarrassment, and as Monoma said, he took up to talking to Urozu more, but every now and then you'd catch these longing gazes sent your way. It didn't matter. You didn't want anything else to do with him. Though, it didn't seem like you were out of the situation. It was the third time in a row you went without your PRD. You had Red Sec could throw off the first. The second you blamed on the stress of the situation. Now, you just knew along with the added morning sickness. You were so stupid to forget to go to the pharmacy right after. You had just gotten so depressed about your wounded Sec and pride. The Sec didn't even feel good in the end, and now you were always stuck between crying, angry, and any other way your mood wanted to swing because you went and got Piagen and tea by the first person you slept with. You wanted to tell him, make him responsible, but every time you just got irritated, especially when he was with that omega, so you took to wearing bigger clothes and jackets so no one would get suspicious when you would start to show more. That's if you decided to have the pup. It would just be utterly embarrassing to take an absence for LBR after all the times you told people off about doubting your relationship. And to make matters worse, his new mate was walking up to you when all you wanted to do was pack up to go home. Name, we need to talk, Momo said to you, but you grimaced at her. It's not like it was her fault, but you couldn't help but redirect that aggression at Todoroki to her as well. She even smelled like him most days. About what? Though, you already know the answer. Xiaotou wants to meet up to talk to you. It's important. Tell him he can invite me himself if it's so DMN important. You scoffed and zipped up your bag. Momo sighed and shook her head. Look, Xiaotou loves you. He just isn't sure how to tell you that. It doesn't matter. I don't want to be with him anymore. I can't stand him. Even if that was true, it was better for both of you this way anyway, you think, and she sighed at the way you absent-mindedly massaged your bond mark. I don't think that's true. It doesn't matter what you think, you yelled at her and suddenly stood up to storm away, too suddenly, and your BLD pressure dropped. You leaned against your work table for a chance to catch your breath. Name. Are you okay? Momo asked and helped you stand up. I'm fine, you answered bitterly, just lightheaded, you added and tried to continue with your now ruined storming off before she caught you again. Name. Her arm went around your stomach, and you froze when she suddenly went silent. Don't say it, you whispered, already feeling the tears beginning to well up. Before you can stop it, they already rolled down your cheeks, and you sniffled. I'm taking you to recovery, girl, she said with a serious voice that told you that she wasn't going to give you the option. Sadly, you laid down in the first aid bed, strapped to your undershirt and staring at the ceiling as recovery girl began to discuss options with you and school you on everything you needed to know and needed to take care of yourself. She said she wouldn't tell your parents immediately to give you time to. The only good thing about the entire situation was that she gave you some candy, and it made you stop crying like a baby at least. I'm going to get some pamphlets for you, okay, dear, she said, and you nod calmly, but your calm leaves when you see red and white enter where she left. Of course, Momo would tell him, you think. The first thing that hit you is his scent, the next was the fact that he still wore that malfunctioning uniform you made together, and it only made you cess to see him still touting it around like he's making fun of you. Why are you still wearing that broken thing? You angrily glanced away when he sat down next to you. The comment made him tense away for a moment. Then, he bowed his head down and folded his hands in his lap. The silence made you more uncomfortable than his presence, and he sighed. It was the only thing I had that smells like you, but you smell different now. Your point, you huffed, about to send him away, but that's before he lightly brushed your hand. You should have told me, he whispered, and he held your hand, squeezing a bit tighter when he felt you about to pull away. Don't. I didn't think you'd care, you admitted, and he pursed his lips. I do. It doesn't seem like it, you snapped back, roughly biting down on your quivering lips. You seemed perfectly fine tossing me away. I wasn't trying to do that. Name, I should have told you, but it did bother me what happened, but not because of you. Then, why? I just didn't want to hurt you like that again, he explained, carefully choosing his words, and I didn't trust myself not to. That's why I said what I did. It was wrong. You mean everything to me, Name. Then he motioned to the fading scar on your neck. His smile gently showed when he noted that you hadn't made an effort to cover it up. I wouldn't have given you that if you didn't. You gazed back at him, trying to not let your emotions get the better of you. So, you don't care if I'm a beta? He shook his head. And that your ruts will be harder because of me. Another head shake to make you hiccup greeted you. And you won't leave me for an omega, or Name. I won't, he finally interrupted when your ugly crying started to overtake your words. I don't care about that, he reassured you and gently combed your hair back. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, you whispered, staring back into that warm gaze for what seemed like minutes until his attitude took a solemn turn. What about you? Did you mean any of that? He wondered, pulling his hand back, and you frowned with the implication. What you said? No, you answered with a trembling smile as you wiped your hands over your eyes. I was just angry and trying to hurt you. Honestly, I think your hovering is cute, and I like that my shirts always smell like cedar wood. It's like autumn in my room all year round, you choked out between hysterical laughing, and he smiled at you before glancing down at the small swell over your stomach. Can I? You nodded, and he rested his head to your stomach and closed his eyes. It's too early for you to feel anything, you told him, and he pouted slightly, making you giggle. Shifting off you, he moved to kiss your neck instead. Your face warmed when he kissed your mark and hummed. My scent isn't on you anymore, he announced and slid his hand across your stomach. You giggled when he rubbed his head against your neck, the soft hairs tickling you as he placed warm and chilled kisses down your chest. I missed you, you confessed, enjoying the smell of forest and nature that always hung on him. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 kissed you again and lovingly stroked your BST. You happily ummed against his lips and slid your tongue over him. You forgot just how light he could make you feel. Slowly, he traveled down your collarbone, lightly nipping at your clavicle. As his mouth replaced his fingers at your upper BRSTS, his hand cupped between your legs and tenderly stroked under your uniform. You ummed when his fingers slipped underneath your panties and pampered you with a spreading warmth from his quirk. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, can you mark me again? You shyly asked, and blue-gray eyes beamed at you. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 leaned into you, running his tongue over the old scar before lightly biting down to form a fresh one. You whimpered and tilted your head back as you raised your hips against his left hand, and the familiar flood of hormones overflowed in you again. You're so happy and complete again, and your mind drifted to what'll happen next as his knee dug into the side of the bed. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 planted his palms on either side of your head and was close to moving on top of you until both of you were interrupted by a scolding voice. Cut it out, that's how you two ended up in this mess in the first place, Recovery Girl scolded and smacked 𝐒𝐿 on the head with the pamphlet she brought. 𝐒𝐿 lightly rubbed the back of his head as the two of you jumped away like water-hose dogs. This is supposed to be a first aid room, not a love motel, she sarcastically continued on as she sat at her desk and set up a to-go package for you. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, frowning at the interruption before gazing over at your sheepish smile and the gentle way you ran your hand over your stomach. It finally reminded him of the fact that you were going to have a pup. His own, and you'd need to be protected by your alpha until then. Your face fell at the blank, zoned-out stare he gives you. 𝐒𝐿, you began, but you're cut off by him smooshing his palm to your face then to your hair before brushing across your cheek again. 𝐒𝐿, wait, stop it, you sputtered as he focused 𝐂𝐻𝐿 on scenting you down. 𝐂𝐻𝐿-san, help. Katsuki knows full well how sexy you are, with a tight sleeveless red dress stopping just short of your butt and slits going all the way up on each side. The openings are only held together by crossing strands of cloth and show way too much skin in his opinion. Not that it matters what his opinion is when Kirishima is there to take your side. You wearing Kirishima's jacket was supposed to be a compromise, but you threw it off the second you got out the car and entered the club. Now, Katsuki couldn't stop glaring at you from his spot at the bar. The way you dance is criminal. Your hands drew back in spiky red hair, your hips swaying and grinding against Kirishima's PP as his hands hold onto your hips, and especially when you dip down against the redhead and your dress drags up more. The way your hair subtlety moves along with your movements is driving him mad, but he can't bring himself to join. Mainly because he can't stand the club scene. It's too dark, too loud, too many drunk assholes bumping into him, and too many women with grabby hands trying to get in his breathes. He wasn't one for drinking either, because he didn't like the taste of alcohol. That and he wasn't quite good at holding his liquor despite his size, which made him the perfect designated driver for drunk Yu and Kirishima, who despite never getting more than a little buzzed refuses to drive home like some bad drunk driving after school special protagonist. Katsuki scoffs, trying to remember how he got dragged into this. Where the hell do you think you're going, name? You push past Katsuki and head back down the hall while he quickly follows behind. Out, you answer with a hum and curse when you remember your choker is still in your room, so you quickly turn back to grab it. The hell you are. Go change, Katsuki jealously scolds you, and you roll your eyes. I'm a grown woman. I'll wear what I like, sweetheart, you reply and affectionately pat his cheek as you sidestep around him to head for the stairs. Name. Are you ready? You smile excitedly as you head down to see Kirishima at the door and dressed for your night. You're going, too? Katsuki questions his other significant other as you rush to use him as a human shield. Yeah, we're going clubbing, want to tag along? Kirishima offers with a friendly smile. Why would I want to get dragged along with you too? Besides, she isn't going anywhere dressed like that. Kirikuan, tell him he isn't my dad. At least not outside of bed. Besides, I'm covered. What exactly is that supposed to cover? Katsuki interrogates. Enough not to get me arrested for NDCNT XPSR. Kirishima interrupts the argument. I think she looks cute. Of course you'd take her side, spiky hair. Okay, how about a compromise? Kirishima offers and slides off his jacket. Here, Name can wear my jacket. Better. Fine, you say and grab the keys before strutting out the door with the jacket hanging off your shoulder while Kiri watches fondly. How the hell can you be so calm? Katsuki asks, irritated. She's just having fun, Kirishima tells him. Besides, you can always come with us if you're jealous, man. Shut up, I'm not jealous, idiot. He's totally jealous. What's wrong, you ask from the driveway, obviously impatient at the lack of movement to leave. Kirishima laughs and yells from the door. Bakugo is just being jealous because you look so cute, and I get to keep you all to myself tonight. I said I'm not, dumbass. Fine, then come help me keep any rude guys away. No one will think twice to touch her with that nasty look on your face. What nasty look? I don't have one. Bakugo declares, with an obviously agitated and, well, nasty look. That's the one. Kirishima points out with a half-hearted grin. Guys, are we going or aren't we? Bakugo scowls, clutching down tighter on whatever this is you ordered him. Your eyes meet his for a moment, and your painted lips curl in a smile. Sneering, he turns away and misses the hurt look that flashes across your face. You happily smile once more when Kirishima places his arms around your waist. It's inviting and all too familiar having him at your back, hard chest. Pressing against you and mellow scent clouding your senses, but there's just a little missing in your fun time, and the look the two of you share makes it obvious that he feels the same way. Why won't he join us, you whisper sadly, I want him to dance with us. Kiri scowls and leans his chin onto your shoulder and glances over to a boredly brooding Katsuki. Don't worry, I got an idea. Kirishima nips at your ear and lightly runs his hands along your sides as he whispers his plan to get both your grumpy boyfriend to join the two of you. Leaving you on the dance floor, Kirishima wades through the crowd of people to go order a few shots for the two of you. He casually drops in on Katsuki at the bar. Kirishima knows it's not really fair to play with his lover's temper, but it's for a good cause, right? Kirishima pats Bakugo on the back, earning an intimidating glare until Katsuki notices that it's only him. Come on, Bakugo, cheer up and come dance with us. When he gets no response other than Katsuki taking another gulp of the drink in front of him, Kirishima sighs, no need to be a downer, man. A certain lady won't like it. Kirishima and gazes back to you, already in position. Fine, be that WA, hey, who is that guy? What are you talking about? Katsuki grimaces and looks to where you are when Kirishima mentions that you're talking to some other guy. More like dancing. Okay, dry humping, really. With your hands tugging around the man's waistband as you flirt with almost contacting kisses at his cheek. What the hell is she doing? Katsuki growls lowly, and Kirishima realizes that you both got him when he stands, takes down one of the shots Kirishima had ordered and starts a silent yet deadly path towards you. You're already prepared as you toss the other man off of you, his little pout of rejection little consequence as Katsuki confronts you. What the hell do you think you were doing? Dancing, you answer innocently and slide your arms over Katsuki's shoulders, but he pushes you away as Kirishima comes on the scene with drinks in hand. I could see that. What the F do you think you were doing dancing with him? Katsuki growls, grabs your arm, and pulls you against him. He was practically fing you through your clothes. Well, if you were dancing with us maybe I wouldn't have gotten lonely while Kiri got drinks. She has a point. Kirishima goads the blonde on, and it snaps Katsuki's attention back to him as a hero hands you a drink. Shut the hell up, spiky hair. And why the hell would you leave her? Katsuki yells with his back turned towards you, and you hug him from behind and press the drink to his lips. Calm down and dance with us, Kaken. I don't want to dance, dumbass. Kirishima tries to convince him, you're already up, might as well. When Bakugo tries to yell, you quickly dump some liquor into his mouth to make him loosen up. He sputters on the drink, wiping his lips, while Kirishima locks his arms around Bakugo's shoulders as well and traps him between the two of you as you dance. Please, dance with us, Kaken. No, now back off. Come on, it's not a party without you, Kirishima adds. Please. You pout. Dance. You both tease and plead in his ear as you hug onto his back and Kirishima holds him in place until he angrily gives in to all your prodding. DMN it. Fine, just shut up. Katsuki says and snatches the rest of the drink from your hand and gulps it down. He's going to need it. Woo. Drink beaches. You smile at a successful execution with Kirishima and knock back drink after drink as you convince Katsuki to take one down from Kirishima's mouth, smirking as Bakugo's tongue glides over the redhead's lips to get every drop, and his face flushes even darker. Another round. You cheer and beg Kirishima for another drink, both of you going all out now that you actually have Bakugo in it for once. It's less than an hour later, and you're all clumsy from alcohol and sweaty from dancing, but that doesn't stop the giggles from you and Kirishima while Katsuki just seems to get more irritated as his hazed state worsens and his body increasingly refuses to properly listen to him. Name, you smell so good, Kirishima compliments and buries his head against your cleavage where you first sprayed your perfume. He lightly kisses your breasts and nuzzles his head against the plush mounds. A hero, stoop, you playfully push his hands away as he plays with the strings keeping your dress bound around you. Katsuki smirks and keeps nipping at the back of your neck, leaving bite marks. What are you complaining for? You want to act like a slut, you'll get treated like one. Katsuki slurs and grips you by the hips to roughly drag you back against him as he aggressively rocks his PP against your butt. Your dress rides up a little more, and you feel the chill of air breezing against your butt as he grinds his Erkton into you. You're too flush and happy to complain as your arms wrap around an equally drunk Kirishima. You sloppily kiss Kirishima, and he, along with the loud beating of music, covers your as Katsuki slides his PP against you. Your eyes glance at the blur of people still dancing around you in the dark club. Your heart jumping a little each time the lights flash different colors and highlight your faces, the two pairs of hands roaming your body, and the black satin of your panties being pulled just under your dress so Katsuki's naked PP can slide against you fully. Gee guys, you whimper as Katsuki bucks you up against Kirishima's chest. Not here. Your eyelashes flutter, and you whine against Kiri's neck for a little sympathy. It's your fault for being a bad girl, name. Kirishima coos and overly affectionately leans his forehead against your neck in his drunk stupor as he cups and gropes your beers. You groan as he hardens his hands around them and bruises the tender skin as Katsuki slams his hips into you. You whimper as more lights flash and the sound of feet shuffling on the dance floor becomes heightened in your ears as you futilely fight to keep down your aming. Everyone will see who you belong to, Katsuki hisses and bites down on your shoulder to mark you. Fingus, he answers and slams into you, forcing you to muffle your cry against Kirishima. You see stars. Stomach curling in both pleasure and anxiety from the people surrounding you as Bakugo plows you. Someone even bumps into you, making you tense and grab onto Kirishima more. It's only worse when his length grinds against you as well. Kirishima pulls down his zipper and pulls out to rub against the front of your PP. The redhead follows along with Katsuki's move and strokes his tip against your CLT. Next time I tell you to behave, you better do it, Katsuki complains as you choke down too many delicious sounds from him. I don't want to see you in this again, he scolds and pulls back on your dress before dragging his nails over your bare thighs, making you hiss as pale streaks follow. Kirishima is the opposite, becoming more affectionate as he presses fleeting kisses to your neck and massages between your wet folds, and your head lolls back. Katsuki powers deeper inside you. Deeper. Harder. Just the right angle to have you squeezing around him as he throbs near completion. Pull out, you mumble, repeating just a little louder when his moves become sporadic. It serves you right, Katsuki rasps against your neck, if we get you peeing then no more wear clothes for you. Right, Kirishima? She wants kids. Kirishima responds, his mind working a bit slower thanks to the alcohol, but then he smiles when he catches on to the teasing. Then, the only question if she wants mine's or yours first, Kirishima adds on, and you flush not knowing when they became the ones to team up on you. I don't want any first, you respond as Kirishima squeezes hard around his PP and pre-cum leaks between your lips. You rather have us pull out and make a mess of someone's floor. No, you're going to take it all up, name, Kirishima hums, falling along with Katsuki's lead. Everyone here will know exactly who caused it, Katsuki huskily murmurs before liking the shell of your ear, earning a quiver from you. The music pounds and more lights flash your increasingly sensitive eyes, making your head spin. You can only see red hair and the different color of clothes and skin of the surrounding clubbers, different eyes, and faces that can all glance over and see you at any moment with 2 PPS pushing against your groin. You breathe in deeply with each hard move, fighting off the need to come while standing on your feet. Another breath in. Another move. Another out. Then, Kirishima jrks against you and makes you whimper. In and out, you're breathing and Katsuki's member, and one more quick slide from Kirishima has you leaking around Katsuki with a loud cry that you're sure at least a few people heard even if nothing is said to you. You bring about the blonde's finish as well, and you gasp as he buries deep and releases inside of you with a groan of his own. Kirishima jrks at his own PP harder, and you're covered inside and out with thick, hot white fluid. Finally, you feel their weight leave you, and you lean against Kirishima as Katsuki tugs your dress back down and pulls your panties up to stop their cum from leaking down your thighs. Katsuki closes in from behind you again and relentlessly bite and bruise your neck while you can see Kirishima trying to talk on his phone. Can you come pick us up, he stammers to whoever is on the other line. Your head nods weakly along with the music as you uncomfortably stiffen to stop anything from leaking, but it'll be a while that you're stuck between 2 handsome men on this floor as they grab onto you again. You suppose the only thing left to do is dance, after all. Everything was on plan for a nice Valentine's Day. You woke up early that morning to make some homemade chocolates for your boyfriend, and after burning a few batches, you finally found the perfect temperature to melt down the sweet and mold the chocolate into a bunch of mini heart shapes, one for each year you've known each other. You thought that you found a pretty secluded place to even give them to him. As Midoriya blushes in front of you with knowing anticipation, you couldn't help but feel proud. You didn't have to do that for me, he replies with a smile, but the chipper tone of his voice gives away the overexcitement he's trying to hide by playing cool. It doesn't help that he's shaking like a leaf as he reaches out to take the present from you. It's perfect, absolutely perfect until your brother comes on the scene. Instead of chocolate, you give your own boyfriend a sudden push into a bush. I knew I smelled chocolate this morning, Katsuki comments as he stops in front of you, no idea of who you could possibly have a crush on when you never showed any interest in either his friends or yours. The way he scrutinizes you, with narrowed eyes in deep thought at the green and white box with dark green ribbons is beginning to make you sweat, and you're afraid he's going to figure it out. I brought you some chocolate because I figured you're sorry but wouldn't get any because of that rotten attitude. You casually respond with a shrug, lying through your diamond teeth and sacrificing your gift. Shut up, I don't have a rotten attitude. Besides, you know I don't like sweets, idiot. Katsuki yells but snatches the box away from you anyway. You nervously sweat as crimson eyes blink at you before he opens the box and eats the chocolate with a scowl before looking away with a faint blush. Thanks. You frown as he walks away before quickly looking back to the quirkless boy laying back in the dirt. Izuku, I'm so sorry, are you okay? So the chocolate may have been a bust, but you still had other ideas, or so you thought. It's like everywhere you went, you couldn't shake Katsuki. The school roof for lunch, the comic book store, even the DMN 50% off couple deal at the mall. You thought he'd avoid the hell out of any space with couples. Leave it to one of his friends to actually drag him somewhere for the discount. You blame it on living in such a small town really, and the fact that Katsuki and Midoriya did like the same places regardless of how much. Katsuki denies the few similarities they share. Soon you are reduced to your last option as the day wears on. That's hanging out at his house long after you're supposed to have been at home and in your bed. It seemed like the only time you had to spend together was when you snuck out late at night to go to his house just to give him Valentine's chocolate. Fing store-bought Valentine's chocolate. It's all right, Name-chan, I care more about that you wanted to, Izuku informs you with a sincere smile that has you grinning back. Hey, is that a new All Might action figure? You notice behind him, and you already know what'll happen next. Oh, yeah. Izuku perks up and pulls the figure from the shelf to show you. This model has his original uniform back from when he was in America. He kept the classic colors when he came back from abroad, but, he explains, and you giggle as he marks off the subtle differences between this outfit and the one for when he originally came back to Japan. You lie back on the bed with him and cuddle his arm, contently listening to him tell you all about the new stats for his idol along with the latest heroes he added to his hero book. Your brother is right about Midoriya being a total nerd, but he's your nerd, and you love to hear him discuss it even if other people think he's long-winded. There's always this little spark in his eyes when he discusses these things that manage to make butterflies turn in your stomach. Giddily, you cut him off mid-sentence to deeply kiss him. His stunned stiff for a second, his lips unmoving against yours. When you snake your arm around his neck, he finally reacts and kisses you back. You couldn't share these moments in public, not without the risk of being seen by someone one or both of you knew. When you finally have these chances, it is a little more NTMT and a bit more passionate when your tongues meet. You slide on top of him and his arms wrap around your lower back. Your legs slide between his, your knees snug against his groin as you bite and SCK his tongue. The action gets him to MMM for you and tightly crush you in his hug. You can feel him growing from underneath, and usually, this is when the two of you stop, once kissing comes close to something else. Though with your daylight plans ruined, you want to still try something more special. You blush a little at the thought of touching him as your BLD boils and pumps faster. Taking the initiative, you kiss him again and lightly press your palm to his smooth stomach. Gently, you begin to rub and subtly draw your hand closer to his bnur before squeezing him lightly through his shorts. Name, he interrupts and wraps his hand around your wrist, and you think you might have screwed up. Though, the blush on his face is hard, and he likes his lips anxiously. What are you doing? I wanted to do something a bit more special, you explain timidly, since we didn't get to do anything together. You don't have to do that, I'm happy you thought about me. That's in, Izuku, I want to do it, you tell him. You furrow your brows, gulping thickly when he doesn't respond right away, and you nervously question, don't you want me to touch you? Yeah, you're my girlfriend and all. Of course, I want you to, he replies, and you relax and smile back before lightly stroking him again. Tell me if it doesn't feel good, you quietly request and massage the cushioned fabric of his bottoms around him. You slowly pull down his shorts, your heart racing the further down they go. As you free his veined pink member and it stands to greet you, you worriedly bite your bottom lip. Okay, so that's what it looks like, you think to yourself, feeling the BLD rush to your face as you catch Midoriya's eye. You both turn from each other awkwardly, and Midoriya kicks up to rest his back against the headboard. You crawl up and sit in front of him. Calm down, you try to convince yourself and cautiously wrap your fingers around him with an experimental pump. You try to keep rhythm, concentrating on trying to find a pace, but it comes off too stiffly. You didn't even get a MMM yet and he kept awkwardly shifting under you. It seems you weren't really good at this, and you start to frown. Name? Midoriya interrupts after noticing your nervousness. You stiffen, thinking he's going to change his mind before he wraps his hand around yours. Like this. You nod and follow along with him, and warmth travels down your body when you finally get a low MMM out of him. You breathe in deeply, relax, and get more comfortable touching him, and Midoriya lets you continue on your own. You must touch yourself, you absent-mindedly whisper, only noticing that he heard when he stares owlishly at you. I think about you. A lot, he admits, and you smile back. I think about you, too, you confess, thinking back onto the fact that when you were alone your mind had a way of drifting to him. His earnest demeanor, his light touches, and sweet words always got to you some way or another. Smiling, you slide your hand down his stiff PP and gently squeeze his ball. The leakage dripping from him makes it easier to slide him quicker, and soon you're getting more pleased gasps from him. You decide to try your own idea and lean down to shakily flick your tongue over his tip to clean off his precum. His surprised gasp making you a bit braver, and you sink your head down further. Midoriya MMMs lightly as you bob your head down with the same technique from earlier, except now you're providing all the wet heat as your tongue glides under him. His hand ruffles through your hair, and he tries to maintain eye contact with you but occasionally lets his gaze flutter away. Though, it's an innocent feeling you share. You squeeze at his base while you lap and flick your tongue over his tip. You tease his slit with slow likes from your slick tongue and plush kisses from your lips. Name? He grunts and pushes your head down a little more to take him in halfway down. His hips jerk and move lightly in your mouth, and you MMM from the pulsing of hot flesh in your mouth. Name? I'm going to see you grimace as your mouth becomes filled with his release, and you try to keep from spitting it out. Sking a bit more slowly, you manage to swallow it all down without much trouble before pulling away and wiping the last drops of it from your chin. You swallowed it. Midoriya breathes out and shrinks a little away from you, and you gape at him with flushed cheeks. You were supposed to swallow, right? Guys usually like that sort of thing. You try to find something to say to break the awkwardness, your best idea being, I figured it was my White's Day gift. You attempt to joke, and it only makes him more bashful. Name? No. His voice cracks, and you can only laugh at him. The time would only be better if it wasn't for the alarm on your phone going off to remind you it is time to head back. You frown, sighing. I have to go, you say even though both of you are aware what the constant beeping means. I'll walk you home. You walk up to the tree that you used to sneak out your house or sneak Deku in. You step in Izuku's palms, letting him boost you up to the first branch before leaning down to help him follow suit, continuing the pattern until you could reach the second-floor window to your room. Jumping into the window, you land on your bed with a bounce and turn back to smile at the green-haired boy. Thanks for bringing me home, Izuku. I wanted to make sure you got here safe, he answers, and you chuckle at the fact that your quirkless boyfriend still wants to go out his way to protect you, mostly because that means he'll have to go back alone in the dark. And well, your neighbors have a pretty big dog without a leash. My hero, you say and give a big smile that leaves him red in the face. Well, good night. Izuku waves and slides one leg off to get some footing on the branch under him. Hey, you stop him, feeling a little bolder after your little rendezvous. I got one more surprise for you. You tell him and curl your fingers around your shirt and pull it up to flash him just as he looks back up at you. The way down seems much longer when you watch him lose his grip and fall down the rest of the way. Are you okay? I'm fine. You see him weakly wave from his faceplant on the ground, but you can't focus too much when the light in the next room a few feet over breaks through. You look at Katsuki, who leans over to look out his window after hearing the epic failure of a crash. Katsuki doesn't seem to notice Izuku, but he does notice you. Did you hear that? Katsuki questions and you quickly shake your head. I didn't hear anything. He grunts, seemingly buying the excuse before stopping when he thinks about it. Why are you looking out the window? No reason. Katsuki glares at you, obviously not believing your excuse. Were you talking to someone? No, you answer, but can't stop yourself from briefly looking to where Izuku had landed. He wasn't there anymore, thank goodness. Midoriya must have seen the chance to escape. You're mistaken when you finally pick out red sneaker tips from behind a large above-ground root. What are you looking at? You frown. Distraction could be much needed right about now. You roll your eyes in the most exaggerated fashion possible and let out a loud and frustrated groan. What do you mean what I'm looking at? Your ugly face obviously. Demon, you're really proving blondes are dumbass lately, you say and stick your tongue out at him, making him growl. Who are you calling an ugly dumbass? You're the one with the deformed face, dirt hair. He barks back. Who the hell are you calling ugly? We're related, you moron. Don't make me come over there, name, he threatens, and that's the break you need. The door is open. What's he waiting for, punk? You instigate, smiling at your success when you see his head back inside and hear his window slam closed. Go now, you try to yell as lowly as you can before turning back with a scowl to meet your brother midway in the hall. Go in your room, Kitsuki. Go in your thing room. You argue with him after enough time has passed for Midoriya to make some safe distance from your house. You go in your DMN room first. I'm oldest, you go in your room, you demand, using your senior status as big sis against him. Get bent, he growls. You blush, your mind going back to tonight. The next step after would be having sex, wouldn't it? You smile faintly at the idea. What are you so happy about? But then again, you'd have to find a way around that first. You don't think you'll be able to sneak out again for a while. No, nothing, you answer and decide to let him be the victor of this round as you head back to your room, but is quick on your tail. It doesn't sound like nothing. What did you do? Katsuki yells. Nothing, but... Leave me alone. You shout in honest irritation this time around as you slam the door frantically. Name. The students are really hyperactive this week. Aizawa had to stop a fight from breaking out more than once, he sent a few students away to detention, and the day only worsens when he has to keep Bakugo from jumping Mineta. His eyes quickly go dry from overuse, so Aizawa has to make use of his drops. Aizawa reaches for his saline solution, yet when he tilts his head back, absolutely nothing comes out. Sighing, he knows he needs to head to the first aid room now for more. It's not all a loss though when he sees your face sitting in Recovery Girl's chair like you own the place. You're a student, not officially in any specific course, but as an assistant healer under the study of Recovery Girl. Also, the stand-in nurse for the school when she has to travel for emergencies or events. You turn to him with a smile on your face. Hello, Aizawa-sensei, what do I owe this visit to? I ran out of eye drops. I was wondering if you had another supply, he answers casually, even if inside he's a bit of a mess from being around you. Every time he sees you, it's like he's an awkward teenager in high school all over again. You're just unlike anyone he's met. Intelligent and mature for your age with a sense of duty that most don't discover until they've been a hero. For a few years. It doesn't help that you're just so attractive to him with pretty color skin and bright eyes. Not to mention that welcoming smile. He thinks he likes that aspect of you the most. It's an important thing for a healer to be approachable, and you definitely were more than approachable for him. Aizawa sits down in the corner of the room, trying not to seem too overly eager in his conversation with you. Nope, next shipment isn't until next week, you tell him sadly. He can't find it in him to be too irritated when it's you giving the bad news. Although, he didn't want to have to make the stop on the way home. Humming, you reach into your nurse's jacket and pull out a small box. Good thing I always carry an extra, you say and toss him the box to catch. You always manage to come through, he smirks and tilts his head back for much-needed relief. I don't understand why you don't buy your own, you mention as you watch him from your seat, it'd be easier than ordering through Granny. I don't like the hassle, he answers in his usual monotone, but it's far from the truth. It honestly just gives him a good excuse to come to see you, to hear your voice. I'm starting to think that you just like an excuse to skip a few minutes of class. You tease him, and he understands why you have the idea. He may have done so once or twice. You have me read, Elden name. You give him the biggest smile he's seen when he says that, and there's a small laugh to go with it that makes his heart foolishly jump. There's no reason he should feel this way just from hearing you laugh, but he does. It's not a reasonable way to feel for a student, especially when they show no hint of reciprocating. He knows that, but Is there anything else you need? The sound of you draws him back to reality, and he sighs. The words he wants to say is in the front of his mind and want to leave the tip of his tongue. Name. Aizawa always tries to start with your name, and he always manages to end it there once he sees your eyes widely blinking at him in true anticipation. No, thanks, he replies, stands to his feet, and leaves out the door now that he's gotten what he actually came for, what he should only come here for. His quick exit leaves him unable to see the slight frown tugging at your lips as you sigh and turn back to your work. The two of you always have this kind of game. He would always visit and watch you or just stop by to talk, not even talk really. Mostly listen about your day. Some days, you wonder if it's possible he just likes to be around you. It's a ridiculous thought to have. He's a grown man, a teacher, a hero, and he wouldn't be interested in you. That doesn't stop your crush though. It's the same routine today. Aizawa sitting in the first aid room with you, grading papers like it's some kind of office. There's too much noise in the teacher's lounge, he explains, noticing your quiet interest. Too much noise or too much Hisashi-sensei, you throw back. Aizawa glances up at you before peering back down at his papers. Is there a difference in either of those choices? I hear you, that man can talk anyone to death. Honestly, we should send him to fight all for one. You joke then bite your tongue when you realize you shouldn't talk about your teachers like that, but it always manages to drag out the laziest smirk from Aizawa that makes your face warm. Your day continues on like this with short jabs and talks. A few students come in for minor injuries that you heal away. The last of which you seal their cut hand closed. By the time 4 rolls around, you're ready to call it a day. You push away from the desk with a much-deserved yawn and swivel to face Aizawa. His breathing softly, a light, steady sigh following each exhale as his head nods off to the side. You didn't realize when he fell asleep between your work. You suppose you could stay another hour so he doesn't have to wake up. Deciding to cover him up, you grab the blanket from the bed and drape it over him. He's so handsome, you think as you look over his sleeping form, shoving away the thought that says you're being a little creepy. Aizawa just always looks so peaceful in his sleep. It's a place to put away all his worries and relax. His lips are so temptingly parted that you find yourself leaning in. Then, you pull away, believing it to be too intrusive, so you settle to lightly kiss the scar under his eye. Though, you wouldn't if you had known he's actually awake. He's been the moment he felt the blanket hit him, because no matter how much he sleeps, it is always a light rest thanks to having to be prepared for the dangers of his job. You babble and quickly jump away as dark eyes open up to you. His fingertips brush the spot you kiss, and he glances at you with a shock that you can't read for once. Though, it's from a realization that he makes that face, a realization that you share the same feelings for him, at least a little. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. I was just seeing how your scar was coming along, you try to explain, but you know he's smarter than that. My scar has been healed for months, he breaks down your lie, and you could just disappear because of your lack of impulse control. I apologize, Aizawa-sensei, I don't know what came over me. I promise it won't happen again. You apologize dryly and sit back at your desk, trying to make the situation seem smaller than what it is by writing down more study notes. It does very little to help, and soon you place your face in the palm of your hands with an embarrassed sigh. Why did this have to happen? Why did you have to have a crush on an older man, an authority figure at that? Why did it have to be the most stoic, painfully honest one? You wish he would stop staring at you, you wish you could read his mind, you wish he could just love you back. That's not necessary, name. You perk your head up, trying not to let yourself get too invested in the fact that he called you by your first name. The conversations that start that way always have an abrupt end before he left. Yes. Aizawa closes the distance that you made from him to press an unsuspected kiss to your forehead. I don't mind if you want to kiss me. Just make sure I'm awake to feel it first. This time it is him who kisses your lips first. You have no idea what was going through Mirio's head when he tries to introduce you to the underclassmen at the school. You figured he meant 3 or 4 of the ones he's friends with, not the entire DMN class. Surely if you had known, you would have chosen a much tamer outfit to draw less attention to yourself rather than the pretty sundress you had put on. Timidly, you stand behind him as he introduces you to the class. And this one here is name, she's my girlfriend, he announces proudly, motioning to his side where you are now clearly absent. Ah, wait, here she is. He reiterates and suddenly moves to the side to make you appear. The first thing you notice is so many eyes, all on you. You shrink away and place your arms in front of your body as some sort of protection. Hello. You feel a pat at your back. It's okay to speak up, they're nice guys. 𝐼𝐸 tries to encourage you with a smile, but you still just can't, so he speaks for you. She's actually really excited to meet you guys. She's just a little shy. She and Tamaki are two peas from the same pod, really. 𝐼𝐸, you lowly whine, completely embarrassed by his casual calling out. After introductions, there were a few calm students to come talk to you. You could appreciate their sensitivity to your shyness, but the loud ones. The loud ones. How long have you been dating? Hey, does he always act the same when you're alone? You must be really strong. You thought you did a pretty good job at handling it. You even were beginning to have a little fun once the initial conversation began to calm down until you heard the purple-haired boy make a perverted comment. Something about your chubbiness and that you had a lot more woman to hold as his mouth drools. Your face falls. He must surely be making fun of you, and you retreat back behind an oblivious 𝐼𝐸 who's chatting away. I'm heading back, you tell him without much explanation. You can't be surprised when halfway back to the dorms, your boyfriend is chasing after you. Name, where are you going? I just felt a bit overwhelmed, that's all, you tell him with a weak smile. You know I can tell that that's not a happy face. Name. What's really wrong? 𝐼𝐸 asks, concerned. You sigh and shake your head, hoping to drop the subject. Nothing, just one of the small guys just said something that made me a little uncomfortable is all. What? Who? It's not important, just the usual, you answer to avoid any confrontations, but 𝐼𝐸 frowns. Do you have a problem with it? You know what he's referring to. Your confidence may not have been stellar, but you never had a problem personally with your looks. It seems most other people have the problem. No, it still bothers me when it's called out so bluntly, I guess, you attempt to explain. It's mainly the attention. Name, 𝐼𝐸 says and pulls you into a side hug. You know if anyone makes you uncomfortable, you can tell me, and I'll make them stop. Timidly looking down at your feet, you whisper, Thank you, 𝐼𝐸-kun. I know it's not the most important thing to worry, nonsense. It's always my job to be on patrol for looky-loos, especially when I'm dating the cutest, sweetest girl in school. They'll probably try to take you away from me if I'm not careful. Embarrassed, you glance away. Now, you're over-exaggerating. All right then, 𝐼𝐸 says, suddenly stopping in his tracks. You don't notice until you're already halfway in the air and being piggyback on his front. I'll just have to prove it to you. Am I 𝐼𝐸? No. Put me down, you stammer and try to bury your face into his chest as he continues towards the dorms. You walk the streets being cradled into him. You can feel the eyes of strangers on you, and you blush. Everyone's looking at us, you nearly cry. It's jealousy. And no, it's not. Stop it, you continue to yell as you reach the dormitories. The current events are usual for the students there at this point. It's still embarrassing as ever when 𝐒𝐠 greets the two of you with a laugh at your distress as he heads up to your room. 𝐼𝐸, put me down. Your wish is granted as he sits you down on your bed. You grumpily cross your arms over your chest and try to glare at him, but your angry expression begins to crack when he squats to your eye level with that natural grin. Come on, can't I get a little smile? He tries to coax you. No. I'm mad at you. You huff, but then he squishes your pudgy puffed-out cheeks between his fingers. Your lip quivers as you fight back the need to laugh and try to move away from him. Stop it. That tickles. You scold, but he persists with pulling and massaging them until you both fall back into the bed. Your resolve finally falls when 𝐼𝐸 snuggles his head against your neck. Okay, I give up, you giggle. Feeling better, he questions, and you shyly nod as 𝐼𝐸 runs his fingers back through your hair. Then, he tenderly litters your neck with butterfly kisses. I mean it though, I think you're appealing especially here. He compliments by kissing your lips, making you flush as he slides his hand up your hip, and here, and your thighs are always so warm and comfy, Mirio coos and gently palms and gropes the chub around your inner thigh. You perv. You gasp and squeeze your legs around him. Don't tease me. I can't help it when you get all shy like that, he replies and inhales the light scent of your shampooed hair. It makes me want to cuddle you more. You cover your face in your hands to hide your bashful expression. You softly whimper as his hands roam your body, giving light squeezes. Name, let me see your face, please. You shake your head, turning to the side to face away. Mirio chuckles at your cuteness and snuggles up from behind. Fine, I'll keep having to touch you until you do. Soft touches light against your hip, your dress slowly being pushed up. Your stomach turns with butterflies, always butterflies around him. Mirio kisses your neck, each warm peck. Drawing a light from your lips. Mirio becomes more passionate yet still faint in his touches, making your body tingle each time another soft kiss brushes your skin. His hand glides over your thighs and in between your legs. Your fluster grows exponentially when his hard-on pokes your rear. How can he be turned on just from that? You accidentally say aloud as he goes to cup your biases in large hands and squeeze. I always get this way around you, is his cheerful reply. You don't think you can get any hotter until his pee glides between your legs. With a gasp, you uncover your face, and he takes the opportunity to kiss you near the corner of your lips. A soft leaves you as he presses his pee against your pee and slowly begins to slide and rub between your thighs, loving the way your thick, plump thighs hug and squish around him. Mirio, you trying to hold down the embarrassing sound as his throbbing pee rubs under your panties and between your folds. I love when you make that sound, Mirio hums in your ear, his tongue licking around the shell. You shiver and mewl as his head strokes and teases against your opening before he fully sheathes himself inside of you. He keeps himself buried in you, unmoving as your heat wraps around him, and Mirio is quick to replace the friction that was once on your CLT by circling and massaging with his finger pads. You're always so warm, name, he blissfully tells you. The perfect cozy, you think you might burst on fire if he keeps this up. Don't say it like that. It sounds so dirty. But, it's true. I'd stay inside you all the time, he continues. You whine loudly as he kisses your neck, playfully pressing wet lips to your skin before skinning down on your weak spot. Your hips buck and arch into his touch, and you breathe out lightly, your gasps increasing with the slick, swirling motions of his fingers. Your walls clench and squeeze around thick length as he comfortably keeps place inside you. Finally, you can't keep your voice down as you spasm. Always Mirio presses into you more deeply to hear that appealing sound as you come around his pee, hot fluid rushing down him. You catch your breath quickly as his arms stay wrapped around you. I bet you believe me now, Mirio happily states, and you curl up smaller under his hold. I don't have much of a choice, you reply and shift a little. You chew your bottom lip and nervously rub at your forearm as he rests his cheek on top of your head. You notice easily that he hasn't pulled out yet and his pee keeps pulsing against your nerves, making the light tingles still running through you last longer. Mirio-kun, aren't you going to? You know. You know. Him. No, I'm good here, he sighs and affectionately cuddles you tighter, making you whine as he hums against your neck. So soft. The dorms are well equipped but the water still isn't hot enough. You scrub your skin raw but the marks remain. The cut on your inner thigh especially hurts when the water hits it. You still can remember his voice when the knife cut through your skin, the way the cool steel slid down the sweating skin of your body, down between your BRSTs, the sharp edge brushing across your stomach. I'm quite skillful with a blade myself. Hissing, you tense and pull your hand away from the wound. You can still remember the feel of his body, forcing you up against the board. The way his fingers dug into your flesh, parting and teasing, as you frustratedly gave into the feel of his pee ripping through your body. It still hurts even to touch, but you have to clean him away, scrub it all away. Name, can you help me after class? Of course, Aizawa-sensei. The words left your lips so effortlessly. You had stayed so easily even after everyone left and the door closed. You had trusted him so freely. Your wrists are red and burned from the scarves pulled too tightly around you, restraining your arms behind your back. His body felt heavy, the pressure making it impossible to breathe as he lied on top of you. You fought and struggled to reach one of your daggers around your hip. Aizawa had beat you there instead, and your eyes stretched open at the silver he waved in front of you. The silver that protects you now reflecting your fearful face back to you. Aizawa's hand came over your mouth, and though your screams were muffled, your tears came freely. You're always such a tease. Don't pretend like you don't like it now. The hilt ground against your CLT, painfully crushing it under the pressure of the metal. The worst came when it pushed past your boundaries, cold, dark, empty, just like the black eyes that watch you convulse and whimper in terror and pain. You keep track of the time, the whispers of seconds under your breath as he moves above you. You don't register what they add to in your head as you fade away, focusing on the ceiling over you as the hilt 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐾 inside your PP and his PP in your other opening. You never notice the peeling paint in the corner or the spots on the white tile ceiling of the classroom. 1, 2, 6, 7. 7 marks of mold beginning to spread. It's no surprise you missed such obvious things. You mistook your teacher for a hero instead of a monster as well. You turn off the faucet after what seems like minutes turn to hours. Your body is clean, head to toe, with steam rolling off your skin. It feels dirty all the same. Still, it's been too long, and you have to go to school. 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 You can't quite bend down right to pull on your uniform. After a moment's struggle, you manage. It all aches and burns, and your knives remain tossed in the trash. Your eyes are unable to look at them. They were a gift for getting into the top hero school from your parents. You couldn't keep them anymore. You walk the halls, each step like a foot closer into a nightmare. A nightmare is what it is when you stand in front of the classroom doors, and he is there. He seems as apathetic to the world as ever as he clutches the sides of his podium. You think you can do this, but your body is frozen, unable to move. The pain from before lights back in you, the memory sealed into your body by scars and friction burns keep you bolted outside the doors, where you remember last being safe. Then, his eyes catch you, and you jump. Name, you're late. Your mouth opens and closes. How can he address you so casually, that easily as a teacher when less than 24 hours ago he had you tied back against the desk? Your back arching and aching as you tried to tug on your restraints. Your skin breaking and staining the white scarves around his neck with the speckling of BLD. Did that weapon still smell like you? Did he wash it? Was he thinking about how he used them to tie and bind you as he slides his hand under them and scratches his neck before addressing the remainder of the class? You can't. You can't step into that room. You refuse. You refuse, and your feet keep moving to the only destination that can free you. The principal's office is only a short walk away. The chair in the waiting room is nice and plush but not any comfort against your sore body. You wait for Principal Nezu to call you in. Your reasoning is obvious to you but a mystery to him. I want to drop out of the hero program. You think you may have seen a crack in the usually composed face of his. The greeting in the welcoming voice you first received becomes concerned. That's a serious request, Miss L. Her name, he begins, but this is a serious situation for you. It's not one to be taken so lightly. I understand that, you resolve, I don't think I'm cut out to save people, you explain as the girl who couldn't even save herself. You're in class 1A, correct? Is your teacher aware of this longing? Your voice catches in your throat. He's more than aware. He's the reason, and you nod slowly. Your lie still doesn't protect you as Nezu goes for the intercom. Aizawa-san, can you please come to my office? Your heart pounds in your chest with each passing second. It's like you can hear his steps coming down the hall all the way from here even though you know it's impossible from this distance. The door opening behind you stirs the cold air in the office as Aizawa stands next to you, his body heat too close. Too familiar, and you can barely hold back the shaking that takes a hold of you as they discuss your request. Hesitating, you bring your gaze to Aizawa, immediately looking away when those dark eyes peers down at you. Name believes she is no longer capable of becoming a hero. Aizawa blinks at the animal turned intelligent, and you don't know what is to come next. It's when his hand squeezes your shoulder that you're reminded how purely helpless you are. Name is an excellent student, one of the best in class. I have all confidence that she can become a great hero. Your eyes widen, and you frantically shake your head. No, I'm not. I'd just be a waste of space for someone who wants to be one. It's fine. You shudder as his hands slide across your back, as if he was trying to provide some comfort. You shouldn't doubt yourself so much. Please, you beg Nezu, I want to drop out. I'd be willing to provide any extra help to make sure she becomes a viable hero. I think the decision is too rash. Why? Why can't he let it go? He's already won. Nezu folds his hands together and leans over his desk. I have to agree. This is the first time I'm hearing concern about the confidence in your abilities, and would hate to lose you as a student. Why don't you think about this decision for a few more weeks, and if you still feel the same, then we can fill out paperwork to transfer you to a different course. It's happening again. The safety net you thought you could fall into is being pulled away, and you shrink into your own mind. Come on, Anim, I'll take you back to class. Aizawa offers like your knight in shining armor and helps you out of the chair by pulling on your arm. You leave with him. You walk with him. You go back to class with him. And as you sit in your desk, you can still imagine his hand squeezing your shoulder, his fingers intimidatingly ghosting up to the back of your neck before sliding into your hair. You drown out the sound of his voice as you fall into the only place in your mind where there's happiness until the bell rings. You're the first up out of your seat. You throw everything into your bag as you rush to race out the room, only to be stopped by Aizawa before you even have a chance to make a run for the door. Name, remain after class. I need to see you. Pausing, you stand in place as the class empties around you. You can only feel numbness when the familiar, cool touch of his hand touches your cheek. Letting your mind wander from the moving of the world around you, you stare up at the ceiling. Another spot. That makes 8 now. This story best starts off months ago when Tomura was teaching his general studies class. As an individual, he always had a set way of doing things, an independent streak he tries to pass on to his students as a teacher. That day he doesn't know why he tries to be the fun teacher, as Hisashi annoyingly puts it, by allowing his students to work in groups. Experience tells him which of his students will readily partner with the others and who will be tag-alongs. Tomura doesn't notice at first the way your face falls into pure dread as you slowly trapeze around the room with the other students, going from group to group until you're the last one standing in the far-off corner near your desk. Figures there'd be at least one, there's always one. Someone let name in their group, he instructs, but is met with an impregnable silence and blank stares as no one speaks up. Well, he repeats, growing more irritated. This is exactly why he didn't give students free rein. Shigaraki-sensei, if it's okay, I would rather work alone anyway. You speak up calmly, but at this point, it's a matter of principle of his students not listening to him. The only thing scarier than you is an angry Shigaraki. Nakamura, she's in your group, Tomura says decisively and motions off to said student, who jumps at the point of his gloved finger. Tomura begins to hand out the assignment papers as you move to sit with your assigned group. As all of you begin to work, Tomura has to admit that the blonde banana might have had a point about this letting students work together thing. It did wonders for keeping them from asking too many questions and made them brainstorm together. Though, there's one group that has been bothering him. The group you are in consisted of yourself and 3 other students who find it best to huddle their desks as far as possible from you. Occasionally, they throw your silently working person a nervous glance. You didn't seem to react on the surface, but Tomura knows when to catch a crack in an uncaring facade. It is in the way your brows furrow for just a second before you look back down, and the way you write just a little harder and make the pencil lead break, causing a low curse to leave your lips. It reminds him of school days he'd rather forget. Soon, the bell rings for lunch and the class exits the room. Your group mates all but trip over themselves in their hurry while you choose to eat at your desk like you did every day. Tomura always assumed you chose to eat by yourself. Now he isn't sure anymore how voluntary that decision was. Don't you ever want to eat with your friends or something? You stop mid-chew of your food, eyes studying him for just a few seconds, and you continue eating. Your silence is enough of an answer as he gets up from his desk, walks the long aisle between rows, and stands next to you. Don't got any, here. You purse your lips and ignore his deduction. Tomura sighs and lightly scratches his neck with a single finger. He has a theory as to why. Being a general education teacher, he didn't get to see his students' quirks in action often, but he does hear rumors here and there when students don't think he's paying attention. How much am I willing to bet it's because of that quirk of yours, the villainous one? Your usual calm expression turns hard at those words. You wouldn't understand. We'll see about that when you tell me. Scowling, your gaze lingers out the window. I hurt people when I touch them. Even just brushing shoulders does it. It's like I drain people's energy away for myself, you explain bitterly. It's so annoying and useless and I hate it. Tomura hits the nail on the head, and you drop your head to hide your agitated look from him. Yeah. People won't talk to me or want to be around me. And if they do, it's because someone dared them to touch me or to see what it feels like. So it's better if I can stay by myself where I won't hurt anyone. Accidentally or not, you finish bitterly and on edge. Thinking it over, Tomura holds up his hand to you and pulls the side zipper that supports his glove. You see, these gloves aren't a fashion statement, they're a safety precaution. I have to be cautious about how I touch things because of my quirk, he explains as he grabs away one of your chopsticks with 3 fingers before letting the other 2 fall on it. Your eyes widen and you glance back at him, then the pile of crumbled remains on the floor in disbelief. And you don't worry about hurting people. I can handle it myself, he irritatedly states and scratches at his neck, but the faculty feels more secure if I wear the gloves to avoid accidents. You look at him like you're seeing the sun for the first time, with awe and this twinkling admiration. It's the most emotion he's ever seen from you, and the young teacher can feel his face warm. Could you teach me how to control mine too then? You want me to help you? He just didn't realize that you would take it so much to heart that you share a similar issue. Honestly, he was expecting you to ignore 90% of what he said. Your quirk makes you a victim of its own design. He's seen it. Those cold stares of annoyance given to others to hide the hurt underneath, the same hurt you show now. The dark edge your voice took when you talked about the others is worrisome though. Loneliness can give your mind the time to think of the worst things about the world. He knows that but still never said anything. So out of guilt or obligation, Tomura can't ignore the plea from his quiet student regardless of how time-consuming the lessons will be alongside his normal duties. All right, I'll help you, but you better listen to every word. I won't let you down, sensei, you answer with gumption he can't help but admire. That's how this relationship started. Him sacrificing precious hours to help you control your quirk. Through little experiments and accidents, he's learned 2 important rules about your quirk. Although it worked through clothing, your quirk only worked when you were aware the other person was touching you. This fact was difficult to establish since you were always on guard to make sure people weren't in contact with you. It took weeks after opening up to Tomura for you to relax around him. Then one day during lunch, you were sitting in front of him on his desk, discussing the fact that you had a new baby brother and how you wanted to be able to hold him one day when your bare thigh brushed his hand that was flat on the desk. You hadn't noticed until he pointed it out. Even then, it took a few moments for your quirk to activate. The exact timing happened when your smile fell and the realization and fear flashed on your features. Suddenly, he felt tired, like his strength was sapping away. His body slowed, inside and out, the beating in his chest sluggish, his skin cold, and his mind shutting down like death itself was moments away. The aching pain of stopping body functions and irrational panic sets in. That's how it always felt with your quirk, like going through the final stages before ultimate death. Then, you quickly broke contact and looked away. That incident also led to his second guess about your quirk. Your quirk was automatic, but not in the way you had assumed. It seemed to be caused only when you were angry or in distress. This idea took longer to find out than he'd like to admit. He should have noticed since day one this was the case since quirks are easily tied to emotions, especially negative ones. The first day he asked you to touch him he should have noticed. Have you ever killed someone? With your quirk? He questions. Your eyes widen a bit. No, I don't keep contact long enough, people usually pass out before they die. I want you to touch me then, Shigaraki instructs and holds out his hand. You open your mouth to complain but he interrupts, I want to see how it works. But didn't I tell you to listen or would you rather not have my help? Either touch me or give up now. Pursing your lips, you grab onto his hand and try to remain calm as red eyes bore into you. Don't hurt him, you repeat to yourself as the seconds tick by in slow motion. Then, the familiar flood of anxiety sets in. Your arm begins to shake with the slow influx of energy that has your blood pumping faster and your muscles twitching with added strength while he grimaces suddenly and his brows furrow. Don't hurt him. Don't. I'm hurting him. Finally, he tears away. I thought you said it was automatic, Tomura huffs out as you distance yourself. Scowling, you glance at your feet. It is usually, but I was thinking that I didn't want to hurt you. That, along with the fact that your quirk didn't activate until he physically saw terror overtake your face, leads him to at least acknowledge fear as a possible requirement for your quirk and reassures him that you might be able to have some control over it. Following these two principles, he managed to piece together a theory. Your quirk was like a computerized defense mechanism, reacting to protect you from and strengthen you against perceived threats. That would make your negative and positive emotions the control variables. Your fear, your anxiety, and your self-doubt all work together to tell your body that you were in danger while your calm and happiness told it to stand down. His best guess is that your constant fear of hurting people and shock when you did bump into someone actually caused your quirk to react for all these years. It was only trying to protect you, but like everything else, the human body is just bad at what it does. That's what brought you to the current situation. Alone in the classroom, you stand in front of Tomura with scared eyes. He knows why you're hesitant about this, allowing yourself to touch him with your quirk. It's been months leading up to this moment, months of experiments and chance happenings that led him to believe that he's discovered the secret to controlling your quirk. Hurry up and touch me already, he tells you even though he knows his scolding does nothing to help the situation. You hold your hands up in front of his face, and they tremble. Your lips quiver with each shaky inhale. It's almost as if you hadn't listened to the explanation he gave you. Stop being so dim and shaky, he growls and scratches at his neck. I can't help it. How do you know this will work? Because I thought it through, is the simple yet unsatisfying answer. If you stay calm, you're not going to hurt me. Just remember, you're safe. I'm not going to hurt you or get angry. Okay, you less than confidently answer and slowly close your hands around his head to brush your fingers on his cheeks. Struggling to keep your emotions back, you wince. It's difficult to swallow down the constant worry and shove the familiar fear to the back of your mind, but when you open your eyes and look at your teacher, he's still standing. There's no rush of power being conducted, no adrenaline pumping, just normal. Normal, and your lips slowly turn to form a smile. The second your hands fall, sliding against his neck, Tomura knows he solved the puzzle. I touched you, you whisper, and that glowing, disbelieved smile that you have never shown is proof enough itself that he did something good for one of his students. If he fails as a teacher, he can at least say he helped one person. I touched you, you repeat loudly and slide your fingers into his hair gleefully. I can't believe it. As if to make official, you suddenly hug your arms around him and kiss him. Tomura can't sense your quirk at work, so that means you're comfortable, or maybe you're not aware of what you're doing in your excitement. Your hands tremble against his skin from giddiness, and for someone whose touch strokes every terrifying aspect of death in others, your skin is surprisingly smooth, your touch delicate. For a second, he forgets what his title is supposed to be and kisses you back, carefully slow. Tomura cups your chin, his bare thumb pinching you and making you jump. Your quirk tingles through him, and he almost pulls away, thinking that you've finally realized your mistake, but it dies in him, and he can feel your power dissipating as you continue to kiss him with a soft mmm. Having another human in contact with you is better than you can imagine. The first time you tried to kiss someone they fell out, but now you could really appreciate the closeness. He was so warm and alive. The little texture differences between his rough lips and the broken and scarred skin around his neck is an experience you never had. You didn't want to let go, but you need air just as anybody else. You pull away, both of you staring at each other for any sign of denial or rejection, but you keep your arms around him, and he drags his hands over your waist. There's still some type of distance to you that you want out the way. You want to be able to feel more, you crave to have more, now that you can feel it even if it's just for this once. Can you take these off, you bluntly request, tugging at his gloves. I want to feel you. 𝐼𝐸 swallows thickly, cheeks flushing darkly red. A little girl shouldn't be making him so obviously flushed. You can't just beg for him to touch you so earnestly like that. It's oddly dirty in a way that has his pee twitching. Are you sure about that? I could kill you any second. I could do the same to you, you whisper and carefully pull the accessories off. You press your lips to his neck this time and 4 fingers slide under your shirt. You shiver at the prickles along your sides. His touch is amazingly different from your own, rougher, larger as he spread his fingers along your body to squeeze as much of your skin as possible. 𝐼𝐸 walks back to sit in his desk chair and pulls you onto his lap. You don't break away from his lips, from the slick swipes of his tongue wrapping around yours. It tastes so sweet. This is how kissing is supposed to feel like. It's another surge shooting through your nerves one by one, this time something good, unlike your quirk. 𝐼𝐸 spoils you in light grasps and strokes. You only wish he could grab you more readily, but he has to watch for his quirk as well. Each touch makes you feel hot and on fire despite how little it actually is. Your whimpers escalate when he palms your BRSTS under your shirt. Sensei, you feel really good. You praise and mirror his actions by sliding your hands under his clothes. Shigaraki groans from your curious fingers exploring his abs and chest, comparing the smooth muscles lining his stomach with the grooves and dips of his pelvis and collarbone. You keep repeating your massage, dragging nails against his flesh and rubbing your finger pads along his nipples. You pause when you feel something new between your legs, a pulsing need pressing against your womanhood. You flush lightly, swelling with an overwhelming joy of knowing your touch made him feel good. You overheard people talking about sex before. You didn't think you'd be able to have that, so you may have over-regally undone his breathes and grabbed him. 𝐼𝐸 hisses, and you tense, letting the shock run its course through you. Calm down, you just did it too hard, he groggily states as everything begins to blur together under your power. Oh, right, you steadily breathe. Right, you say and let go to press your PP against his PP. Mewling, you use him to slide along your PP. Your wetness begins to dampen your panties as his rigid member grinds along your sensitive area. 𝐼𝐸 rests his hand at your butt, helping you along to rock on his lap. 𝐼𝐻𝐸, you ball your hands against his chest and focus on the knot building in your core. 𝐼𝐸 removes his hands from your butt and goes to unbutton your shirt, revealing more of your torso to cover in nips and kisses. You as he kisses over your BRSTS, nipping lightly enough not to cause any pain as he tugs at your brother. It's only better as his warm mouth covers and 𝐒𝐻𝐸 your NPL. His tongue teases with strong flicks before he nibbles at the sensitive nub and makes you buck harder. 𝐼𝐸 sways sides and gives the other the same treatment until it stiffens and peaks against the tip of his tongue. For a second, he pulls away to continue kissing the soft mounds. I'm not going to F you. I don't need you to kill me just because it hurts or something, he warns you as he slips his PP underneath your panties and slide between your folds. It's a way to keep you from panicking and also to keep himself from taking this to a complete endgame with you too soon. Maybe next time when you have a better handle. Shigaraki-sensei, you out and thickly swallow back your drool. You hadn't realized what you were missing out on all this time. Your harsh breathes are the signal you're drawing close to your end. It's all a bit too much too soon when he repeatedly rubs against your CLT, and you come almost immediately on his PP. You clutch onto him tightly, burying your head against his shoulder to muffle your pleased cry. He grinds up against you more roughly to see you through your orgasm and hurry to bring himself to a quick finish. You collapse on top of him, fully drained of your initial high. Shigaraki-sensei, you quietly whisper. You're fully aware that your impulses don't mean anything, that it was a spur-of-the-moment deal, but you now made another attachment to him unrelated to the likeness of your quirks as the first person you could hold. Could we cuddle a little? You may have noticed the slight blush on his face if you looked up, but you wait for him to draw his arms around you. Just for now. I understand, you reply and lower your head against the crook of his neck until it was time for him to go to his next class. The next few training sessions consisted of trying to control and keep your emotions restrained. You already had good experience in not showing them often, now you just had to repress them. When 𝐼𝐸 thinks you're prepared enough, he allows the students to work in groups again. This time you take the initiative to walk up to a classmate on your own. Hey! May I join? You request as you rush behind an oblivious classmate and throw your arms over them in a lazy hug. The murdered scream they release is piercing and loud, and they hyperventilate and shake as you remain attached like a leech. Tomura smirks as the big display grants you everyone's attention. As the situation calms and the student realizes that their panic isn't caused by you, they relax. You okay? You ask casually and place your hand on their forehead to prove that nothing is wrong in the eyes of your fellow classmates. Yeah. The student nods and hesitantly agrees to let you be in their group. Cool. You smirk and ruffle their hair before moving a desk near their own. It seems like you'd be fine on your own from here on out. Katsuki knows Kirishima is too soft-hearted for his own good, but this is ridiculous. You hold out a pen and paper to him, begging him to sign up for some type of gardening club or outdoors club, or something that's an entire waste of time. Kirishima takes his sweet time writing his name on your sign-up before handing you the clipboard. Here you go, name. Thank you, Kirishima. You're the best, you answer stiffly as you try to keep down your excitement as Kirishima grins at you. Katsuki rolls his eyes, unable to see how Kirishima couldn't notice the flirty way you shift and bat your eyes at him in a clear sign that you liked him. Not getting the response you wanted, your smile falters slightly before you hold out the pen to Bakugo as well. Now, he knows you're crazy. Like hell, he would waste his precious time on gardening. You don't have to do anything or show up. I just need enough people to form the club. So really I'm just borrowing your name. Fine. Katsuki can't think of any harm when you put it that way, as long as you don't expect him to show. Katsuki forgets that he signs up just as quickly as it takes you to walk down the hall to turn it into Principal Nezu's office. Every day for the next few weeks, you would head up to the school roof to take care of your garden. You got most of the Baku squad to sign up for the club and Aizawa to be the supporting instructor, but none of them seemed interested to actually try after the first week or forgot to check on their plots altogether. Except for Kirishima apparently. Katsuki doesn't know why he didn't refuse Kirishima's invitation as he walks the stairs to the roof. Why the hell are you going there? She said we didn't have to do anything. I know, but Name and I have been taking care of the plots every weekend. It's actually pretty fun, Kirishima explains as he opens the doors to the roof. He leads Katsuki to the many square plots of soil that you're already running around and fussing over. Kirishima, could you bring me some fertilizer? You instruct before standing and placing your bare foot on the dirt to loosen the soil. Honestly, at the end of the day, Katsuki thinks all you wanted was an excuse to play in the dirt. This plot is ready to plant. I think the soil quality is too far off, Kirishima says out loud as he quickly checks over some smaller shrubs near you. Don't tell me you're actually into this. Katsuki gripes and you kneel down in front of Kirishima. A hero has a pretty green thumb, you compliment as you check the quality. I can fix it. What level do you need? Katsuki stayed at that roof all afternoon, watching the two of you play around until it came time for you to go to your other club meetup. It was about time. He was ready to go to the dorms already. Hey, Bakugo, wait. Kirishima pauses him. Katsuki quirks his eyebrow. I know you didn't want to be up here, but I really asked you to come because I need a favor. Depends on what it is. Kirishima motions to an empty plot of land on the edge of the garden. There's a little wooden stick with Mina's name written on it, but the way Kirishima digs his fingers into the dirt and lets it crumble in his touch says that he might be the real owner. I've been trying to grow some flowers, but man, they need a lot of water to grow and they keep getting too dry before I can water them with school and training and all, so I was wondering if you want me to help keep them alive, right? Katsuki can figure out that much easily. Just ask Name. She seems to like all this gardening 𝐸. That's the thing. I may be trying to grow them for her. Then, he understands it all. The shark tooth study actually had a crush on you, too. All those awkward exchanges over the past few weeks that left him feeling like there was an invisible tension in the air were actually you two liking each other. Katsuki sighs and turns around. Don't just walk off. Hear me out. I'll do it, Katsuki answers. Just write down any instructions and give them to me later. Really? You're the best. Kirishima cheers and wraps an arm around Katsuki's shoulder. After that exchange, The weeks drag on with him and Kirishima taking shifts to make sure the flowers stayed alive. How Kirishima manages to keep them hidden until they are mature enough to pick is beyond Katsuki. This entire exercise is strange to him anyway. If you like someone, you should just tell them, but the way your smile lights up when the redhead finally presents them to you may or may not have made Katsuki finally understand. Thank you so much. They're so pretty, a hero. You say and give them a quick sniff before gently holding the flowers against your chest. You didn't have to go through so much trouble though. I just wanted to do something for you since you're always working so hard, and you know. He nervously scratches at his head. I know what you question hopefully. Katsuki blinks, looking towards the door. Maybe he should leave now. This seems like one of those times people confess, and Kirishima wouldn't be foolish enough to pass up the perfect opportunity with you standing in front of him with an admiring smile. All the dumbass had to do was spit it out really fast. And you know, it wasn't so hard since Bakugo wanted to help out, too. Thing. Coward. The weeks continue on the same way without Bakugo wasting a chance to tell a hero just to tell you he liked you and to try to convince you the same. Though, that was easier said than done as the two of you stayed perpetually stuck in self-made friend zones. It all comes to a head for Katsuki as the three of you watch movies in the common room. Haha, look at her. Oh no. My melons got sliced off cause I was naked in the woods with some creepy porno guy. Whoa. Your dramatic wailing echoing may be funnier than the movie itself, Katsuki thinks and eats more popcorn. They really are stupid, he comments in agreement. What kind of idiots really hits the villain then keeps running? They should just knock the bestiary clean out and kill him before he gets back up. Katsuki reaches for popcorn again but meets only skin. The issue in his way is both yours and Kirishima's hands having touched at the same time. There's a slight red blush on Kirishima's face and a weak smile on yours. Honestly, you two could make even slasher film deaths mushy. This was supposed to be a movie night, not make goo-goo eyes at each other like some lovesick teenager's night. Plus, the new silence and the fact that he is the third wheel is grating his nerves. The awkwardness is too much, and he solves it by snatching the bowl away and jolting you two apart. Give me the diamond popcorn already, you're getting skin cells in the bowl, he spats. The comment is enough to make you two stop your weird stares, but now you're both looking away and down at the floor. Well, I'm hungry. You guys want to order some food? Kirishima questions to ease the awkwardness of the situation. Actually, I planned on cooking some dinner if you guys don't mind waiting a few hours, you offer. I picked up some meat from the store, and I was going to use the vegetables we planted. You know. As a thank you for helping me. You're going to cook for us. Kirishima repeats, and you give him a nod before jumping over the back of the couch to head to the kitchen. Katsuki shrugs, not caring either way as he goes back to the movie. However, Kirishima's leg keeps tapping on the floor and shaking the couch. It's obvious that he's nervous, and Katsuki shakes his head. For someone who prides himself on being manly, his friend sure was a wuss when it came to confronting his feelings to you. Sighing, Katsuki finds something else to watch until you're done with dinner. After a few hours of you popping back in and out, the two go into the kitchen on your call, sitting as you pour cup rice into bowls for the stew. You give him his bowl first before doing the same for yourself and Kirishima. The taste isn't bad, but it could use more stock, Katsuki mutters, and you glare at him from your seat. Don't complain about a free meal, you huff midway to stuffing your spoon in your mouth, and he rolls his eyes at your anger of his advice. It's always good when a girl takes the time to cook for you, Kirishima scolds him and toothily smiles at you. This is really great, name. Beef is my favorite. I know. I made sure to put a lot of meat in it, you announce happily and clap your hands together. You need a lot of protein to keep up those guns, right? You know it, he says back, and you flush when he flexes his arm. Here, try it with this though. Katsuki rolls his eyes as you break some cornbread and hold it out to Kirishima's mouth. His eye twitches as he watches the scene. You weren't really about to feed the red-headed loudmouth, were you? That's the boldest move if he's ever seen one. He's almost proud actually. As for Kirishima, Katsuki looks to said classmate, who seems to be fighting off a blush, and you tense as sharp teeth graze over your fingers. Katsuki watches from the corner of his eye as he shoves more stew in his mouth. So, yeah, good, right. 𝐼𝐼𝐻's good, Kirishima stammers, and it's the awkward staring again that makes Katsuki want to GG. For a second there, he believed that the two of you would finally get somewhere. He didn't mind if the two of you liked each other. You two always managed to get along, but all of this blushy bullshit is aggravating. If you wanted someone, just go and say so already. You two obviously fit together like a DMN puzzle, and for the last few months he's been the one to suffer through your will they or won't they scenes that he was totally very not invested in, and he was officially tired of it. A minute, I'm sick of this, Katsuki rasps and tosses down his spoon, causing you both to look at him. Get a room in F already. You both obviously want to, so sack up and do it. What? No, you're the first to yell and cover your face behind your arm as you flippantly wave off his observation. How can you even think that? It isn't what it looks like. Yeah, don't call people out like that. Kirishima remarks in the same manner Katsuki sighs. The way you two deny the blatantly obvious is either stupidity or denial. Either way, your shared denial is even worse than any puppy dog eyes you manage to throw at each other. This pining bullshit is disgusting. Katsuki scoffs and stands up. Where are you going? Kirishima calls after him, but he doesn't have time to be stuck watching any more public displays of affection. Get back in here. I'm not washing your dish, Bakugo. You yell. Next thing he knows, you'll be having bubble fights over the kitchen sink together. Shuddering, he grimaces and curses himself for even imagining the scenario. Yeah, he definitely didn't want to be around for that. You shiver, alone and afraid, separated from your class by villains and blizzard. Freezing harsh winds burn your cheeks as it becomes harder to move forward through the mountain path. Ice forms on your boots and threatens to overtake the rest of your clothes as the sleet and snow blow harder. Keep going. That's what rings in your mind as you pick up your legs and trudge forward in deep snow. What you wouldn't give to have a fire quirk right now. Alas, the only things keeping you warm is your parka and your shivering. Aimlessly wandering in search of the lodge, you descend the mountain. You're not sure how far you made it, but your body knows that it's too much, and you collapse in the snow, tired, cold, and alone. Come on, move, you demand your body, but numbness is the only response as you hit your leg. You refuse to die here, and you decide to pull yourself forward by your hands. It's impossible to see where you're going in the white storm, but there's a figure there in the distance. Villain or classmate, that is the only question. Either way, you might be dead. Luck is on your side when the person comes towards you is a classmate. Name Kuin. Midoriya, you gasp in relief, your lungs painfully tightening with cold air as you find your second wind to stand again. Are you all right? The teen asks, and you nod since your teeth are chattering so much you don't think you can make any words. Midoriya doesn't look any better than you with snow covering his hero costume and dusting his hair and his knees knocking together. You shiver together, but a smile covers both your faces having found at least one other person. Come on, we need to keep moving and find some shelter. The weather just looks like it's going to get worse, Midoriya informs, and you follow him further down, seeking any type of shelter. The closest thing you find is a small cave barely visible from a distance. It's not warm at all and plenty damp, but it's better than being outside in the snowstorm and waiting for villains to get you. Do you think the others are okay? You ask as you take a seat down against the wall, and Midoriya joins you. I'm sure they're fine. Besides, I doubt even the villains can move in this weather, and we're no help to anyone if we get lost. Midoriya chatters and blows his breath into his palms. We'll be able to search once it calms down. If we don't freeze to death first, you mumble pessimistically. And cuddle your legs to your chest, not noticing the pair of green eyes studying you. Actually, it'd probably be a good idea to huddle up, Midoriya says too quietly for you to hear, and the next thing you notice is the boy peeling out of his clothes. Flabbergasted, you immediately fall back and distance yourself a good 20 feet deeper into the cave with your arm held up as a buffer for your eyes. The hell? Midoriya pauses, looking at you with his shirt halfway up his midsection and broadcasting lean muscle and battle scars for you to stammer over. What are you doing? Oh, I figured we could share body heat, Midoriya explains like it's the most obvious thing on earth, which it was, but your train of thought derails as Midoriya stands up and gets closer to you. The green-haired boy kneels down and chips away the ice at your shoes. Your face burns warmer than it has in the past few hours, and you knock his hand away. Calm down, I'm just trying to help, but you refuse to have any of it when it comes to other people touching you, especially cute, small manlets in the making. I don't need your help. I can do it myself. You argue, feeling a bit bad when he jumps at your flustered outburst. You groan, thinking why did this happen to you? Just worry about yourself is what I meant. Understanding, Midoriya sits in front of you and goes back to undressing himself. You nearly want to die right there, he's close enough to touch you if he stretches his arm out. As he pulls his shirt over his head, he does just that and you have to squeeze up against the cold stone of the cave wall to avoid his fingers brushing you. Why are you over here? Go stand over there. You're too close. You flail with a blush and shakily point to the side opposite of you. When he does move to the opposite side, you sigh, stand to your feet, and pull at your jacket. You grumble under your breath, trying to force up the nerve to take it off before noticing green eyes still on you, and you growl. Stop looking, pervert. Well, you're straight in front of me and all, Midoriya says with a slight laugh. Turn around, I can't, with you staring at me, you explain and bashfully stare at the snow falling down outside. What's wrong? We both get undressed in the locker room together. It's not the wait, do you look at me in the locker room, you say and snap your head back to look at him. Bad move, seeing that he was working his breathes down his legs. You don't have to be shy. It's not like you have anything to be embarrassed about. That's not the point. It's lewd to strp in front of others. You scold worse than Ida at this point before covering your flushed face. Please, just let me get undressed in peace, you beg before turning towards the wall. You stare at the black stone as you pull everything except your boxers off as quickly as possible to get this night over with. Grumbling in frustration, you finally allow yourself to face back, and your mouth drops to the floor. Why are your DMN boxers off now, dumbass? Your PP is going to freeze off. We have to share body heat, and the best way to do that is skin-on-skin contact, he tried to tell you, but you ignore anything else that leaves his mouth at that point. Nope. Not cuddling you naked. Put your DMN boxers on at least before even thinking of that. I'd rather die, you think, heart pounding at the idea. Okay, just stop freaking out, Midoriya says and pulls back on the navy blue pair. Who's freaking out? Not me, nah. You deny with your voice cracking a bit in the middle. Okay, so you may have freaked out a little. It takes minutes more for Midoriya to finally talk you into a position, mainly him spooning you and tightly pressing against your back so you wouldn't have to look at him as you try your best not to hyperventilate. Anyone, I'd like to go back to dying in the snow now, you silently whisper to the dark outside. You shiver with the little extra blow of wind in the direction of the cave. With all your spazzing, you did forget how chilly you really were, and being next to him reminds you just how truly numb your body was before. Hey, Midoriya, I'm sorry I was freaking out, but, yeah, it's good to be with someone, you managed to say after an eternity. Yeah, I thought I was all alone out there for a second. I'm glad you're alright, he also whispers, and your heart jumps when he holds you just a bit tighter. No, why you're really warm, name Kuin. How can he say things like that out loud? You groan and sink deeper into uneasy despair as you shake. Noticing your continued discomfort, Midoriya frowns. Are you still cold? My quirk makes me a bit sensitive to cold is all, so it's hard for me to heat up, you say, but it's just an invitation for Midoriya to run his hand over your arm in attempts to heat you up. That doesn't mean it's okay to rub me, you tense and sputter, but he ignores it. Are you feeling any better? Midoriya questions, and the obvious answer is yes. It does make the feeling come back and your numbness disappear. Yeah, actually, it does, you mumble as he continues stroking and brings his hand across your stomach, and you groan as he presses down your lower stomach. BLD begins to flow into a new area with him massaging across your abdomen. It's always a miss to you how strong Midoriya really is until now when he's wrapping and compressing your body with lean arms. The more he tries to massage warmth into your body, the greater the pull in your groin. It slowly hardens into a half-irked situation that has you pushing your hands between your legs to hide it even if you knew Midoriya couldn't see. You could have probably taken joy in how it made the perfect hotspot for your cold, stiffened fingers if it wasn't for the soul-crushing embarrassment you were trying to hold in. You squirm, trying to find a comfortable position, but nothing works. Finally, you settle, and Midoriya rasps in your ear, sending goosebumps up your arm. There's a slight shift as he tries to place his leg over yours, and you mentally scream when you feel your same issue. Rubbing up against your lower back from behind. If you weren't already fully turned on, you were now with his pner pressing against your butt and the gentle gasps in your ear. Sorry, you just kept moving around so much, Midoriya apologizes, this time with his own hint of bashfulness. You groan from deep in your throat and roll from under him to face him. Blushing, you stare back into green eyes, your mind turning with plenty of things to say. Why didn't you say anything? When were you attracted to me? Why the hell are you just so cute? All the options had you already burning in the inside. Also, it didn't help when your eyes traveled down to the obviously hard bulge in his underwear. You're lucky you told him to redress, or you probably would have fainted or nosebleed or both. Midoriya smiles sheepishly, glancing over your body in the same manner of interest before resting between your legs. Catching his curious gaze, you fold your hands in front of your legs to hide your own 𝐼𝐺𝐺. It seems like we're in the same boat. He tries to lighten the situation as he sits up, grabs your forearm and tries to pull you back to him. "Don't, hey," you grunt as Midoriya snatches you back into his lap. "Come on before you freeze," Midoriya says softly. Blushing, you settle in his lap as his arms wrap around your back. You release another gasp of white air that blows away with the wind, and your stomach turns with added want as his pee draws between your legs and yours briefly rubs against his stomach. You close your eyes as he embraces you, and you bow your head to bury your head against the side of his neck to shield pale cheeks from the cold. You whimper when the shifting of his legs causes him to slide and caress you. His pelvis tightly pressing against your pee and ball at once. You jerk lightly at the friction, making him gasp sharply. "Enderman," Midoriya sighs, and you clench your teeth to fight down the blush from his husked-over voice. Hesitantly, Midoriya rolls his hips up along yours, earning a restrained against his neck as you involuntarily snuggle him more. His hands slide down your back, massaging the panic away while keeping you firmly planted in his lap. "This is so embarrassing," you lightly complain into his ear, but it does nothing to stop you from meeting the second roll of his hips, and you in unison when his pner grinds against yours. The slow collection of precum begins to stain your boxers, slightly cooling with the air before warming again each time you slowly rock back against the heat of Midoriya's lap. Your heart pounds as soft green hairs tickle the side of your face, and you inhale the smell of pine stuck to him from the trees you traveled through on this field trip turned survival arena. You guess it might be a little truth about dangerous situations triggering the need to have sex, but this might be a little much as Midoriya pushes you away, then slides his forehead against yours before giving you a nervous yet NTMT kiss. If he wants to make you come, then he knows how with the way his tongue slides against your lips while his hands grip your hips and forces you down harder against his groin, making you weakly in his mouth as your tongue slides against his. Your face is an equal match of flustered and uneasy as his, but everything is hot all over regardless of the chill around you as you ride back on top of him. The warmth grows in your inner thighs as they rub back and forth against his hips. Your 𝐼𝐺𝐺 twitches and pulse with your quickly approaching �CLMX. It all comes to an end when Midoriya bites and esses on your tongue, his cheeks glowing bright red as he meets your eye. The both of you come in unison, the sticky, hot secretion collecting in your clothes as he squeezes you breathlessly tight and roughly bites down on your slick, pink tongue with a loud grunt. Neither of you loosens your hold as you calm down with the last spurts of your orgasm. You breathe in the afterglow, masking your flushed expression by leaning against Midoriya's shoulder. You don't think you can move or look Midoriya in the eye as he gasps from underneath you. You're going to keep this very private moment to yourself, especially yourself as you try to distance yourself again, but stop when you feel Midoriya shudder. I think my cum is freezing to my leg," he laughs dryly, and his cheeks still look a little blue. You groan, trying to push down your own discomfort at the situation. You reposition yourself by pushing him down and lying on top of him. Nervously, you close your shaky arms around his head and straddle his hips to try to provide him some more of your own body heat. We don't talk about this again, alright. You make him promise as you avert your gaze and hug him, as the whispered thanks makes your heart jumps. But, what if we're alone? Midoriya questions, and there's a sudden rush of blood back to your face at the suggestion of continuing this again. Idiot. You can't suggest that so suddenly. Why you have to at least take me on a date first before talking like that? You rant as you glare down and brokenly yell at him. Well, we could go out on. Like a date if you want. What? Why would you ask that here? That should be the last thing on your mind. You know, it's not like we can go to the movies and maybe a drink at that smoothie joint near the school after all, or something. Besides, who said that I liked you to begin with? Midoriya weakly smiles, mentally marking down everything you say as you let out your embarrassment through frustration. The winter storm blew in with very little warning for the inhabitants of Musutafu. The city was entirely closed due to the inclement weather, leaving many people stranded for the holidays, including several of the UA students who couldn't make it out for winter break. The dorm room became home for an extended PRD for yourself, Midoriya, and a hand count of some of your classmates. Midoriya didn't mind nearly as much as his mom did about the entire situation. She spent the better part of an hour crying over the phone for him to stay inside and be safe. You, however, stay planted on the couch in the common room. Bored, you flip through channels on the television, releasing a big sigh each time you pass some cheesy Hallmark holiday movie. Midoriya makes a move to sit next to you as you spiral deeper into an uncharacteristically depressed state. Name, I made some hot chocolate, he offers to cheer you up. It earns a brief smile and small thanks before another sigh follows. Midoriya frowns. This situation is usually in reverse, with you trying to encourage him. Now, he isn't sure entirely what to do other than ask you, what's wrong? I should have been home by now, you explain. The station shut down 2 hours before it was time to leave. You throw down the remote in your lap. Every year, my big brother and sister and my cousins come to spend Christmas at my house, and my mom and I bake gingerbread cake together. Huffing and laying on the arm of the couch with a sigh, you settle on some random channel while Midoriya frowns. Hey, Namechan, there's no reason we can't bake any now, he says, and you blink thoughtfully at him as he nervously rubs the back of his head. I know it's not exactly the same, but let's do it, you cut him off with a growing smile. I know the recipes. You take over and drag him into the kitchen. The boy pulls out all the ingredients to make a basic cake. I didn't know you knew how to bake, Midoriya, you sound impressed. I used to with my mom from time to time. Midoriya answers as he rummages for the last usable things in the pantry. There's no ginger, but I found cinnamon. Cinnamon cake, no problem, you reply and begin to mix together the ingredients. Oh, wait, we need music. Stir for me, you say, hand him the beater, and grab your phone off the counter to put on some Christmas Spotify. You hum to the beat of Jingle Bells, bobbing your head. Standing next to Midoriya, you work on fixing up some icing to cool in the fridge. Giggling, you swing your hip and bop Midoriya on the hip, making him yelp. You throw him a coy smirk. My bad, you hum, waiting for him to drop his guard before doing it again. Midoriya pouts pitifully before shoving you back in the same manner and turns around as you stumble away a bit. Huffing, you hit him again and hip bump him onto the floor. Special attack, you yell and throw down handfuls of powdered sugar at him. Name, he sputters as he lifts himself back on his feet by using the counter and grabs his first line of defense, a bag of flour, to toss onto you. You dodge out the way, almost slipping on the mess you created before throwing more with a laugh. Don't think you'll get away. Come at me, you demand as you nail him with another fistful of sugar, much to his surprise. You shouldn't have challenged Emerson, Midoriya, you threaten as you advance on him once again. He gets a good random shot as he looks away to protect his eyes and randomly flicks flour at you, leaving you covered in a thin layer of white, but you aggressively advance despite your new ghostly look. Hey, don't we have to finish? He gasps and coughs as he runs around the table back and forth to dodge you. Are you scared, Midoriya? No, we're just going to run out of ingredients, he explains as you prep your hand. Sighing, you drop your weapon only for the last surprise shot at your face. You wipe over your eyes, leaving clear skin at the swiped area as you growl. "Oh, you lying cheater," you yell as your fight is renewed. Finally, you manage to get back to work, but not without making Midoriya look like a potential geisha candidate first. You stir the last of the mixture and point towards the bag of the remaining flour. "Hey, Midoriya, can you pour in the flour while I mix?" you ask as you turn the bowl. "How much?" "Just some." "You haven't been measuring." A true chef can tell by taste alone, you answer, and like the beater. "Needs more sugar first." "Are you sure?" You can tell just like that. You pat his sugar-covered cheek with the utensil, spreading batter before quickly gliding your tongue across. You pull away with a nod. "Yeah, needs more sugar," you tease as his face goes redder than the beads on mistletoe. "Here you go." Midoriya stammers and practically shoves the bag of sugar at you as he looks away and tries to hurriedly will down his blush. Finally finishing, you pop the cake in the preheated oven and turn to Midoriya with a laugh. You look like a dusted Christmas tree. You pick on him and dust off his hair as Midoriya coughs out white sugary puffs of air. You leave him to wipe his face as you grab the broom to sweep up. Midoriya follows suit to wipe down the counters. Several minutes later, you check back up on the cake cooling on the counter. You spend your time slathering icing over the cake before bringing it over along with some plates. "This is great," you comment as you cut some cake for the two of you and settle down with more hot chocolate. You grin at Midoriya and pass him a fork. "I think you deserve the first bite here, Mido." "Are you sure?" "Go ahead. It's a tradition for the loser to taste the cake first," you smile endearingly. "Why is that?" Midoriya warily asks but still hesitantly takes you up on your offer. "You'll see." He takes a bite, and immediately, there's a long pause. Midoriya's face turns pale as he tries not to spit out your hard work and roughly gulps down hot chocolate. Force it down. It's a bad idea, and now he's stuck trying to inconspicuously fan his burned tongue. You tilt your head at him, chewing comfortably at your cake. "Awful, ain't it?" "No, it's just, I'm sorry. I guess we must have made a mistake somewhere." "No way. It tastes just like my mom's cake," you explain with a snicker. "She can't bake for 𝐒𝐻𝐿." "Hey, guys." Toru greets, being followed by Ojiro and Shoji. "Something smells good." You smile at your classmates. "Midoriya and I made cake, you guys want some?" "Sure," the group answers. Ojiro moves to grab some plates but Midoriya jumps up and snatched all of them, holding the plastic to his chest. "Don't. Jay, just trust me," he warns them despite their strange looks. You pout. "Spoil sport." Sakura blossoms. "It's a smell so light that Katsuki could miss it even from an omega. Figures that you should carry the scent of such a fragile fleeting flower. You look just as gentle as one of the thin pink petals, with soft features and a quiet voice. Always fidgeting your fingers in little circles, naturally batting your eyelashes, and bowing your head in sustained SBMSN. Your EC eyes always focus in his direction, quietly watching him as you sweetly wave and blush. Katsuki only rolls his eyes at such actions. Most alphas would kill for such an eagerly SBMSSV omega. Not Bakugo though. Like anyone else, Katsuki has an inner need to bond. He also has desires and dreams of being a hero. An overly sensitive and meek person, unable to keep up with him and his pursuits, is someone he refuses to be with. So why does every time he sees you, he feels on fire? Why does that small smile stoke the inner alpha inside him? Why does your scent cause his body to tingle whenever you sit next to him? You shouldn't even be a blip on his radar, yet still his eye comes back to you as you sit next to him and take down notes. The school day drags, and each soft, admiring gaze you send his way makes his body ache. He can't stand it. The weakness, the inescapable, uncontrollable need he has for you. The second the bell rings, Katsuki is up on his feet. He notices you putting away your things, and your elbow nudges your spiral notebook onto the floor. Katsuki pauses to pick it up for you, and you look at him with a bashful smile and nervously hold your hand over the left side of your chest, making his heart PND and his anger spark at the same time. Katsuki peers at the book before ninja starring it further away than where it had originally landed. Your face draws into a shocked look as he sneers at you. Startled, you sink further into your desk, trying to look as small as possible. It honestly makes him sick. The idea he likes someone so passive, weak-willed, and spineless is ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Katsuki doesn't think like you. Everyone should know it. He wouldn't shove you up against the wall after school, he wouldn't trip you in the hallway and kick your books away when you try to pick them back up or throw your backpack into the waterway on the way home. You always take it anyway, cowering lower in fear every time he walks near you. You still sink in your seat when he sits at his desk, but there are some days he tries his best to ignore the need to bully you. Those days, he still catches you looking at him from time to time with flushed cheeks and a preciously small grin. Today is particularly bad as your eyes stay glued on his form. You squeeze your legs together and hold your hands between your thighs as you gaze at him, only tearing your color eyes away when he glares in your direction with heated irritation. Then in less than a second, you're giving him another strange look of pure focus as if challenging him. It's a challenge he takes as school lets out to go home. You hurriedly leave without so much as a word to him even as he calls your name. Katsuki chases you out to the school courtyard, searching the crowds of students for you. He just saw you 3 seconds ago. You couldn't have disappeared that fast. I said leave me alone. Katsuki scowls. Your voice barely breaks through the crowd. Katsuki turns and rushes to your location. Your back is turned to him as you attempt to tug your arm away from your assailant. But you smell so sweet, Omega-chan. They hum and pull you in close by your waist as they take a deep sniff near your shoulder. Your discomfort is clear even from a distance as you try to push and squirm away from their hold. Why don't you come with me, pretty girl? I can help you out. You open your mouth to scream at them again when you're cut off by your usual bully stepping in for you with an angry snarl. Back the F off, creep. She said she doesn't want to go with you. Katsuki curses and pushes you behind his back as the guy glares him down. What? You want to go, BSTRD? If you wanted to pick fights then you could have come at me to begin with, Katsuki threatens with small pops of explosions beginning to flicker over each of his fingers. The realization shows on his opponent's face at the sight of Bakugo's quirk. Why didn't you say you had an alpha? They say to you, and you stick out your tongue. They frown before addressing Bakugo with a sly smile. Sorry, man. Not my fault that I can barely smell you on her at all. You should do a better job of marking her. They wave off the incident, not seeing the trouble for a fight over you anyway, especially with the hothead of the school himself. What the F did you say to me? I'm not her DMN alpha. Hey, get back here. Bakugo barks and prepares to go after him before he realizes that you're still clutching onto the back of his clothes. This entire time you hid behind him, cozying yourself up to him. Thank you, Bakugo, I really appreciate it, you whisper, and it's a DMN battle of the millennia to stop the BLD from rushing to his face as you press your forehead against his back to try to calm him down, as if he was your alpha, and DMN him if it wasn't having an effect. He pushes you away. Don't get the wrong idea. I did it because that but was getting on my nerves, not for you. Oh, you answer dejectedly, sadly pouting at him like some kicked puppy. The pouty look makes him regret saying it for just a second until he realizes that he shouldn't feel bad for you, but at the same time, you're just so irritating. What the hell is your problem now? He yells, angry at you, angry at himself for yearning you, and just angry at everything about the situation. Nothing, you answer breathlessly. Your teeth sink into the soft skin of your bottom lips, and the simple anxious action makes him ache. There still is a look in your eye though, some type of longing. Katsuki just doesn't know it's from seeing him, protectively intimidating an opponent for you. The flowing hormones have you growing wet, the display of aggression speaking to your heat and making your stomach twist in longing. I need to go home. Hey, I wasn't done with you, Bakugo argues and grabs your wrist, and your heart jumps against your chest as he wraps his still warm hand around you. Please, let me go, I really need to go. We can talk tomorrow. Your request is denied as he pushes you up against the nearest decorative pillar and further invades your personal space to yell and berate you for your insistent staring all day like he originally planned. Instead of being afraid like usual, you seem flustered as you hold back a weak whimper. The needful look is back again for the third time, and Katsuki almost loses it again when the delicate scent of cherry blossom finally hits him in full force. It's ripe and fresh and calling out to him in the most stuck way. Flustered, 𝐒𝐿 tries to refocus on the task at hand, but when he grabs your arm a second time, it's to drag you behind him on your stumbling feet to the gym storage room. You did that on purpose. 𝐒𝐿 growls at you, and you back further against the wall. You're not entirely sure what he means. You're never entirely sure exactly what you've done to him. What do you mean? Your smell, it's bothering me. You rubbed it on me, didn't you? 𝐒𝐿 blames you. The way you meekly whimper makes him know you know exactly what he's talking about. He can feel the effects even now as you blink at him with wide eyes. It, you enjoy doing this to me, don't you? No. That's because you whimper. His presence is getting to you, and you don't know how long you can last as the build-up of slick becomes uncomfortably noticeable. Bakugo mutters behind his hand as your knees buckle slightly. You fall against him with one hand on his chest and your head against his neck. You do smell good. His face is red as he tries to deny the words he just said, but he still tilts his head towards your hair to inhale the potent draft of cherry blossoms. You're in heat, that's what it is, he finally realizes when the familiar ache of his own rut starts to kick in from your scent. No. There's a long pause before you silently nod. Sneering, 𝐒𝐿 grips your arms to push you away and to not give in to the strong urge to F you on the floor like some weak-minded animal. When he does, you're so smooth and soft, so and fragile under his fingers. Still, he squeezes and digs into your shoulders. It's not to push you away but pull you in closer to him so he can bury you in a desperately possessive kiss. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't often feel powerless. He hates the feeling of being controlled and led with a passion, but being weak just feels so good right now as he hikes your legs around his waist. He can smell you clearer now that they are parted around him. Your slick dampening and soaking through his slacks just make it harder to win back his control over his longing. 𝐒𝐿 moves you up against the stacked balance beams and grinds into you. You hiss and bite down on his lip. Groaning, he likes you back. There's no fight, no struggle, and he wants to yell at you to not just take it, do something back. You were just fighting off that other guy a second ago, weren't you? You're pathetic, he harshly scoffs but doesn't stop the movement of his hips even when the hurt flashes across your face. Come on, do something, tell me to stop. His voice cracks as he's unable to decide if he's angry at you for not denying or himself for giving in. You do something after all. It's slow and nervous but you bite down on his bottom lip then kiss him despite the ever-present scowl. Bakugo, even those are airy and sweet, as you wrap your arms and legs tighter around him. He groans, closing his eyes as you rub against his PP. It's the best feeling he's had in a long time, and he bucks up into you. It's sickening and exhilarating all at once. He couldn't like someone like you, who looks so happily content getting dry-humped in a dusty room in the back of the gym by the guy who pushes her down every day. It's gross and pathetic and it feels so good when you slide your fingers through his hair. It smells better as the slick accumulates and dampens your inner thighs. 𝐒𝐿 knows he's truly lost this round when he can't even wait to strp his or your clothes all the way off before burying himself inside your center. You kiss him suddenly to muffle your cry, and easily enough he kisses you back. It's okay, calm down, he soothingly whispers against your lips before nuzzling his head against yours. You mewl and gently yet hesitantly slide your tongue along his pulse before lightly nipping. It elicits a soft groan from him that makes you hum happily as he accepts your little kisses of affection. It's hard to simply let go of his pride, but once it's too late, he can finally relax and find some sort of pleasure. Your walls clench with each buck while his PP drags and slides against every slick dip to move against your 𝐶RVX. Your face contorts in pleasure, and he swears you're actually enjoying it when your tongue pushes past his lips. It never crossed his mind that you would taste just as sweet as you acted, and it's just as addicting as your cherry blossom scent. In this moment, you're all his, and F him that he liked that. He did. He liked your scent and that dumb deer in the headlight look in your fragile, easily breakable being, and it makes him move harder to have all of that at once. It's a mix of heavy breathing and skin slapping echoing through the room. The sounds only grow louder as you come against him with a loud cry as his knot pulses and swells. Your overflowing cum leaks down to coat him. 𝐒𝐿 curses and shoves his knot inside you. He jerks his hips up against you to get as deep as possible. His knot is enough to satiate you for the next several minutes, but you know you'll need him again soon after that. Though, you're not sure if he'll stick around after the initial rush. You sniff and successfully hold back your frustrated tears while he grimaces at the sight and his heart sinks into his stomach. You can't cry now, it's too late. Katsuki hoarsely yells and shakes his head. If you just told him to stop. Why you knotted me, you breathe. Don't even think about blaming me for this, you came on to me too. He argues more for himself than for you. It's not like he took advantage, he gave you plenty of time to push him away and still you kissed him anyway. You couldn't regret that now that your shitty hormones wore down and you were bolted together for the next 15-odd minutes. It's not that, you argue and slacken your hold as you hold back another sniffle. This is the nicest you've been to me. Why the hell does it matter? Because I like you, you mumble against his shoulder, and you only don't hate me when I'm in heat. The silence continues except for the clinging of your hair accessories against the metal of the beams as you turn away with one then two shallow tears leaking halfway down your face. He swallows thickly but it hurts going down his dried throat as he processes your confession. For once, he can't find anything to say as his heart drums in his chest, each beat more pronounced than the last as adrenaline rushes through him causing both excitement and fear because he likes you, too. He really does like you. He likes you and your fragile looks, your soft soothing voice that has the weirdest way of making him calm as you would speak around him, and the gentle scent of that pink ephemeral flower that you claimed for your own. However, he doesn't like the tears is caused. It looks like this is the well-placed step that'll crush you. Don't stop crying, Katsuki mutters and holds you a little tighter as he likes away one of the stray tears. You do as he says, but he can see the struggle to follow through in your sadly clenched eyes and thinly pursed lips. He swallows down his pride and comes to say what is recently admitted to himself so that you'll understand truly what you mean to him. Name, I don't hate you. Katsuki kisses you on the cheek and lays his head against your shaking shoulder and confesses. I like you, too. Your eyes widen to saucers when Hisashi tells you of his latest trick to get Aizawa to stop being such a Grinch during the holiday season. That's when he shows up with a help wanted sign for a mall Santa. He only needs a little help to officially sign Aizawa up. A small, less than a 100-word reason why someone wants to be a mall Santa, proof of identification, and a signature. Lucky for him, you're really good at writing, forging signatures, and may or may not have access to some need-to-know information about Aizawa to sign him up for the job. But unluckily for Hisashi, you're a responsible, mature, polite, oh who are you kidding, you signed it in a heartbeat. This is just what your boyfriend needs to get into the holiday spirit. As much as he hates to admit it, he actually likes children, especially small ones. You forge his signature down to the perfect letter, copy and print his ID, and hand Hisashi back the paperwork. Thanks, name, this is going to be good. Hisashi says before bolting away. You smile to yourself, thinking happily how you might need to get Aizawa a Santa outfit that would actually fit on his lean frame while Hisashi sets things up with Aizawa and the mall owners. By the time the date rolls around, Hisashi has Aizawa convinced that he has to do it. Who the heck knows how he accomplished that, but either way Hisashi has a mini bruise on his head for about a week prior to the event. The morning of your mall trip, you remain curled up in Aizawa's bed, pretending to be oblivious to the reason why he's up so early and grumpily stuffing clothes into his work bag on a Saturday. Hey, where are you going off to so fast? You feign ignorance. I have some work to do today, feel free to stay here. He pauses, looking at you before sighing. In fact, it'd be best if you stay home today. There's been an increase in criminal activity in the business district specifically. Oh, there has. You try to stifle your giggles. He is secretly embarrassed. I was planning on going to the mall today to pick up some gifts. I promise I'll take you when I get back, Aizawa states, and you nod, not questioning his sudden interest in holiday shopping. When he finally leaves the house, you call Hisashi to confirm your plans. You head to the mall with the blonde teacher who has his own phone camera prepped and ready as he excitedly goes on about your plan. I can't wait for this. I'm never letting him forget this moment. I hope he hasn't scarred all the kids too bad yet. He's going to kill both of us afterward, so I hope you can take that picture to the grave with you, you tease as you get in line to take a picture with Santa. It's surprisingly long given who's at the end of it. Once you both get towards the front, he realizes why. Aizawa is actually bopping kids on his knee, and though his voice is still a little emotionally dry, it's softer than the tone he saves for his actual students. Hisaashi's jaw quite literally drops to the floor, and you have to slam it back up before his flabbergasted stuttering causes a scene. You, however, are not shocked. You already knew about Aizawa's little soft spot. The little boy in his lap is absolutely beaming as he talks to the black-haired Santa. You giggle, noting how Aizawa's natural scruffiness did seem to fit the role of a fluffy-haired Santa. If you keep being a good boy and helping your mom out, I'm sure you'll get a lot of gifts under the tree. Really? Wow. I promise. I promise, the boy repeats as the photographer takes his picture. You smile warmly as the kid hugs Aizawa, who tentatively hugs him back with one arm, before the child bounds back to his mother. Mom, did you hear him? He said I could get lots of presents. The child explains as he grabs her hand and walks further down with her. You chuckle and leave Hisashi stunned as you jump at your turn to go sit on Santa's lap. Aizawa's eyes widen slightly when you hop on him with the full force of your weight, making him grunt a bit as he tries not to drop or push you off right there in front of everyone. Good evening, Santa. Name, what are you doing here? He questions, quite sure he made it clear for you not to visit the mall today. You're supposed to ask if I've been good, you pout and wrap an arm around his shoulder. I'll give you a hint, I haven't. You whisper into his ear in what you thought was a stuck manner, but Aizawa scoffs aside your advances. You're not a child. You're too old to be on Santa's lap. You scoff before waggling your eyebrows. Maybe in public. Name, his voice sharply drops into a deeper, angrier pitch as you weakly chuckle. His eyes drift back to the crowd, where a slowly recovering Hisashi stands before he glares back at your cheerful face. Why do I get the feeling you had something to do with this all along? I didn't, you squeak out and grip him a little harder. Aizawa narrows dark eyes at you. I didn't. I honestly just wanted to go shopping. So, you put yourself in risk despite what I said, he reiterates. Either way, he is going to twist this to make you the one in the wrong. That is why I came with Hisashi-san, you lowly whisper. Besides, you're the one who lied just because you didn't want me to see you dressed up as Santa. Which you knew about. I happened to see you and wanted to get a picture, that's all. You argue, sticking with your lie by going far enough to ask him for one anyway. No. Please. No. You let everyone else get pictures, you pout. I'll let you have a picture if you be honest and admit you had something to do with this, he replies, and you scowl. But I didn't. Aizawa points to his watch to signal that your turn is almost up. Tick-tock, name. Okay, I may have had a little to do with this. You admit only to get an aggravated stare that tells you that you're going to be in trouble when you go back to the dorms. But I thought it would fit you, and you look so good. Plus, ultra plus, I think men who are nice to kids are such a turn on. Grunting, Aizawa pinches the bridge of his nose before squeezing you tighter onto his lap as the helper elf prepares the camera. His face drops to a cool indifference for the picture with you versus the Cheshire grin he'd give for the actual children. It's close enough for you as you lean in, cuddle against him, and smile for the camera. Right before the elf takes the picture, you hear Aizawa grumble, "Cole." What? Cole? Your mouth opens and you furrow your brows at the same time the flash goes off, ruining your picture with a permanent moment of a yawning Aizawa and you about to give a sharp tug to his hair. It's a memory. That's for sure. There's a little spark in your eye, literally and figuratively, as you stand to talk to Kaminari in the middle of class. Your smile lights up whenever the blonde spark plug tells a crude joke or is the butt of a prank by Zero himself. It is a bad prank by said boy earlier that morning that has Kaminari whining to you, and it's you who lets him hug you to calm down from being today's target. Aizawa bites down on his inner cheek to keep from scolding the two of you for doing something rather innocent as you attempt to push Kaminari away after what you deem is too long of a hug. The static electricity he gives off makes him stick to your clothing. Get off, Pikachu. It's not my fault if I'm that attractive, he teases back, and you flush this brilliant shade of red. Aizawa sighs to himself and tries to just leave it be since it's still a few minutes before class starts. Embarrassed, you try to float Kaminari off instead only for both of you to go up in the air. When you hit the ceiling, that's when Aizawa draws the line. Uraraka. Kaminari. Stop fooling around in class. Aizawa scolds and activates his quirk to force gravity's hold back on the two of you. Ungracefully, you crash into the floor while Kaminari, who broke your fall, groans in pain. Aizawa may or may not found a little amusement in that much, even if he ultimately feels bad for the boy as well. Come on, Aizawa says and reaches out to help you on your feet first. You gaze at him for a moment, then his hand and back at him as your eyes go wide and you avert your gaze to the corner of the room. I can get up, thank you, you reply quietly as you deny his help and get up on your own. It's only a brief second that he lets his emotions break through and a frown appears in his face. Sighing, Aizawa looks at the blonde mess still face planting the floor. Get up, Kaminari, class is starting, Aizawa states before walking back to his podium. Right, Kaminari answers with weak thumbs up, Petilai wondering why Aizawa didn't offer him any help. Typical. Come on, cheer up, you chirp and help the lightning user up only for him to hug you again. You're the only one who cares, Name-chan, Kaminari says through dramatic tears. Stop it, you gasp and try to push him off, almost ending back in the same position that you started with. Throughout the class day, Aizawa couldn't get you two to pay attention in between all your flirting. Mainly, Kaminari sitting behind you and giving your hair little tugs or sending electricity to the back of your neck to make you giggle before you turn around and tell him to stop in the least threatening, charmingly drawn-out voice ever. It finally reaches the last straw when you scratch the side of your shoulder, unwittingly flashing your BR strap for Kaminari to playfully pull and snap against your skin. You yelp loudly before turning around and smacking him on the head loud enough to draw the entire class attention. Enough, he demands loudly, making everyone quiet down and focus on the front of the room. I guess we need to run off everyone's extra energy today since you all seem so keen on causing trouble, Aizawa states, and the class groans as you're forced to head outside. You're all exhausted from running laps the entire period. Your breathing is heavy as you lift and pat your shirt to let some of the cool air of the classroom to your middle. Aizawa shakes his head as you go back to being surrounded by and talking with the Baku squad. You take a natural position next to Kaminari despite his recent getting you in trouble. Aizawa knows that punishment wouldn't change your feelings for the better, but even if he didn't like you, Aizawa couldn't let your antics continue in class. Anyway, it's always hard to juggle being a teacher and trying to get you to stop being so nervous of him. He knows he's older, a bit darker, and intimidation is what he works best with, while Kaminari fits your boisterous personality, he's your age, and you two share the same group of friends. It makes complete sense seeing that you two even flock to each other on the first day of school. Sighing, Aizawa gathers his things to leave for the day and leaves you and your friends be to discuss in the classroom. It's only a short time later that he realizes he forgot his keys on the top of his desk, and he has to turn around to go get them. Aizawa is just outside the classroom doors when he hears Kaminari's exasperated voice breaking through the half-open door. He's such a SLV driver sometimes. You think he could have taken it easier. I just wish you two didn't have to drag the rest of us into it. That one sounded like 𝐒𝐿. You know how he gets when he's mad. Unreasonable. Or sadistic. Kaminari asks with a tired whine, and Aizawa can feel his eye twitching as he debates whether to scare them now or later. Stop your complaining already, it's your own DMN fault. Easily the angry voice is Bakugo, but Aizawa doesn't expect you to speak up next. Oh, come off it already. If you have time to complain, you have time to see that he's only trying to keep us focused. It was rude to keep interrupting class. Besides, Aizawa-sensei is way more kind than he is mean, it's just hard to see sometimes. That doesn't mean he doesn't care. Oh, don't hit me, I know all of that. Kaminari yells. I'll hit you all I want when you're talking bad about people. Then it sounds like another trademark back of the head slap from you. Oh, man, what's gotten into you? Kaminari sighs. What round face version 2 means is stop complaining about her crush in front of her, Bakugo explains bluntly, and Aizawa remains stuck to the spot, refusing to move any further in fear of interrupting the now interesting conversation. Don't look at me like that. I thought you idiots knew that. Shut up, Katsuki. And don't call me that. You have a crush on him, a laugh only belonging to 𝐒𝐿 rings out. That's classic shoujo stuff. Are you going to confess? No, you idiot, I'm not crazy. It's not like it'd go anywhere, and he would never like me back anyway, you sigh. Besides, that was a long time ago, I don't even like him anymore. Now, let's go, please. Despite all you just said, it's the last words that stick in his mind the most. I don't like him anymore. Hearing enough, Aizawa slowly opens the door to give you all time to pretend like the point of discussion wasn't whatever romantic feelings he had missed, the chance he had missed to be with you. Well, I better get going, 𝐤𝐻𝐿 yawns, and the group falls into agreement as you all leave the room with you trailing behind the entire group. Name, Aizawa pauses you, and you hesitantly meet his eye back as he tries to possibly question whether you truly meant what you said or if he's crazy to think that you may still have just a little bit of those feeling left for him. He sighs, scratching at the back of his head. Don't let Kaminari drag you into trouble again. You nod, replying, oh, yeah, I won't. I'll keep an eye out for him. Your voice is so steady, so sure as you talk to him, plainly and calmly, that he's sure you're not harboring anything now. You quickly exit the room, where your pink friend waits with a slight frown. Don't look at me like that, Mina, you lowly hiss. Well, it's just that's not what you said yesterday. Mina calls you out, and if not for what he heard earlier, Aizawa wouldn't have a clue what she meant. Aizawa lifts his head to look at the door. You spare one last glance that he could have easily mistaken for uneasiness that morning. Taking a chance, Aizawa waves back and smiles just enough for you to see. He's completely reassured of your feelings when an erupting flush of red blossoms on your cheeks. Blushing, you sharply turn and rush away from the door as Mina giggles at you and follows behind with an "I knew it." Shut up. You saw nothing. Aizawa inwardly smiles. Maybe the idea that you actually like him back isn't as crazy as it seems. You land the final blow on the villain that was seeking to cause chaos in the city. The police lock the criminal with chains and cuffs in the back of a paddy wagon mere seconds following your victory. You let them go to work while you seek out your partner. Heavily breathing, Kirishima kneels on the ground and wipes away the clear liquid that drips down his face. He took a clear hit from the villain's water-based quirk. It didn't matter what the situation was, he always insisted on being your defense while you broke down the villain as a hard hitter with your flashy quirk. The angle worked for you guys as a duo but left him with slight injuries from time to time, such as the thin scar that crosses his cheek and small scratches decorating muscular arms and sharp features. USCK in a breath as he stands to his feet, relatively unharmed. Are you okay, you question, always the same after a dangerous mission. I'm fine as long as you are, he smiles, and you give the big dork a push on the shoulder. This is going to be a pain to clean though, he sighs and wrings out water from his uniform. He isn't satisfied until he shakes away the excess beads of water from his hair, but the red sticks to him in messy clumps either way. Great. Kirishima may focus on the negative of the situation, but you're all positive. Positively turned on by the way he glistens as light reflects off dripping, sun-kissed skin. Eiji, let's go home so we can get you into something dry. You pull him in close by the arm, and then wet again, you whisper, glancing your tongue over the shell of his ear. He rasps out a little too loudly as you giggle and step away. I mean, right behind YA. Before you even get a chance to take 3 steps, you're both bombarded by the press and fans encircling the two of you. You back up into Kirishima as a microphone is pushed towards your face. Red Riot. Name, you were absolutely amazing out there. My heart nearly stopped for you guys. I swore for a moment that you were going to get seriously hurt. Another one with an overenthusiastic smile interrupts as they squish you into a tighter and tighter space. You hold your hands up, shaking your head and pushing away. Nah, my partner always comes through, and he's too hard-headed to get hurt. It's why I can focus on fighting so freely. While you focus on your own side, Kirishima deals with the other half of crowding media. How does it feel to be working with your girlfriend? Kirishima chuckles and scratches the back of his head. The same as anyone with their girlfriend. I just have to do my best not to make her angry, you know. A chorus of laughter follows. He always knows how to handle media attention better than you. Another special skill of his really. It's not just girlfriend anymore, right? There's a rumor that you're engaged now. Someone pipes up, and you're all ears. That one is supposed to still be a secret. Well, that's still just a rumor. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 stammers, his face flushing lightly, clearly growing uncomfortable as he tiptoes around his answers. You should pop the question soon before she has to do it for you, a woman argues, earning some teasing towards 𝐭𝐻𝐿. You jump in front of 𝐭𝐻𝐿 to save the day. Thank you for all your questions everyone, but we really should be going. Busy, 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 you repeat and gently push aside the crowd. You hold 𝐭𝐻𝐿's hand as you lead him away from the crowd. I never thought we'd get away. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 gasps out and stretches as you two turn the third corner back to your house. You smile back at him before lightly kissing his neck. He blinks, a slow smile coming on his face before he nips you back in return, and you shudder as the sharp points of his teeth graze your pulse. You swallow down the little while in public and walk with more immediate need past a duo of junior high girls watching some store's television sets through the window. Hey! One of them yell but keep going, unaware they were talking to you, until you hear quickly approaching footsteps. Cheering, they jump in front of your path. You two are just on television, the tallest and oldest looking says and motions to the other girl that shares enough of the same looks to be twins. You're so lucky. There haven't been many partners since water hose. I always thought it was romantic. The second says to both of you. Yap. I'm really happy to be working with him, you explain happily, as well as trying to hurry the conversation. Me and my sis are going to be partners, too. I can control water, and sis has electricity. Our dad says it's a strong combination. It is, but you have to be careful with strong quirks like that, too, 𝐭𝐻𝐿 explains, leaning down to their height, and though you should be focused on giving a lesson, you're too preoccupied with how good his but looks bent over as his uniform tightens around firm buttocks with the change in position. Come on, come on, come on, you think to yourself, liking your lips as you teeter from foot to foot. Don't worry. We'll be really careful. The youngest says, and by now you're bouncing impatiently on your toes while trying to maintain a cheerful face. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 throws a quick glance at you, studying the hidden lust there before readdressing the girls. Sorry, but we have to get going. Name isn't feeling too well, you see. He says, pointing to you. Oh, is she sick? Yes, very. You fake a cough while thinking if your severely delayed thing counts as being sick. I guess heroes don't even get sick days, the youngest thinks out loud before her sister grabs her. Ah, sorry, we hope you feel better. Thank you, girls, you smile and ruffle the youngest hair before they go back to the shop they were about to visit. You wave sweetly until they're out of earshot before pushing on 𝐭𝐻𝐿's shoulder. Go, 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 you impatiently huff. You dodge down every side street and road when you met someone who seems like they try to talk or interrupt you. The D2 only leads you further from your own home, and you can't take it anymore as you shove him into the nearest alley on a sparsely populated street. You push him up against the brick wall and force a rough kiss. It's not even much of a kiss as your teeth clash, and you roughly bite down into his bottom lip and paw. You grip onto the chest straps of his uniform and snatch him against your body. Deepening the kiss, you move your tongue into his mouth, groaning as he bites roughly, and the distinct taste of iron lightly tingles along your tongue. You waste no time hopping up and wrapping your legs around his waist while he cups your butt. You weren't kidding when, less talky, more kissing, you interrupt with a heavy growl and slide your tongue over the thin gash on his cheek. You look so good when you're roughed up. You quickly kiss and SCK his neck, liking away at his scratches and bruises and giving him your own share. Your attention becomes more intense when the bulge in his breathes hardens even more against you. Down, down. You order and break his grasp on one of your legs while he scoops and slides his other palm along the back of your thigh. Rushing, you undo his uniform enough to get to where you need before dropping down to your knees in front of his half-hardened PP, ignoring the scraping of your knees against the asphalt. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 groans as you sink your mouth along him and tighten your supple lips around his before skin deeply. You press your palm to his stomach, indulging in the feel of it constricting with the breath he holds in as you slurp around him. You bob your head all the way down, saliva-wet lips meeting his ball as you push him to the back of your throat. Babe, that's good. He gasps and tussles his hands through your hair and follows along with your sloppy pumps. He grips tighter, making you groan and your throat close when he bucks into your waiting mouth. Your face burns as his thick length throbs against the slick hole of your throat, and you bite done gently and Drag your teeth along his sensitive member before teasingly tracing the veins wrapping around him. You melt inside and out when another husky mmm reaches your ears, and Kirishima shoves past your lips again and hits the roof of your mouth. Excited, you push your palm between your legs to ease some of the tension building as you aggressively choke him down and hum around him. Name, wait. He gasps and pushes your shoulders back, and you tilt away with a long strand of saliva and pre-cum dripping from your lips before you rub it away. Come on, I'm going to take care of you first. Would you like that? Why yeah. You stand to your feet in time for him to meet your lips again. Kirishima pinches at your hips and tugs your uniform breathes down around your ankles before turning you around. You press your cheek against the brick, looking back at him as he snugly buries his PP between your legs. You release a low mmm and shakily inhale. Both his arms slide around your body as he hugs his chest to your back. One hand squeezes and massages your BRST and the other falls between your legs to slide your CLT. You tense and clench around him as he starts with a slow move, the gentle groans he held in turning into deeper breathes when he moves harder into you. A hero. You hiss as he hits deep inside you, and his fingers draw rough, quick circles along your CLT. Then, you're biting down into the pink flesh of your bottom lip to keep down your voice as his fingers harden and rigid skin drag and grinds against your sensitive nerves. It's everything you've been waiting for when he bites down on your neck and the sudden break of skin makes you scream behind your palm. Your knees buckle when his tongue laps and drags over the fresh mark before he makes another appealing ring of tiny teeth marks along your shoulder, and your walls spasm around his pulsing PP, making him muffle a pleased grunt against your body as his hips jerk harder. You whimper as your feet pick up off the ground to your tiptoes and your uniform tears and snags along the wall. Don't stop, you needily whine and push back against him, yelping as he slams as far as possible inside you. Your juices drain down his length with each proceeding rut and grind until you finally start seeing stars and any sense of self-control is lost as your toes curl in your shoes, and you orgasm around him. You breathe roughly, breathing and gasping while he keeps going through your ever-clasping and dripping CNT until his cum is mixing with yours, and you both drop back with a satisfied sigh and a drawn-out, finally. It hurts is the first and only thought that floods your mind that morning. Though you lack any wounds and your mind is still intact, a familiar pain floods through your body. The man who took you gave you food and water and a warm yet bare room to sleep in for the following days, still it hurts. Your body aches and heaves with the thrill of hormones filling your body. Your hands remain bound just tight and far enough to keep from offering the building trembles in your center a way of relief. That's when he comes to you in the dark of the room. The white of his eyes is the only clear thing until he's on top of you. His scent burns in your nostrils, sending jolts of electricity down your nerves and more slick down your thighs until the only thought in your mind is alpha. 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 His lips twist up at the word as his hand brushes through your hair comfortingly before wiping away the sweat from your heated brow. Your stomach clenches and aches at his touch. Just the slightest touch from him makes you feel like you're swimming in a pool of relief. My poor Omega, he whispers, and you grit your teeth, but your head still tries to follow his leaving touch as he places both hands on either side of your face. His Omega. His. No one else's but his. The first few days you could deny it and scream at him to get away from you. That's when suppressants hummed through your veins and took away your pain with them. Now, you crave a touch, something to take away the burning inside that makes you convulse and sweat with want. Do you need me, pet? Your lips tremble and your mind screams for you to stop and kick away. Please, it hurts. I need, you voice dies, and you choke back a defeated sob. You need what? I need to hear you say it. Please. He whispers, follow my lead, Alpha. Alpha, you mumble, shuddering when his hand lightly cups your cheek at your obedience. A single finger drags over your bottom lip before he slides a finger into your mouth to open it just a little wider to hear you. Then his teeth clench, and you pitifully follow along, and you shiver when his finger goes over your tongue, and you instinctively like. You. Good girl. That wasn't so hard. You can't focus on the sudden weight of shame dragging you down when your need fires off again with the shifting of the mattress as he hovers above you. Relief is almost instant when his fingers slide between your legs, slipping under the simple black dress he placed you in after your baths, but the first taste he wants is your lips on his, kissing him so compliantly of your own accord. It's the true testament of you becoming his, slowly yet surely. You cry against his lips, halfway between a and actual discontent, and Aizawa swallows down the closest thing to praise he's gotten from his dear name since he's seen you on that dark street many weeks ago. You were so perfect, so confident. Intimidatingly sure in yourself. It showed through your posture and poise and wafted with your heavy scent of mint so much that he knew he had to have you by his side. And have you he does, with lips parted in soft mmms as his tongue laps up the taste of your sweat-coated skin before covering your NPL with warm saliva. He teases the pert bud with light nips and harsh bites until you're eagerly arching into him even when your face scrunches with shame. So be it. He has plenty of time to turn that expression to one of pure joy. You curse as his fingers part and slide into you one by one, curling and 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 your dripping slit. You don't know him besides from the few days he's visited you and the few times he feigned interest in your wants, but still you buck into his hands, finding false comfort with his thick fingers repeatedly entering and stretching. It hurts inside. It still does when he replaces his finger with the girth of his member and your body shakes with growing anticipation. He sheathes into you like he belongs there, like you belong to him. It should hurt. That's what your shattering heart tells you in that moment, but you still toss your head back as a strangle sound fills the room. It's only seconds later that you register it's your own voice, crying and aiming with the blessed feeling of his PP taming the heat inside you. You hold on to him as if letting go meant the end, as if being without him was a fate worse than death itself. Alpha, 𝐿, you pitifully knowing it's the only thing you could You didn't even know his name, you only recognize long, unkempt black hair matched by scruffy facial hair and the smell of fresh linen that kept stoking your heat. Omega, who do you belong to, he demands to know, and you swallow down a whimper when he nips around your bond mark, biting down near but never on the precious spot. Please, don't. I won't if you tell me who you belong to, he promises, and you gasp with each drag and slide along your desperately squeezing and pulsing C&T, breathlessly breathing louder as his knot threatens to lock you together with him. You. Yours, you whimper. Alpha. I'm all you are. Your whole world stops moving as his teeth scrape over your bond mark, sinking into your skin the same moment he knots you. You scream and cry as you come from the force, your back arching so you can meet him fully as the rush of being bonded overtakes you in the same way it would if he was your lover. It's dizzying how good it feels, how good everything feels from the gushing of 𝐿 through you, cooling down the worst of your heat, to his lips sking the fresh bruise of a broken promise at your neck. It should hurt. Deep down, you know it should, and you cry like it should. Though, your satisfied body knows that it doesn't. You sigh again when you feel the aching coming back to you. Again. Please. Anything for you, Omega. Appealing. That's the only way to describe the city that cold winter evening. It wasn't because of the Christmas lights that line the buildings, not the posters and billboards promising love and cheer this season, nor the sweet smell of cakes and coffee. It was you. Even though heavy coats and jackets covered you, it did nothing to change how whimsical you appeared in that moment. It did nothing to diminish your beauty. Darby and anyone who ever saw you always knew you'd grow up pretty. His BSTRD father even picked you out for your quirk and obviously budding good looks back then, but Darby never realized how good 5 years would look on you. Soft and girlish features became more refined and womanly with time, though the tenderness in your eyes remained the same, instantly recognizable, as you casually scan him in passing before looking straight ahead. You continue down the snowy street in long strides, not thinking anything more of the exchange. Darby, however, stops completely. He turns and watches as your figure grows smaller with the increasing distance you place between the two of you. He couldn't let go of this moment. The last time he saw you was before you moved west to go to some fancy hero internship in America on a recommendation from his dad, and though you visited from time to time, it just wasn't the same when those times slowly became scarcer and scarcer, then almost non-existent. It wasn't long after that he went into a life of crime and broke contact with everything in his old life altogether, including the good things like his mom, Natsuo, Fuyumi, and you. How long had you been back exactly? Days? months, years. It's his heart that coaxes him forward to follow you and his mind that tells him to keep enough distance to not alert you to his presence. The days he tracks and keeps watch of you all seem to blur together until one night he finally builds up the courage to sneak into your house. He doesn't know why it took him so many hours of staring at the outside of your modest modern home to do so. Nerves? Probably. Strangely enough, your house is fairly traditional on the inside. All sliding doors and open concepts with wooden furniture and floors, sage green walls, and potted bamboo. Darby never took you for a fan of traditional styles. Although, you couldn't give up the Christmas tree along with half-wrapped presents. When he reaches your MSTR bedroom, you're already thrown over your bed and spread out on your back starfish style to take over every corner of it. Your sheets pull around your waist as you kick out a single foot to hang over the edge. Lightly drooling out of slightly parted lips, you scratch your stomach, and Darby can only roll his eyes at your laziness. Always a class act, he can't help but comment, recalling similar memories of times past. Times when you snuck in after hours to see him and vice versa, times when you wore his engagement ring around your finger and whispered sweet words to him, times when he would rest on your chest while you gently hummed sweet songs, and times when his father tossed him aside as a defect and only you saw his potential. You didn't have the ring anymore, but it was better than seeing someone else's on your hand. It's hard to contain it all with you in front of him, so accessible, and he reaches his left hand out to cup your cheek. Your delicate breathing hitches, and he's almost afraid that he woke you. His attitude changes for the better when a soft smile graces your lips and you lean into his overly warm touch like it's second nature. Hey, Firefly, you happily whisper in your sleep. It's enough to make his BLD pulse faster when he hears the familiar nickname. Firefly. The flash of a smile and a laugh. It's because you're so bright when you use your quirk. He remembers sighing. If you're going to make nicknames, at least choose a cool-sounding one. Nope. It has to be that one. It can be your hero name. As if. Later when he thinks on it, it wasn't a bad name. Yeah, I missed you, too, he whispers, briefly stroking your head before deciding that this is enough for this visit. Every night from then on he visits you, telling you a little more about what you missed out on. His father, the pain in the butt he works with now, the new goal he has in life to rewrite the hero world. Some days, he's just quiet as he strokes your hair. It's a stress relief, the same way you would do for him on the bad days. Well, they were all bad days, just the bad days that were worse than the others. He wonders how this all might have changed if you would have only stayed. Maybe it wouldn't have, or maybe the two of you could have just left to somewhere you could be together and married on your own terms. He thinks you would have liked that given the words that leave you in your slumber. You always mumble in your sleep when he touches you. The words are always the same about missing him, and on the nights you shiver, it's about how warm he is and he heats up just a little more for you before calling you spoiled as you blissfully But he did like to spoil you, and this is the only way he could for now. He's been meaning to actually face you in the open, tell you these things he talks about as you sleep to your face. Darby isn't sure when the right time is to try to accomplish that or how to explain to you that he's on the enemy's side now. Probably just best to straight up say it when it comes to that, or maybe not at all. Darby will just take it one step at a time, so he settles on watching out for you as criminal activity, an activity that he may or may not be involved in, begins to increase in the area with the latest holiday event coming into the city. Consequently, more heroes temporarily come into the city to deal with it as well. The next few evenings remain the same until Darby visits again to see suitcases at your door and an extra pair of shoes at your entryway. It shouldn't surprise him to see you have guests now that the hotels are becoming full with visitors. Probably one of your friends. You're a hero too after all. He second-guesses this visit for a moment, preparing to leave before he hears your smooth voice mixing with a more masculine one. Darby goes deeper into your house, closing in on where the voices are coming from, your room. The sliding door to your room is not sealed closed. There's a faint light of a lamp bleeding through from the slip and into the darkness of the hall. Blue eyes peer through that small view and he can make out your naked back. It strains and flexes with the movement of your smooth shoulders pulling back. Your voice cries out sweetly with the pull of your arms in pale hands, and your head throws back as the person under you grips onto your hips and drags your curving body back down to meet the move of his PP. It's a bitter taste to swallow when you take control. You're but coming seated on his lap, your back arching and twisting to grind into him as the faintly familiar voice reaches Darby's ears, a whispered "I missed you" and sweet compliments from the man as you ride him like it's the last thing you'll have in your life. He can let it go. He can almost let it go until your MMM echoes along with the name, 𝐤𝐷𝐻, and as if to mock him, you're flipped onto your back, and it's red and white that proves it's the first person his mind went to as your ankles are bent up over his little brother's shoulders. Then, it all makes sense. Why you would always twist to your right when you were cold, or the mornings you would groggily squint at his face and eyes as if you were confused right before you woke up and almost caught him. You even gave 𝐤𝐷𝐻 the same nickname when you cuddled after, completely replacing him with his brother. Darby isn't sure why he stays and watches then or the next night. It's kind of strange counting down the things you do to 𝐤𝐷𝐻, the things you let 𝐤𝐷𝐻 do to you, the way he touches you in ways you were always too shy and self-conscious to let Darby do when you were together, when you were engaged. It's on the fourth night that he finds he's finally had enough. That it proves to him that you were part of a life that he chose to get rid of and that he hadn't needed you in years. So if you wanted to stay with his brother, so be it. You were always closer to 𝐤𝐷𝐻's age, and heroes like you two would do better together anyway. What could he expect? For you to let him back in your life like nothing has changed, like 5 years hadn't passed. Darby continues to instigate crime in the area long after he decides to leave you to happily run around on patrols with 𝐤𝐷𝐻 in the nights, then return to your house like good little heroes. It's tonight that he knows you're patrolling the area near the park, and it's here that he's getting the drop on some need-to-know information along with crisping the body of said traitor informant directly after. The smell of smoke and fire is still fresh on him as he walks on the park trail, hiding away in the dense outlying of trees before he stops at the sound of a woman's voice breaking through the silence of the late night. Normally, he wouldn't pay any attention to something like that. He may smirk at the sultry voice or have some off thought about someone getting a good railing, but not when he could recognize your cry. It sets him figuratively on fire as the thought crosses his mind that there might be a slim chance that you were in danger. That someone was hurting you and his idiot little brother wasn't strong enough to protect you. Before he can stop himself, he's searching for you on the path and around the clearings. He does find you. Your body is bent on all fours and one arm bracing you against a tree trunk. Your hero uniform is askew and open. Your chest strains against the deep V of the open zipper and threatens to overflow and spill out with each move from behind that sends your knees digging in the grass and dirt. Your breathes are pulled down low around the back of your thighs, and it's made clear that you've lacked any underwear from the start as you leave yourself open and free for anyone to chance upon and see you being driven into by another supposed hero. His hands tight on your butt as he buries hard into you, and you scream and grip into the grass like an animal. It's only pitifully degrading to see you in that position. Your eyes screwed back and tongue hanging like a H&I pinup when you should have been rescuing people, stopping crimes like the one he committed tonight just under your nose while your nose is being buried behind 𝐤𝐷𝐻's palm as he covers your face to bury down your MMMS. Instead of being a hero like you always wanted, you're being a hero's beck and call, stay at home where. Darby would have married you in a heartbeat, and not just because he actually admired and listened to his father back when you first were announced to be his wife as kids, yet you wouldn't do more than let him touch and slide you in your youth. Just what the hell happened to make that child so much more special, or maybe you just never cared about him at all, especially when you already had him wrapped around your finger. You would pay for that. He would make sure you paid for being what you are. The moment he finds you alone in your home in the coming days, your precious partner missing for an assignment, he captures you on your bed, using the aggravating similarity to his brother to catch you off guard when you're most vulnerable. All he had to do was make sure you were deep asleep before sliding into bed behind you and letting you curl up to his left side with the most trusting smile. Blood drips from his face from where you had swiped your hand and snagged at the metal keeping his patchwork secure. You were so ridiculously easy to coax and even easier to access with the small amount of clothing you wore, with the spaghetti strap shirt tight around your chest and your panties twisted around your hips and outlining the lines of your PP as you wore the fabric like a second skin, something uncomfortable but cute that you knew would be torn off in seconds the minute 𝐤𝐷𝐻 came home. If only you had known he would be visiting instead, Darby darkly chuckles. Your eyes reflect his own cool smirk as your chest struggles to fill with enough air thanks to the forearm pressing down heavily on your windpipe. It's a delicious fear that overtakes your face, something he never wanted to see until now. "What's the matter, sweetheart? Not who you were expecting?" Darby questions, twisting the wound of your simple mistake, and you fight to throw him off, but one quick hold against your jugular makes you dizzy with the lack of blood flow. Humming at his success, he gets to work and twists the obvious bud of your NPL, pressing up against your tank and begging to be touched. The small nub immediately yields to his touch as he pulls and rolls his fingers over it. You're as sensitive as ever when you purse your lips to bite back the but he's not having it as he bites through your clothes and harshly esses on your melons until saliva soaked through the white of your shirt. He likes his lips at the color that peeks through the translucent spot, and your face flushes as a result. It's not enough though, he wants to see you breaking down and crying under his touch, to F you until your eyes roll back and your PP clench around him until you can't even think straight other than for him fing you senseless. Darby presses an open palm to your shirt and the smell of smoldering fabric fills the air until you hiss with the heat. It's too easy to rip away the shirt once he burns through the strap and your bare melons spill forth. Bruises still cover them and you're a little sore around the stiffened peaks in the center from your constant activities as of late. Every mark is from his brother and now he has to fix that. The first way to do that is to bite down and break over the supple swell of your BRST as he roughly squeezes and pinches your NPL, making you whine pitifully as he abuses the still tender area. Your cry is even more RSNG than any innocent he's ever gotten from you in the past, and he heats his fingers so that the skin of your BRSTS discolors under the heat. The first tear slips from your eyes as you try to use your leg to shove him off. Darby only uses it as an opportunity to grab your calf and push your leg up and open, scowling when he notices the little healing scratches and cuts on your knee. Immediately, he grinds down against your core, making the waistband of your underwear painfully dig and cut into your skin. A strangled cry leaves your lips and you manage to grip his arm and pry it off your leg. You slide it back under him and turn onto your side to close away. Before you can act further, he grips you by your wrists and forces both your arms back against the bed and snarls. "Stop fighting," he demands calmly, although inside he's still sickened by the little spark of defiance in your eyes. He shifts to hold your wrists in one hand and tries to pry your thighs back open with the other. "What's wrong?" "You open them for baby bro easily enough," he frustratedly lets out, and Darby pauses at the noticeable decline of your struggling as your eyes widen in disbelief. You frantically look him over again as if seeing him for the first time. "Todoroki. Tuya Todoroki." His breath hitches at his name, at your voice saying his name, but the anger still only boils over even as you continue and dare to look at him with concern, with care in distraught sea eyes despite it all. His heart still throbbed, you still had an effect. "Why? What happened to your face?" His hand clamps down over your throat, and you choke as you grab onto his wrist to pull him for any amount of air. He refuses to acknowledge any words from a were like you. He didn't care anymore, he wanted to see you break now, to make you suffer now. Darby keeps his hold firm on your neck, and it's only a few heart-stopping seconds before his tip is teasing against your entrance and he rips through your unprepared and dry CNT. You croak as your body desperately stretches around him. Your shoulders shudder and you find enough lax to gasp deeply and kick your heels against the sheets. You're surprisingly tight considering," Darby remarks as he roughly pulls out and moves all the way back inside you in one careless move that makes you feel like you're burning and tearing inside. "Tuya, please," you struggle to say. He does release your neck though to hear your pleas interrupting your restrained MMMs. "Stop, don't you recognize me?" "It's name, you beg." "All wares look alike when you F them," is his response, and it's in the tiny way you tense and your eyes squeeze together with an extra touch of hurt that makes his PP twitch and pulse inside your CNT as the squelches of him pumping through your RLL spurs him forward. I bet all he did was look at you and you got on your knees right there. Anything to get back into the family, right? He could feel you tighten again around his PP like such a good little girl. "Xiaotou had you trained well. That's probably how you got that internship. Always the hungry power slot. Did you F my dear dad for that recommendation, too? No wonder he let you stay around." "I wouldn't ever. I loved you, Walden, shut up." Your eyes lock with his, tears falling down them as you look at him, whispering under your breath some words he can't hear before you finally them out loudly and clearly for him to hear. F. Your PP's so desperate for PP. You even like being raped like this, 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 again when you arch back. You're so wet. Your eyes soften a bit before you close them. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 is the barely audible whisper, and Darby clenches his teeth and moves into you just that much harder and makes you scream. You were still thinking about him, with the same dreamy gaze you used to save for Darby. Don't tell me you love the panty waist, he realizes, and somewhere his heart starts to chip down a little more. The hurt reverberates inside, and it's a different sting from before when it's just physical. It's like a true end, and it still feels like you fing one even as you look like you want to die inside. He's playing with you. He's not going to marry you, no matter how you let him touch you. Why give a ring to the sex doll? Better to hide them away. It seems to strike a chord in you, maybe some piece of self-doubt, as you turn your head away with the very same look of despair as Darby. But don't worry, he reassures you coldly before igniting his fingertips. I'll be sure to show everyone exactly where I touched you. Your scream is enough to make his eardrums tingle when he drags his hand across the side of your arm. Your skin singes under his touch as he slowly clutches around your neck. Every line along your inner thighs, every cross over your chest, and the 5 burn lines that trail down the front of your heavily expanding and contracting stomach is a permanent reminder of who you belong to as you cry. The only hang-up is that he still can't bring himself to burn your face, not yet. It's still not enough, it won't be until he even the score. Get on your hands and knees, he demands, but you're too lost in the blur of blistering pain to respond, and the lack of obedience makes him repeat himself more forcefully as he flips you over just like he remembers you that night in the park. I said on your knees. Darby pushes your head down into the bed, not caring if he was suffocating you into it as he roughly grips and pulls your hair, strands breaking off into his grasp as you grunt against the mattress. He pounds into you, keeping one hand firmly secure on your butt before reeling it back and spanking you. The red your skin begins to turn isn't enough, and he brings a heated palm back to your backside, the pain making you howl as your skin blisters in an abstract of a handprint with each provided smack. Your face rubs into the blankets as you fight to breathe, and his weight forces down on the back of your head, making your neck feel like it was on the verge of breaking until he moves one more time, pausing to come deep inside of you. The warmth filling you drives your own orgasm, and he relishes in the feel of your umming and spasming. Orgasming from my jizz, you're such a dedicated cum dump, he mocks before pulling out with a twisted satisfied smile at your C&D leaking with his seed before your exhausted body collapses back onto the bed. Darby has one more thing to do to stop you from calling for help. To give time for the appealing decorations he left on your body to set in. It's only a moment he leaves, remembering the presents at your Christmas tree. He finds what he's looking for, thick wrapping ribbons. Darby returns to roll the ribbons around your wrist. He doesn't know how many times he kept winding them tight and tighter before binding your arms back against the bedposts before doing the same to each leg to leave you dripping and on display for whoever finds you. Hopefully, the precious masterpiece. Darby leaves you to wallow in your own self-pity as he walks down the street with his revenge satisfied. It still all feels empty, the same as the cold and dark street. Darby had accomplished what he wanted, but he didn't feel better. So, why did he do it if he still felt lost at the end of it all? He doesn't bother to warm himself with his quirk as he walks your neighborhood, only a few houses down from where you live. He should probably head back to the hideout, wash the feel of this taint off from him, but that part has to be postponed when he sees familiar red and white hair and the blue hero uniform on his own BLD. The glare thrown Darby's way could chill anyone down to the bone. His brother always did have this distant, harsh leer that somehow managed to produce the same effect as the heated and judgmental one from Endeavor. Then, heat radiates from his brother that breaks through the cold. It does nothing to make the void in Darby go away though, but it's something to distract him as orange fire ignites on 𝐒𝐬𝐽's left side. He's like an animal trying to appear bigger than what he is. Still as weak as ever, Darby dryly comments but doesn't make a move to display his own quirk. What are you doing here? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 questions. Darby chooses to ignore it in favor of advancing the time between now and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 finding the sweet present. Darby has wrapped up for him. Do you think it's me you should worry about right now? When you have her to think about. And the confusion and terror that briefly displays in mismatch eyes makes Darby likes his lips in pure siculation. It numbs the shallow feeling from before to know what would come soon, but Todoroki still seems keen on a fight. No. Ah well, she's a real mess right now anyway. You might want to come back later. It's to be expected when the first shot of fire roars out at Darby. Then, each blast of ice serves to push Darby onto the street as if Darby couldn't tell that every fast-paced blast was trying to distract from 𝐿𝐴 strategically moving in a better position to block the path towards your house. Stay away from her. It's a smirk that stops 𝐿𝐴's barrage as Darby calmly places his hands in his pockets. Too slow again, 𝐿𝐴. There's a pause in the moment before Todoroki subconsciously extinguishes his flames, his eyes widening when he comes to the realization that something has already happened. Leering at Darby, 𝐿𝐴 clenches his teeth and ball his fists at his sides before choosing the option to abandon this fight and run to your house. Darby only hopes 𝐿𝐴 likes the present he left for him. The only thing to fear is fear itself. A great man had once said that, but you and your father both know that isn't true the longer this unstable peace in your kingdom continues. Your kingdom has always been a place for those tired of corruption and greed to escape to ever since it was founded more than 500 years ago like many of the other great nations. There are 12 great nations in total, each led by a different royal family with each ruler belonging to a special and rare class of humans with powers known as quirks. All except for your little nation that was. Your family was the only royal house that didn't have any quirks. Your family, however, possessed an heirloom passed down to each firstborn girl on her 5th birthday. It was a necklace with the ability to amplify or nullify quirks at the behest of the user. Your ancestors along with their allies used it to create a place where people could live without fear of the warring states around them, or that's the history your mother told you before she passed away. That was also when your nation was bigger and stronger. Now with the slow increase of modern weaponry, many nations and bigger city-states were scrambling to get their hands on the jewelry around your neck to establish dominance. Every day there was a skirmish at your borders, whether against your own troops or nations fighting to establish a foothold in the regions surrounding you. Declarations were already drafted and announced between some, and alliances were beginning to form at the start of another great war. The first in centuries. Though, there is one nation on your eastern border that didn't seem concerned with impending war or tried to steal your heirloom. That was the nation of fire ruled by the Todoroki royal house. People with heat-related quirks were almost always from their region. It was a place prided on strength and natural ability. Your nations used to have a history of off-again-on-again alliances in the early years of creation. In fact, they were one of the houses that assisted your ancestors in stopping the last Great War before they changed and became an imposing military force on the continent. That's also why you married their next heir to gain the support of their military. It worked, too. Once word had spread that the Eastern nation had claims in your lands for the first time in 200 years, along with the added fear of your heirloom to give them power enough to set forth fire to the continent, then freeze it into a new ice age after. A delicate, strangled sort of peace returned with King 𝐿𝐴 at the top of the pyramid. The only price was your father sending you to live with your new husband at the insistence of Endeavor for your continued safety. You didn't leave your country, very rarely did you leave the castle, in fact, without an company of guards to protect you. Now, you were in a totally foreign country married to a young man with red and white hair. You had only hoped he was nice, especially the first night he called you to his chambers so the two of you could be alone. Timidly, you had shown up to share a bed with him for several nights without an idea what was going on in his head. His incessant staring only served to make you blush, stammer, and bury your head in the sheets each time he didn't respond to you until eventually, you fell asleep in his arms. Little did you know, for weeks now, he's dreamed of touching the blissfully sleeping little princess under him, and 𝐿𝐴 could do it if he wished it. The ring formed of twisting red and silver metal around your finger bounded you to that duty since the day you married. At first, he was angry at having to marry a princess of a tiny country barely a tenth in size to the one he'd one day rule. Your country's only importance was that of a sacred heirloom, a necklace said to amplify the user's quirk to cataclysmic levels. It was too tempting for many other nations and seen as a waste on your quirkless royal family, but that wasn't true. His father had known that your family, in fact, had a hidden quirk passed down through the female line due to some old books his house archived and quickly worked to seal the deal of having you, a person with a quirk that would strengthen or weaken those in range, by pretending to be sympathetic to your cause. That necklace was just a lie, a distraction, to protect your life from people who'd want to kidnap you, breed you for your quirk, or worse kill you to stop you from being a threat. It may have been a political arrangement, but you are still his wife. A thoughtful, pure thing with a terrifyingly advantageous quirk that even you were oblivious of thanks to the well-kept truth about your necklace. It's a shame to think anyone would want to take you and use you for world domination, to corrupt that innocent worldview you have along with that endearing curiosity you had about every little thing, but he can share the sentiment a little. There's something about you that he just needs to have, to taint and perverse into a perfect little doll. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 recognized it the first night you shared his room with flushing cheeks as you smothered your head into an overly plush pillow. "I've never shared a bed with a boy before," being your exact words that paused him in all his advances when he invited you to share his chamber for the night. Boy. Your mind was still thinking so innocently to refer to him as such. He has plenty of sore walking maids and the random noblewomen with their stockings ripped at the knees to tell you just how much he isn't a boy. If he could just show you all of the things he wanted and could do to you, you'd burn up before he could even estimate you down to your small cloths. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 could never stop thinking about you in his arms. The way your delicate body cuddles to his cold side every night for more protection from the summer night air other than the thin wisp of cloth dared to be called a gown that covers the bare minimum of pretty and pampered color skin underneath fine white silk. The way you would shift in your sleep and your gowns would ride up the curve of your hip, leaving the strap of your small clothes exposed. The way it digs into yielding flesh makes him sweat with need and yearn to touch the forbidden fruit it covers. And F him. He wants to have it, and absolutely corrupt your garden like a snake in the grass. You're smooth and curved with just the right amount of thickness he likes, not too overly worked and calloused like village women. Speaking of which, he hasn't been able to touch them either. Not since marrying you, and he was on the near edge of bursting from pent-up energy and SXL frustration from you not understanding his subtle advances about what he wanted. That would all change at the celebration of your new alliance with some of the other nations. You had gone off with some of the other noblewomen at the party to a quiet corner, and quickly the talk had diverged from the stuffy alliances the men talked about to talking about, well, the men. Have the two of you consummated your marriage yet? One of them asks, and your temperature increases tenfold. They look at you so expectantly, and you never really had many friends, so you not to try to fit in on the conversation. Why yes. We have, a lot. A complete lie. You always managed to clam up when he tried to kiss you. You're so lucky. He's so handsome, another one of them says, does he ever bend you over the knee? Mines loves doing that to me any chance he gets. He punished you, you gasp a little in surprise. She smirks. I was a really naughty girl. He even had to bring out the cords. That's surely no reason he should hit her or tie her up. Men should never do that, it had to be humiliating. You think. You don't even want to think what would happen if 𝐔𝐬𝐽 ever thought to punish you. He was a fairly strong-looking fellow. Maybe you should tell him. He should be able to help her or King 𝐿. I love it, she continues. Why would she like being hit? You blink at the trio of women in front of you, going back and forth about matters that you're sure belongs better in a circus rather than in a bedroom, leaving you feeling a bit left out, not to mention lost. What the heck does cunning, leaking 𝐶𝐿𝐿 even mean? Is that even a word? And shibari, and squirting for that matter. Yeah, he does all those things to me, you answer quietly, mentally checking off everything they said before distancing yourself from the conversation to join 𝐔𝐬𝐽 back at your table until it came time to retire for the night. You join your husband in his chamber once again, sitting on top of the bed as he pulls off his cufflinks and the stuffy red dress shirt he was forced to wear. He is aware of your constant staring of him as he strips. You always did stare and then avoid his gaze with a bashful smile before hiding your face under the sheets to give him privacy, and he just wanted to get under there and show you exactly what you were missing by hiding away. This time though, you ask him the strangest thing that makes his heart jump. My lord, and he pauses midway to pulling on his nightshirt. He's used to these questions you always have before bed about the country, the way something works, but never, shyly, You rub your hand over the back of your neck and bite your bottom lip. Do you know what FLLT means? Todoroki almost chokes on his own spit, hearing such a perverse word come from your lips even so innocently. He strides over to the bed and sits down next to you. Why do you want to know that, princess? He asks lowly and places his hand on your knee. Well, you squeak when his lips press to the shell of your ear and gently blows a puff of cold air. He presses warm and cold kisses to your neck, tickling you as he massages your knee, firmly squeezing before trying to push up your gown to get the first feel of your thighs underneath. You flush and smoothly straighten it back to push his hand away. It does little to help when he quickly goes back to stroking your inner thighs above your clothes. You squirm a little but don't move away as he teasingly brushes his lips against your neck. As some of the other ladies. I was trying to talk to them and make friends, but they were talking about things that they do with their husbands and I just thought you would be knowledgeable on the subject since, well, you're mine. I'd be happy to show you, he offers and tenderly kisses the corner of your lips, and you softly nod before kissing him back hesitantly. You pull away when his hands leave your thighs to gently massage your shoulders before slowly traveling down and squeezing your chest and making you jump away. Xiao, it's okay, he chuckles shortly and kisses you again. It'll feel better if I touch you a little first, he explains, and you take his word for it as he cups and caresses your melons. You lightly against his lips as he fingers roll over your nipples as he gropes you a little harder. Does that feel good? Yes, you whisper as he leans in to kiss you. Again and slides his tongue over your lips before holding it out for you. You flush, unsure what to do as you blink at his tongue and try to hold back the soft mules from the attention he gives to rubbing and palming you through your clothes. 𝐶𝐾, he instructs. You hesitantly part your lips over his tongue, pulling away a few times before gently closing inexperienced lips around him and sking a little. Your stomach fills with butterflies and you can feel a foreign pulling between your legs. You maintain eye contact with half-lidded, mismatch eyes, whimpering when his tongue begins to slide against your own. He's so close and his hands feel tantalizing as they slide over your sensitive spots. No one had ever touched you this way. It was such a different feeling than when your SCRTS would hook your arm or dance with you. You didn't think such a hard touch, squeezing and pinching you could feel so good. Just as you close your eyes and start to get into the feeling of feeling him, 𝐿𝐿 pulls away. Are you feeling good? He questions and presses tender kisses to your shoulder. I feel something. 𝐿𝐿 smirks. Good, he says before standing off the bed. He grabs your hand and coaxes you to sit on the edge. He exclaims while repeatedly parting his lips in example as he drags his thumb over your bottom lip. You carefully open your lips as he raises his eyebrows before smiling in satisfaction. Close your eyes, okay? You obey, closing your eyes and keeping your mouth open until you felt something hot and a little salty pushing into your mouth. Grimacing, you open your eyes to see 𝐿𝐿, one knee on the bed and his hand steadying his thing as he presses it against your lips. You gasp and push away from him with a hard shove. What are you doing? FLLT is the obvious answer. That's what it is, you stammer, and he gives a short nod. Are you sure? I am. You blush and glance from the serious expression on his face then back on the issue staring you in the face. You can touch it if you want, he comments. Your heartbeat speeds up as you hesitantly reach out and wrap smooth fingers around his flaccid member and give a little squeeze. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't as daunting as you'd thought it'd be either. It wasn't even really that big, at least until you started rubbing for a minute. Slowly, you had twisted and patted him softly, and it twitched to life in front of you and your entire body stiffened. I got bigger, you say and drag your hand away. 𝐿𝐿 chuckles at your meekness before trying to coax you to take down his hard PP into your mouth once again. You nervously cover him in your mouth like you had his tongue and carefully SCK halfway down him, the best amount you thought you could fit in your mouth. 𝐿𝐿 and slides his hand behind your head, ruffling your hair before pressing your head down a little further until you got the idea to bob it along his length. It wasn't too difficult once you got the hang of it. You couldn't stop the BLD that rushes to your cheek as you flusteredly meet his eye. He loudly, and you can feel him pulsing in your mouth. You could handle this. You weren't expecting things to be this easy or for men to like just this much. You were pretty good if you say so, and you add your hand with your mouth. Yeah, this was easy, or it was until his hips move into your mouth and he roughly pushes your head down. Show, you whine as you choke and sputter around him, throat clenching and saliva drooling from your lips as he pumps mercilessly into your mouth. You couldn't breathe, and you whimper as he pulls your hair in his hands. Your nose, he grunts, a scowl on his face. You need to breathe through your nose, princess. You gasp and struggle to do so, but when you finally catch on, he smirks happily. Good girl. Isn't that better? You nod and go back to sking heavily and letting your tongue slide underneath him. Something warm starts to leak down your throat as he collides with the back of it, his head making your throat a little sorer with each move before he gives one last deep one and pulls out. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 quickly leans down and kisses you roughly. Did I or was that good? You breathe against his lips. You did well, he praises, and you smile a little as he kisses you again, grips your dress, then slowly begins to pull it up your body. What else did they talk to you about? Well, I'm not sure if I should say, you answer between short kisses. You don't have to be shy with me, tell me, he says, and you gasp when he pushes your dress up to your neck and begins to kiss your melons with wet lips, and you bite back a You are squirting, they said you had to touch me. You trail off, pursing your lips as you squeeze your legs together. Down there. You were so cute, so perfect to tease as he likes your cheek, then cups your chin to look at him. Down where? You have to tell me clearly, appealing. You fidget and twiddle your fingers together. On my lady area. Your you gulp. That is such a lewd word. You could just burn up right there. PPP. Of course, princess. All you had to do was ask if you wanted me to so bad, he teases, and you bashfully look away before you're suddenly pushed onto your back against the mattress. Just relax and enjoy it, okay? Or it won't work otherwise. I understand, you answer and watch as he slowly kisses down your chest, gently sliding his tongue around your BRSs before trailing his kisses downward. His hands fall on your thighs. You shake as he massages between them, chilling and warming the warm inner area before sliding down your small cloths. You then squirm once his head gets dangerously low and he nips and kisses your lower stomach and parts your legs. You squirm when the fingers digging at your inner thighs are replaced with his tongue flicking and lapping up your legs. Wait, are you going to, you gulp, look. How else would I know where I'm kissing you? He teases, and you feel as if you'll burst when his lips first make contact with your womanhood. He kisses an SCKS on your outer lips, making you quiver as he laps the flat of his tongue along your entire person before sliding it between your wet folds. You cover your face to hide your embarrassment at the lewd that leaves your lips as he teases your CLT. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 shortly hums in satisfaction when your back arches slightly. Then, he adds his fingers to slide into you as he kisses and suckles your CLT. You taste so sweet. And no, you whine and shake your head. Yes, he corrects before pulling away and freezing two of his fingers over with ice. He slides one along your slit and slide you all the way up and down. I want to see how hot you are for me, he huskily drawls before sliding his ice-coated finger into you and curling towards your stomach to find that sweet little spot that'll have you crying for him. And you do, low and pitifully as he strokes. The ice begins to melt down his fingers with each pump into your heat. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 groans watching water drip from inside you and down his hand as your natural warmth boils down his quirk until his SCSSNG and sliding his fingers against you more aggressively with the squelching of water and cum. My lord, 𝐤𝐻𝐻, please, you hiccup and grasp onto the sheets under you, and he knew he had you the minute your toes start to curl. I think I'm going to burst. Look at me, princess, I want to see your face, he coos, and you slowly drop your hands. Let it all out for me. That's when he increases the heat and glides and presses his fingers harder and deeper into you. He presses his tongue to your CLT, swirling quickly as he shakes, and swirls his digits inside you until you orgasm with a loud kia. Your hands immediately go to the back of his head as your hips pick up and an explosion of cum squirts and sputters onto his face. He keeps digging his fingers into you, jamming them upwards and pushing on your sweet spot like a button to shoot more out of your juices out into his mouth until everything you had is dripping down his face. He sits up, breathing. I'm so sorry, you whimper, completely exhausted and tired as you try to frantically catch your breath. I didn't mean to get it all. It's all over you. That's what is supposed to happen, he says before licking his lips. You taste good. Oh, you mumble before slowly sitting up to look at him with an increasing flush as you softly chew your lip before shakily pressing your tongue to his cheek and liking a little of it off for yourself. It's okay. You were making such a shy face despite it all and having your cum on your lips as you softly kiss him again. This, however, you did all on your own, and it made his pee-pee even harder to see you naked and cleaning him like a little sick kitten. It feels like he did something bad, something he shouldn't have, and it's exhilarating. Defiling the princess. Princess, he says quietly to get your attention before kissing your lips again. I want to connect to you. You do. Yes, I want my wife to feel good. Don't you want me to have my pee-pee inside you, too? It'll feel much better than my fingers. You hold in a low I want to have your pee-pee inside of me, please. Anything you want, he says and lightly strokes your head before pushing down his breathes to slide his bare pee-pee along your soaked CNT. You were crazy wet from leaking so much, so it should have been fine, he thinks, before slowly sheathing himself into your tight version center. You conform to him fairly easily, your walls stretching and tightening back around him perfectly and making him grunt as he slowly pumps his pee-pee. Your wetness leaving him glistening. Are you okay? 𝐒𝐲𝐽 asks as you tense and whimper with the immediate pumping of his member. I am okay, you gasp as he jars into you a little harder. It feels strange, though. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 smiles a little. It'll feel better, he reassures you with a quick kiss to your forehead, and you smile back before your face relaxes with the exhale of a soft Whatever he rubbed against had you feeling on cloud 9 as he fully buries himself inside you, all the way back to your CRVX. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 inwardly smirks as your face wrinkles with pleasure and each comes out faster, higher, and shorter before he finally decides to push your legs back, his hands pressing into the meat of your thighs as your knees bend towards your upper body. 𝐒𝐲𝐽, you pitifully whine and close your eyes, and he can visibly see and feel your legs beginning to quiver in his hands. Is my pee-pee that good to you? Your legs are trembling, you whine and gasp the harder he bucks into you, moving into you ball deep and holding it there before pulling out and doing it all over again. You wipe a little of the drool that tries to escape your mouth as you and gaze at him with hazy eyes. Weiss, it feels good, you stammer. I love it. You make such pretty faces, he notes as you squeeze your eyes shut. He bends your legs back further to press his weight down on top of you as he sloppily kisses your lips. You instantly kiss him back as he presses his tongue in your mouth. The next thing he notices is you struggling to SEK on it as he drives into you. You were already becoming such a naughty little girl for him. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 sticks out his tongue and you slide yours out to gently slide against and like his hungrily before he pulls away to kiss your neck, straining your legs more and making you groan. Next time, I'll have you ride me. I'll ride. You ride horses, don't you? Same thing, he chuckles. But I buck harder, and he shows you just that with one full move that pushes you up against the head of the bed. You gasp and tilt your head to avoid hitting it, but he keeps hitting you deep, hard and fast until you can feel yourself building up again. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 growls and bites down on your neck, aggressively sking and nipping until a hickey begins to form. You cry with the harsh bite and the familiar closing of your orgasm around his body quickly brings him closer to the edge. He pushes in deep with one last move before he comes inside of you, staying there to fill you without worry of pulling out or illegitimate heirs, and that's the best part, to see you dripping with his seed as he pulls out, your pretty pee-pee colored white. It's what he wants to see all the time. You whimper with the sudden loss of him, and slowly he releases and lets you bring down your aching legs before he lies back on top of you, body sweaty and the smell of sec coating you both. You huff exhaustedly, but 𝐒𝐲𝐽 only wants to keep going further. Did we mark off everything on your list? He asks and gently bites and kisses your chest. You squirm a little, tilting your head to the side to hide your bashful expression. Well, there was one more thing. Tell me, he whispers and lightly likes the hickey he had made. So something called shibari. Do you know what it is, too? 𝐒𝐲𝐽 smiles softly. I can show you that. Sure, it's okay, I'll take care of you, baby. Shigaraki can finally relax when he has your touch soothing him. The light brushes you provide through his hair have him melting into your comforting embrace. Your plump Beatus always the perfect pillows to snuggle him to sleep, even more so as they fill and grow with the weight of your milk. He's never had physical affection like this, so gentle that it almost lulls him from any frustrated episode. It's all because of you. Ever since you've come from Jiran and showered him in genuine attention and care, he's found that he can't get enough. The maternal hugs and gentle stroking that you brought always soothed and excited him until he couldn't take it anymore. Tomura needed you with him always, in every way. He had all for one and Kurogiri, but what a boy really needs is his mother, Tomura softly mutters. You can hear the tension he tries to hold back as he nuzzles against your breast. You gently lift his head by cupping his cheeks, and you smile tenderly at him before pressing plush lips to the corner of his own. Delicately brushing your finger over his scarred eye, you decide to kiss the cut on his lips as well. Eventually, you move your hands to caress his neck, and he sighs in peace while you frown slightly. Tomura-chan, have you been scratching again? You question. No, mommy. Don't lie to me now. Boys who lie go to bed without dinner. You coo, and he blushes from the ears down to his neck, and you gift him with another laugh. I have been, he confesses and leans his head to your shoulder. I'm sorry. Father was insulted, and I got upset. They shouldn't have done that, they just don't understand. You sympathize by lifting his head to press your forehead to his own, trying to calm him with your own form of protection. But it's okay because mother understands and is here to kiss it all better for you. You promise before literally kissing away the new wounds, but it's the care you show that makes him tingle and shudder as opposed to your rapid healing quirk. See, it's all healed now. Thank you, you're too kind to me, he says and slowly wraps his arms around your back without the fear of having to hurt you keeping him away. You're welcome, you chuckle. I have such a polite boy, you praise and go back to petting him and rocking him in your arms as he lays against your torso. Your BRSs hug his arm, and he groans with want when his crimson eyes fixate on your creamy BRSs how they squeeze and strain against your once-fitting top. Mommy, I'm hungry, he announces with a pleading whimper as he greedily likes the cleavage of your BRS. Each short little like teases over your swollen mounds, and you whimper a little when he nibbles and bites the tender skin. Your shirt snags with his impatient pulling. Tomura squeezes your chest and seeks any amount in his hungry mouth, making you giggle at his eagerness. You worked up an appetite, didn't you? You say, pull away and remove any restrictions in his way. He laps and traces his tongue around your areolas before lightly pressing the tip of his tongue to a puffed NPL. You squirm when his teeth lightly drag over the sore nub. Not so rough this time, you request when he latches on and seeks, letting his tongue glance over your NPL too. You hum and cradle his head to your melons, and he mms as he becomes smothered in milky mounts, begging to be drained. The release of your cream makes you mmm in unison, and you slowly push him up to sit on his lap, so he doesn't have to break the perfect bite he has down on your dripping nips. The rush of liquid rushing out makes you sigh with relief of being milked while his hands squeezing each of your melons and stroking has you growing wet on top of him. Tomura lifts his head and leaves your BRST dripping in both white, sticky milk and spit. He cups and massages both your BRSTs before tweaking and teasing your nipples until milk drips and spills down your melons before being lapped up by his insatiable tongue. His lips softly skim over your opposite BRST before he suckles again. Such a good boy, you always do so well, you approve happily. It's such a miracle he doesn't favor one side, choosing to get as much as he can from each. He wraps his arms around you in a tight embrace and your jiggle as he gently pulls your NPL with his lips before releasing it with a wet pop and does the same to the other. You bring your hand between the two of you, grasping at his rising PP. Tomura flushes, stopping his movements as your hand dips under his breathes to slide. The sliminess of pre-cum already meets your fingers without you doing much. You always get so excited for mealtime. Do you need mommy to help you with this? Blushing, he nods his head and hides his flushed face between your BRSs as he goes back to claiming your milk for his own. Please help me, mommy. You always do it best. I'll take care of you, baby. You smile tenderly and shift to carefully slide him into your heat. He sighs and bites down harder, making you hiss as his teeth scrape over your sensitive skin. Tomu-chan, you say, holding in a groan as you rock and slip up and down his pee-pee. You gasp as his arms squeeze around you tighter, keeping you in place as you grind on top of his pulsing pee-pee. You've gotten so strong, you mule. Your milk is so good, mommy, I want more, he replies, and your NPL satisfyingly tickles. You're going to drink it all too fast. You teasingly coo but still cuddle his head to you as you bounce harder on his pee-pee, and he grips tightly on your firm biases to keep your bouncing mounds in his mouth. You whine when he bites down hard again, your CNT clenching as you tense with the soreness that comes over you. You grip your fingers in light blue hair and try to pry him off a little, and you him when he finds a gentler pace. You had him ramming back into you with each JRK of your hips, and you fall back onto the bed with him. He cups his hand over your butt and you place yours on top of his as you continue to bounce on his strongly throbbing PP as he mouths your jiggling BRSTS from underneath, not caring how much milk drips over his jaws as he sloppily kisses and nips you. In fact, the more that coats him in creamy white the harder he meets you. Mommy, I'm going to come, he mms, gasping and struggling to hold back as you pick up the speed to bring him there. You can let it all out, my sweet baby, it's all about you tonight. Mommy will be okay, you reassure him and affectionately like your own taste off his lips. Your hips are brought down to his PP by his own hands as you give him a passionate kiss, the taste of leftover milk coating your senses, and you close your eyes and SEK it off just as enthusiastically as he did you. His lashes flutter a bit and he roughly yanks you down to hold you on his lap as hot cum begins to flood inside you. Tomura-chan, you whisper as you continue to grind and coax out the last of his own juices as you push his hair back from his face, so you can take in every beautifully parted gasp and scrunch of his face as he rides out the last of his release in you. You're such a good boy, so perfect. Mommy loves you so much, you hum as he relaxes back onto the bed. You lean over him, letting him lazily rub his head against your chest. I love you, too, mother. Being a female villain came with its own set of up and downs. It was hard to find any respect when it came to working with your fellow bad guys. You always had to find a way to prove yourself, usually in the form of taking down the loudest beach in the doghouse. That still didn't stop the sultry remarks from some guys and occasional women about your choices in costume regardless of how much or how little skin you showed. To be fair, not all of them were bad. Many guys you knew were pretty cool dudes. It's just that it annoyed you when you also had to deal with the same remarks from heroes about your wardrobe or your in-charge attitude. This, however, was a first for you. You had been fighting some annoying new hero around your age. The first tail WHP you blocked easily with your wrist guards, but you failed to block the martial arts kick to your stomach that followed. It was only reflex for you to grab onto something so you wouldn't go flying. That something was his tail, however, his means of both offense and defense. Then, you heard it. A low husky that made you both pause. It was just a small slip-up, one you wouldn't have paid mind to if it wasn't for the red on his cheeks that lets you know that he had heard it and knew that you had as well. Your lips curve into a dark smirk, and you readily run your hands over the little tuft of blonde hair that marks the edge of his tail. The hero shudders, a little gasp coming out his mouth as he winces. You like that, you question seductively, somewhere between amused and curious. Let go, he demands and WHPs his tail out of your hold, but the next attack he tries to hit you with is one you take just so you can grab back onto it and yank. He falls to his knees with your pull, and you giggle before petting his tail again. It swishes a little, much like a happy puppy. Your tail is pretty sensitive, Ojiro the tailman, correct, you question, and he looks back at you with a winced eye as you run your hand down the puff of yellow and slowly begin to slide down his skin. It's thick, full of muscle like holding a snake, just the skin is somewhat bendy and smooth unlike the animal on top of having a growing warmth to it the longer you pet him. Now, you can see why it hurts so much to get hit with it. This is actually pretty fun, like having a pet. Don't underestimate me. I'm not your pet, he argues, but you laugh and hug his tail to your chest before giving it a soft nibble, and that complaint dies with the groan he tries to hold in his throat. That's a good boy, you tease before sitting down next to the fallen hero, your grip still firm on his ex-drum, and try as he might Ojiro can't stop it from trying to wag. Your laugh rings in his ear, and the delicate touch you have as you begin to teasingly tickle around the base of his tail has him hot and twitching. Though, your tongue sliding along his nerves is what brings him to a full ner even before you slide down to cup him through his martial arts uniform as well. 𝐷𝐴𝐻𝐻, stop it, he shakily orders. The quick rut he gives towards your hand shows otherwise, and you only increase your rubbing to have some more fun. Hey, Mr. Tail Guy, why don't you say we call it a truce this time, which you offer as a way for you both to leave unharmed. You rather complete your mission and not go to jail after all. You slide one leg over his tail and sit down at the base, your back pressed to his as you continue to gently slide. Just as you thought, it's firm and wide against your PP, and you slowly grind and rock down on top of it. He mms, and his tail wiggles lightly against you. I can't do that. Come on, you help me, and I'll help you, you repeat and begin to lap your tongue to his muscle, and you hear him SCK in a tight breath before his tail begins to rub between your melons and against your face to massage back against your tongue. You smile, knowing you had him, and gently bite and drag your teeth over him as you rock with his strokes. It actually feels good, he grumbles behind you, his voice cracking slightly with his surrender to you. Will you be a good hero and rub for me, you request sweetly as you play with his hair. You can feel your satisfaction growing when the soft sounds of pumping begin to reach your ears along with his increased breathing. You're such a good pet, love, you coo, and Ojiro deadpans with the embarrassment of you rubbing the back of his neck affectionately. You hold down the tip of his tail between your BRST. The way your costume was designed easily allowed you to massage him with the supple, exposed middle of your chest, and he tenses as you slowly slide as much as you could up and down. You could feel him start to shake, and the little movements rubbing against you in just the right way to have you umming lightly. The sounds of your pleased mewling only seem to spur him to slide harder, as a tight fist pumps his throbbing, veined. The pre-cum oozed down him in long stripes and the stickiness collected on his fingers while his head swelled, and his hips jerked to meet his fist until the white spurts of cum coat his fingers as he 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 with a restrained groan. You release his tail and carefully stand onto your feet before petting his head. You blink, staring down into his eyes with a soft smile. His tail swishes again, hitting your thigh lightly with continued pats. It was too precious really. Good boy, you tease. He blushes and scratches the back of his head, and yelps slightly when you tug at his tail again. I'd love to pet you again, you offer as a joke, but you weren't honestly expecting for him to agree, no matter how weakly that maybe was mumbled. Just looking at you gives Todoroki butterflies and this anxious feeling he can't quite pinpoint. His heart would race, and he wouldn't be able to find the right thing or anything to say to you. The occasional smile you share with him always makes him uncomfortably hot before he realizes that his fireside was causing that reaction when small patches of flames would flare up with the rushing of blood to his cheeks. Suddenly, he would find himself wishing he wasn't so pale so that the blush wouldn't show so intensely. Still, you never noticed his feelings. It was his own fault really. Todoroki knew he didn't leave the best impression the first few weeks of his enrollment in the school. He was distant, self-interested, and all around not a very friendly person to be around, so he couldn't be surprised that you didn't know he liked you. A lot in fact. Although, everyone else seemed to pick up on it immediately. And bless them that they tried to help make you notice the same. Hey, name, Todoroki-kun is staring at you again. Ochako would point out any given day, much to his disagreement, and you would twist in your desk to meet his eye, breaking his trance. Then, he would become highly aware that he was, in fact, staring at you. You were just so lovely that he couldn't bring himself to look away even when you blink at him and give him an overly precious smile. So, he did what he did best, which was staring and grimacing as he tries to keep his fireside from igniting right there from nervousness. Clammy, heart-racing, hormone-driven nervousness. Unfortunately, you took this the wrong way as your smile drops, and you turn back to Ochako. Yeah, you whisper though he could still hear you if he listened closely enough. Then, you give a nervous laugh. Todoroki-kun must really hate me. Honestly, he's never been so soul-crushed in his life, at least in the average teenager sense. You had not only didn't know he liked you, now you assumed he didn't like you at all. Hated, in fact. That didn't stop others from trying to help or not help in this case, as he stands out in the hallway while you and Gyro converse about a new phone application that she's downloaded to synthesize more beats. On his side is a trio of ne'er-do-wells. Why would I say that? They already think I hate them, Todoroki explains bitterly as he glares down at the hall floor and clenches his fists. Why was this so difficult? He doesn't even think he's had this much trouble since the sports festival. No, it's good. They'll love it. You know they can get really competitive, Kaminari reassures him. His eyes flash between Kaminari, Zero, and Mineta, and all give him nods before he decides to walk up to you and Gyro. Name, he greets bluntly, trying to keep this short and to the point so he wouldn't get flustered. You jump at his voice, and his heart literally hurts with the action as you nervously gaze at him. Ah, good morning, Todoroki-kun. I have something to ask you. Gyro raises her head from her phone, tilting it before smiling slightly behind you. I was wondering if... Come on, the musician encouragingly mouths from behind you, and he swallows hard. Do you have medical insurance? Both of you look at him curiously, your faces scrunching in thought. Yeah. Why would you want to know that? You answer warily. Because I'm about to blow your back out. Gyro immediately flashes red while you continue to look at him with a shocked, open-mouthed stare before blinking and tilting your head at him with a furrowed brow. What the hell is wrong with you, Todoroki? I expected that from some perv like Minute. Gyro curses while you're still pursuing your lips in obvious frustration. They said it works no matter what they answer, Todoroki interrupts. Gyro grows visibly angrier. Who told you to say that? Todoroki nods his head behind him to the trio of guys laughing around the corner with words, I told you they wouldn't get, and look at their faces. Suddenly, he realizes he's been had and glares at them himself. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. I assume it's not about sparring then, he says, and the hallway suddenly drops near Sub-Zero, making all three boy gulp before making a quick run for it. He was just about to go after them when your voice brings him back. You blink a few more times. I don't understand, you want to fight me, you reply a little sadly, face dropping into a frown. I'm sorry for whatever I did to make you upset, Todoroki-kun. He doesn't, name, that's not what that means, Gyro embarrassedly says. What does it mean? You and Todoroki ask in unison. I have to go to a club meeting, she excuses and leaves the awkward conversation as you turn to Todoroki. Don't worry. I'll get her to tell me. You reassure and make a quick break after her before he has the time to continue the conversation further. Todoroki sighs, not noticing the third young lady to come up behind this morning. Good morning, Todoroki. Todoroki looks back at his black-haired friend before turning away and watching where you had ran further down the hall. Hey, come on, I got an idea, Momo says, grabbing his wrist and leading him to an empty classroom. The door to the class swings open with an interested Kirishima on the other side. He came at the behest of Mina with some clothes in hand for an important mission. He just wasn't expecting Todoroki to be sitting in a chair with both Mina and Momo prodding and pulling at his clothes and hair like he's their own styling doll. What are you girls doing? Trying to get Name to like me. Todoroki answers bluntly before turning to Momo who's adjusting his eye makeup. I have questions, Todoroki asks when she goes for eyeliner and the fear of her poking his eye out settles in. Bye. Putting enough makeup on him to make him look like a girl. Kirishima questions. Name likes pretty boy, Ikemen types. Todoroki-kun is already halfway there, but he needs a visual K look to go along with it, Mina explains before running fingers through his hair. Now we need to spike up your hair a little, she explains, but the loose strands refuse to do much other than fall back to his face, albeit slightly fluffier. Okay, I know what to do, she says before reaching into her purse and pulling out some emergency hair spritz. Todoroki coughs as the fragrant substance is sprayed all around him and he just feels sticky when it lands on his skin. It's itchy whatever is in it and just straight uncomfortable. Frustrated, he gets up from between them. Thanks for the help, but I'm done listening, he huffs and walks out the door to head for the bathroom. The group chases after him. He doesn't know why he listens to these people. Obviously, none of their plans worked so far. I'm just going to tell them I like them, he says out loud to himself as he veers the corner into you. Like who, you say, recognizing his voice. You look between your four classmates before realizing who exactly needed help. You like someone, Todoroki-kun, you gasp a little in surprise. Well, he gulps. The clamminess and temperature-rising nervousness returns the longer you look at him, and he nods curtly. Possibly, although I don't think they like me, he says, blushing slightly. Don't worry, Todoroki-kun, you say with an encouraging smile. Did that mean you liked him, too? You pat his shoulder. Bakugo may be a little rough with you, but I can tell he sees you as a friend, so I'm sure he'll accept your feelings. What? Bakugo. Cool look by the way, very beatus. You smile and continue down the hall to the cafeteria for lunch. Wow, sorry, man. Kirishima apologetically pats his back, but it does little to help him through the rest of his dejected and heartbroken day. Todoroki decides to spend the day training and working through his frustration by punching training dummies and burning through them until night falls and curfew starts to come up. He sighs and sets off to head back to the dorm, quietly walking the street until the familiar housing areas were in view. The only thing that brings him pause is when he sees you sitting on the grass in front of the 1A dormitory, your eyes focused above you until you finally notice him getting close. Hey, Todoroki-kun, good evening. You wave, and he nods at you to avoid any more embarrassing slip-ups before you turn back to look at the sky. He follows your gaze and finds that you are looking at the moon, full and close tonight, the misty white highlighting the earth. This spot in front of the dorm is a surprisingly good one to view the night sky. He's fully aware that you always like the calm serene of nature, and he can fully understand why in this moment where he becomes lost in looking up at the twinkling stars barely visible near the moon. Tsuki ga kirei desu, he whispers under his breath, eyes still stuck on the perfectly round object in the sky. Todoroki, he blinks and looks back down at you, noticing now just how closely you look at him. He gulps, unsure what he did this time to make an idiot of himself. Wow, I didn't know people confessed like that in real life. You stammer, you sounded just like a samurai in a movie. I don't, he begins, but you cut him off. Well, you like me, don't you? You just said so, you ask again curiously. Well, I mean. That's what guys say when they try to sound all cool and aloof in those PRD movies. I didn't know you liked them, too. Blushing, Xiaoto looks away to hide his embarrassment. I said, Tsuki ga kirei desu. You finish. I love you, he finally puts two and two together. Tsuki. Moon. Tsuki. Love. He pales when he realizes that's exactly what he just said. To think someone as oblivious to you, missing any and every sign of fondness, thought he was trying to confess to you in such a secret, roundabout way. Even more surprising, that you picked up on such a thing, but when you speak again, he finally remembers his situation and begins to sweat as his heart races. Is that true? Yes, he replies with a slight inflection. You smile and stand to your feet before quickly closing in on him and leaning to get a good look at his face. He must repeat in his head not to ignite with you so close. So, all that weirdness was actually you trying to tell me you like me. I had a lot of help that wasn't really helpful, he explains, embarrassed, and slightly backs away to still his beating heart. So, the staring. I was nervous. And that joke. Todoroki sighs and scowls weakly at the memory. Kaminari, Zero, and Mineta told me to say it. To you. They said it would have worked. You're so silly. You should have just said you liked me to begin with since I like you too. Honestly, I was actually pretty bummed out when you said you liked someone. You chuckle and rub the back of your leg with your foot as you think. Todoroki. Smiles faintly, but to you, that's a big expression of affection and a cute one at that. You lean in and press a soft kiss to his right cheek, chuckling when small flames begin to flicker on his left side. Sorry, he replies, and you shake your head. It's okay, you answer and plop back onto the ground with him at your side. Although, why would those three think that joke was a good idea? I didn't even get it, you question and draw your knees to your chest. I'm not sure. They wouldn't tell me what it meant, Todoroki replies with a shake of his head. Gyro wouldn't tell me either. Oh, you speak up as if you just remembered an idea and smack your palm to your head. We can Urban Dictionary it. What's that? Todoroki questions as you WHP out your phone. It's a dictionary with slang and pop culture phrases and anyone can submit definitions. You scoot closer and smile. Here, I'll show you. All we have to do is type in the phrase you said, hit search, And now we can see what everyone says it means, which is, oh, you clear your throat and immediately click your phone off. You and Todoroki turn away from each other as the heat rushes to your faces. Needless to say, the dorms gained 3 new humanized sculptures out front the next morning. Midoriya looks to the young woman laying down next to him at the campfire, head rested in his lap. A slim white silver tail lightly swings from behind you, patting against his lower back as you sleep. Transparent fin-like fans replace what should be the oval cartilage of ears, and thin spiraling horns curve back into color hair like braids. He managed to find something a little less rag for you to wear other than the dirty, torn dress he found you in weeks prior, but it seems your shiny moonstone-colored scales still shine through anything once night falls. The white light shines from your ankles and up the outer sides of your legs, stomach, then flashing up your back, neck, and upper chest. There are a few stray scales going across your cheeks and down your forehead as well that glow each time the campfire reflects from them. Then, the rustling of trees in the wind makes him jump from fear. He clutches onto the sword next to him tighter for the little comfort the weapon gives despite his inexperience with it. Midoriya can only sigh, wondering why he got himself into this dangerous mess of helping you get back home to your own kind when he wasn't anything but a simple blacksmith's apprentice with only childish dreams of adventuring, battles, and learning about and discovering magical creatures. He shook his head as you turn and cuddle him in your sleep. Your cheek cutely pudging up against his thigh and a soft smile on your face as you peacefully rest, making him relax again as he remembers why. Midoriya simply couldn't abandon you to that fate when he found you. Come one, come all, to Atsuhiro's Magic Animal Emporium. Midoriya had happily lined up in the village square with the other citizens, hoping to see animals he had only heard about and collected in his books. The man had a multitude of them that he brought out in cages, from imps to pixies and saber-toothed squirrels. Though, the sign that brought everyone was that of a real dragon. The man had indeed saved that attraction for last, his assistants wheeling out a giant cart with a huge cage covered by a burlap tarp. The creature that destroys countries, haunts the dreams of knights, the mighty dragon, he cheerfully announces, and Midoriya's face along with the rest of the crowd falls at the reveal, although for different reasons. A young woman with a metal collar around her neck and cuffs around her ankles. Wide sea eyes frantically scan the crowd, and she hugs herself further in the corner. Patches of dulled scales that were once white, at least where the scales remained, covered her. The places where they should have been pink and raw from where it looked like they had been pulled. Midoriya had always known that dragon scales sell for a high price. MSTR told him long ago that they could cut through almost anything if forged into a sword correctly. That's not a dragon, one of the children in front of Midoriya calls out, gaining a call of agreement from the crowd who are less concerned about the care of a humanoid being than he is. It's not a dragon, at least not completely, but something even rarer. A dragonkin, a cross between dragon and human. He's only seen the illustrations in his books before, but you fit those images down to every detail. I assure you that she is indeed a dragon, the conductor assures and swats on the cage with his cane in a fit of anger. Show them, and with a snap of his fingers, electricity bolts out from the collar. The attack sparks a roar and the flashing of a appealing prism of color like the shining light from the drawings of descending angels at the church walls. Each new spark of his hands seems to get a new reaction of awe and fear from the crowd as your eyes narrow and you bare pointed teeth at the emporium owner than the spectators themselves when a few courageous people start to get closer to the cage. More people come to see the scary monster, and frightened mothers have to drag their children into their arms to keep them away from the flares of light that bleed through the cage bars as you snap the direction of your attacks from one side to the other, wowing the crowd at the way you'd growl and flare your wings when the conductor jabbed between the crevices of your scales with his cane. Everyone seemed to be in a mix of entertainment and fear at your aggressiveness, and that's the way they saw it. A horrifying monster acting out, but Midoriya could see it in your eyes. You were the one terrified, and it made him sick. Midoriya sighs and leans on his palms to look up at the moon. He guesses it just wasn't in his nature to leave you there to suffer, even if it did end up putting a target on his head for a bunch of no-good creature collectors and people who wanted a dragon to sell the scales from. Although, he did miss his mom and his friends. He hopes they're okay. Midoriya blinks down at you as vertically slitted pupil-colored eyes blink up at him. What's wrong, Midoriya, you ask, frowning slightly. Nothing, I'm all right. Did I wake you? You shake your head and gently reach up to cup his cheek. But, tell me, what's wrong, you ask again. Your eyes are starting to water, you point out and brush your finger under his eye, careful not to press your short claws too close. Oh, he laughs and frantically rubs his eyes. I'm just feeling a little homesick. I'm sorry, you tell him sympathetically, knowing well how empty it could feel to be far away from where you belong. You try to think of anything to cheer him up, something you could possibly offer. Hey, why don't I dance for you again? You always like that. Midoriya smiles and nods his head, and you happily jump onto bare feet. You always like to dance. You had told him that Atsuhiro had promised to help you become a dancer and to put you on stage, but you never got the chance because of his untruth. You stand in front of the fire and slowly bring your arms above your head. The set of the stage, lights down low, not a whisper to be heard, you announce before stomping your foot and light flashes from the delicate, tiny scales that line around your toes. The anticipation grows within the crowd. Then, you twist your wrist to flick your hands before elegantly spinning, the moonlight reflecting from your body in different degrees of strength due to the different levels of healing they were currently under, but it brings a strange beauty to know that the pearly white of your scales was slowly yet surely returning as you rhythmically swing your hips and turn for him. Then, you let out flames that light up the entire clearing before picking up speed and smoothly swaying and waving your arms before you step and pirouette, a smile ever present on your face, making him smile as well to see you happy rather than trapped and miserable. The sight always manages to warm his heart, to let him know that he made the right choice and the simple act of breaking your chains brought so much happiness. You stop in front of him and offer him a hand to grab. I don't know, I'm not much of a dance, come on, you say and pull him up on his feet to dance with you. You hold onto his shoulders as he gently holds onto your waist. You kick one leg back before letting him spin you. I think for a costume, I'd like red bedla, that flashes every time the light shines through it, or a black veil that hides it all and leaves the crowd wanting more every time it flutters back over me. You laugh, and his heart skips a beat to have such a appealing girl with him. You weren't human, not completely. He couldn't compliment you about anything he could with his own species, but there were always your pearly white scales that shimmer like expensive jewels, the awe of having your wings spread open and glow like a beacon, and the adorable way you'd accidentally shine when you got embarrassed, your own way blushing. That smile could always transfer across species lines though, despite the miniature fangs that come into view, it's still welcoming. So friendly and sweet even if you did resemble a fearsome creature. If people got the chance to know you, they'd see just like him that you were anything but fearsome around friends. You're not so bad you tell him with a grin. You burn just a bit brighter with light as you tenderly place your cheek to his, making him blush. But I do think you should stay with me and be my partner. We would get on pretty well, just me and you. You whisper and lightly blow a small flame of light between the two of you before gently placing a kiss on his lips. Soon, you pull away just enough to whisper a soft thank you before kissing him again. Midoriya pauses, his mind dizzying with the action of you kissing him. Your tongue slides into his mouth without hesitation. It's noticeably longer than his own and wraps completely with his. It feels so good that his brain trails to the thought of where else it would feel good to have you kiss him. He grabs your hips and tenses when he comes into contact with scales instead of skin, then he pulls away with a frown. I'm sorry, he stammers, and your eyes stretch wider. I can't stay with you. You bite your lip, holding back a sad frown as your brow furrows. Oh, it's because I'm a dragon, isn't it? Midoriya blushes, his eyes scrolling up and down your body. He's dreamed about animal girls before, a little shamefully he might add, to the point of having a subtle KNK for it. Though, he never entertained the idea of a real one being in front of him or it being a dragonkin. A really cute one with pretty eyes, kissable lips, and attractive curves to match. Even more interesting, you were hoping someone like him would consider you pretty, as if he was some sort of prince. Although, he did very much think so that you were pretty. It's okay, I guess I'm not really a good partner by full human standards I suppose, you say almost apologetically. No, you're appealing, Midoriya corrects. I don't want you to feel as if you owe me anything for helping you or that I used you, since I'll have to go back to my village once we get you home. Then strange to him, You smile, making him flush. I knew I was right to like you. You happily state and unconsciously whb your tail back and forth as you gently place your hands back on his shoulders. You're one of the nicest person I've met. Besides, I could always come visit you, and you and your family can visit us, you offer, and he gulps when your tail slides up his leg as you softly place your lips back on his. The he tries to hold in escapes when your tail meets his PP and teasingly strokes. The grooves of your scales make his PP twitch with every rough flick. He cups your face, gently sliding his thumbs on the shiny pieces covering your cheeks. You stop and affectionately like his cheek. He carefully traces your hips, and you shiver when his tender rubs meets the still slowly healing wounds. It didn't hurt at all to have his comforting massages. You have such a nice touch, you sigh peacefully. Midoriya smiles softly and continues to rub in rhythmic motions over the glimmering lamina. You close any distance between your bodies, and the need growing in between his legs grows clearer with each flick of your tail against him. Eventually, you're pushing him down and onto his back, then take a seat on his lap. He mms into your mouth, and you're too lost in the moment to notice his fingers sliding over the tips of your wings before rubbing at the base where they meet between your shoulder blades. You immediately mule into his mouth and bite down on his tongue with sharp teeth, making him hiss. He clenches his hands and rubs his knuckles between them, and you tingle and stop your kisses for a loud open mouth Oh, I guess this is a good spot after all, Midoriya thinks out loud. You mule. How do you know about that? I read a few things about your species. It said you're sensitive here, so I thought maybe. He rubs again, and you twitch and your tail swishes strongly, kicking up some dust in the process. Why, where else do you know? You ask curiously, as you fight down another He shyly hums and sits up with you still in his lap. He reaches for your tail, stroking the base gently before sliding it up to bring the tip towards his face. You blink at him, unsure what's he doing, until he nips, then fully bites the edge of your tail, right at the tiny translucent fins that adorn the end. Your entire body tingles, and you light up like a flash grenade, nearly falling onto your side with a loud as you weakly shake. Shite, you curse. Midoriya likes over your tail for nibbling again, and you collapse against him with harsh breathing. Midoriya. Midoriya has never been so happy that something in his book was right. The strong reaction it produces makes you drool and cling onto him, your claws going down his back and easily ripping long lines into his clothes. Even BLD sleeps through in the thin lines that you manage to cut into his back. Midoriya, you slur and start to work down his breathes. He gives a rough SCK, and your eyes start to roll to the back of your head. He stops to give you enough time to recover as he works down his breathes. He softly breathes with the relief of his Erkton finally springing free before rolling his hips upwards into you. You tug your underclothes to the side to embrace his pulsing member inside you before impatiently riding his PP as he jayas up. Each move comes faster from underneath as he confidently drags down your hips to hit deeper. Midoriya knows he's getting closer to a good spot with each hiccup of light you produce. When his PP drags against that special spot, you shine longer and whimper. Add that to the continued SCKS of your tail, the occasional SWCH between light and harsh nips and slide of his tongue making you glow and your wings flutter half open then closed. You look like an angel, he breathes out, and you flash again with the compliment before he bites down again and your entire body freezes up and clenches down around him. You bounce up with the steady drive of his hips into yours, as he throbs and grows harder inside you. Midoriya makes one more reach to return the favor of you clawing his back by doing the same to you in that sweet junction between your wings, pounding in hard to you before grabbing them at the base completely and pulling as he bites down on your tail. Midoriya, you gasp and spill onto his lap as his own release mixes with yours. It oozes out and down his PP before he pumps it back in with slower and deeper moves, making you cry out louder as you fall into his chest and dig your claws into him to latch onto that sweet feeling. When it's over, you're both breathing, and you're still shaking with a literal afterglow. You stay there, sitting on top of him until you calm down. You pull off of him, cuddle up to his side, and gently rub your hand over the scratches you left on his body. It's peaceful for the first few minutes as he wraps his arms around you. You sigh and close your eyes before looking back up into the sky, alert and searching before you shift back up. Midoriya, you hesitantly begin, trying to hone in on what was bothering you. You recognize the familiar sound of footfalls and hushed whispers coming straight for you as Midoriya curiously looks at your blinking, ear-twitching form. It makes sense someone should come since you lit the place up like fireworks in the sky. I think I might have gave away our location, you apologetically state. Midoriya gulps and grabs onto his sword as you stomp out the fire. The smell of others becomes thicker as well as the sounds of feet trampling the forest floor. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, Midoriya curses, as you jump up and grab his hand. Run! You state and pull him along, your inhuman speed making him stumble on his feet as you quickly dodge an arrow that comes very close to hitting him in the head if not for trees. We're going to fly, okay? You tell him, and Midoriya frowns at the idea and memory of motion sickness, wondering exactly why he got into this for the second time tonight. Midoriya continues to be a thorn in Katsuki's side. Ever since the three of you got together a few weeks ago, the green-haired boy has made it his goal to be in your vicinity as much as possible. Katsuki would only seethe and grit his teeth, because he was coming close to just straight-up tossing Midoriya out a window when the two of you did anything remotely couple-like, such as Midoriya walking you to class or stealthily sliding his hand over yours or down your bare shoulder. It's like the BSU thought he had permission to touch you any way he pleased whenever he pleased simply because he is aware of your little secret, and you threw him a bone every now and again to keep him complacent, or that's how it started. Now, you were slowly starting to like it a little more with each passing day. Sometimes you would give Midoriya the same little smile you show Katsuki before ruffling your hand through green hair, or you would comfortingly glance your thumb over Deku's hand, stroking the two fingers he managed to permanently F up during the sports festival. It wasn't fair that Katsuki couldn't touch you the same, couldn't hold you the same in public as Midoriya could. Though there was one place the two of you could have privacy and you'd hold back the need to scream his name no matter if Deku is there or not. Or, there used to be. You keep kissing that DMN nerd too earnestly, aiming dramatically into his mouth as you swirl your tongue with his and pull away with a thin strand of saliva stretching between you two. Your hand is too busy down Midoriya's breathes and your mouth too occupied with Midoriya's lips to give much attention to Katsuki's 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 as he angrily sits off to the side for a few seconds before finally snatching you away into his arms. DMN, come here. Your face flushes before you close your eyes and finally, he can taste you on his lips again as you straddle him and rock against his lap. He groans and roughly gropes your butt, massaging and squishing his hands in your cheeks before roughly stroking his fingers along your back entrance, slowly pumping them into you and making you whine for him like you ought to be instead of that trash. Katsun, you as he bites into the crook of your neck. You nibble his bottom lip, then pull it before biting down rough and hard. I missed you, he growls before grabbing and pulling your hair back. You open your mouth, and he attacks your jaw with rough and desperate kisses. You cup Katsuki's face and trap his mouth with yours with your own growl that makes 𝐼𝐺 shoot all the way down him. Your neck has no more room for any more bite marks, but he manages to keep delivering them, one overlaying the other. He had you umming his name, begging for him until Midoriya's hand follows the curve of your bare back and his lips kiss your shoulders. A soft hum breaks through your begging, and you pull away and turn back to Midoriya. Your lips go back to his as you push him back down and lay on top of the smaller boy. Name? Katsuki grunts and decides to re-earn your attention the same way. He nibbles and kisses your shoulder blades and run his hand across the small of your back, but you only shudder for a moment before closing your eyes and continuing to kiss Midoriya, who cupped your butt and pulled you down tighter on top of his 𝐒𝐿. Name. Your head lifts for a moment. Wait, you gasp out before umming as Midoriya grinds up into you. If you would have looked up for one DMN second, you would have noticed the heated glare and temperamental scowl forming as Katsuki finally snaps. I'm not waiting for that BS to He's not your DMN boyfriend. Katsuki spats as his fingers dig into your arms, flips you over, and forces you back on top of Midoriya. Big brother, you hiss as your back hits Deku's chest and the boy under you groans. Don't big brother me. He growls, and you squeeze your legs together to calm the jolt of electricity that was excited in you when Katsuki narrowed his eyes and studied both you and Midoriya. Your brother pulls your legs back open and shifts on top of you. Wait, Kaken. Let's talk about this, Midoriya offers as he tries to sit both you and him back up, but Katsuki shoves the boy and you back down to the mattress. Shut up. I'm not talking to you. Go die. Katsuki barks before returning that evil eye glare back on you. And you're not allowed to ignore me. You got that? You gulp, brow furrowing in thought, but it's short-lived when he moves into you, and you're pressed tighter to Midoriya. You're mine, he repeats, and you clearly understand the jealousy that etches on his features and bleeds into his words. Katsuki, calm down, it's okay. You try to reason with him, but he's already set on proving a point to both you and Midoriya for setting him aside. You curse when he sheathes his PP deeper inside you in one rushed motion. Your head lolls back against Midoriya's shoulder. Look at him. Big bro, you shut the hell up, trash. And you grow scared the same as Midoriya as you both tense against each other and stare at Katsuki with wide, blinking eyes. And you, look at him, diminish. You gasp again with the almost painful snap of his hips against yours while Midoriya hisses with the pressure of you pressing 2HD on his PP. You hesitantly turn towards Midoriya, blushing darkly as you meet his eye. You groan at the tiny, speckles of sparks popping against your skin as his hands roughly rake over your thighs and slams you down to meet his move. The way he takes you all happens so fast. Each heavy move is one where he retracts completely out and slams back into you with unrestrained strength. You can already tell you'll be sore tomorrow when each hit against your inner wall leaves you aching and unable to recover when the next meet it. You grip back into Midoriya, your elbows dig into him as you try to sit up, only to fall back and arch into Katsuki with another mm. You can barely pay attention to Midoriya's own gasps and groans as you're unintentionally rocked back into him with every move. You shakily hold your palm over his mouth to quiet him down while he does the same to you to avoid any mishap of someone trying to see what's going on with all the sounds of crying and high-pitched mewling. You bite down on Midoriya's hand to try to stop your own louder hisses, adding a new mark to already scarred features, but Katsuki stops. You only have a few seconds to breathe and catch your breath before Midoriya's hand is pulled away. Let them hear you. I don't care, they'll know that you don't belong to that bestiality. Katsu, you scream when he pinches down on your CLT and angles high into you to slam up, and you swear you can feel the ache vibrating up to your stomach. Katsuki, you gasp, unable to control the volume between trying to SCK down your drool and show some remorse for the boy under you, whose cheek was being headbutted by your head with each forward slide from your brother, especially as you begin to breathe and you wrap your legs around Katsuki's hips. Who said to stop looking at him? You whine and turn your head back to Midoriya and apologetically glance at him, but you can't hold that look as you finally come around Katsuki. You scream, covering your eyes with your forearm as your eyes water with the pleasure. You can never F her this good, you weakling. I'm the only one who can get her to make that face, got it? Midoriya winces, scowling back at the blonde. You don't have to be jealous, we know Tich, shut up. And the punishment for Katsuki's anger comes at you in the form of another aggressive PND. Katsuki, you draw out, eyelashes fluttering and your eyes rolling back when he finally explodes inside of you and works his cum deeper with his slowing moves while your mixed juices leak down between your legs and on Midoriya's lap. It's not even a second later that you're rolled over onto the bed before you can even recover, and Midoriya is scooped up. It's with the sound of shuffling feet, whispered yells, and arguing that you finally notice Midoriya being shoved ever closer to the door even as he tries to push back, but it's near impossible when Katsuki has his anger fueling him. Get the F out of here, Katsuki demands with a scowl before moving Midoriya out the door and slamming it on him before quickly locking it. You swallow thickly, breathing from the bed as Katsuki heavily breathes in front of the door, his back still turned to you. Katsuki, you do realize that even I don't give a SH. He scoffs and goes back to the bed to collapse next to you with a weighty huff as he fights to calm down. I hate this, he mumbles under his breath, but you still catch it. Katsuki, I'm yours, you know that. Sometimes I wonder, he growls, and you frown and reach out to touch him, but he jays away as if your touch is poison. You gasp, heart throbbing in pain as he glowers at you. You're always clinging to that bestiality now and training with him. If I hear one more DMN time about you two being some lame but power couple, I'm going to kill somebody, and you never do SHT to correct those idiots. You don't even act like you fin care. For FS sake, name, you even F him longer. You're not sure how you missed the way he felt through all the frustrated glaring and tension between the two of you in daily life. It wasn't often Katsuki showed his deeper emotions. It was these moments he needed you to be there to calm him, and you ignored him in favor of someone else, and you felt guilty for putting him through that, especially when he couldn't forwardly express himself to you about such a delicate situation. Katsuki, I love you. I love you so much more than anyone else, and I'm sorry if I haven't been showing it lately. I'm such a bad sister to not notice how you felt. You apologize and once again try to reach for him. This time, he lets you bring him closer to your body as you hug him and slide a leg over his hip to completely wrap him with you. You place gentle kisses on the top of his head, trying to convince him that what you were saying is the truth. But, I promise you don't have to ever worry about me not caring for you, man. I'll always be there for you whether you want me to be or not. Relaxing slightly, Katsuki sighs and buries his head against your body to possessively hold you and remember that you're there with him. I know that. I just get tired of those dumbass thinking that you and Deku are this big thing deal. You sigh then weakly smile. You know it isn't true though. You're always my best partner, so don't worry about what everyone says, it only matters that we know that we care about each other. You console him before reminding him that, I'll talk to Deku and tell him to back off a little too, especially since I think everyone will probably know about us now anyway. He curses, his eye twitching as he directs his frustration at you, sitting up and glaring. Why didn't you stay quiet? How is it my fault, you jealous dumbass? You practically made me do it. You scoff with a shake of your head. Don't worry, I'll just tell everyone we got into a fight. Will that work? He questions skeptically. Probably no. You know what? I don't give a SHT. We'll deal with it tomorrow, I'm tired, he states, plopping back down and snuggling up to you as a body pillow, but you do have one more concern. You know it probably wasn't best to bring up now, but you clear your throat and hesitantly begin. Katsuki, you do know this is my Doria's room, you can't just leave. Hi. Katsuki growls at you, and you clear your throat. Never mind. Training accident. That's the excuse Darby gives whenever he comes to you for healing. You may be young, but even you know that the multiple bruises forming on the side of his stomach aren't normal for a training accident, nor the patches of dark skin that mark his body under his clothing. Each scratch, bruise, and burn all come in different shades of color from various stages of healing over the days. It is a classic sign that something wasn't right. Tuya, you say as you carefully touch his bruise, barely letting your fingertips make contact, yet he still hisses all the same. You look at squinted blue eyes and a softly bitten into lip to tolerate the pain of you touching the tender red sore spot. Don't you think your dad is training you a little too hard? You ask out of concern. Darby shakes his head, a slight smile forming. He wants me to improve faster is all. He said my quirk is impressive, even better than his, so we train hard to control it. He says it so confidently and unfazed that you believe him in those days. The next time he comes to you for serious healing is about a month later. There's a small patch of burned skin on his left hand, nothing you couldn't fix, but it was concerning seeing how severe the burn looked. This time the explanation being, he taught me some new moves. Father says I can be like him, stronger than him if I keep going at this rate. You guess having a goal is a good thing, you only wish he'd take care of himself a little better. The days continue as usual, with school and the small amounts of time that Darby has to spend with you as he wishes. Those times continue to grow fewer and longer in between as his training takes a new turn, increasing in intensity and advancing in the skills he needs to learn. Name, can you heal me again? I feel ill today. I think it's a side effect from me overheating. You smile and nod. You have to be more careful about your limit, you tell him before asking to see the injury. Although, there's not much you can do about internal injuries with your quirk. The next time Darby pays a visit to you is to give you exciting news about his little brother. He sounds excited, and you laugh at his story. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 got his quirk today. He sneezed and froze half the curtains and set fire to the other side. He's going to train with us too now. After that, the next year continues without many incidences. Although, you notice that Darby seems to grow sadder with each passing week rather than exuding the natural confidence he had. I need you to heal me. This time it is a light burn covering him from all the way to his fingertips and to his elbow. It's already a faded pink on his skin, something that could easily heal and fade to nothing on its own if he would wait a few weeks. Father said I was too weak to continue training. I need to get better fast before 𝐤𝐿 catches up. You should have told him no, but you can't when his eyes are glossed over with the start of tears. Something you thought you'd never see coming from him. You heal the physical pain with your quirk and the emotional one by hugging and not letting go. The next time you see him on the verge of tears and anger doesn't come until you both turn 15. He sits at the edge of the housing compound as you come over to visit him after your family outing. He bounces a red ball between his legs before looking up at you as you step into his line of sight. You already know the look on his face means something bad has happened, something concerning his dad as usual. You take a seat down next to him, expecting him to immediately talk about what new skill or technique or just anything that happened, but it's only silence for the remaining moments. He said there wouldn't be training today, and that I should go outside with Natsuo and Fuyumi, Darby finally explains after what seems like forever. You only know that the sun was still in the sky when you came and now it is slowly setting in an array of orange and red, a appealing ending to what had been a appealing day. Then, what's wrong, you question, unsure why that would be such a bad thing for him to not have to take a beating for the sake of getting stronger. Here's with 𝐤𝐿. I saw them on the upper deck, he strains to say before going back to bouncing that red kickball once again. He probably knows you need a break. Everyone needs a rest now and again, you say hopefully. Endeavor at least seemed to know when to call it on Darby's limits. Darby, however, shakes his head, gritting his teeth as he squeezes his eyes shut. You don't get it, he explains. He isn't going to train me anymore. He doesn't have time for a defect. I can't do his special move. I can't. It hurts too much, Darby hoarsely explains, his body shaking at the memory of his skin burning under his own heat before he finally passed out from the exhaustion and overwhelming pain earlier. You just don't understand if the hurt is from the pain of training or the pain of being another broken piece to his father, but you do know one thing, you're not a defect, Tuia, you whisper and gently kiss the curve of his trembling lips before wrapping him in another embrace. He leans on you this time and rests his head against your shoulder. You had hoped at that moment, in that year of being away from his father, that he would give up on trying to impress the monster, but fate was kind of funny that way. I'm going to convince him to give me one more chance even if I have to learn how to do it on my own. You slide the kitchen knife across your hand. The physical pain you can tolerate even as the trail of blood flows down the creases of your palm like thin red rivers. Darby doesn't look at you, but he sighs and grimaces when you flinch at the sting of your wound. You'd have to bleed dry to heal all of this, but you do what you can as you slide your open cut to his shoulder. The first of his burns disappear with the steaming of your blood, and bright pink of new skin comes forth. You think you have as many wounds as him by now. You don't know how many times you broke your skin to heal his, but you can't take seeing the crimson burns spiraling around his arms like coiling snakes, but the worst is the way with each incident he becomes a little more fragile and fragmented than the last. He won't look at me anymore. You hold your hand steady as you follow his wound, squeezing your palm tight. You focus on the droplets of blood falling to heal him. No, that isn't right. He does, look at me. The same way he looks at Natsuo and Fuyumi. You peer up to meet turquoise eyes but force yourself back to the task at hand. There are little patches of thick skin along his neck as well. You must have missed them during your last session. He says that I'm too much like mother while mom. Silence becomes your only other partner again. The quiet is only interrupted by the sound of quickly falling raindrops and tires squealing on the street outside your house. You're the one who rekindles the conversation. She loves you. She really does. You and I both know that isn't true, he says, watching you break a new line of skin more deeply. He doesn't stop what he sees as necessary for his recovery, but he can never stop furrowing his brows each time the blood begins to flow freely. The rest are too young to notice it, but I can see it when she looks at us lately. She tries to shy away when I get too close, and I get this feeling like she's not even seeing me. He pauses, his mouth drawing into a thin line. You're not sure what to say, and you must choke down another frustrated sigh as your hands ghost over another burn. You know why. What his father does, the way 𝐒𝐿 shares both the red hair and blue eyes of him and the same quirk. He looks like his father more than any of his siblings. 𝐒𝐿, not the way you do, he finishes softly, momentarily killing off any complaint you could make with a deep kiss. It isn't the same as the movies, no fireworks, no spark, no fluttering butterflies or passion. It's just cold and empty, focused on some arbitrary goal, and that's what hurts the most. He can't care, and you push away. The cool smirk playing at his lips dies as you push back against your headboard. Darby scoots closer and draws at the locks of your hair. I never needed her to look at me anyway. When I perfect this move, Father will see what I can do. I'm close, name. It just needs more heat next time, that's all. 𝐒𝐿, you realize all of this, it isn't normal, you say, unable to understand how you're the one more shaken about his health than he is. You can't keep going at this rate. Darby only shakes his head, drops the tender notion of playing with your hair and sighs deeply. Your quirk is harmful to you, you continue, but you already know you've lost when he stands to his feet and narrow his eyes at you. Be quiet, Darby finally says, and you choke down your scolding. It doesn't surprise me that you don't understand. You wouldn't, you're so perfectly in tune with your quirk. You and my brother. Why don't you look? Everyone has a limit, including me. You can already feel yourself shiver, and you know he can see the paleness overtaking your cheeks. They're cold but alive with tears as you shake your head at him. I'm not a BLD bank open whenever you want, and I won't keep healing you if you don't stop and think. I am thinking, I wouldn't do it if I thought I couldn't, he explains calmly, but it's the calm that angers you. It doesn't come to you how he can gamble so confidently with his life. It's such a precious thing to you. Being with him is as natural as breathing. That's the thing. Your dad made you think you can do anything, but you can't, and that's okay. I don't know what it'll take for you to get that through your thick head. All I know is that if you keep going, I'm not going to be the one to scrape your burnt carcass off the ground. I'm done. You hold your stare firm, and so does he, as you both refuse to back down in this game of chicken. Neither of your pride will let it go. Fine, he spitefully replies, and your face softens into a weak smile. He scoffs and reaches down to pick up the singed shirt he wore over, and you scowl. Uneasiness comes over you. I won't ask you to anymore. Your body immediately moves on its own as he makes a break for your window. You push him back against the wall, letting the resounding thud die down before quietly and coldly speaking to him, "Hey." Darby leans his head against the wall, refusing to meet your eye. Your lips tremble and fall into a harsh scowl as you slam your hands on either side of his face. Look at me, 𝐒𝐿. Darby does look at you, and you're breathless when he does. He never looked at you so distantly as he does now. You can't even recall such a look for as long as you've known him, and it's only amplified by his silent yet deep breathing and the rising of his chest as he inhales and exhales. Warmth fans across your face from the action, and you're sure you're doing the same to him if your own sharp inhales and low exhales are anything to go by. Well, he questions, and when you don't reply, he pushes you away. Get off. You stiffen in that moment as he heads for his exit again. You get the feeling that if he walks out, that's really it for everything. His life. Your friendship. Your love for him. Whatever he feels for you. Scared, you turn and grab his shoulder once again to try one more time to convince him, but he doesn't pause. Darby quickly turns, like an animal pouncing, and shoves you back against your bed with him on top. You look into his eyes. There's anger there and annoyance, but mostly this sadness. It makes you want to cry out in frustration, to beat him until it got into his head since words didn't seem to work. How could you still want to be like him is what you want to ask, but nothing will come out, and you glare and hope your angry tears wouldn't come out as you glared each other down in another game of silent demons. This always seems like how you two decided things. You'd disagree. You'd both get angry, with him rolling his eyes and yours watering with your anger. Then, someone would make the first move to kiss the other, and nothing would be solved at the end of the day. Today, he's the one to finish the 𝐶𝐻𝐶L as he forcefully presses his mouth to yours in a brutal kiss that makes you sick and happily dizzy at the same time. Red hair clutches in your fingers easily, and you tug. You bite and gnash and kiss each other in an open-mouth kiss that's more hurt and pain than love and care, but it doesn't matter when his hands feel good running down your spine and making you tingle with their overbearing warmth. Idiot, you're such an idiot, you gasp out when he slides between your legs and bucks into you without restraint. Your mouth finds his shoulder. The groan that escapes him is no surprise as you bite and mark him with new bruises that you refuse to heal before he leaves. I could say the same for you. He growls and tugs off the shirt you wore to expose your naked chest from underneath. You whimper when he punches your nipples between his fingers and pulls roughly at the said delicate nubs. Darby doesn't stop even as you squirm. Your movement only rubs against him more, excites him more to have the need to work his irritation through you any way he could get. You don't know why, but you always let him. Always want to comfort him in any way he needed since you were little, even with his slight arrogance and cocky attitude. Now, his pride was hurt. You still let him, because you love him, but you're not sure how much more you can take when he looks at you so hollowly like you're not even his friend. You couldn't take it anymore and you press your hand to his face to push his head off your chest and away from you. The annoyance burns brighter in blue eyes, and he grinds his knee between your legs to tease you instead, and you hate yourself for the whimper you produce before pulling your arm down to wipe your face free of your crying. Then, there's finally a pause from him as he looks down at you. His eyes following the long stretch of cut marks that line your palm and down your arm. Each one a moment you had sacrificed a little of your body to help him. Each a little testament of how much you cared, still care even, and his stomach turns. That's only the precursor to him noticing how pale you had gotten during this session, how much BLD still stained and smeared in your hand and on his chest. Name. Darby has nothing to say, but it felt right to say your name before he caresses your cheek with a much more gentle slide. You feel the warmth that was absent before, something caring and tender and loving. A small spark that proves his actual care for you as he pulls you up to sit in his lap. You rest your forehead against and slowly wrap your arms around his neck. I can't stop, Name. I have to keep trying. Please, I just don't want you to get hurt, you plead one more time. I love you. Your heart breaks as he glances away, unresponsive. You can feel your sadness returning. This really is the end. Then, he kisses you again, and your heart pounds against your rib cage as he hugs you closer to his body. I'm sorry, Name. He apologizes and slowly lifts your arm to press warm lips to each little scar, each little wound you made to heal all his hurt. I know, you say with a small smile before he turns you back over and onto your back. This time he sets you down carefully and massages your sides. You grip his waistband, pulling it looser to get where you wanted to show him how much you cared too and how much you wanted him. Darby mms and rocks his hips into your hand, letting you slide along his throbbing member as you work his breathes off with your free hand. His mouth returns to your chest, teasingly playing and swirling around your NPL until it became stiff. That's when he essegas and cover it with a generous helping of saliva before popping his mouth off and doing the same with the other. This time he lightly drag his teeth over the ST bud before pressing the tip of his tongue to the center. You together as your hand finds the familiar pace around him, and the sliminess of pre-cum meets your fingertips. You felt the same, you wetness slowly accumulating under the soft tugs and tickling kisses along your chest and ribcage. Your bottoms and underwear are next to go, and you ache with anticipation as he lines up and slowly sheathes into you. You at the deliberately slow pace he sets, and you rock your hips into his to hurry along his moves a little but stop when he grips you and holds you in place. Slow down, I'm not going anywhere, he says calmly, no teasing, no cocky smirk, just an earnest request as he takes his time feeling you take him all the way back in and the pleasure of your slick walls stretching around him. He lightly, gripping your hips before steadily driving into you. Tuia, you softly whisper. You keep eye contact each second except for the peaceful times he leans in to kiss you. Everywhere he does from your lips to your cheek and neck. You into his kiss, arch your back, and raise your hips to rhythmically move against him at the same time he pumps into you. He settles deep inside you, grinding and rocking as he slides his hand between your legs to massage your CLT in unhurried strokes. It leaves you umming and squeezing around his full PP. Name, I'm sorry, he murmurs, and you mewl softly as he starts to pump into you once again. He doesn't leave your warmth once. He doesn't want to as you begin to lightly spasm around him, releasing a light mmm as you come around him. It's weak, nothing too heavy, but the small tingles of pleasure is enough when he holds your hand and kisses you again. I promise, just a little longer. Just a little longer, you question hopefully and kiss him back. Yeah, Darby replies before smiling a little bitterly. I really do love you. I do, you know that, right? He repeats again, and you can feel it this time when he rests his forehead to your shoulder, holds you tight, and kisses you. You kiss him back. I know. To Todoroki, you were so different from the other humans in your small French village. You were an enigma who walked calmly after dark to deliver goods, who confidently worked your own land without needing to be married, and who rejected the mostly wrong superstitious jargon of your fellow humans. It was so appealing to see such a human unafraid of the things that go bump in the night, things like him that follows the innocent in the dark. You finish your last DLVY early, but the sun is already set with the coming of winter, where the days get shorter and the nights get longer for the devil's children to cause trouble. Be careful on your way home, and you shouldn't be out when it's so late were common phrases you heard along with strange child and silly girl. You had never believed them until the night you saw a strange man standing at the edge of the village during the dusk of the day, where the sun had gone down enough for shadows to finally take over the land. A chill goes down your spine when you lock eyes with that sharp gaze. He was handsome. Much more than many of the men in the village. Finely dressed in all black with pure skin and neatly split hair. He probably hasn't seen a day of work in his life. Though, you weren't the only one who held these thoughts. To him, you worked too much and toiled too often, especially for such an attractive woman. You'd look much better in the castle as his precious item. Someone for him to hold and feel the heat his never had radiate from their skin, to listen to the beat of your heart ever steady grow wild with his attention, to see the delicate crimson pouring from your neck, free and for the taking. You didn't belong with the humans any more than he did. They didn't understand you like he did. Excuse me, are you lost? Your voice calls out to him, so strong and bold. That's a foolish action for you to take. Though, you still keep your distance, a smarter decision. You wouldn't need to keep your distance from him for long. You'd love him. He knew you would. You just didn't know it yet, but you were his soulmate, as you humans say. He, however, already loved you after the months you've spent together. It was bordering on 2 years now that he's followed, watched, and protected you from any other animals roaming the village at night, along with any man that dared to get close to his belonging. To humans, that was a long time to be in love, but barely a blink of an eye to the immortal, and he had many more years to give. This time, he needed you to be aware of it too. Yes, he answers softly, I am lost. Would you help me find a place to stay? You nod and point to the direction of the square. The mayor has spare rooms in the town hall. I'm sure he'd allow you to stay there if you need shelter for the night. Would it be too much trouble to ask for your guidance there? He questions, and the better part of you tells you to be wary as you point towards the center again with a more stern voice. I'm sorry, but I'm very busy. Just follow the road straight down. It's the biggest building with a large sign. You won't miss it, you say, and he nods. Satisfied, you assume he got the idea and turn to continue down the road, only to turn into the body of the person you were talking to less than 5 seconds ago. What? You barely have a chance to register your shock before he pinches your chin to bring your gaze align with his own. Then, you see just how demonic he looks with cold skin like death, different color hair you can finally see in this slim light, and 2 different color eyes that you can't help but peer into. Don't be afraid, ma chérie. I merely want to express my gratitude, he whispers, and then there's a red glow to his eyes that has your mind swirling and your own irises turning a vibrant shade of red in turn. It's only blank after that. When you next awake, you're laying on top of a red antique 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. You cough with the dust that fills your lungs upon your first gasp. The walls around you are gray stone with cobwebs hanging around the edges. The building dilapidates despite the small efforts that appear to try to keep a structure way past its prime clean, and the hall leading to the room echoes forebodingly with the steps of another person. Your heart jumps with each step, and you quickly stand from your couch to move towards the only door in the room for any chance of escape before he closed. You gulp in. You're awake. The small smile he gives strikes fear rather than comfort as you back away from the man. Why are you so tense, name? Todoroki questions as if he hadn't just whisked you off the streets earlier that night and brought you to this creepy castle of shallow light and floating dust. It's almost appealing when he gets closer, letting the open window catch him with the soft lighting of moonlight that reflects off from white hair. It's then that you can see the fangs prickling at his bottom lip, and your entire body goes cold with the knowledge of everything you thought once was a lie being true. You look pale. You should sit. How do you know my name? You question and try to find as much of light you can from the windows, but it doesn't do much when it's so faint and not from the sun. You walk around the room as he attempts to get closer, stumbling over furniture and cautiously rearranging small tables in front of yourself for the comfort of any type of obstacle between you and him. I've known your name for months now, he explains. Oh, I should introduce myself, shouldn't I? I'm Todoroki Xiaotou, the owner of this castle. Owner? You mean the creepy castle in the woods? You reply. Well, my mother owned it before the villagers killed her long ago, he explains, getting ever closer. Humans are so afraid of what they don't understand, but you don't have fear. How very wrong he was, because you had only fear right now. Then, what do you want from me? I didn't kill her, I didn't even know vampires existed, you attempt to reason. It gets lonely here for years. Hundreds go by without a word, without acceptance, he explains, a soft hint of sadness to his voice that would have made you pity him if not for the situation. I'm sorry to hear that, you sympathize, trying to get a little on his good side in hopes he'd let you keep your life. Some people can be overly cruel. So kind, he mutters thoughtfully. You're wasted on the human world. I brought you here to stay and be my belonging. Your belonging. You repeat, sweating with the realization that he backed you into a corner of the room. Cold is all you recognize when he touches you. It was almost human with the longing he holds you with, but dead and cold. You're held to his chest, his breathing audible from this distance, and his gaze soft. Yes. You'd be my property, he tells you as he slides the back of his hand along your neck. He admires the stretch and curve of the area, the perfectly pulled vein against your skin. I'd care for you, and you'd care for me. You'd be able to enjoy an extended life with me as well. We wouldn't have to feel lonely or judged together. I would be a vampire. No, but I could change you if you'd like. All you need is a drink of my BLD, he offers, and you shiver when his thumb traces your plump lips and slowly presses between them to poke over your own canines as if he could let you slice his skin just that moment. Personally, I prefer you being human, it suits you somehow to overcome the disadvantage of being such a fragile creature, he smirks amused, and you shiver when he brings his mouth to your neck and sharp fangs graze over your pulse while cold hands glide around your back. You push away. I'm not your belonging or some toy for you, devil. The sting from your rejection is clear on his face. Suddenly, you realize what you said, and your fear returns when Todoroki grimaces slightly before sighing. I was afraid of this. I wanted you to agree for yourself, but I can no longer wait for that, he argues, and the same swirling of crimson returns to his eyes that has your mind blanking and your resistance slowly dropping as you attempt to muster the strength to look away. You will listen to me, pet. Then, he stops. When that clouded look overtakes your features and you're standing like nothing more than a blank puppet needing him to pull your strings. Name? He calls to make sure you're completely hypnotized. Emister, you whisper softly. Todoroki smirks triumphantly. Come be a good girl and sit with me, he commands and leads you to sit back down on the 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐵. You obey and sit next to him. Your body is immediately his again to hold as he lets the feeling of you resonate with his whole being. As he thought, you did radiate life and color. Name? Are you mine? He questions and decides to take the taste of your lips for the first time. You kiss him back with an equal force to match his own. Your arms embrace him as he pushes you down, and it's the first touch in centuries that makes him feel high. Mon Tracer, answer me. Yes, I am yours, you dreamily state while delicate sighs escape your kissable lips. You were so appealing this way, he decides, and pets your head like you're a precious doll that could break at any wrong touch. The last thing he wanted to do was cause pain and knock you out your trance. You will be my belonging and be with me forever, he asks, and he is melting in pure delight at your next word. Forever, you repeat as he goes to kiss your neck. He nips you bit by bit, pressing his fangs down into your skin, but never enough to truly leave a mark until he's ready to puncture into your sweet flesh. Todoroki traces every inch of your body, unable to get enough of what he dreamed of for so long, the softness of your 𝐵𝑟𝑠𝑡s yielding in his touch, your pliable lips hot and slick against his own, the length of your curved legs leading up to your center. Appealing is all he can repeat with the stripping of your clothes. Each article he pulls off slow like unwrapping a gift. Each inch of feminine curves presented to him making him sigh with want and relief that he finally had you. J.E. Theodore. Maprices too. I care for you, yes, with all my heart, you answer and are rewarded with another hungry kiss at your lips. You whimper weakly with the attention he offers you. You're numb but can tell that something is building with the possessive caresses he places on your body, along your curves which he needfully squeezes and massages. Your lips are red from his brash kisses, and he finds himself drawn back to nip and kiss you again. Your leg slides along the back of his own and you lightly massage his head. Your cozy strokes make something light in him. Something almost alive, or as close as he could get. Todoroki always knew you would be the only one to grant him that feeling. He loved you so much. His fragile human. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Another kiss. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, you gasp when he touches and strokes your soak folds. You open up to him desperately with the patient strokes, cool against your heat. He's never felt heat like this when he pumps his slender fingers into your yearning core. 𝐿, please, 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐫𝐞𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐫𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 letting his eyes glow red again to seal you into a deeper hypnosis. Tell me you want me to make you mine. I'm yours for the taking, you airily comply. My soul, my body, and my heart belongs to only you. Todoroki smiles before taking you, fully and whole. He marvels at the twitch of your face and strain of your slick walls tight around him. You're so perfect, he praises. He knew he made the right choice choosing you. 𝐿, you purr and hold onto to him. He inhales your scent, the musk and the sweet smell of your �SEC fueling him. Todoroki can barely wait for your discomfort to subside before pulling out and moving back into you. You and wrap around him so needfully. Todoroki knew all along that you needed him. Now, you're showing it as you arch into his powerful moves. He cups your bouncing BRSTS and kisses your neck again, and you crane readily for him, without any fight just how he wants. Your body is so truthful where your mind is not. You keep tightening around him. More cum leaks down his PP with each buck until you accept him easily and hugs his PP like you didn't want him to pull away. Will you become my belonging? Yes. That's all he needed before sinking his teeth into your neck and reveling in the rich taste of your BLD. In his mind, your essence is the sweetest he's ever tasted, addicting. It flowed fast and strong due to the erratic beating of your heart and overflowed in his mouth as if you wanted him to have all of it. He wouldn't take too much, nothing that would kill his new lover. But, you don't accept this new role. You cry and spasm around him, his hold on you finally breaking and the world comes back with a searing pain in your neck. You breathe, dizzy at what's going on with undeniable pleasure shaking through your body. You realize quickly that he's inside you, that your body is convulsing and your own cum is flowing in droves. You half scream and half groan, but Todoroki focuses on drinking down every succulent drop you offer, letting the flood of iron wash over his taste buds. The lingering effects of pleasure keeps overtaking you. You had came in feeling amazing, and you have to fight not to while Todoroki can feel the beat of your heart quickening with excitement and panic. He holds you down harder as you thrash, but every so often your legs would squeeze around him when he hit that sensitive spot deep in you, making you groan in shame and makes him absolutely ecstatic. It's several seconds of rhythmic pumping and sking of your BLD that you cry with his release inside you. Todoroki unlatches from your neck, the sticky red of BLD dripping from his teeth and onto the perfect puncture wound he left. Satisfied, he likes red lips and carefully rests back on top of your still shivering body. You are a perfect belonging, he smiles down at you as you roughly bite your bottom lip. You don't know just what you're doing to him with that simple action. It draws him to thinking just how soft your lips were against his mere seconds ago. You hiss through your frustration, refusing to believe that any of this was your own choice in the moments of blackness. I refuse to ever be yours, monster. I'd rather die first. Todoroki smiles, loving your enthusiasm or feistiness rather. It may have been a disappointment that you still hadn't accepted, but he knows he'll get to hear you accept his offer one day soon. All of your own free will. It's okay, Amo. We have all the time in the world before I let that happen. Aizawa never seemed like one to indulge in carnal activities in your mind. He always came off as too apathetic to care for such things, but the way he buffs his proudly standing PP with a familiar technique tells you otherwise. Husky MMMs fill your ears from the other side of the door as Aizawa works around his throbbing PP with an increased vigor of energy you rarely see from the teacher. A single rough hand brushes down his stomach and past a valley of untamed black curls to palm his ball while strings of pre-cum ooze over a twisting white-knuckled fist. Before your little intrusion, you never thought of him secularly rather than thinking he looked handsome here and there on random days. Now, you only wish that it was you he was moving into and dirtying with his milky 𝐔𝐬𝐽 rather than his palm. Your presence still goes unnoticed until you step to get a better view of the unfolding of the usually composed teacher. An expression of clear relaxation and parted lips expressing it with heady groans and soft grunts. You stumble forth a bit, knocking on the door as you try to steady yourself. A light curse leaves the teacher followed by the shuffling of his chair as he hurriedly stuffs his PP back into his breathes. Who is it? You swallow down your nervousness. You ruined your own entertainment by being greedy. Now, you must steady yourself to look him in the eye as you slowly open the door and address him like you hadn't been watching the view of him pleasuring himself. Oh, it's you. What do you need, Elden name? You wince a little at the standoffish greeting. You suppose you'd be upset too if your alone time was ruined. Time you would need once you got back to your house. Nemirai-san asked me to give this to you, you explain, handing him the sheet of paper the teacher entrusted you with. Tired eyes scan over the lines while your own focus downward. You can still easily make out the bulging outline of his RLL under the black clothing he favored. You tilt on your tiptoes, letting your tongue run over your upper lip hungrily when you imagine the hot invading your mouth. The red swollen tip slamming into the back of your slick throat until it was bruised and sore as you choke around him. The thought alone merits a low whimper and a squeeze of your legs. Elden name-san. Yes, you answer frantically, realizing that he's been calling your name for quite some time now. Tell Nemirai I'll cover it, he answers before tossing the paper aside to sit with the other pile of paper on his desk. Completing your task, you would have gotten away with your intrusion as well if not for your lack of movement as your eyes trail back one more time to the still prominent swelling. Is there something else you need? Aizawa drones out, and you vaguely wonder where that earlier enthusiasm went. No, you answer plainly before letting your eyes flit back up to gaze at him for just a moment before you turn on your heel and head back towards the door. No harm, no foul, but you pause just as you're about to reach for the doorknob and rather than open it, you flip the lock, something he should have done, and turn back to the teacher. Hey, Aizawa-san, you lightly groan as you try to work up the courage to ask the little question that's been teetering at the edge of your mind. Would you like any help? The hero narrows his eyes at you suspiciously. What are you talking about? You SCK in your bottom lip and try to sexily strut over to the best of your abilities, one leg over the other, as you charmingly bat your eyelashes. You know, with this, you reply vaguely but the drop of your hand to his thigh is anything but vague. All your fingers glance up his leg and curl into black fabric. It pulls and strains over his PP more, leaving no delusion that you were mistaken in your finding. Aizawa doesn't outright deny your advances, instead dark eyes slowly scan over your body from the bottom of your feet and following up the strong tone of your bare legs up to the thickness of your curving hips and BRSTS hogged by your buttoned suit. The sultry smirk on your face sells it as he slides back from under his desk some to give you just enough space to settle in front of him. Go ahead if you want, I won't stop you, he says nonchalantly, but Aizawa still holds his breath when you zip him down, and you chuckle under your breath. You pull him through his breathes, liking your lips as you take in the still half-hard PP greeting you as you slide down on your knees. You give a teasing like. The flavor of subtlety sweet pre-cum tingles over your taste buds. It's a welcome surprise as you swipe your slick tongue over pink flesh while your hand gropes him. Delicately, you trace over the thick veins that spiral from base to head. A hand falls to your head, playing with your hair lazily, and you confidently gaze back up into his eyes. You brace a hand to his stomach, running it under his shirt along the happy trail of hair prickling up his abs. The messy black strands tickle your fingers, and you can nearly feel the groan that comes from deep within him. Your mouth waters with the taste of him. His pee grows in your mouth, becoming harder with the ardent stroking of your tongue underneath him, and you constantly adjust to swallow down the changing girth between your lips. A husky whisper of your name is called when you bury your head all the way between his legs. You pull back only to pull his breathes down his thighs and get full access to kiss and run your tongue over his groin. Once again, you sheath him in your mouth, skin down deep as he pulls your hair back. You squeeze saliva-coated lips around his pee and bob your head. A little slip of your tongue slides out against his ball each time you dip your head low. A jolt of satisfaction shoots down you when his hips arch into your mouth and his head lolls back with a deep groan. There's an immediate need building between your legs that is only satisfied when you dig your hand into your own bottoms to slip sticky, cum-coated fingers between your lips. You circle that spot that has you umming around him in slow then steadily growing strokes, teasing your own sack as you hungrily slurp around his own. You release with a lewd pop. A strand of clear precum connects your lips back to his tip before you cradle his pulsating manhood to your cheek and sloppily place kisses down him with swollen, pink lips. You need to slide roughly without holding anything back to coax out more of his juices onto your once clean cheeks, and it leaks down your face in droves while you hum and gargle around his ball. You curl your fingers inside your aching pee, sighing around him with the sudden relief that comes with two of your fingers pushing and curling inside your dripping entrance. The squelching of your fingers is drowned out by the sounds of him grabbing your head and pumping into your already used mouth, abusing it with rough move colliding to the back of your throat. Your eyes water as you choke around him. You couldn't care less as the rough treatment fuels you to slide harder. 𝐼𝐳, you muffle-wise slob out around him, the buildup of fluids rushing down your chin in the least dignified manner driving you to increased allel and happiness. If only he was a little more talkative. I'm going to come, 𝐼𝐳 grunts out, and you SCK tight around him in an eagerness to bring him to completion and swallow down his seed, but you're yanked back by a rough fist as he snaps your head off of him. His free hand comes around his pee, moving hard and fast until his buildup is squirting onto your face in thick, short lines randomly cascading into your hair, down your chin and even staining your suit. You weakly open your mouth as he brushes his tip against you with the last of his 𝐒𝐽 and squeezes out the last of the white liquid to coat your numb lips and lapping tongue as you both breathe and sigh. 𝐼𝐳 is surprisingly quick on his recovery. Your arm is already scooped up by his hand. You're more than satisfied with the results even before he shuffles the stuff on his desk aside and lifts you to sit in front of him. And as 𝐼𝐳 dips his head down between your legs in turn and the first of scruffy facial hair tickles against your heated core, you know this is going to be a long afternoon. When you return to the teacher's lounge with more than your fair share of bruises covering too many spaces on your body that you can't cover, you know you're in for it. You guess it should be natural for the sadistic, playful nature in Nemuri to tease you on your little rendezvous, otherwise it wouldn't be her. You try to avoid her gaze, but you know there's no point when it comes to this woman as you walk up to your Dropbox to pick up your papers before heading home to figure out how you're going to cover the reddish-purple bites going from your thighs and your stomach and all the way up your neck, surrounding your skin in nothing but dark bruises. Don't say a word, you tell her as her smirk grows. I wasn't going to, she says nonchalantly before raking her eyes all over you. You scoff. Then, I'll see you tomorrow, you explain and finish up packing your bag as she tries to hold in a laugh. Of course, she agrees and shuffles through her own papers again, and just when you think you can drop it like adults, she solemnly states, that's concerning. Maybe I should request a warrant. Your head pops up at her words as she adjusts her glasses. I'm going to regret asking, but a warrant for what? For whatever big but mosquito attacked you, she cackles with a reddened face and hits the table, and you roll your eyes at her childishness before smirking at her kicking, stomach-holding form. Better needing a turtleneck than a hearing aid after that role-playing you and MIC did, you throw back at her, letting yourself be the one who laughs when her face draws into a frown. She pouts, groaning slightly. You're just jealous. You cup your ear and lean in her direction. Where? I couldn't hear you. Fine, fine. She sighs with a wave of her hand. We'll call it even. It's another day of matches between Class 1A and 1B. The versus match you competed in concludes in your victory, as to be expected since your opponent's skills were rusty after the long holiday. You told Mina that clearly and plainly at the end of the match and dropped the conversation with some constructive criticism on how she should have used her quirk in the fight. That's usually the extent of your conversations with anyone from 1A when it came to sparring. If you won, you'd give your opponent tips on how to improve, and if you lost, you'd congratulate them and work harder to improve yourself. That's how it should have worked as classmates. However, louder, annoying, and frankly salty classmates of yours had other ideas. I don't understand why you rejects even try. It's obvious from the start she wouldn't beat Name with a faulty tactic like that. The Phantom Thief immediately mocks the pink-skinned girl at your victory, the first for the day. You roll your eyes as he acts like it's his own victory by association, all the while earning angry glares from the class opposite of you while a handful in your own snicker a little in the background. It doesn't help that your own teacher seems less than concerned about ending this petty rivalry between your classes. It's good motivation, so to speak. I roll. So annoying, you huff under your breath and dig your hands into your pockets as the enemy's own resident blonde gets sessed off on the behalf of his own group, and it becomes another match of Dumb and Dumber, as the explosion boy yells and Monoma shrugs and mouths off. I don't see why you're getting so upset over the truth for, but what else could you expect from an undisciplined street thug? I hear Shizuoka is full of them, Monoma adds, officially sing off the extra people in Class 1A from there, not to mention yourself. I see you're talking plenty of it, but why don't you get over here and say it to my face, coward? I'd be happy to do that. Monoma smirks and prepares to walk over just to do that, but you cut him off with your arm before even Kendo has time to do so. Monoma, knock it off already, you say coldly, finally having enough of his mouth. Ah, I forgot, you're from Shizuoka, too, right name. I didn't mean you, of course, you're fairly collected considering. That's not the point, you say in eerily calm anger. Your trash talk is grating on my nerves in general. We're all here to learn to fight villains, not PSS each other off, you explain with narrowed eyes at the boy, and he scowls at the new challenge before that trademark smirk takes over his face. Hilarious. You're actually sympathizing with them. He laughs and runs his hand back through his hair to flip it out of his face. I guess it's nice to know what you're really thinking for once, although I wasn't expecting for it to be that. He sighs and shakes his head before laughing at you, too. Figures. Once trash always trash, I say. The final straw comes with that action as you get in his face with your own tense glare. You know you should watch the attitude considering you're basically quirkless without help, you darkly whisper. You may not be as outspoken as Bakugo or extroverted like Monoma, but when a threat comes from you, people pause, all except Monoma despite you perhaps being the best suited to counter his own quirk. Consider this a warning, because I'm sure that your butt will be kicked enough by whoever you're going up against. I wouldn't be so sure about that, he responds before tipping his hand up between the two of you to quickly flick your hair. You back away with a scowl, but the damage is already done. Ah, it's been a while since I've had your quirk, I forgot how fun it was. Monoma chuckles, then use your power to levitate a stray rock up and down in amusement. You growl and overpower his own will to pitch the annoying floating object to the far side of the training field. I thought I told you to never use my quirk. You raise your voice and come 3 seconds away from hitting him, if not for Kendo closing her hand around your torso and Vlad cutting you off from attacking the smug BSTD. That's enough, both of you. Focus on the task at hand, you teacher instructs. He's right. Don't let him bait you, we don't need a fight in our class right now. Kendo whispers into your ear, and you begrudgingly relax in her hold. I'm calm, you can let go, Itsuka, you state coolly, and hesitantly she lets go when your breathing finally evens out again, but your stiff and tense posture remains. Name, why don't you go ahead and hit the showers and cool off? You scowl now that everyone is acting like you're in the wrong against that, but you're sick of him getting the backup. Yes, sensei, you answer, kicking up a bit of dirt in your irritation before turning to head for the locker room. Thanks for quirk, I'm sure it'll come in handy when I'm getting my butt kicked, he teases before deciding to take his chance to battle the next student up. You stop your walk to the locker room to scowl at him. You were going to kill that bstrd. After a quick unapproved trip back to the dorms. You return to your class just in time to catch the end of the training exercise and the dismissal to shower before lunch. You wait outside the locker room as the others go to the shower. You play with the RBB ring in your pocket, readjusting it to calm your nerves as you count the number of classmates leaving the locker room to head to lunch. The pretty boy always takes the longest. You're sure he'll be last. You finally count 38 students leaving and make your move. It's just as you thought when you find Monoma sitting on the changing room bench, half naked and still shaking off the excess water from his shower. You keep your distance but your eyes on him as he drags out his shoes and clothes and sets them beside himself. What you've come to spy on me changing to now. I'm flattered but completely uninterested, he confidently taunts, cinching his towel tighter around his waist while rubbing another white sheet through his hair. He is just so annoying. You want to be the bigger person in this. You want to offer one last chance for him to for once stop being in but towards you. No, I want an apology for that little stunt you pulled today. And why would I do that, he questions, and you finally realize that there is no hope for an amicable relationship with him. You rotate your wrist and flick your hand off to the side, sending the bench under him flying towards the wall and him slamming to the ground. Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? He admonishes and rubs a wounded tailbone. You're just kind of surprised that he hasn't realized that he's had this coming for a long time now. You step closer, slamming any open lockers shut with loud clangs to add on to just how serious you were. I don't like you using my quirk without my permission, you tell the gulping teenager and send him up against the far wall with a quick wave of your arm. He grunts with the impact against the wall. I also don't like the way you talk to me or anyone else. You stop just an arm's length away from touching him. You didn't want to even have him thinking of a way to touch any meager part of you. All right, I get your point. Fun is fun but enough already. You scowl at the lack of concern in his voice. You decide to take it up a notch and clench your hands together as if you were choking him. You hear his breath catch, and his body strains against your hold, breaking just enough to grasp at his neck as if he wants to pry your non-existent hands off while his feet kick slightly. I don't think you do, you say, letting your eyes drift down to the towel covering him. Well, people do always say that some guys are loud to appear masculine. Let's see if there are any underlying issues, shall we? You hum and swoop a finger to loosen his only semblance of clothing. You tilt your head. You never made an issue to look at anyone, so you didn't know what you would get. You had been expecting for him to be compensating for reasons, but he was pretty average, boringly average. Now you fully suspect his Justin but purely for the sake of being an but. At this point, you're finally unsure what to do despite having it all planned out in your head earlier. Though, you finally manage to make him flush this faint shade of pink as he scowls and squirms. That's right, you remind yourself, he'd finally know what it feels like to have someone use something of his without his consent, and you steel yourself to continue until you turn him into the whimpering mess he probably is on the inside. Name. I swear this will be the last thing you do if you don't let me down right now. You sigh, averting your gaze while you lazily pick at your ear, making him even more hysterical as you flick a small trace of wax. When did that get there exactly? Don't ignore me. Don't you understand the implications of what you're doing? You roll your eyes and shut your hand, cutting off any more of his ranting. He's much better quiet. Just take your punishment, and it'll be over faster, you plainly state, or you can apologize, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you go. You start with tugging motions, his softened PP pulling into the air with your invisible grip. Hey, you're going to yank it off, he gasps out despite your chokehold. You're only thankful that you don't have to actually touch him yourself. The horror. You give another hard pull, less than concerned as you slide him to a semi-hard build-up before deciding to pull out the ring in your breathes. Do you know what this is? You genuinely question, slackening to let him speak clearly. Why would I have any idea about what you do? He huffs, and you know you're going to enjoy this as you float it to lock around his PP and ball. The vibration setting off kills any discourse as he gasps and twitches. Not yet, you hum and force his mouth open to hear the full cascade of choked whimpers leaving him. It's easier to like you this way, you say with a slim yet mocking smile as his PP swells and hardens. You set the ring even tighter so that it makes a clear indentation around him. You decide to let the toy do some of the work as you move to asphyxiate him, making 𝐼𝐼𝐼 sputter and heavily wheeze. Biting your lower lip, you focus on twisting around him until his red with the BLD rushing down to his PP, throbbing aggressively, and profusely leaking at the tip. His PP was absolutely aching even before you decided to add another vibrating bead to his slit, running it through his precum. Legs up, you demand even though you're the one manipulating his body into a sitting position against the wall to carefully tease the new toy into his back entrance. He's in no position to move it, so you let it settle on its own while you focus on teasing and twisting his nipples now that he's fully taken care of in every other way. You pull on the light brown nubs, painfully twisting them around until he finally curses your name. The breathless gasps and quivering body is more than enough payback for you, but you lied to him. The punishment wasn't going to end until he apologized, and you made sure of that by adjusting the VBRTR to a higher setting that made him drool, forcing him to SCK up the running spit. DMN it. Stop already, he blushes, face scrunching over with pain and each managing to fuel the other more. You like your lips at the delicious pleas that leave bitten through lips as he tries to bite back his cries. You don't allow him relief immediately and swivel your hands, one to pump his PP and the other to slide the extra toy in and out of his butt. You bring the bead back to vibrate along with the ring buzzing around his base. The more turned on he got, the more the ring constricts his hardening PP as he builds up without release and steadily decreases the space he has for his ball in the ring as well. End name. Ready to apologize, you finally question, and he fervently nods. You let him take back control by cancelling your quirk and dropping him and the bead to the ground. I'm sorry, all right. Now, would you please take this monstrosity off me? He practically sobs as he cautiously pulls at the ring around his genitals, unable to even find room to twist it so he could see the adjuster properly. Honestly, you had been expecting more of a fight, but you guess it only proves how physically weak he really is. I didn't mean apologize to me, you correct. Now, get dressed and follow me. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 tightly purses his lips as you motion for him to follow you. Excuse me, Bakugo and friends, you interrupt the group of students as you force 𝐼𝐼𝐼 to stand beside you. You keep your threat to keep the ring pulsing and tight around him with your quirk if he didn't do exactly as told. What the hell do you two want now? We don't want to talk to you, assholes, Katsuki spats, and you nod your head curtly. I understand your animosity, but any 𝐼𝐿 has something he wants to say to you all. You'll want to listen, I promise, you repeat, and this time they pay actual attention to you. Mina gasps a little, covering her mouth and blushing face with her hand while Bakugo displays a sadistic smirk of amusement as the heavy vibrations manage to actually make a slight buzzing sound through 𝐼𝐼𝐼's clothes, only audible to you and those at the table. The only one who looks even slightly sympathetic being the redhead of the group, while the blonde sparkplug is in more disbelief than anything as 𝐼𝐼𝐼 tries to frantically cover the 𝐼𝐼𝐼 straining against two tight breathes and creating a quickly growing wet spot of precum. You swipe your hand down, forcing his own to break apart and fall back at his sides. I am sorry, he manages to grit out with an embarrassed flush, and Katsuki is more than happy to help egg on the situation. What was that, cum stain? I couldn't hear you. Were you trying to apologize or something? He barks out in his usual loud manner, gaining attention at another head-to-head between him and 𝐼𝐼𝐼, but this time Bakugo has a clear advantage. I swear you'll regret this, your classmate hisses at an overly satisfied bomber. Kaminari blinks, before finally relaxing and beginning to snicker under his breath as you bluntly give 𝐼𝐼𝐼 another order. No one can hear you when you're talking that low, you say out loud to the cafeteria, quickly quieting down with disbelief. As if 𝐼𝐼𝐼 would ever apologize to anyone, especially 1A, and more than especially Bakugo. Speak up and enunciate properly, you reply and squeeze your fist together to tighten the ring around his PP, making him hiss and grind his teeth as the rush of vibrations take over him too mercilessly. He can feel himself starting to get numb as the flow is restricted tighter. Make sure you apologize to Ashido-san personally as well, you remind him of his less than encouraging words towards her this morning. Not to mention everyone from Shizuoka Prefecture. I apologize, Ashido, he sharply gasps out as you slyly pull on his PP again. The pain of his already stressed PP being squeezed tighter making his eyes water. There's no more room for any of the build-up to pulse when you try to clutch around the rock solid. No problem. Really, I already forgot about it. She tries to laugh off, but you're personally unsatisfied with the apology as you turn back to him. You should bow when you apologize to someone, that's the civilized thing to do, you mention. Give me a break, please, he asks, and you're only backed up by the rest of the Baku squad table. Name makes a DMN good point. You should apologize on your knees. You nod and raise an open palm before pressing it down in the air, his own body falling with it. His own willpower is fighting against your force, and you curse as you must drop your teasing to focus on the single task of knocking him into a classic kneeling position. It's the last thing he needs, as he can barely accomplish it without his legs pressing against an already painfully throbbing, unreleased hard-on. He averts his gaze to the ground, not to give in to you but to hide his flushing face away from all the prying eyes and half-entertained, half-disbelieved expressions of every on him. I fully apologize, and I promise not to act in such a shameful way again. I think he learned his lesson. Why, you can stop now. Mina frantically breaths out, unable to believe you are the same person she just battled with, while Bakugo rolls his eyes and disinterestedly goes back to his lunch like the entire event just didn't happen. Fine, whatever, let him go, Bakugo states, and you gladly release your hold on Nito. You glance at your peer on the floor. You can get up, Monoma. I actually can't, he corrects, sitting on the floor splayed out, and you remember the hold you have on him. You suppose 20 minutes is over pushing it. The last thing you need is it falling off or dying or some SHT. Finally, you adjust it to hold more comfortably. You decide to keep the vibrations on. You would let him enjoy trying not to come in his breathes while trying to figure out how to work the thing off. You allow yourself to finally chuckle as you watch him try to awkwardly hobble off amidst a chorus of laughter. I guess you all aren't so bad after all, Kaminari states jokingly, and your attention is drawn back to the group. Although, you're probably going to get into some serious trouble for using your quirk on someone outside of class time, dude. Yeah, just my quirk. That's all it was, you reply hesitantly before worriedly clearing your throat. Finally having your revenge, you realize that you were definitely too hasty in hindsight. Although, Monoma's so full of himself he probably wouldn't admit to anyone what really happened before the cafeteria. Still, you definitely had some serious evidence to take care of in the meantime. Just in case. When you return to class nearly late and take your seat next to the usual bustling Monoma, you discover something appealing as he stops mid-conversation and focuses his gaze away from you without teasing, complaints, or any loudmouth boasts from him or anyone else in the class. There was only silence, sweet, appealing silence. Flustered and terrified. Those emotions became your two closest friends throughout high school. Middle school was fine for you. It was the best time of your life before you graduated and met him. From then on, everything negative in your life was caused by that one person. Bakugo Katsuki. Star athlete, intelligent student, influential family, model alpha, and most importantly your tormentor. You never knew why during your first year the older boy decided to lock on and harass you out of everyone in the school. You were a nameless nobody, a student in only on scholarship, but he chose you all the same. And it terrified you. Instead of parties and school clubs, you stayed in your dorm to avoid any activities that could lead you to run into him. Instead of friends, you sat by yourself. You burned the bridge to make friends when you first complained about the students' less than friendly behavior towards you, and no one wanted to get wrapped up in whatever grudge match you could possibly have with the explosive teen, and those who weren't afraid or obsessed with him were already his own friends. Complaining only made matters worse because the gossip reached back to him one way or another, leading the occasional bullying to become brash actions that easily were a textbook example of harassment that continued to grow in intensity as graduation loomed closer. After an entire year and a half, you only had to survive half a year longer. Then, he would go to college, and you could leave this bad chapter of history behind you for good, maybe have a good senior year, and then when you graduated with you at the top of your diploma, you could go to any university you wanted in the country without even trying. Although, any school far away from him would be a good choice. Your plan would have been fine if you didn't share a physical education PRD with him. It was one of the only few classes where the school years would mix. You could never focus, always nervous since his eyes were perpetually glued on your every movement. The predatory gaze along with the impish grin and the sly slide of his tongue over his lips always made you shudder. Even after class, you could still imagine his eyes on you, how crimson lingered on your BRSs that bounced lightly through the warm-up exercises, on your but when you jogged, at your hips hugged in your gym shorts, and down the bare ST calves and thighs leading up to the navy bottoms. You knew you weren't imagining it by the one time he oh so charmingly set his index and middle finger at his lips in the form of a V and quickly swiped his tongue between them. Every part of him enjoyed how you squirmed then, like it was his right to make you feel that way. Everyone remained unconvinced of this treatment since he never made such a lewd display at any other person, sought only to personally treat you with this strange aggression, and him being known to be a bit prideful and arrogant naturally. He had plenty of reasons to be that way thanks to his skill and the fact that he was an alpha. It was just the way he was to others, nothing unusual. You knew better. He was just good at not getting caught, and you don't think anyone would do much if he was. He brought too much attention and publicity to the private boarding school while you were at risk of being kicked out at the slightest drop in performance. At the end of the day, it was just better to ride it out and not make waves. Just 4 more months, you repeated to yourself as you got ready for your last and most hated PRD of the day. You weren't really feeling it today, lacking any strength to put up with the agonizing final hour and half of class for a reason you assumed just to be your anxiety about having to be around Bakugo. Today, you were going to be inside for P since it was a bit too wet out with all the light rains. You had put on your swimsuit, a plain standard blue one-piece all the girls wore. When you walked out to the indoor pool, the boys were already there as well. Naturally, Katsuki's eyes went to you out of all the girls. You weren't the prettiest, the curviest or had anything you'd consider exotic about yourself, but it didn't matter to him. You heard a wolf whistle as you got down on the side of the pool. It was straight from Kaminari in your direction. His cocky grin didn't last long when Bakugo beamed him in the head with a growl. "Where the F do you think you're looking?" he barked, and Kaminari whined that he was only teasing him. Katsuki ignored it as he snapped his head back in your direction. Groaning, you dropped in the pool. You disappeared under the depths to escape his concentrated leer at you and resurfaced at the deep end with only your eyes and nose set above the water, closely watching as him and his friends retightened up the water polo goals from the previous class. It worked for about 3 seconds as he glanced over the pool and found the top of your head. Your eyes widened. You had a dire need to return to your room and bolt yourself into your closet with a nest of sheets and your teddy bear right about now. Terrified, you dived once again to move closer to the other students like prey looking for safety amongst the herd. The teacher called you all in to explain the lesson for the day. The teacher divided you into 8 groups of 4 to play a friendly tournament. It was then that you knew today was going to be a bad day. The teams played through the tournament. Your team had started on the far right while Bakugo's team started on the far left. You had hoped that his team would be out of the tournament before you'd have to face off. Get out the way unless you want to die, losers. Oh, why kid yourself? The pool echoed with the ringing of people being beamed by the ball and splashes as he shoved people out the way. Your only hope was if your team got out. You were pretty good at the sport, but your team didn't need to know that. Even with all your sabotaging, Asui managed to carry your team through the entire thing. The girl was amazing in the water. Graceful, even. Too soon, your team had to face Katsuki's in the finals. You had watched him the entire time Asui went over her plan. It was assumed Bakugo would go after her since she was your best player, so the plan was to have you, the worst, be open to catch her pass and score when they were focused on her. No one would suspect it at all. You had reservations about the plan, but they broke anyway with only small reassurances that you could do it and not to worry since it was only a game. You sighed, sinking in depression as they got in position. Hesitantly, you tried to find Katsuki one more time. He was gone, lost in the water where you couldn't pick up his scent well. Frantically, you searched, noticing too late the figure swimming up close beside you. The water disturbed around you as he resurfaced. He was so close you could feel his breath on your ear and swishing where he kicked. Your heart pounded so hard it actually hurt as his potent scent hit you, and you suddenly started feeling unbearably hot and queasy. It smelled almost weirdly enticing today while any other day it'd have you running to the nearest girl's bathroom and locking the stall. That thought immediately shriveled and died and twisted back to fear when he spoke. "You better watch your back, 𝐿, he warned you, sly smirk growing. "I only play rough." You shivered at the connotations before swimming to your starting spot. You allowed Asui to get the ball first. She managed to beat Bakugo out by about a second. You stayed off to the side near enemy goal while Kirishima tried to tag the ringer down. You saw the very moment her eyes connected with yours, pass imminent. You may have caught the ball if you weren't cut off by Katsuki coming in like a speeding torpedo in front of you to snatch it away with a low, guttural warning growl that made you twist away. The entire match he stayed glued to you as if he knew the plan before your team even made it up, and twice as aggressive as if trying to prove a point or get your attention. You would shy and curl with a yell every time he came close to you. The one time you tried to be brave and catch it, he slammed into you. You went under before you could even hold your breath. And you heard the whistle go off from the side of the pool. Katsuki scowled as you popped your head back up and received a free throw for the foul, one you didn't particularly want to take as Katsuki glared you down until the next round started with him once again jump scaring you until you sunk down and tried to be as out of the way as possible, much to the chagrin of your team. "Hey, you need to stop being so rough," Asui finally complained once you completely shrunk away. "Stay out of this, frog face. I'm just playing the game. Not my fault if you F'ers aren't taking it seriously." Katsuki defended. Asui tilted her head. "Frog face." Kirishima smiled half-heartedly. "We know you're competitive, but she's still just an 𝐿. Chill out. Besides, if you want to tackle someone, tackle Asui at least. She's the one doing damage." Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Fine, I'll go easy on her," he promised, and you groaned as another teammate dragged you back into the fray. You didn't really believe him, but the next few rounds he didn't try to drown you at least. He intercepted the ball thrown your way and pushed an arm in front of you under the water to keep you at bay, or so it seemed. Instead, you felt a rough hand meet your BRST too long for it to be considered an accident. You yelped, ignoring the strange part of you that felt weirdly good with the rough grasp around the tender area. Rarely was he brave enough to touch you sexually. Perverse words and body language, yes, flipping your skirt when the rare opportunity presented itself, also yes, but never 𝐺𝐸𝐴𝐵. It was one of the main reasons you put up with him for so long. The other being you were too scared of him to say much. So, you didn't have the experience to stop the hand that instinctively came up hard and fast to strike him. The ball splashed in the water, untouched by anyone. The entire class looked at you, alarmed by the wet echo resounding through the large, empty space. Katsuki paused, his head still stuck in the direction you slapped it towards. He slowly blinked as he regained himself. The next thing you knew his hands were on you, pushing you down. "Who the F do you think you are?" Stop, please, I'm sorry," you squealed, gasping as you tried to hold your head above water. The whistle blew blaringly. "Katsuki, stop it. You don't tell me what to do, 𝐿, you don't control me, got that? I'm in charge of you," he yelled, effectively trying to drown you as punishment for your transgression. "Get your hands off her, dimmin' it." You heard, followed by a heavy splash in the water as your teacher quickly moved to separate the two of you from each other. You swam further behind your teacher, tears blended with the water on your face. "So, I should just let her hit me. Is this 𝐿 privilege or female?" "No, but you don't take the matters into your own hands. I've told you that hundreds of times now. Act like you're on the DMN field." "He touched me first," you added, whimpering slightly. "It's a contact sport. You're going to get touched, not liquor." "That's enough. Everyone, class is over, Name and Bakugo start gathering the equipment, and I swear if you bring this SHT back Monday, I'll have both your buttes," your teacher commanded before ungracefully getting out the pool with waterlogged khakis and polo. Kids," he griped under his breath, needing a good change of clothes. You lamented your fate as your classmates got to leave and left you alone with narrowed red eyes. You gulped and swam down to the further end to start untying the goals from the side of the pool as quickly as possible, and thanked whatever god saw enough pity on you to make Bakugo silently go to the other side and leave you the F alone for once. The knots were tied too tight for you to get them off quickly. You had to dig and loosen into the nylon ropes at half the speed as Katsuki. You jumped as plastic clattered against the floor of the gym as he tossed the goal over the edge before moving on to the next. You sighed, trying to calm yourself as you pulled at the second rope to untie it. Then, you slid it up to the ground. The next one was easier now that you knew how to work the knot. The rough part came when your stomach started curling again. You paused, dropping your hand to your aching lower body. You knew that feeling. Now that the rush of everything calmed, you recognized the heat in your body wasn't from exercising and that your increased breathing hadn't completely been from Katsuki's incessant need to run over you. You should have honestly recognized it when your body first reacted to Bakugo's strong scent. You could not believe this was happening now. You don't even remember the last time you had a heat, but you knew you didn't want to be anywhere near that but when it was happening. You glanced at the girls' locker room, sighing when you realized Katsuki was on the last goal near the same place you wanted to get to. You bit the bullet, got out the water, and made your way over. You kept what you thought was a good distance from the water. Katsuki didn't pass up the chance to stare you down as you walked closer, focused on your hair clinging to your face and the water dripping down your body. It's at the last minute that he registered you didn't finish your side of the pool. Where the hell do you think you're going? Your entire body froze against your better judgment. You don't look at him or acknowledge him. It doesn't matter though, because no matter what you did, he'd be set off. You picked up your pace when you heard him get out the water. It wasn't fast enough despite your efforts. He stood in front of you. Cut off, you backed away closer towards the pool. I asked you a question, where the F do you think you're going? He warned, and you shivered as he reached out to grab you. Then, he paused, hand twitching just above your shoulder. You grew concerned as his nose twitched. The final hint to his knowledge of your situation came in the form of half-lidded eyes and tightly drawn lips. Katsuki clutched around. Your arm, nails dug into your skin. You were pulled into him. The sleekness of your suit made you slide against him, and he wrapped his arms around you to hold you into place as he dropped his head to your neck and inhaled, long and slow. Is this why you've been avoiding me lately, Omega? He huskily whispered, making you squirm. If you had known, you would have definitely went out your way to skip class, but more surprisingly he didn't realize you avoided him always, because he was just a complete dickhole. A dark smile overtook his features, and you gulped before trying to pull away. I know you're about to go into heat, don't try to hide it. I can smell the slick on you, he pointed out, the thick clear liquid slowly accumulating in your suit, obviously not water. Advancing, Katsuki kept pulling you back with another step each time you move away. Your life flashes before your eyes when you take one last step away. It's unexpected and terrifying when gravity set in. You fell into the pool with a scream that cut short as you dipped. You gasped as you resurfaced, your eyes immediately finding Bakugo. You swam to the other side of the pool to get away from him, but he prowled the perimeter and stepped in front of you anywhere you tried to get out until you were tiredly floating in the center. Get away, you shakily yelled in the strongest voice you could muster, but it still shook pathetically and came out as a meek cry. No Fing Wei. Growing tired of the game of cat and mouse, Katsuki quickly jumped in after you. Struggling, you tried to swim away. You had almost reached the edge where you had originally fell, but suddenly you went under as fingers clawed in your hair. The image of Katsuki distorted with the sloshing of water above you as you squirmed. Your feet touched the ground, allowing you to propel yourself back up. A loud gasp left your mouth, followed by a cry for help that's cut short when water rose above your head once again. You grabbed at anything to pull up. Clumsily, your fingers laced in the net of the remaining goal, and you pulled up. Stop, you begged, sputtering before he decided to force you under a third time to stop your furious clawing and splashing. This time when your feet hit the ground, you don't push up but dive deeper to get away from him. You felt his hold release, and you swam to the edge and weakly pulled yourself halfway out. Come back here, he growled and swam towards you. You quickly got one knee up on the platform, trying to get up on your feet to run, but before you could push up to get completely out, he grabbed onto your lagging foot. The hold he placed around you made you yelp, and your hands dragged against the ground as he attempted to bring you back into the depths. No, you breathed and tried to kick his hand away with your free leg. You nailed him one good time with your heel. He let go, hopped halfway out on his stomach, and swayed to grab you with both hands. New anger gave him the confidence to snatch your leg harder. When you were in range, he grasped onto the back of your swimsuit, and you cried when you hit the vulnerability of the water. He pulled on the back of your clothes, shoving you back almost like a cynical baptism. Once then twice, each leaving you desperate for the split second of air in between. Then finally, he pushed you down by your shoulders. You're not sure how long he kept you under him this time. You easily touched the bottom of the pool on this shallow 5-foot end, but the force he used on you made it difficult to push up, and you weren't in deep enough water to dive away from his hold. You desperately reached up, fingers barely reaching out to futilely grasp and slap at the edge of the pool. The material was slick with water and nearly impossible to maintain a grip on. Your vision soon grew hazy, and fear weighed heavy on your shoulders. All the fighting had you exhausted, and the adrenaline only helped so much. This was it. You were going to die. Katsuki always threatened that people would die if they got in his way. You figured he'd hurt people if given the chance, but you didn't believe he'd go as far as to kill someone. Even if you had, you never would have dreamed of being the victim. When your hands finally fell back down into the water and your struggling and air bubbles slowed to almost a complete stop, Katsuki finally allowed you back up. You spat out in droves, spit and chlorine-laced water flowing out like a faucet. You coughed violently for oxygen as your back hit the side of the pool. Katsuki closed you onto the wall. His feet stepped on yours, eyes locked with yours, and lips met your own despite the water still flowing from them. "Are you done fighting, Omega?" he questioned, and you whimpered, completely worn out, "Or do I have to put you back under?" You shook your head, the fear of drowning setting over you again. "Please, don't." "Good, you're going to wish you drowned if you try anything else funny," he threatened, chest rising and falling against you with the adrenaline shooting through him, and you frantically nod, still releasing shallow breaths. He brought his hands to cup your cheeks, rubbing you with the pads of his thumbs and brushing some of your wet hair away from your face. "You don't know how long I wanted to do this." Katsuki forced his mouth on yours. Rough and domineering. You groaned underneath him as his tongue glided into your mouth. He wrestled down your tongue and massaged it with his own. Wrinkled fingers traced the outline of your body, sliding along your swimsuit before clasping the straps and pulling them below your melons. He dropped his arms to the small of your back and ran perverse fingers over the curve of your butt. Impatient, he wrapped your legs around his waist and lifted you up out the water enough to get a full view of your BRSTS. Your melons look good," he teased and carelessly liked away the water from them. You couldn't stop the slicks still collecting and wading out into the water. Every touch felt so right to your corny body. It didn't matter what you thought when your heat reacted to the alpha GRPNG and hungrily biting and marking on your melons and stroking until your nipples were stiff from his touch. You whined, scrunching your face in pleasure and pain as he moved to damage the skin of your neck with bruises and teeth marks. You can't comprehend why this was happening or what you've done to deserve this unwanted attention. You just wanted to make the best of a bad situation, now all you wanted was your mom. Your legs twitched when he nipped and liked at your tender skin before 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 on your NPL. Dread grew inside you with the growth of his PP prodding your inner thigh and his teeth grazed over your bond mark. Aggressively, his mouth moved over it, making you release a silent sob. You could survive being mated, push it down in your mind far away, but the last person on this earth you wanted to be bonded with was him and have his mark on you for everyone to see for months to come. "Do you have suppressants?" he interrogated, moving his attention to your earlobe. You nod, quietly answering, "Yes." "You're going to give them to me, and if you even think of buying more, I'll break you, got that?" He growled and jerked you roughly against him. His nails dug into your hips, peeling away at your skin, and you whimpered. You bit your bottom lip, knowing full well he meant it. "I got it." "Good." Katsuki smirked, liking his lips. Katsuki bit down on your neck, so hard that you thought he might go clean through. Your chest pounded, and you thrashed in the water as the pain shot down through you followed by waves of calming hormones. He marked you without remorse. Your eyes stung with the rush of tears. In your distress, he wasted no time pulling aside your suit and moving into you. Your body fell against the concrete wall, and he gripped onto the edge to help keep his pace steady inside you. Your entire body quivered and clenched, walls squeezing around his pulsing PP and easing your heat perfectly. The water splashed and slurred around the two of you, small waves forming where his chest kept pressing to and leaving your own. You couldn't take it as he hit deeper inside of you and stretched you to the brim. Your 𝐒𝐿 came with a silent shriek as he locked himself inside your PP. He rutted against you more to get his knot deep and well inside you. Releasing his own gasp, he paused and released inside you with a single shudder. You didn't care about that in the long run. Your mind was still miles behind the events happening as your body tingled and released. Your brain focused in on the burning on your neck, like a brand taking your freedom, and he saw it as such. Katsuki kissed you one more rough time and smirked. From now on, you're my 𝐿𝐵. You swallowed thickly at phone focused on you where a small circle of light beamed in your direction. You didn't have much time to worry for long when your alpha's PP was pushed back into you at a relentless pace. Katsuki squatted over the back of your thighs and had pushed your legs up around his waist in a mating press. With a JRK of his hips, he immediately went deep inside you, being stopped only by his knot pounding at your entrance. You cried out, throwing your hands around his neck. His PP and heavy scent had you quickly building up yet again. You're so f***ing cute, all desperate and hugging onto me like this, he 𝐵'd, burying into you deep before pulling nearly all the way out to give you another of his full girth and length re-entering you, suddenly and continuously. His knot pressed against your soaked entrance, making you impatiently squeeze your legs around him in an attempt to JRK up and meet it. Katsuki lets out a shaky laugh as he paused to not let you have the relief of his knot. You know this is the position for 𝐿𝐵s that really want pups. No, that's not true, you cried into his shoulder. I don't want pups. Really? Right now, it looks like you want a litter. He continued at an agonizingly slow pace to delay your nearing 𝐒𝐿𝐵 once again before pulling out. It was unbearable how empty and worked up he left you. You held onto him with a whimper, tightening your legs around him. The desperation only spurred his taunts. Beg for me, 𝐿𝐵, tell me how much you need me, he commanded. He slid his PP along your part. The slick, hot member sliding perfectly along your pathetically aching secretary please. I can't take it anymore, you croaked, tears pulling at the corner of your eyes. I need your knot. Satisfied, he granted your request and pulled you on top of him. He settled you on his PP and pulled at your wrists. Katsuki moved up impatiently, and you screamed. Your hips ground and moved along with relentless moves from underneath and your melons bounced with the power. You're such a slot, you love my knot so much you're drooling. You knew he was right. You couldn't help it. Your body was growing accustomed to his PP. The size, the shape, and curve, everything made you feel good. So much that you were starting to crave it. It wasn't your fault. He wouldn't let you leave for the duration of your heat. You had been quick to realize that all the abuse was a way to getting your attention, though it didn't really stop once he marked you. It only became more confident and relaxed rather than abrasive and spontaneous. Not that it mattered anymore anyway at this point with you in his hold. You got tight again, he hissed from between gritted teeth as your walls squeezed around him. I'm really going to have his pups at this rate, you whined in your head, feeling your 𝐒𝐿𝐵 about to overtake you for a fourth time that night as his knot plunged deep to tame your heat once again. Your insides lit on fire with his seed exploding deep inside you, joining the other loads from earlier that night. Still connected, you collapsed on top of him. His hold on you was much gentler than before, now that he fully had you as his mate, regardless of whether you agreed. The mark he left on your neck was all the consent he needed to say you belonged to him, the phone capturing your every move and desperate plea for his not something to keep you close to him after he graduates. To watch when he needed to think about you until he could visit you. It made your stomach twist in unpleasant knots to think about him having it. It made you twice as sick when he rubbed the back of your head and fondly liked your occupied bonding spot. Nothing is going to keep you away from me, 𝐿𝐵. And he meant it. Todoroki scowls behind the hand he holds to his face. The half-hot and cold user doesn't understand why Aizawa would send him to the nurse over a simple nosebleed rather than let him continue training. Less he understands why Mineta, a boy he's almost positive doesn't like him besides as competition, would trip over himself to unnecessarily SERT him to said office. All becomes clear when the shorter boy impatiently swings open the door and sings out for the young girl poring over books at Recovery Girl's desk. Name Chan. You along with Recovery Girl lift your heads at the greeting. Though, the one Mineta calls name gasps out at the rush of BLD that finally overtook the tissue he had gotten. You stand up, ignoring and for lack of better words running over Mineta as you hurry to see the injury. Now, Todoroki completely gets it. Reasonably pretty with dramatic curves highlighting your bust puts you right up that shameless pervert's alley. What happened to you? You speak out, and Todoroki steps back to get away from your sudden intrusion on his personal space while you finally notice the other human you knocked over after his weak complaint of how cruel it is for you to ignore him. "Oh, so, Mineta, what are you doing here?" you say bluntly before drawing your eyes back to the boy with an actual wound. "I'm hurt. You should give me a kiss." Mineta begs, pointing to his now bruised head where you knocked him over, and you cringe slightly before your sensei pulls him up into her own arms. "I'll take care of this one," she instructs and grabs onto the little pervert for you. "You can handle the Todoroki boy." You nod as Mineta squirms in a too tight hold before pulling Todoroki by the non-blooded hand towards the bed. You let him settle down on it while you pull on a glove. "Can you put your hand down for me?" you request. When he does, the BLD floods freely down his face. "Wow, whoever hit you really knocked YA good, like bam," you tease, pumping your fist towards him, and he frowns slightly. "I didn't get hit. It's just dry." "Sure, I believe you," you answer to spare his ego while he squints slightly since you obviously did not believe him. "I don't need to be here. It's just a nosebleed, it'll stop on its own in a few minutes," he says, getting up and preparing to leave right there before you interrupt. He's obviously one of those tough guys. If you had a dime for every one of them you met at this school, you'd be a rich beach. "There's no reason to walk around with a bloody face when I can just fix you up right here. More importantly, I'm not going to let you. So please sit," you say, hold onto his shoulders, and push him back down onto the mattress. He supposed he can't get out of this one and to just get it over with. "Now, can you tilt your head?" you question, pausing him when he tries to tilt his head back. "Not back, it just makes the BLD go down your throat when you do that." He nods and holds his head down for you as you lean over to get a better look. He gets a clear shot to look down your shirt from this position, the top button undone and offering a view full BR Estes bound by a bright-colored brother lingering there. He has the passing thought about just how round and fluffy they look. He holds away his blush easily enough and shifts his gaze up to your face without a word. "I don't think it's broken," you finally conclude after a few careful pokes and prods. "Because it's not an impact injury," he reminds you. You finally accept his story and give a slim smile. "Sorry, but I kind of have to kiss you now, okay?" you say, and this time he can't stop the slight red that does come to his cheeks. "Excuse me." Todoroki interrupts, slightly miffed at and doubtful of the suggestion. Sensing the agitated aura, you clear your throat and explain, It's just part of the job," you say, not really being fond of this yourself in some cases like the purple boy. You quickly cup his cheeks to force him to look at you, only to hesitate when he stares at you. His eyes are so pretty. You smile and press your lips to his forehead. Cue inner panic as he tries to process how close you are and the calming sensation of your quirk that plays opposite the frantic beating in his chest. He clenches at the sheets under him, palms sweating as you pull away and wipe away the remaining BLD with a firm but careful touch. "Done," you say. "How does it feel?" "It healed," he remarks, amazed that your kiss actually did as you said. "See, that wasn't so bad. Definitely better than waiting it out," you reply and jokingly add, "mainly because I like to think I'm a half-decent kisser." He flushes. You weren't entirely wrong. Your lips were so soft and smooth, no roughness to them at all. Not that he'd say it. Before he can respond to your joke, Recovery Girl cuts you off. "Thank All Might for that. Aren't you forgetting something?" Oh. Right. You frantically say as you look around the random drawers and desks. You finally pick out what you were searching for, a bright-colored lollipop. "Would you like some, Can? Where the heck did he go?" you question to the surprisingly empty space on the bed. "You took too long as always. If you have time to flirt, I wasn't." "You have time to remember where things are," Recovery Girl sighs and releases her patient as well before glancing over to you with a scowl. "For the love of, fix your clothes, girl, before you have an accident." "Ah." Why didn't you tell me sooner? You whine and adjust your buttons. You lament why she felt the need to torture you in front of the cute ones while Todoroki was dealing with his own problems back in class. He couldn't stop his heart from racing, cursing inside his own head for the new distraction to his training. Lust isn't usually a problem for him since it's rarely on his radar to think about the fairer or less fairer sex for that matter, but he can't stop reimagining your chest in his mind, the kiss against his skin, and how both would feel together against him. Todoroki-san, are you alright? Your nose is bleeding again. A classmate randomly points out to him, one that he can't quite remember their name, but he nods all the same while quickly wiping away the new stain. I'm fine. This is going to be annoying, he thinks as he looks at the new smear of red on his hands. It's then that he decides to do his best to avoid ever going to first aid again. Life had other plans. The last match of the sports festival is like a blur. The only thing he remembers is a hard impact before it all got hazy. The next is your vaguely familiar voice, calling to him, this incredible comfort from you cradling him, carefully running your hands on the back of his head, and Bakugo lying flat on the ground under midnight before the world went black again. When he opens his eyes, it's to blaring lights that only dull in comparison to you leaning over him. He's awake. Hey, Granny, he woke up. You sound so incredibly happy about that and your eyes are a little red like you've been crying. The idea was a bit ridiculous since you didn't really know each other. I told you he'd be fine, didn't I? Your teacher responds, and you pout. But his head looked so bad. I couldn't help it. You complain, eyes watering a bit more. Stop blubbering. First Midoriya, Uraraka, and now this. People count on you to keep your calm as a healer. If you're panicking, they'll panic. Why, you sigh then furrow your brows as you drop your head. Todoroki stares, finding the drop from your happy expression oddly disheartening considering what he's been through. Sighing, she smiles sweetly at you. I'm sorry, dear. It's not your fault. I honestly didn't expect this when I put you in charge of the first years. Usually they're pretty tame, but this class is a lot stronger than usual. You've been doing a good job to keep up at this level. I know I can be a little mean, but it's because I just want you to improve, so pick your chin up. You smile softly. Yes? Thank you, you say before you notice her holding onto some restraining cloth. Don't tell me you're going with that where I think you're going. That's just mean. Recovery girl nods in agreement before smiling bitterly. It can't be helped. You shake your head as she leaves the room. Name, you perk your head up. Mind telling me what happened? I can't really remember all too well. I know both Bakugo and I were out of bounds. You frown slightly. Well, Bakugo's attack knocked you out, or well, your eyes did too when you tried to stop the blow back, I guess. And he didn't really want to accept that, so Midnight had to knock him out. So, I lost. Afraid so, but you got second. You say a little cheerfully, and he sighs as he tries to force down the remaining thoughts about his family for now before moving to leave. Wait, you shouldn't move now. Isn't there a reward ceremony I should go to? He asks, even if it's one of the last things he wants to do right now. Well, yes, but get that demon muzzle away from me. I'm not AF dog. Todoroki scowls. Is that Dashi? They thought it would be best to separate the two of you. You laugh and nervously rub the back of your head. Anyway, I'm sure you're tired since you had to fight so much, so take some time to rest. If anyone asks, I'll just lie and tell them that you're still a little woozy, you say, holding your index finger to your lips in a hush-hush manner. Todoroki nods, allowing himself to accept the kindness you freely offer. Thank you. You're welcome, you chirp. Todoroki curls back onto the bed as you go to check on a second year also sent into first aid for a minor injury. He sets his head back against the pillow, trying to collect his thoughts that last match. In all the jumbled mess, there's still a slim memory breaking through of you when you held him, and he remembers how safe it had felt in the moment, like the fighting was finally over when you held him. Finally, he could recall what you were saying to him in that moment. It was going to be okay. He sighs and spares another glance your way, and when you catch it, you smile. That look, sunny and encouraging and brimming with this expression of dismissed concern and absolute relief over him, is one of the very few good things about today. He thinks that maybe he wouldn't mind seeing it again sometimes, if that was an okay excuse to visit outside of injuries. Todoroki frowns, clutching his hand over his chest as he hurriedly looks back up at the ceiling. For some reason, his heart is racing again. Just great. I can't stand forest lodges. Kaminari yawns and stretches his arms behind his head as the class waits to board the bus. Goodbye, school. Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, society. I don't see why you're complaining, Kaminari. Zero interrupts with a pat to his shoulder and points his attention towards Todoroki. We all know Todoroki is going to miss school more than anybody. The topic of conversation looks up, escaping his thoughts and blinking in confusion at the two boys talking about him. He's just so accident-prone, I don't see how he'll survive in the woods. Oh, you're right. Kaminari says loudly, glancing at Todoroki to make sure he's a part of the conversation now. I remember a time when Midoriya used to go to first aid all the time, and now it's Todoroki. I guess it must be contagious. Can you blame him when every sneeze is an excuse for him to see his girlfriend? Zero snickers. It isn't like that. She's a friend, he corrects. Zero winces. Ouch, I hope you let her know that 'cause I don't think she's on the same page as you, buddy. Playfully, Kaminari shakes his head. Don't worry, men, I'm sure she'll find some other guy to keep her company now that Todoroki isn't there to scare them off. Todoroki grimaces, his mouth suddenly filling with a bad taste. He's sure you wouldn't, but enough already, stop teasing him and get on the bus. Momo scolds as she boards the bus by quickly following Ochako. Purposely bumping into his arm, Ochako agrees with the boys. It's okay to admit that you're in love with her. I'm not in love with Name, he states bluntly. Is that so? She asks skeptically, and Todoroki pauses as her eyes twinkle. He knows that look, she's thinking something to get him, he just knows it. Fine, then, describe her to me. Todoroki furrows his brow. What do you mean? You know her well enough. But, how would you describe her if you were talking to a stranger, someone who didn't know her? He rolls his eyes. What's the point of this? Just do it. Sighing, he thinks about the words that first come to mind when he sees you. She's loud, talkative, he begins, stating the obvious. Very kind and helpful, he says before moving on to your physical aspects. Several words come to mind, pretty being one along with your shape, your height and hair color being the others, but he settles on the fact that you're always joking around, and his eyes soften as he smiles faintly at the thought, and she has a really big smile. Yep, you're in love, Ochako states with a giggle, and Todoroki scowls. The freaking she-devil. She likes you, too. What gives you that idea? Todoroki monotonously questions, walking onto the bus and taking a seat across the aisle from her. Well, besides that little smile you had there. You're always extra sweet to her, and you talk way more with her, not to mention you always get that puppy-eyed look when she's around. It's pretty cute actually. Not about me, Uraka, he interrupts, about to completely ignore her if she continued with his more obvious hints. I was getting to that, she chides. Name-chan is always fussing over you or trying to sit next to you at lunch. She even made you a bento for heaven's sake. Isn't that what friends do? I mean, well, yes, but girls just have a sense for these kinds of things. Ochako dismisses. And you're sure? Todoroki questions, neither denying or accepting Ochako's correct insinuation that he liked you. Double sure. I think you should, I just got this feeling she'd accept, you know. Kirishima suddenly adds in, leaning over Todoroki's seat from behind. Todoroki sighs. He supposes everyone is in on his love life now. If he had one, of course. He does. Speak of the devil. Guess it's Todoroki's lucky day after all, Kirishima remarks, taking a glimpse out the window to see you waving and speedily jogging up to the bus. Hey, Aizawa-sensei, Sekijiro-sensei, the old lady and I are here. Sorry, we're late. Who are you calling old? Todoroki glances out the window just in time to see Shuzenji popping you on the knee with her cane, and you stumble to grab your wounded bone. Oh. Why? You gasp as recovery girl boards with Class 1B, and you ungracefully hop to Class 1 as bus. Holy, Mineta mumbles, his own personal bouncing and swishing sound effects going off in his head. He wipes up his drool before pushing Kaminari towards the aisle. Get up. Hey, what are you doing? Just move it, I'm not missing this opportunity. The purple boy states as you shuffle further down the bus lane. He already got rejected by one pretty black-haired girl, now he wasn't going to lose his second chance for a two-piece, aka BRSTS and thighs. He finally pushes the blonde out the seat from him, and Kaminari grumbles and sits next to Kirishima. Hey, Name, why don't you sit over here, it's warm for you, Mineta sleazily offers, patting on the seat next to him, and he thinks his home free as you look over to his side of a bus and a smile spreads on your face. Score. Come to me, Name. You don't pay any mind to the grape, rushing 2 more rows down from him. Xiaotou. Good morning, Name, Todoroki replies calmly. You fidgeted your fingers a little, nodding to the empty aisle seat. Do you mind if I sit next to you? Go ahead, it's free. Of course girls like Momo and Name would like pretty boys like Todoroki. Life is so unfair. Mineta weeps in a new depression, his world crumbling. Can we sit next to you, too, Xiaotou? Kaminari whispers behind him, and Xiaotou huffs while you're too busy setting down your things to notice the teasing. Thanks, I'm so glad I got to come with you guys, this trip is going to be so much fun, you smile, and he forces his gaze ahead as to not blush. I think so, too, Name. Right, Todoroki. Kirishima tries to help, but it only serves to make everyone else knowingly laugh a little. Todoroki decides it would be best for his soul to leave his body or he'll never make it through this trip alive. A couple minutes go by on the bus trip, with Aizawa promising a stop each hour, not that anyone cared since everyone is too busy goofing off. It's amazing that anyone could manage to fall asleep, yet Todoroki always manages to surprise you as he closes his eyes and leans his head back to sleep. You spare a glance at him every now and then between talking to Ochako beside you and Mina and Toru in front of you. Then, a bump in the road stops your discussion as Todoroki grumbles in his sleep. He slouches deeper into his seat and comfortably leans his head against your arm and the side of your BRST. Flabbergasted, you clam up and fight down the hotness that tries to flood your cheeks. Why would he even, or isn't that just precious? Ochako giggles and the 2 girls in front of you giggle. You're such a dirty girl, Name, making your move while he's asleep, Mina teases. I didn't think you had it in you. Wait. It isn't what it looks like. He did it on his own, you whisper and try to carefully shrink away from him, but he only slides down further to completely rest against your chest. Eep. But you like it. You're glowing. Toru says, and an invisible finger pokes at your cheek. Will you all be quiet? He could wake up any second, you lowly hiss. Good, then you can tell him you like him when he does, Gyro adds on from behind Ochako as she and Momo glance over to you. Does everyone know, you gasp, and Momo nods. Basically, well, except for Todoroki-kun, apparently. You groan and use your free hand to faceplant into. Ooh, he probably just ignores it. No, his honestly. That dense, Name, Kaminari comments. It's actually pretty impressive. You sigh. What if you're wrong, and I embarrass myself? You won't. Just find a romantic spot once we get to the lodge and confess. Ochako encourages. Maybe. You groan. Glancing back at the boy leaning into you, you nervously hum. Let's just see when we get there, first, you think. I'm so tired you groan and fall on your butt in the dirt. You didn't realize camp meant training camp with cat people. Healers are rare, even rarer ones who can fight. So, I want you to train closely so you can become a battle medic. You sigh. Honestly, sometimes Shuzenji is so sweet and other times you're sure she wants you dead. Worse yet, you still haven't confessed to Todoroki. You had plenty of chances to do so but it always failed for one reason or another, usually by the fault of one of your oblivious classmates. You've gotten a lot stronger since you last trained with us. Surprised, you blink up at Todoroki standing over you. You think so, you ask hopefully, and he nods. Trying to remain humble and avoid looking like a dork, you hold in the need to smile. Thanks. You looked pretty good over there too. Definitely, he did. Both with his quirk and sweating through a tank top, with strong biceps on display and stocky build hugged by his shirt. Pushing those thoughts away, you glance back over to his training zone where the pot is stone cold. Although, it looks like they're trying to cook you rather than train you. It helps regulation, he says, noticing your own equal amount of sweating. Then, he finally pays attention to the light jacket you're wearing. Aren't you hot in that? A little, but I'm fine, really, you answer, but in truth, you don't really like the attention summer clothes bring to, well, places. Here, he says, offering his right hand to you. You grab it, letting him pull you up to your feet as cold chills over you at the same time to cool you down. You smile softly. Thanks. You let the silence take place as he still holds onto your hand, wrapping your entire hand up soothingly. Hand crusher, you thought not. It's a perfect opportunity to tell him you liked him. You almost do before he quickly drops your hand and turns away. Come on, we should get cleaned and start lighting the fires for dinner, he says monotonously and leads the way towards the lodge. You frown. He's completely unfazed, or so you thought. Name? He says, stopping. You almost ran into him because of how sudden it was. He looked at you, face barely having a noticeable change in shade as he averts his gaze from you and anxiously strokes his thumb along his brief's pocket. What's up, you ask, swallowing thickly as he sways to look at you with this deep gaze that has you near about the burst. Too bad he loses his nerve to say what he wanted to and settles calmly on, what are you in the mood to eat? Oh, you frown, dropping your head a little as you kick the dirt at your feet. Noodles maybe. I'm not picky though, you reply. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 places her fists on her hips while Mina pouts at the scene that just played out. They need help, she whispers to Mina. Right, this is just getting painful, she agrees before perking up. I got an idea, she announces and quickly whispers into 𝐒𝐿𝐵's ear, who nods along with her explanation. You sure that's a good idea? Mina laughs. Well, no, but I'm sure Todoroki will forgive us at the end of the day, she says hopefully and pushes 𝐒𝐿𝐵 to help her go talk to Class B. Just after your bath, you go up to your room at the request of your teacher for some last-minute training for whatever reason. When you got to the room, you somehow got roped into a conversation about yourself and your sort of boyfriend. Sometimes she really acts like your own grandma, especially when two girls come to her to expose your crush and talk her in on their little plan while you were still bathing. When I was your age, it took me less time to go through 3 boys in the time it's taken you to get one, she replies with a short laugh, as you bury your head into your pillow to try to block her out. It's not my fault. I just can't figure out how to get him to notice me in that way, you explain once again while a knock suddenly comes from the door. Shuzenji shakes her head, patting the back of your leg before walking to the door. You always make everything difficult. I know his family, and I know the way he acts, but he's still a teenaged boy. If you really want him to notice so badly, just use what your parents gave you. What? You just have to pretty yourself up a little more like me, she suggests. Everyone wants to walk me home, she says, and you have no idea if she's serious or not. Seriously? Of course, you think I carry this cane around for my health, she chuckles and finally opens the door. You gape. Granny, don't answer the door when you're saying things like that. Hello, name, Shuzenji-san. Mina greets. Your eyes widen as you see both her and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 supporting a limp Todoroki between the two of them. Are you too busy? Todoroki-san, what happened to him? Recovery girl questions concerned. He just spent too long in the hot springs, so he's a little dizzy, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hastily explains. The truth is they just sucker shot him with someone's quirk on his way out the hot springs, but you didn't need to know that. Do you think he can rest it off here? It should only be for a few minutes. Of course, Name-chan, why don't you sit him on the bed? Oh, okay, you agree as the two girls drag him in and basically drop him into your arms. You grunt as you adjust to holding him. Heavy BSTRD. Thanks, you're the best. The girls cheer while you fall back onto the bed, sitting on the edge with him groaning in your arms. Well, we got to go fix dinner and all. Hold on girls, I'll come with you, Shuzenji says and turns to you, still trying to lift him up. I'm going to go help monitor the other students, so I'm leaving him in your capable hands until he's feeling better. But what about my training, you ask, squirming to get from under Todoroki, weighing you down towards the bed. What better training than hands-on, she responds, and you almost wouldn't have suspected anything if not for the slight inflection to her suggestion. I can't do that. People get licenses revoked and jail time for what she's insinuating. Wait. You can't leave me with him like this, Shuzenji-san. He's your patient, make sure you take good care of him, she says and closes you in. You finally fall back to the bed in a huff, crushed under your crush. He doubles down and wraps his arms around you. You stay like that for several minutes, awkwardly letting him lay on top of you as you wait for him to come back down to earth. The effects seem to be wearing off because he keeps mumbling every now and again rather than the soft breathing and groggy groans from earlier. Name, you smell nice, Todoroki mumbles under his breath. You flush and try to coax him off you now that he seems to be getting a clearer head. Well, enough for you to try to run before he completely realizes the position you're in. Xiaoto, I have to get up. Sighing, Todoroki refuses to move, cuddles tighter to you, and lightly rubs at your sides. Don't, he requests and nuzzles against your chest. You just feel too good to let go right now. You have to let me go. Why? He demanded, slightly irritated at your moving. Someone might walk in and get the wrong idea. You hope he can't hear your heart going crazy as you become his personal pillow, but he can. Clearly and loudly enough to give him some courage. Would that be so bad? He asks, anticipation pulling at his heart and mind. Yes. You say, and he sighs into your skin, regret sinking into him. If one of the teachers come looking for us, we'll get railroaded. Then everyone already thinks that we like each other, and they aren't wrong, not completely. He interrupts softly, weakly sliding to get off you. He holds a hand to his aching head, not completely sure why it was hurting except for a vague memory of too much pink. I'm sorry, I just need a second, and I'll leave you alone. You frown, guilt swelling inside you because you hadn't meant it like that at all, but also happiness that he felt the same way as you did. He clumsily stands to his feet, but you stop him. Wait, you say and pull on his arm. I didn't mean that. I didn't want that. I like you, too. I just didn't know if you liked me back, and I didn't want to do anything that could run you off, you confess, waiting patiently for a response from the quiet boy. When he doesn't, you nervously place a small kiss on the corner of his lips. Xiaoto blinks a few times, and you wonder for a second if he even knows where he is. He does, and you SCK in air as he leans in to kiss you again, soft lips pressing against your slightly parted mouth. You close yours and press them against him innocently. Getting the feel for it, you gently open your mouth to SCK his bottom lip. His breath tickles slightly each time he pulls away before meeting you for another passionate kiss. In seconds, you're pushing him down. His arms go around your waist, his tongue along your own, and he MMMS at the way your chest hugs and molds against his chest. You share a few more kisses, slow and gentle, savoring the taste of each other as he runs his hands over the small of your back just at the waistband of your skirt. He loves the feel of your skin warm against his fingertips, unable to wait any longer to touch you now that you're his. All his. Large hands cup your cheeks, settling your forehead against his own. You inhale deeply, taking in the sweet scent from the hot springs. He pulls his hands away, lowering them to your shoulder. He slides his thumbs over your skin in tender strokes. Name, can I touch you? He asks, squeezing your arms before pecking you again. That's okay, you answer and kiss him again, the passion from before returning. Calloused fingers pinch at your sides, gliding down the outline of your body. His touch is warm and comforting. It has you growing hotter, and a familiar knot begins to grow inside you. The same can be said for Todoroki as the bulge against your leg swells. His hands rake over your butt and trace up your spine. Carefully, he massages your back under your shirt before moving to the front of you. He softly squeezes the side of your BRSTS before gripping and following the strap to where it hooked in the center. He already has the first hook undone. You gasp in his mouth as the cups loosen, and he moves one hand to pull up your shirt. Xiaoto-kun. But the next hook already unpairs a stop. Don't touch me there. Flustered, you move off him and hold your hand to your chest to stop your BR from sliding further. Eyes stretched wide with worry at your sudden he stammered, sorry, I got carried away. It's not your fault, you just surprised me a little is all. I'm sorry, is this better? He whispers, kissing your neck. This time he holds his hands to your stomach and more slowly works his way towards your chest, but you pull away again. No, I mean, I don't want you to see, you reiterate, and he tilts his head at your bashful expression. I don't really like them. I don't understand why you would be embarrassed, he softly says. Pursing his lips in thought, his gaze slowly drifts down you from head to toe. He can feel himself get harder as he studied your cutely flustered face and the way your arms squished into the soft flesh of your chest. You were so appealing through and through. It hurt that you felt that way about it since he really liked your figure. They just kind of get in the way, and they aren't super perky like smaller or fake ones, you explain with a scowl. That doesn't matter to me, I want to see them because they're yours, he promises, and you flush lightly and play with the edge of your shirt. He smiles faintly and lovingly kisses your lips. You don't have to. I just wanted you to know that. Mustering up some courage, you nervously pull your shirt up. You don't have the fortitude to toss both your shirt and br off together all seki-like, so you let your shirt fall to the bed before removing the next article. You chew your bottom lip, crossing one arm under your chest to rub at the other. So, you question, not daring to look him in the eye as butterflies fill your stomach. You're so appealing, he mutters, making your heart soar. You whimper when his lips meet the crook of your neck again. Todoroki gently bites, and you tense as he cups your brsts. You shiver as his tongue glances across your pulse, and he squeezes into the firm yet soft globes before gently caressing to let them overfill his hands. They feel good, he thinks out loud before glancing back up into your eyes. Are they sensitive, too, he whispers against your lips, and he brushes his fingers across your nipples. You release a soft mewl. He kisses the top of your brsts, ghosting loving nips and bites along your skin before closing his mouth around one of your sensitive nipples. You hug him to your chest, emming. Impatiently, you rock against his lap, stroking his clothed 𝐒𝐽. He groans and seeks harder, pulling the taut nub between his teeth before moving to the other side. Todoroki tweaks the other bud, warming his hand against your skin. Weak and needy is all you feel when he releases with a wet pop and likes your saliva-covered skin before smothering his head into your chest and biting into the supple mounds. You flush at the attention given to them as he pushes you down onto your back and settles between your legs. 𝐿𝐼, you and he blushes slightly from the sweet way in which you say his name. Name? He whispers before kissing you again. Slowly, he began to grind against you. He 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐿 and lightly bucks against you, his hard PP rubbing you outside your clothes. He keeps his lips on yours and his hands cupping and caressing your brsts. Your eyes flutter, your tongue swirl with his, and you needful lie SEK on his pink muscle. Aroused, you lift and grind your womanhood back against him, finding the good mixture of pressure and friction that has you almost there. Todoroki gasps, biting back a Name? I'm close, he chokes out, tightly squeezing his eyes shut as he tries to hold back. You like his lips, tangling your hands into his hair and mussing the colors together. I know, me too, you whine, wrapping your legs around him. Please, make me come, 𝐿𝐼, you mewl, and he buries his head against your shoulder as he slows his pace but drags himself more heavily against you, and each rub has you throbbing until the dam finally breaks. 𝐿𝐼. Show, you cry and hold onto him tight, and he picks up his pace to see you through and meet you there. He's almost there, your mmms driving him crazy faster. So close. Knock. Knock. Dinner is ready. Mina announces and swings open the door on your mini love fest. Ochako tags along, obviously coming to see the results of their little experiment, but she goes wide-eyed and red-faced before turning away with a squeal as she catches the last of off-guard grinding and Todoroki's hold on you as you submissively cry out. Todoroki. We told you to confess to her, not whatever this is. Ochako squeaks, pointing blindly in your direction. You mean secretary. He answers for her irritably, like she legitimately didn't know what it was. Because I'd like to finish doing that if you don't mind. Jay, just don't say it so casually like that, you groan as Ochako stammers something along the same lines. At that moment, you pitifully whine and curl up against Todoroki in a vain attempt to cover yourself, and he finally gets the idea to lay down on top of you to help you cover up. At least it's them and not one the boys, but that helps little to soothe you in this situation. You know what, we'll just go, You two take your time, Mina says, awkwardly, and carefully pulls the door back closed. Sighing, you look back up at Todoroki, unsure what to say. Should we keep going, then, he genuinely questions. You clear your throat. I think it's better if we don't keep them waiting, you answer, not much liking the idea of them knowing you were off having sex somewhere. Though, Todoroki's annoyed pout was a cute result as he lifted off from you and helped you find your clothes. You came downstairs for dinner, and there's an obvious tension to the air that has you gulping as you sit down for an awkward dinner. You suppose the looks of embarrassment, sweat, and shame goes a long way in communication. Shortly and with minor teasing, dinner goes along normally with you lightly picking at your food while Todoroki seems less than concerned about the atmosphere as he slurps down on soba, especially now that he cooled it down with his quirk. You almost relax until the person in front of you speaks. Why does Todoroki get to hug Name-chan's bubbies? I wanted to feel, too, you barely hear across the table from the most obvious person in the room. At least there's still Yorozu, he thinks wistfully. Your face goes hot as you choke on your dinner. You open your mouth to protest, but that's before you hear the clicking of chopsticks next to you. Todoroki casts a sharp glare that even has you a little worried, especially when a chill begins to flow through the air. Mineta, I can't guarantee your safety on this trip if you keep talking about my girlfriend in that manner, so I suggest you shut up and keep your thoughts and your hands to yourself, he threatens, ice creeping up the legs of the table and over Mineta's seat. Why, I got it, I won't do it again, he vows between chattering teeth. Well, at least not when Todoroki is within hearing range. Calm down, Todoroki, you're going to freeze the food, Kirishima warns him. It doesn't matter, mine is already cold, he explains indifferently, finally letting go his glare as the conversation moved on. I can also just heat it in my mouth if need be. But you're not the only one who needs to eat. Kaminari barks out. Todoroki nods in understanding and glances at you. Name, does your food need to be reheated? No, I'm good, you answer, more concerned with the drumming in your chest. He called you his girlfriend. If it gets too cool before you finish, tell me. I will. Sure, that's good for her. But what about the rest of us? Kaminari repeats. Todoroki blinks. What about you? He sasses and returns to his soba with a loud slurp. You hold back a laugh as the rest of the table complains at an indifferent icy hot boy. Afterward, you decide to settle down in the main room together in a far-off corner where no one could bother you as you sit between his legs with his arms drawn around your waist and his thumbs discreetly massaging the underside of your chest. You would have to wait until everyone went to sleep to have some alone time to continue where you left off. Your legs burned as you climbed the tower. Each step was agony by the time you reached the 40th floor. You kept pushing and ignored the physical pain because it was dull in comparison to the hole in your heart. You had to reach him before it was too late before you lost him again. It felt like you were chasing him all your life, though it had only been a few short years since he was last in your hold, with you as his only friend. You've known Midoriya since you met in middle school. You were hapless and lost back then. Nothing but dark shadows were cast on the timeline of your life during that PRD. You didn't have anyone to care about you, not even yourself. Nothing mattered in this world. Always, you thought it was better to end it then and hope for a better place for you in the afterlife, and always you were too afraid to end it, a coward through and through. Midoriya came to you like the first ray of sunlight on an endlessly dark horizon. He was lost, too, but hopeful unlike you. Being with him made you feel alive for the first time in your life, made your heart rush and fill you with a flood of emotions you've never had before. He made you feel like you mattered to someone, like there would be one person who would actually care should you disappear from the world. He made you feel worth something. He saved you. Inspired you to want to save others like you. You just never thought that he would be the one that needed you to rescue him one day. He never told you what happened, never explained why he turned away from his dreams of being a hero and turned to a life of crime, starting slowly with petty dealings here and there and forever changing at the first death by his hands. Midoriya had so much capacity for good. You knew he did, you experienced it firsthand after all. None of the things he did was like the boy you remembered. You're not sure why he changed, but surely you could change it back and bring him home to where he would be safe with you. That's the dream that keeps you climbing the old hero agency that he barricaded himself in with his subordinates. The chance to reach him before the police decide to collapse it to force him into their custody. You just prayed you wouldn't be too late. Hands folded and elbows on the desk, Midoriya sat with his head to his fists in thought. The villain knew he wouldn't be able to stay in this situation any longer. The authorities finally had him cornered and pinned into his final hiding spot. Midoriya was intelligent enough to know when he was finished, and any struggle at this point would just be in vain. If they didn't run out of supplies first, then the police would set up a raid eventually. It was checkmate for the empire he had so slowly crafted. He had a good run trying to reform society in his perfect image, even if somewhere along the way that goal was perverted and lost. A shame really, he thought bitterly. If only he had been a little less impatient with his movements, this wouldn't have happened. He had just been so close. Suddenly, he heard grunts from outside his door, followed by the thuds of one body, then a second on the ground. Those useless henchmen of his must have failed to keep someone out. Midoriya stood, leisurely loading the handgun he kept strapped under the desk. Might as well go down fighting, right? That's what heroes would do. He dryly chuckled at the irony even as he shook and dropped the bullet he was holding from the anxiety and stress. He hasn't felt like this since he was a teenager. It was laughably terrifying. The last thing he expected was to see your face and glossy EC eyes. No. He should have expected it. You often showed where he had been after the fact, always managing to follow just a step behind him no matter how hard he tried to cover his tracks. Though, he can't figure out for the life of him how you snuck in with his careful monitoring of the entire building. You paused in the middle of the office, mouth drawn tight and eyes staring him down like you were trying to decipher between illusion and reality. Your lips twitch halfway between a fond smile and disheartened frown, expressing the two sides of your heart you couldn't choose between now that you had this moment. He looked so different. Taller, more confident than you've ever seen, and more distant now that eyes that used to open to gentle green were cast down with dark shadows. Features you remember being soft now sharp and defined and decorated with a history of scars. It was still him though. No matter how much time passed, how much he changed, and how much it hurt to see him like this, you still knew it was all him and all real. Izuku, you whispered carefully. Even in the quiet of the room your voice could have still be swallowed up by the static of the buzzing light atop the ceiling. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Your lips parted in a light gasp as his expression softened and a ghost of a smile came into view. It's good to see you, name, he lied, moving the conversation to more need-to-know information. How did you manage to get in here? I thought they were waiting us out. Your irises flitted to the corner of your eye, brows furrowing as you debated answering. I used my quirk to sneak in. I just had to see you again. You've seen me, now what? He questions calmly, turning off the safety on the gun hidden below the edge of his desk and mind slowly working as he tried to remember the functionality of your quirk. Had you meant that not even your own allies knew you were here? Could your quirk do that? Izuku-an, he locked eyes with you again, finding the sadness there as you cupped your hands in front of your chest and bowed your head. I wanted to give you one last chance to give up and turn yourself in. If not, there, you swallowed hard, not wanting to imagine him in such a desperate situation, talking about measures to smoke you out the building, and we both know you wouldn't be able to escape that unharmed. You finish with a high-pitched crack, and you successfully held back the shallow tears that wanted to form in the corner of your eyes. Midoriya's breath hitched. He knew you were right. There wasn't anything to lose at this point. It was worth the gamble to hope your quirk could be extended to him, and as he watched you subconsciously fidget and shift the weight back and forth between your feet, he could recall the soft smiles and timid gazes you used to save for him when you were younger. The way you always relied on him and constantly told him you needed him regardless of how he never shared that sentiment back. It was settled. He settled the gun back in its hiding spot as he hid his more conniving thoughts behind a weak smile and soft voice, walking on the other side of his desk so you could see him fully. Name, I can't do that. You scoffed and grimaced. You had figured as much. You couldn't count all the things you've known for him to cause on all your fingers and toes, whether directly or indirectly. You always knew somewhere that he should have been captured, and anyone else you caught you would have wanted to face the true extent of punishment for their crimes, but he wasn't just anyone to you. I'll vouch for you and ask for them to lighten your sentence, you offered. A life sentence is all that I'll get, you know that. Then he looked at you, longing and pleading, as he choked out a short, broken laugh. It was so bitter that it hurt to listen to, and you hoped to never hear it again as he whispered, "No matter how much I regretted what I did." Your eyes widened. "What do you mean?" you asked skeptically, hesitant to acknowledge the little spark of hope that went off in your mind. Midoriya clenched his fist at his sides, shaking his head as he forced his gaze to his feet, refusing to meet your eye as his entire body trembled. "The past few months, with all this crashing down, I've had time to think about everything that I've done," he told you, pausing for extra effect. "I wanted to do something that I thought would help people. I never expected it to go this way, and when I thought about it, I couldn't give myself one reason for why all this suffering was justified or remember one time I ever felt truly satisfied in all this." You opened and closed your mouth. You weren't sure how to process this sudden confession. You almost couldn't believe it. After all this time, that it's now that he realized this. Was he really that blinded and swept away? That would have been too good to be true. That would only happen in a dream. He had to be lying, right? Name? He slowly tilted his head to look at you, and you froze as you saw the beginning of tears threatening to spill over. "Izuku," you repeated, finding some recognition of the person you had known in the first glossy tear that broke through. You took a hesitant step forward, reaching out to him, but stopped, dragging your hand back in doubt. You weren't sure what you should do. You didn't realize how bad this had gotten for him. All you could think about was pulling him into your arms, where he could release as much as he wanted and use you so he wouldn't have to crumble with the weight of those decisions. In that time, he found the courage to close the distance between you and him. He gently grabbed your hand and placed it at his shoulder, and your breath caught when you felt him fall against you, back in your arms again. "The only time I remember feeling something was when you were with me," he somberly confessed, embrace tight and warm around your body. There wasn't any hint of malice you could sense, nothing but comfort and the slow rise of his chest as he inhaled. Your mind was spinning with all he just unloaded onto you, confided to you, and your throat dries as you fail to find a response. "I haven't been able to forget being with you," he continued. "I've missed you so much, Name. I've realized that now, and I'm sorry I never told you that I loved you back when I had the chance." Disbelief was the first emotion that floods your body. After so long, you couldn't comprehend what was happening, not just for this moment but for so many preceding it. You don't remember how long you've wanted to hear those words from him, from anybody. "Izuku, do you really mean that? You're the only one who ever believed in me and cared enough to follow me," he replied and slowly drew his arms around your waist and settled his head right above your racing heart. "And I let you down." "No," you whispered, trying and failing pitifully to stop the tears from finally cascading down your cheeks. "If I could take it back, please, stop," you beg. "You don't have to apologize. I'm the one who couldn't help you sooner. I tried, I really tried to find you, and," you sniffled. "You were the one who failed him." Midoriya smiled darkly against your chest before taking a carefully shaken breath and lifting his head. "Name, look at me, please," he pleaded and cupped your chin so you could see his truly remorseful smile. "I'm glad I get to see you one more time," he said, brushing some of your hair back before sealing the act by tenderly brushing his lips to yours. "You're so appealing," he whispered and kissed you deeper. Your entire world lights up and fire burns through your system. You easily let your eyes fall closed as you relished his scared lip on your smooth ones. It wouldn't have been the same had you shared this with him years ago, but it had your heart racing all the same, and this overwhelming relief and the sense of finally being whole again as you wrapped your arms around his neck and deepened the kiss. He pulled you towards his desk, sitting down on the edge and wrapping his arms around you to draw you into his lap. You pulled away from him, with a glow to your cheeks and a wide smile. "Sorry." You chuckled, "I'm just so happy." You rubbed away happy tears, and Midoriya grimaced slightly. The small conscience he had left when it came to you told him that this was wrong, and he should feel bad about this. Though, he didn't, not enough to stop at least. It could just be one more sin to write up on the ever-growing list. He could at least give you what you've been chasing after for so long, he supposed, along with easing his own stress. He threw on a smile for you and nipped at your bottom lip before sliding his tongue across. Gently, you cupped his face, running fingers along his cheeks, smiling softly when you found something you recognized. "I can still see your freckles," you teased with a soft laugh, the first it seemed like in a long time. You gently placed your lips on each one, counting them off, and he squirmed a little. "Please, don't tease me," he gasped out before wrapping his hand through your hair and pulling your head to the side to roughly kiss the crook of your neck. He bit down aggressively, making you hiss. "Aizu, that kind of hurts," you said, digging into his shoulders. "I'm sorry, it's hard to hold back with you," he explained, and you nodded in understanding. You were overwhelmed with the same emotion and happily took all the love he wanted to unleash on you at that moment as he met your neck with his lips and teeth again. It was a little painful, especially when his hands roughly squeezed at your sides impatiently, but you told yourself it's because he wanted to hold you just as much as you wanted to hold him, and you slid your hands down his chest, fingers glancing over his muscles and down to his center to squeeze his PP. Midoriya groaned from deep in his throat, and you were burning with self-satisfaction. "Do I make you feel good?" Keep going, Name," he said, tightly gripping your wrist and shoving your hand down his breathes where he wanted it. You inhaled harshly. This was kind of fast but a little exhilarating having him want you so bad. He wrapped his hand with yours, pumping aggressively along himself as he slid his tongue down the center of your chest to the neck of your shirt before pulling with his teeth. "Take this off, I want to feel you," squirming under him that is. You pulled away from him, sliding your hand away, making his buck up to it catch nothing but air, and he frowned. "Is this the best time? Haven't you wanted this?" "Yes, but, then, let me give it to you," he growled as he gripped your hips and pushed you back roughly on the desk. You hissed in pain as the back of your head connected to the polished wood and you were about to bring your hand up to rub the spot, but his lips were on yours in less than a second. You groaned underneath him as he shifted his weight on top of you. "I can't wait to be inside you. I can't stop thinking about it," he seductively whispered and liked the shell of your ear, making you shiver. He was so bold. You weren't used to this side of him, but you were quickly growing willing to get to know it. "I'm going to taste how sweet you are," he chuckled boyishly, and you blushed as his kisses trailed down over your clothes. He practically tore off your breathes, then it was your underwear to go, but this time forest green eyes watched your nervous face as he tugged down your panties with his teeth as well. As soon as they were low enough, he gripped your upper thighs and dug in without any hesitation or build-up. You groaned as he ravished you. His teeth lashed at your CLT, biting enough to make you scream and whine at the sudden pressure as two of his fingers dug inside your core and pressed hard against your walls. He twisted them inside you, keeping them jerking side to side while he began to coax out more juices with each intense pump. "Izuku, that's, slow down," you gasped and dug your hands into his hair to get him to ease up. "You taste too good," he groaned and swayed his attention to teasingly sking and swirling his tongue around you. He lightly flicked the tip of his tongue over your CLT, pulling away before massaging in light strokes in brushes. Your back arched and your hips rose to get more, but he gripped you and forced you back down. "You're really cute when you're excited, I got something special for you," he mumbled before his smile grew, and he pulled away, making you whine as he reached under his desk for the weapon kept there. "Ah," you gasped, pushing up and instinctively gripped his arm, almost twisting. Midoriya winced under your grip, and he pursed his lips dejectedly. "Don't be scared, I'm not trying to hurt you, Name," he explained, and you let out a small "oh" as he flicked the safety and emptied the magazine followed by the one in the chamber. There's a hint of guilt once you finally relax with the dropping of the last bullet to the floor. For a second, you thought, "I was saving it for if they raided," it sounded better than being handcuffed. You were about to protest before he continued. "I won't anymore, now I can use it for something good since I have you here." "What are you talking about?" Midoriya smiled meekly, a soft blush coming to his cheeks. He sat up, dropping the gun between his legs and tapping the barrel against his thigh, tempting you over. "Izuku, that's a bit strange, I kind of got a thing for it," he mumbled with a familiarly bashful look opposite of your scrunched face. "I think you'd like it." Liking your lips, you carefully crawl over and kneel over his lap. He presses the length of the barrel to you and gives the first slide along you. You immediately chill with the cool steel and groan. "That's cold," you whimpered. "You'll feel hot once you move," he replied and slid his arm around your waist, "rock your hips." You hesitantly give in to his request and cautiously slide along the barrel, groaning when he pushes you down tighter. The pressure of lifeless steel, unbending between your lips, was a bit uncomfortable, especially when he kept grinding it up against you, letting it shine with your wetness. He gazed down at you half-lidded, liking his lips. "I wish you could see yourself. You're so secretary." "Am I?" you teased, getting more confident in your movements as he continued to praise you. You ummed, starting to enjoy the cold against your hot body as your juices made riding against it more bearable. He flipped the weapon, sliding from front to rear sight down you before flicking the hammer back and forth against your CLT. The little snaps making you tense and jump each time. "Ah, that feels good. So cute," he mumbled under his breath, almost too low for you to hear. Midoriya can admit that he was getting a little carried away the more you whined for him, and he pushed and teased the muzzle of the gun at your entrance. You groaned and stiffened as he prodded a little. You shifted away, the idea of such a weapon inside you making you squeamish. "Izuku, I don't want to do that." "It's okay," he murmured, his lips twitching to a weak smirk. "I would love for you to do it next time, though," he told you, sliding his free hand under your shirt and letting it pull with it before cupping your BRST underneath. "Izuku, we wouldn't be able to," you said, knowing well that this was your last time to spend together once the walls go down. "I know it'd just be nice to have been able to," he replied, cupping your cheek before dropping the weapon, undoing his breathes, and pulling you snugly against his firm PP. "I'm going to make up for that though. I'm going to love you good, name," he promised and nipped at the bruise he had left on your neck. You teared up a little, not wanting him to have to leave you again. You wrapped your arms around him. Midoriya gripped and lined up his tip with your opening before pumping inside of you. You felt a familiar metal tapping against your hip, and you grabbed his hand to bring it to your mouth to seductively like over his fingers, letting your tongue drag over the trigger before liking the side. Midoriya groaned and moved into you harder as he smirked at the display. He almost considered bringing you with him, but you were too soft-hearted for that, too desperate, and he gave you something to calm it, mainly himself, as he hit deep inside of you. You squeezed around tightly, making it harder to move, and he dragged his fingers down your moving hips to jerk you down more aggressively. "Izuku," you ummed as his nails dug into the chub of your thighs and nails, leaving long clawing marks down your thighs before he gripped and repeated along the same lines, drawing a little BLD, but the pain was undeniably good mixed in with the pleasure of having the man you loved since childhood inside you for the first time in your life. You were going to miss feeling this way. You gasped and buried your head into his shoulders as he jerked against your sweet spot. He starts grinding and hitting closer with each escalating until he had you crying out for him with the rush of your build-up breaking. Midoriya grunted, rolling his hips against yours, refusing to leave the pleasure of your spasming walls until he joined you in that high. You whimpered with the flood of his heat inside of you. It shouldn't really mean anything, but you felt completely connected having a part of him inside of you, some sort of physical proof of what you meant to him. With an exhale, you slowed down your rock and fell against him. Instead of smiling or feeling happy, you felt a wave of despair hit you as he rubbed the back of your hair and pressed a kiss to your forehead. "I'm so sorry," he apologized once again. "I'm going to miss you so much." You buried your head tighter against him, arms shaking around his neck. He waited a few minutes, letting you remain on top of him as much as you needed. It would make it easier to tell you that you would have to abandon and leave him here before anything happened to you. "Need to go, name." You shook your head. I don't want you to be here tomorrow," he explained. "I don't want you to have to deal with any of this. You don't deserve that," he said, gambling with you either accepting that offer or siding with him. You picked up your head, neck bending like you zero strength left to support your own body as your reddened eyes met with his. "You don't have to go, I could get you out of here." "What are you saying?" he asked in mock disbelief. "You couldn't, I can," you interrupted loudly before scaling it back at his shocked expression. "I know people, I could pull some strings. We could leave the country and start over together," you devised, leaned in and repeatedly but gently pecked his cheek over his scars and down his neck. "No one would have to know." "You would do that for me?" he wondered, trying to sound in complete disbelief. You were quiet for a moment, lifting your head to look at him and blinking a few times as your brows furrowed. Midoriya panics if just for a second before you frantically nod and give him a precious grin. I would, you said, hugging him affectionately. Midoriya inwardly smirked. You two stood together in the middle of the office, fully dressed again as you continued to kiss and hug. Your hands ran through soft green hair as your nose brushed his in an Eskimo kiss, and he stroked your cheek. You can hide out at my place for a few days, you offered. We can go there as soon as we leave. Won't they get suspicious if you abandon your post too long? He asked, needing a reason to get away from you. You frowned slightly. Well, maybe, I could just tell them I fell ill. I think it'd be best to split up for a little while, Midoriya suggested. You scowled. But why? I just need a few days to cut off my loose ties on my end, and I don't want to have to drag you into that. You're not going to hurt anyone, are you? He smiled sweetly. Of course not. I just have some contacts to break off is all. It's kind of like villain code. Villain code, you laughed. He nodded. Believe it or not, but there is one. It surprised me, too. Well, there kind of is, but no one truly follows it anyway. Villains, go figure. You shook your head, thinking it was strange, but you pushed it back down. Then, we can leave together, right? Of course, he said confidently, and you opened your mouth to ask more, but he cut you off. I'll give you a number to call, so we can keep in contact with each other until then. Oh! You grinned, accepting the idea to separate with that promise. When should we meet though? Do you remember that park we used to go to all the time? We can meet there next week. That's such a long time, you mumbled dejectedly. I know, but I'll be ready then, it's only a few more days, he promised, caressing your cheek affectionately with the back of his hand. Although, I don't know how I'll stay away from you until then. You flushed lightly. When did you become such a sweet talker? It came with the job, he answered, swallowing down the last of the lump that tried to form in his throat. Idiot, you teased. Come on, I'll show you where I got in, you said, kissing him one last time before pulling his hand to follow you. You took in the feel of his large hand closing in around your smaller one, holding onto the memory close to your heart. You waited the agonizing amount of time that Midoriya had requested, feigning both shock and anger when the story came back that Midoriya had escaped right under the authorities' nose. You kept your knowing smiling to yourself when you handed in your resignation letter to your agency over the failure of capturing him. You looked up tickets out the country, your mind swirling with thoughts of where the perfect place would be to start over. East would feel more like home, but West would truly feel like a new start for you to have a new family. Well, a family of two was still a family, more than the selfish one you had growing up, and you would be able to have it with Izuku soon. You smiled a little at the thought of just you and him, and maybe when you got settled you could add more members in the future if you both wanted. You packed your things and took everything you could easily pack. You didn't have anyone particularly close to you to cut ties with, so hopefully no one would dig too deeply into your sudden absence. You smiled as you looked down at the time and headed out to your designated meeting spot. You sat down at the swing set, lightly kicking the dirt in excitement. You had shown up a little early, hoping to greet him first. You didn't give up hope when the clock ran a little past midnight. He was probably just running a little late since he was technically still a wanted criminal who had to move around in secret. Around 1, you finally saw another living soul on the nearby sidewalk, and you jumped up with a smile and froze midway when you realized it wasn't the man you were waiting for walking the streets. You huffed sitting back down as the light next to you slowly began to fester with the fluttering bugs of late night. Maybe he forgot the date, you questioned, but shook that idea out of your head. He was the one who set it up and you talked to him less than a day ago. You reached in your pocket for your phone, dialing the number he gave you. You waited for the ring to go through and immediately it led you to an automated voice when before you would always go to voicemail or him at least even if he kept the conversation short. You felt a concerned shiver go through you. You hoped that he was okay. You don't know what compelled you to wait so long in the pitch black dark and cold. Even before the first thin rays of the sun began to rise, you knew that he wasn't going to show up. You went home in silence, still with some foolish little hope that maybe something had come up that he had to handle, while the rational part said he would have called or contacted you if it did. You opened the door to your apartment, well, yours for the rest of the month since you cancelled your lease. You dropped onto the couch in heartache and flipped on the television to drown out the unbearable sound of your own shaky breaths that you hadn't realized you've been making until now. The channel was exactly as you left it, on the news, so you could follow up on the raid the last few days. You stared blankly at it, not truly watching, as the screen just flashed random colors and gave nonsense words to your mind until the story of a jailbreak last night that caught your attention as you clearly recognized the person on screen. The newscasters went on about the only security camera footage managed to be recovered of him breaking into the prison his organization members were taken to. The cold, calculated expression on his face as the footage was displayed of him taking out the security camera wasn't the smile he showed you. It didn't belong to the same man that had made you so many promises about things you had only dreamed about with such sweet words. You didn't know whether you wanted to yell in anger or cry or both. You didn't have any voice for either as your heart sunk to the pit of your stomach. You drew your knees to your chest and buried your head into them before finally finding the strength to scream. You couldn't believe it. He lied to you, and you had trusted it. You had fallen for the oldest trick and the fakest of crocodile tears. He even told you he loved you, and you thought he was trying to show you that. You actually thought he could be your only one, but you were just a discardable toy for him. All that talk about meeting up with you and the late-night talks on the phone just a distraction so he could keep you complacent, quiet, and far away from news of him as he got a head start on your agency. You had so much information you could have gave them and instead told him what areas to avoid, what people not to run into, while all his talk about needing time to get things sorted, was that just a lie, time for him to get his true plans sorted. It all made sense to you, so easily, because you knew that's exactly what it was before it happened. In the back of your mind, you knew villains lied. As a hero, you were supposed to know that. But he wasn't a villain to you. He was the person you loved, and so you could ignore that nature for some sweet words that he weaved together and fing meaningless secretary. You held your hand to your stomach, remembering how he touched you. That way wasn't care or love, just nothing, and you wanted to throw up. How could you have been so blind, so stupid, so pathetic? You shook, picking up your phone. You had to make this right. You had to tell your agency all you knew. Your fingers wouldn't stop shaking to unlock the pin, so you swayed to facial recognition. When it reflected, you couldn't possibly believe how it would recognize you. You couldn't even believe it was your own self as your eyes had quickly puffed red and hazed over with tears. Your hand kept shaking so much, you couldn't even line it up as your shoulders rose and fell with squeaky gasps. You got up from your couch, tripping slightly since your legs immediately wanted to give back out. You dragged your feet to your small kitchen, not even thinking about what you were doing as you opened the cabinet and grabbed the bottle with the highest ABV and opened it with your hands. You didn't bother for a glass and brought the bottle straight to your lips and slammed it on the counter. You reached into your drawer for the next thing you needed. You had always meant to throw these out from your last on-again, off-again boyfriend, but now you couldn't help but be grateful to that. But as you pulled out a package of cigarettes and lit one up from your stove. The first inhale didn't really make you feel better, but by the fifth, you could finally feel your heart calm down even if your mind kept racing. You're glad your phone wouldn't unlock. How the F were you supposed to face everyone and tell them you helped one of the most aloof villains another chance with knowledge on how not to make the same mistakes? How could you tell them that any BLD spilled, any hero hurt or innocence caught in the way, was your fault? How were you going to stand there and promise to protect people when you were the one who put them in danger for your own selfish needs? You couldn't. You knew you wouldn't be able to face that broken trust of real people who needed and counted on you. That you treated with the same sort of lies Midoriya gave to you. All you wanted was to save him, but you couldn't even call yourself a hero, because when it suited you, you chose to become just as much of a villain as he was.